Delicate Mother of a Villain Chapter 86 to Chapter 132. Chapter 86. Gucci's Spring-Summer Haute Couture show had just ended, yet the Chinese internet was abuzz with the photos of the female celebrities on the red carpet during Fashion Week. Originally, the photos of the celebrities on the red carpet during Fashion Week didn't arouse much discussion. At most, people would ridicule the celebrities for their bad taste in clothes and ugly looks. As for the rest, they wouldn't attract too much attention. However, it was completely different this time. This time, countless onlookers were stunned by Xianxia's breathtaking starry dress. Of course, the most important reason was that the photos of the other celebrities were too ugly. Moreover, it was a new realm of ugliness. What refinement! What color mixing! Everything was gone. This time, all the celebrity photos of the Fashion Week were revealed to their original appearance by the monster revealing mirror. Although some celebrities were not that ugly, they were still better looking than ordinary people. But compared to the refined drawings they had made in the past, they were much uglier. This caused a large group of onlookers on the internet to continuously ridicule. However, this did not include Xianxia. This was because Xianxia's looks were simply too good to be true among this group of celebrities, not to mention her facial features and figure. Just her skin alone was enough to throw off a large group of celebrities. It was also because of Xianxia's skin that seemed to have been polished and softened that some people thought that Xianxia's styling photos must have been refined. Otherwise, why would Xianxia's skin be so good when all the other celebrities had such poor skin? Moreover, it was so good that it defied the natural order. Xianxia is simply crushing all the female celebrities. Not only in terms of looks, but also in terms of style. Those female celebrities are simply not on the same level as Xianxia. I really want to ask, have Xianxia's photos really not been edited? If her skin is still so good even without editing, it would be too heaven-defying. I think Xianxia must have edited the picture. No matter how good other celebrities' skin was, they would still have some flaws. However, Xianxia's skin was flawless. This is too fake. Putting aside whether or not the photos were edited, Xianxia's fashion style is definitely the best among all the female celebrities in the country this time. Moreover, compared to the foreign female celebrities, she shouldn't be any worse. Her starry dress was simply too beautiful. It's really bright, as if she wore the starry sky on her body. It's very attractive. How can it not be attractive? You might not know this, but Xianxia's evening gown is from Harry Winston, and it's one of the most expensive gowns that just came out this year. If the price is less than 7 figures, it's definitely impossible to get it. Harry Winston's evening gown? Xianxia's evening gown is worth 7 figures? When all the onlookers learned the price of the evening gown that Xianxia was wearing, they were all stunned. All eyes were on Xianxia's evening gown. After all, Harry Winston's evening gowns were very difficult to borrow. Even if other high-end brands didn't have brand ambassadors, they would have many brand friends. However, Harry Winston didn't even have a brand friend in China. They weren't close to the people at all and were very cold. The domestic celebrities who could borrow Harry Winston's evening gown might not even be able to do so. Even if they could borrow it, the price might not be as expensive as Xianxia's gown. Therefore, when the audience heard this, they were all guessing whether Xianxia's evening gown was borrowed or bought. Paris. At this time, the domestic celebrities who were attending Fashion Week in Paris didn't know that their photos from Fashion Week had been posted on the internet. Moreover, the photos weren't edited. Oh my god, Xianxia looked at the photos on her phone screen. When she saw that the internet was gossiping about Xianxia's expensive evening gown, she didn't know what to say. She didn't expect that not only did Xianxia attend Fashion Week, but she also wore such a beautiful and expensive evening gown. Moreover, the brand was Harry Winston. This brand was much more high-end than Gucci. It was also much more classy. If her boss, who had a grudge against Xianxia, saw this, wouldn't he be pissed to death? Therefore, she couldn't let her boss see it. However, it was a pity that Xianxia's worst fears came true. She was still holding her phone, thinking that she couldn't let Xianxia see it. In the end, her phone was snatched away by someone in the next second. What are you looking at? You're so engrossed. Xianxia took Xianxia's phone and looked at it. She couldn't stay calm at all. She looked at the picture on her phone screen that was so beautiful that she couldn't take her eyes off it. She was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone. Xianxia? Xianxia's reaction was the same as Xianxia's. she didn't expect Xian to actually attend Paris Fashion Week. Moreover, the evening gown she was wearing was so beautiful. It was even more expensive than the one she was wearing right now. Jia sis, don't be angry. Our evening gown is the benefit of being Gucci's ambassador. Her evening gown is definitely not borrowed. Xiaoyi saw that Liang Jia was angry. In order to prevent herself from being implicated, she quickly tried to calm her down. However, even though Liang Jia heard her assistant's words, she was still unhappy. She still felt aggrieved and flustered. She was supposed to be the biggest winner of Paris Fashion Week. She was supposed to be Gucci's ambassador. She was supposed to be the center of attention. But now, looking at the fairy-like photo on her phone screen, she understood that Xian was the biggest winner of Paris Fashion Week this time. At this moment, Liang Jia wasn't the only one who saw Xian overshadowing all of them. The other female celebrities also saw the photo of Xian crushing them in terms of style and appearance. Looking at those photos, basically all the female celebrities were furious. Which media outlet is this? How can they not know the rules? They didn't even edit the photo before it was published. Why is Xian the only one who edited the photo? Oh my god. Is this me? Why am I so ugly in the photo? At this moment, Xian had already become the enemy of all the female celebrities. She was also the public enemy of all the celebrities, although many people didn't know Xian. When the photo was overshadowed by Xian's edited photo, many of the narrow-minded female celebrities chose to take revenge. Soon, new gossip about Xian appeared on the Chinese internet. Famous actress Xian shamelessly sat in the first row at Gucci's Paris Fashion Week show. Gucci's Paris Fashion Week show seat distribution chart. Highlights. A certain female celebrity who embarrassed herself overseas was too uncultured at Gucci's Paris Fashion Week. Soon, many articles criticizing Xian's despicable behavior at Gucci's Paris Fashion Week spread like bamboo shoots on the internet. Therefore, everyone was pulled back from Xian's peerless beauty, and they all focused on the matter of Xian's lack of quality in watching the show overseas and embarrassing the people of the country. Although Xian is indeed good-looking, her behavior is too despicable. She embarrassed herself overseas. Xian's EQ and IQ are too touching, right? She wore such a beautiful dress, yet she did such an unsightly thing. I feel sorry for Lionel and the other foreign celebrities. Their seats were already crowded, yet they were forced to sit with a thick-skinned female celebrity, because many people behind the scenes deliberately slandered Xian and blew the matter up. The public opinion about Xian shamelessly sitting in the first row spread like wildfire. From the looks of it, it really seemed like the case. Haha, these people really know how to make a fuss. Who was the thick-skinned one who snatched a seat? When Su Tian saw the public opinion in the country, she was so angry that she laughed coldly. She was already angry that a certain celebrity had snatched her goddess's seat. In the end, she hadn't even found someone to settle the score. In the end, she was the first to be blamed. How could her goddess be so thick-skinned as to snatch a seat? When Xian heard Su Tiantian's words, she felt a little helpless. In the entertainment industry, even the slightest thing that happened would be known by everyone. She was really speechless. Gucci's Paris Fashion Week hadn't ended for long, yet this incident had already caused an uproar in China. Sister Xian, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I want to see who is the thick-skinned one. Su Tian snorted coldly. Her dark eyes were slowly filled with anger. Yes, do as you wish. I believe in your ability. Xian patted Su Tiantian's shoulder and said confidently. Right now, she was really glad that she had such a responsible manager like Su Tian. Ever since she had such a manager, she felt that she was rarely bullied by others. Soon, Su Tian, who was in a state of anger, came up with a series of face-slapping plans. Of course, before she slapped them, she was very serious about finding out who had snatched Xian's seat in Gucci's show. Just like that, the public opinion about Xian's defamation began to change. Su Tian had always been swift and decisive. When someone showed her the Gucci seating plan, she immediately got her hands on the original Gucci seating plan. Moreover, this was only one of her methods. Her face-slapping plan was to not retaliate and admit defeat. As long as someone had the guts to continue defaming her goddess, she would continue to slap them in the face. The Gucci seating plan was quite effective. After all, Xiao'an's name was clearly written in the first row, and she was sitting next to Liang Jiayi. At this moment, when all the onlookers saw the diagram of the seats, they were all F***ck, Xiao'an is really sitting in the first row. Wait a minute. If this seating plan is real, then who took Xiao'an's seat? This is really a big show. Someone took Xiao'an's first row seat, so Xiao'an had no choice but to sit in the other first row? Okay, am I the only one who wants to know what right Xiao'an has to sit in the first row of Gucci's haute couture show? I want to know who took Xiao'an's first row seat. Xiao'an is really amazing now. Not only is her gown from Harry Winston, but it's also the most expensive gown in the show. Does her family have a gold mine, or does she have a sugar daddy? Who can guarantee that this seating plan is real? Maybe it was Xiao'an who released it to clear his name. Also, even if her seat was taken, she shouldn't be using someone else's seat, right? Just as Su Tian expected, even though she had released the original seating plan, some people still wanted to continue slandering Xiao'an. They seized on the argument that even if her seat was taken, she shouldn't be using someone else's seat to brainwash the audience into slandering Xiao'an. However, this group of people didn't know that this was also what Su Tian was looking forward to. After all, this time she could continue her second round of crazy face-slapping. Without the cooperation of this group of people who were slandering their goddess, she really wouldn't have been able to do this round of face-slapping. Haha, let's see what you have to say now. Unbeknownst to everyone, including Xiao'an, very quickly, there was another big sensation on the internet. And this time, it didn't just cause a big sensation on the internet in China. It caused a big sensation on the internet all over the world. This time, it was related to Xiao'an, causing a huge sensation. It seems like it's already afternoon. Sorry, I'm a little stuck. I've been writing for a long time, I've been up for a long time, so I'm going to sleep first. I'll continue to update everyone when I wake up tonight. While the Gucci haute couture show was going on, Xiao'an continued to attend other fashion shows as if nothing had happened. And every time she appeared, it was definitely a one-hit kill, crushing all the female celebrities. Moreover, every evening gown for the fashion show was especially expensive. Every evening gown was from the Harry Winston brand, and they were all expensive high-end evening gowns. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the series of evening gowns. In particular, every time Xiao'an appeared in an expensive haute couture evening gown, she would sit in the first row. This left the haters in China, who had been complaining about Xiao'an sitting in the first row, dumbfounded. The other netizens were also dumbfounded. No one had ever seen a female celebrity in the country attend so many high-end luxury brand fashion shows. It was fine if he attended, but why did he always sit in the first row? Sitting in the first row, what did this mean? This meant that Xiao'an's resources in the fashion industry were probably the best among all the female celebrities in the country. No, even the male celebrities included. She was the best of the best. Therefore, the netizens on the Chinese internet began to speculate about Xiao'an's background and why he was able to sit in the front row of the high-end luxury brand shows. It's one thing to sit in the first row of the fashion week, but to sit in the first row every time. That's amazing. Has Xiao'an successfully entered the fashion industry? Could it be that foreigners can also understand Xiao'an's beauty? So you were conquered by Xiao'an's beauty? It's a little scary. Is Xiao'an going to become an international celebrity? I suddenly feel that Xiao'an might not have the problem of freeloading. She always sits in the first row. Ha ha ha. Are the seats in the first row difficult to sit in? You should know that the first row of seats in Fashion Week are clearly priced. As long as you can afford it, you can sit in the first row. Are you a troll? If the first row of the Fashion Week can be bought, then what about the evening gowns? Xiao'an always wears a Harry Winston evening gown, which costs at least 7 figures. Let's not talk about the clothes. Let's just talk about the accessories that Xiao'an wears. Those are more expensive than an evening gown. Do you think Xiao'an, a small star, can afford all these? Why can't she afford it? Have some people forgotten how Xiao'an became famous and how she was banned? Xiao'an is a mistress. What can she not get just because she's beautiful? After all, there are plenty of rich people out there. In an instant, the rumors of a mistress and a sugar daddy came back to Xiao'an. Basins of dirty water were poured onto Xiao'an without any hesitation. There was even a professional who created a post on Xianxia's clothes on the country's largest gossip forum. In the post, every set of evening gown, every piece of jewelry, and every pair of shoes that Xianxia had worn were listed in detail. Their brands and prices were all listed in detail. Once this post was sent out, it shocked everyone. No one would have thought that everything Xianxia was wearing would be so expensive. Not only did the most expensive evening gown reach 8 figures, but every piece of jewelry on her body was even more expensive than the evening gown she was wearing. When the price of every outfit was added up, everyone was horrified to find that the price of Xianxia's clothes was enough to buy a house in a first-tier city. He was really wearing an entire house on his body. Poverty has really limited my imagination. Every outfit Xianxia wears is so expensive? That's too scary. An evening gown worth tens of millions, an accessory worth tens of millions. Xianxia is too rich. Compared to other celebrities, Xianxia's fashion shows are too extravagant. She really crushes other celebrities. So, Xianxia is very rich? Otherwise, it would be too frightening to wear this set of clothes. No celebrity in the country can dress so extravagantly, right? I suddenly feel that Xianxia might really have a sugar daddy. Otherwise, why would she be so awesome? As everyone knows, Harry Winston rarely lends out their high-end evening gowns. They basically don't rely on celebrities to advertise, they only serve the royal family. Moreover, even if they lend out their evening gowns, they only lend them to the top international celebrities. I don't think any female celebrity in the country has ever been able to borrow an evening gown from Harry Winston. If they want to wear an evening gown from Harry Winston, they have to buy it with money. If Xianxia bought those evening gowns and accessories, then I just want to say that Xianxia's sugar daddy really loves her. So the conclusion is, Xianxia has a sugar daddy? Who is the sugar daddy? Looking at the comments on the Chinese internet, Su Tian didn't panic at all. Instead, she looked confident. Tian sis, these people are so stupid. Why would our goddess waste so much money on an outfit? Shelley looked at the comments on the internet and found them hilarious. Although the group of little assistants who worked for Xianxia didn't spend a lot of time with Xianxia, they gradually understood Xianxia's personality. It could be said that Xianxia was very willing to spend money on food and accommodation, but she didn't care about clothes at all. Xianxia wasn't picky about what she wore. She wouldn't even buy an outfit that cost tens of thousands of yuan. Not to mention an evening gown that was worth tens of millions of yuan and could only be worn once. Hearing Xiaoli's words, Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, our goddess isn't as vain as they think. So, Sister Tian, how long do we have to wait before we can clear the name of our goddess? Recently, because you told us to keep a low profile, our friends in the fan club have been sullen. Because they were all fans of the fan club, even though they were working for Xianxia now, they had never stopped contacting each other in the fan club. On the contrary, because Xia and staff were all fans of the fan club, this spontaneously organized fan club became more professional and formal. What's the hurry? Wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, when Harry Winston's haute couture show is released, all the negative rumors will be cleared up. At this point, the corners of Su Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and her voice gradually carried some coldness. When the time comes, we will have to settle the accounts with both principal and interest. Xiaoli, who was originally very relaxed, couldn't help but shiver when she saw Su Tian's cold gaze. On this side, Su Tian was thinking about waiting until tomorrow to start a big fight. She was getting restless. However, Xiaoan didn't know anything about it. She didn't care much about the entertainment industry. What she really cared about was her own brand. Xiaoan was sleeping in the 5-star hotel that Harry Winston had arranged for her. She was reading the email report sent by the CEO of her company. Xiaoan looked at the email report, which said that the company's sales were doing well and that they were making a lot of profits. However, it was a pity that the CEO of her company had clearly stated that their company's disadvantage was that they didn't have many product types. After all the sales, there was only one skincare product. This was not good news no matter what level the buyer was at. After all, some high-end customers would think that the price was too low and that it wasn't very high-end. Low-end customers would think that there was only one set of products and that the price was a bit high. Xiaoan frowned slightly when she saw the analysis in the email. To be honest, although she was the one who created this set of skincare products, the real creator was her genius son. Moreover, it was already not easy for her genius son to make this set of skincare products. If she wanted to upgrade it now, come on, even if her son was a genius, he couldn't be that awesome, right? However, if she took out the space water and let other people research it, she was worried that it would be too dangerous. After thinking about it, Xianxia decided not to think about it. Anyway, her product was already a little famous. Since it could make money now and in the future, it was fine. She didn't care about the high-end market or the low-end market. In short, it was fine as long as it could make money. After thinking this through, Xianxia unhappily lay on the big bed. She just wanted to finish the fashion week as soon as possible and go back to the US to see her son. It had been 3 days since she left the US to attend the fashion week in Paris. She had never been separated from her son for such a long time. Being separated from her obedient son so abruptly for such a long period of time, she really wasn't used to it. I don't know what Xiaoxing is doing, Xianxia muttered softly. Just as she was thinking about whether she should call her son, her phone suddenly rang. Could it be Xiaoxing? Xianxia muttered again. She turned over and reached out to pick up her phone from the bedside table. She didn't look at the number and answered the call. She thought it was Xiaoxing calling, but she didn't expect to hear a call from a man she thought she would never contact again. Hello, Xianxia, it's me. When Xianxia heard the man's voice on the phone, her brow suddenly furrowed. Fuxian? If it wasn't for Xiaoxian's photographic memory, she definitely wouldn't have remembered who the man who suddenly called her was. When he heard Xiaoxian's uncertain tone, the man on the other end of the line was obviously a little disappointed. He nodded softly, his voice full of emotions. Yes, Xiaoxian, it's me. It's great that you still remember me. Stop. Stop being so sarcastic. Let me ask you, how do you know my phone number? The reason why she answered the call without looking at the number was because she knew that no one else knew this number except for the people close to her. It was a private number, so it couldn't be private. However, how did a stranger like Fuxian know her private number? Xiaoxian's question was obviously difficult for Fuxian to answer. Not only did he know Xiaoxian's private number, but he also knew which hotel Xiaoxian was staying in and who was with her. This was because he had sent a private investigator to investigate her. Of course, he didn't just spend a huge amount of money to investigate Xiaoxian. At the same time, he also investigated his wife, Jinghao. Xiaoxian, I want to talk to you. Let's arrange a time to meet. Fuxian took a deep breath and said quickly. However, Xiaoxian couldn't be bothered with Fuxian's words. She snorted softly and was about to hang up the phone. Fuxian, do you think there's a need for me to meet you? With that, Xiaoxian took the phone away and was about to hang up. However, before she could hang up, she heard a voice from the other end of the line. Wait. Don't hang up. I want to talk to you about your son, Fuyu. After hearing this, Xiaoxian, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly paused. In the end, she didn't hang up. Instead, she put the phone back to her ear. I'm sorry, but let me repeat myself. My son's name is Xiaoxing, not Fuyu. Listening to Xiaoxian's cold voice, Fuxian, who was on the other end of the phone, could clearly hear Xiaoxian's displeasure. He sighed softly and sincerely apologized to Xiaoxian. I'm sorry, Xiaoxian. It's my fault. Okay, go ahead. I'll only give you 3 minutes. Hurry up and say what you want to say. I have something else to do. Xiaoxian couldn't be bothered to listen to Fuxian's apology. After she said this in an unfriendly tone, she quietly listened to what Fuxian wanted to say to her. It had something to do with her son? What was it about? Amidst Xiaoxian's confusion, Fuxian took a deep breath and told her the purpose of his call. I suspect that Fuyu, no, Xiaoxing, he might not be your son. This was because Fuxian was extremely concerned about what his daughter had casually said the last time. Although it was said that a child's words carried no harm, he still felt that the words that came out of his precious daughter's mouth were not a joke. It was very likely to be true. As a result, this sentence was like a seed that took root and sprouted in his heart. As a result, he was willing to spend a lot of money to hire the best private investigator to investigate Xiaoxian and Xia Jinghao's past. However, it was obvious that although Fu Anqi's words caused a huge reaction from Fu Xian, Xiaoan didn't react at all. Are you done? If you're done, I'm hanging up. Hearing Fu Xian's words, Xiaoan, who was on the other side of the phone, did not even frown. The expression on his face was extremely calm. It was as if Fu Xian was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. She was indifferent. Wait. Xiaoan, I'm not lying to you. I'm really suspicious because my daughter. Seeing Xiaoan's calm reaction, Fu Xian felt that Xiaoan must have misunderstood him. She must not have taken this matter seriously. Hence, Fu Xian desperately tried to explain to Xiaoan. However, the only response he got was, beep, 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 beep. A series of beeps could be heard after the phone was hung up. Damn it. Fu Xian, who was in China, saw that his phone had been hung up and threw it to the ground angrily. On the other hand, Xiaoan, who was in Paris, elegantly threw the phone on the bed. Xiaoan. Xiao Xingchen might not be your son. Although Fu Xian's words didn't have any effect on Xiaoan, she still remembered them. As she lay on the bed, she couldn't help but think about what Fu Xian had said to her. Haha. Xiaoxing isn't my son. Xiaoan murmured softly as she lay on the bed. The corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He's not my biological son to begin with. I'm not real. Xiaoan, so, what did it matter whether Xiao Xingchen was Xiaoan's son or not? It didn't matter at all. Whether it was real or not, it didn't matter to her at all. Anyway, she thought that Xiao Xingchen was her son, so he was her son. Thinking of this, Xiaoan threw Fu Xian's words to the back of her mind. After lying on the bed for a while, Xiaoan was about to order something to eat when her phone rang again. Because of Fu Xian's call just now, Xiaoan looked at the phone number very carefully this time. When she saw that the caller ID on the phone screen was from her good son, Xiaoan happily picked up the phone. Hey, Xiaoxing, do you miss mommy? Xiaoan sat up from the bed with a smile and said in a very intimate tone. Hearing Xiaoan's words, a happy child's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yeah. Xiaoxing misses mommy. When is mommy coming back? Mommy will be back tomorrow night. Then I'll go to the airport to pick mommy up. You child, mommy doesn't need you to pick her up. You just have to obediently wait for mommy at home with Xiao and Xiaoan said in amusement. Perhaps it was because they were talking about the other little guy. Gu Shimo's voice came from the phone again. However, it was obvious that Gu Shimo didn't manage to snatch the phone. He could only shout loudly in order to communicate with Xiaoan's sister fairy, Xiaoxing, and I will definitely pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Xiaoxing and I have missed you so much these past few days. If you don't come back, Xiaoxing and I will go to Paris to look for you. Go away. Don't disturb me when I'm on the phone with mommy. No. 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 Ha ha ha. Hearing Gu Shimo's voice and hearing Xiao Xingchen's angry voice but unable to do anything to Gu Shimo, Xiaoan burst out laughing. These two little fellows were really too cute. She had made the right decision to adopt Gu Shimo for the sake of money back then. Now, this little fellow would definitely not be the same as in the future, becoming a male lead who would go against the villains of his own family. And her good son would also have a very good playmate. Although, the way these two little guys get along doesn't seem to be like friends or playmates. However, only when he was with Gu Shimo would her precious son act like a child and start playing around with others. Okay, you two little guys, stop quarreling. Come and pick me up tomorrow. I'll ask your big sister Tian to send you the flight time I'm on. When the time comes, you two have to be obedient and not quarrel. Come and pick me up. Hearing Xiaoan's words, the two little guys on the other end of the phone stopped arguing. After chatting with the two little guys for a while, Xiaoan finally hung up the phone. The two little guys were very reluctant to part with him. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoan quickly ordered a lot of delicious food. While watching TV, he ate all the delicious food. After that, he took a bath contentedly and went to sleep for his beauty sleep. The moment Xiaoan fell asleep, she was completely unaware that her performance at Fashion Week had caused an uproar on the Chinese internet. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiaoan's agent, Su Tian, had finally made a move. Xiaoan's fans, who had been holding back for a long time, finally let go of their grievances and started a desperate counterattack. they followed Su Tiantian's counterattack plan in an organized and disciplined manner. Step by step, they began to prepare for the next day's face-slapping plan. As the saying went, in this day and age, haters pretended to be fans, haters pretended to be haters, haters pretended to be bystanders, and haters pretended to be bystanders. It was also a common tactic used by the fans of various celebrities. However, this kind of old-fashioned tactic had been used so many times that it was too stupid to fool anyone. Therefore, the onlookers had sharp eyes for this kind of trick, and they could recognize it at a glance. However, Su Tiantian was not an ordinary person. She would not do anything stupid. Even if she wanted to pretend to be a bystander, she was determined to make it so that no one would be able to tell. Moreover, she would do it reasonably. Of course, she was best at driving public opinion and making the group of stupid trolls follow her rhythm to defame Xian. Therefore, Xian was a mistress, and Xian had a very powerful financial backer. Therefore, Xian could afford to wear such expensive evening gowns, wear such expensive jewelry, have such good film and television resources, and be so high profile in the fashion industry. However, a new public opinion appeared. To be honest, the only way to prove that Xian is not a mistress and does not have a financial backer is to prove that Xian is Harry Winston's brand ambassador. At the very least, she is a close friend of the brand. After all, only Harry Winston's ambassador or close friend can borrow Harry Winston's various evening gowns and various kinds of expensive jewelry. As soon as such a statement came out, it immediately won the support of many onlookers. Even the trolls felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. After all, Harry Winston had never had a brand ambassador. He didn't even have a close friend, it was an especially cold and aloof brand. Therefore, the trolls who were trying to defame Xian felt that this statement was enough to hammer Xian to death. After all, they felt that even if Xian could afford such expensive evening gowns and jewelry, it was impossible for her to become Harry Winston's close friend of the brand. Therefore, it was even more impossible for her to become Harry Winston's brand ambassador. Therefore, after this argument was put forward, the ghostwriters and onlookers all stood on this side. The only way to prove Xian's innocence is to become Harry Winston's close friend. I wonder if Xian is Harry Winston's close friend. Harry Winston is a top luxury brand and has never had a close friend or brand ambassador. Even the top international celebrities don't have that ability. How can Xian do it? I feel that Xian is doomed this time. How can she be Harry Winston's close friend? Looking at it this way, I feel like there's a huge financial backer behind Xian. And a big financial backer who doesn't lack money at all. I don't understand why everyone has to pay attention to this. Isn't it good to look at Xian's beauty? After all, there are too many celebrities in the entertainment industry with financial backers. I'm more curious if Xian will appear in Harry Winston's haute couture show tomorrow. After all, Harry Winston's first row can't be bought with money. I think that since Xian can wear Harry Winston's evening gowns, she will definitely appear in Harry Winston's haute couture show. However, I'm not sure if she will be able to sit in the first row like before. I'm waiting to see Xian's face slapping live tomorrow. Hee, I'm impressed. Why is there so much drama at this year's Paris Fashion Week? It's amazing. I bet Xian won't sit in the first row tomorrow. I also bet Xian won't sit in the first row tomorrow. +1, +2. Xian, who was sleeping soundly, didn't know that there was a large group of people on the Chinese internet waiting to see her make a fool of herself. When Xian woke up, she slept very comfortably and stretched her body. After washing up, Xian was dragged to the styling room by Su Tiantian before she could finish her sumptuous breakfast. This was because Xian was going to walk in Harry Winston's show for the finale. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't want to reveal that Xian was going to walk in Harry Winston's show. Therefore, she dragged Xian to the private dressing room backstage of Harry Winston's couture show early in the morning and asked the stylist to do Xian's styling. Needless to say, the styling for Harry Winston's finale show was really time-consuming. First of all, not to mention the makeup on her face, just the clothes that Xian was wearing this time took a long time to put them on. By the time Xian was done with her makeup, 3 hours had already passed. Finally, by the time Xian put on the finale outfit, 4 hours had already passed. This made Xian feel that it was better for her to act in a fashion show than to walk in a fashion show for a brand. What the F asterisk CK, this is too much, a whole 4 hours. Oh my god. It's really better for her to act, at least she can still talk and move when she's acting. However, since the styling took so long, it was obvious that it was very effective. Originally, Cheyenne's appearance was already extremely beautiful. When she was transformed by so many skillful hands, she became even more beautiful. When the makeup on her face was done and she put on the expensive and grand finale outfit, the entire styling was beyond beautiful. Oh my god, it's too beautiful. In the private dressing room, when everyone saw Xianxia's final style, they couldn't help but let out a series of exclamations. They couldn't take their eyes off Xianxia at all. Everyone could only stare blankly at Xianxia's new styling, which was so beautiful that it made everyone want to submit to it. Seeing the group of people staring at her in a daze, Xianxia raised her eyebrows and turned her head to look at herself in the mirror. When she saw her new look in the mirror, she was stunned for a moment. Looking at herself in the mirror, who was wearing a luxurious outfit and had exquisite makeup on her face, she seemed to be in a trance. She seemed to have seen her beautiful self again during the apocalypse, the one who was dreamed of by countless people. She raised her hand and gently stroked her beautiful face, which was almost enchanting, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, makeup skills were still so superb in peacetime. Makeup could increase a person's appearance from 10 points to 15 or 20 points. Gotcha. Someone came back to their senses and looked at Xianxia's smiling face. They couldn't help but take a photo of Xianxia. However, the sound of someone taking a photo made everyone in the private dressing room come back to their senses. Among them, the most excited person was Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian reacted very quickly and walked in front of the staff member who took out his phone to take a photo. Then, she ordered him in a very domineering manner. Hand over your phone. The staff member knew some of the rules in the circle. He also knew that he was in the wrong, so he handed over his phone. I'm sorry, I just think that Angel's styling is really beautiful. Su Tiantian didn't care how sincerely the staff member apologized. She moved very quickly and took Xianxia's photo. Oh. It's so beautiful. Looking at the photo that the staff member took with his phone, Xianxia wasn't ugly at all. On the contrary, she was very beautiful in the photo. Moreover, it was very artistic. Fortunately, both Xianxia and Xianxia in the mirror were captured. The photo was so beautiful that it looked like it was taken with great care and was even meticulously edited. It didn't look like it was taken with a phone at all. Therefore, Su Tiantian didn't delete the photo. Instead, she sent the photo to her phone. I won't delete this photo, but before Angel's runway show, you can't reveal this photo. With that, Su Tiantian returned the phone to the staff member. When the staff member heard that Su Tiantian wouldn't delete the photos he took, he couldn't be happier. After thanking Su Tiantian and Xianxia repeatedly, he happily took the phone and left. After chasing the other staff members out, only Xianxia's personal makeup artist was left. Su Tiantian was so excited that she started taking photos of Xianxia. Moreover, as she was taking Cheyenne's photo, she kept mumbling to herself, oh my. She's so beautiful, so beautiful. My goddess is so beautiful. How can she be so beautiful? Seeing how excited Su Tiantian was, Xianxia rolled his eyes speechlessly. In the end, ah. Goddess, the way you roll your eyes is so arrogant and noble. Seeing how infatuated Su Tiantian and the others were, Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. Can you be more normal? Xianxia held his forehead helplessly and shook his head gently. Hee hee. Goddess, I can guarantee that when you go on stage later, you'll definitely be beautiful. When the photos of the runway show are posted on the internet, you'll become a god. At this time, Su Tiantian had already predicted what Xianxia would be like in the future. Is it really that exaggerated? Xianxia pursed his lips indifferently. He didn't think much of it in his heart. I'm not exaggerating, Xianxia. You'll know when the time comes. Su Tiantian winked at Xianxia's cold reaction and said with certainty. Okay. I don't know if I'm exaggerating or not. I just want to know when I can eat. When can I eat? Xianxia took a deep breath and said gloomily. Because of this makeup and this style, she hadn't eaten any snacks for a long time. This was what made Xianxia the most unhappy. Seeing Xiaoan's gloomy expression, Su Tian and the other two assistants were a little embarrassed. After all, Xiaoan was their favorite goddess, but at the same time, they also had to ensure that Xiaoan could go on stage beautifully. So, in the end, Su Tian had to be the bad guy again. Xiaoan, please bear with it for a while. It's not easy for you to eat now. It's too troublesome to touch up your makeup. Su Tian blinked her eyes and said cautiously. She was afraid that Xiaoan would be angry and lose his temper. However, even if Su Tian was so careful, Xiaoan still lost her temper. I'll let it go this time, but Su Tian. Don't accept any runway shows for me next time. It's too much of a scam. Although Xiaoan was angry, fortunately, Xiaoan didn't lose her temper too much. She even resisted the urge to eat, so Su Tian quickly nodded and kept comforting her goddess. Okay. I won't accept any runway shows for you next time. Let's bear with it this time. Seeing how Su Tian was trying her best to comfort Xiaoan, the other two assistants curled the corners of their lips. They all looked at the two of them in amusement and covered their mouths to secretly laugh. They were all muttering in their hearts. Only their goddess was different from the rest. If it were any other celebrity, even if they couldn't eat for 4 days, let alone 4 hours, they would still want to model for a luxury brand like Harry Winston, especially when it was the finale show. However, their goddess was so different. She wasn't like the other flirtatious B***cheese. She was really a clear stream in the entertainment industry. They didn't know why, but when they thought of this, they felt exceptionally proud of her. On the other side, in Harry Winston's private makeup artist backstage, Xiaoan and the others all had different thoughts. However, the ready-to-wear show outside Harry Winston's backstage was bustling with noise and excitement. Especially the dark-haired and dark-eyed Chinese celebrities, they all had the same thoughts in their hearts. When Harry Winston's ready-to-wear show started, many Chinese celebrities sitting in the back row didn't pay attention to Harry Winston at all. Instead, they were all focused on the celebrities in the front row. However, all the Chinese celebrities looked around and didn't see a single dark-haired Chinese celebrity in the front row, let alone Xiaoan. Sure enough, Xiaoan, who had always sat in the front row, didn't continue to sit in the front row this time. Since Xiaoan wasn't in the front row, everyone's eyes naturally turned to the second and third rows. In the end, the second, third, fourth, and so on. After observing all the positions, they didn't see Xiaoan. Everyone came to a conclusion in their hearts, and that was, Xiaoan didn't come to Harry Winston's ready-to-wear show. She must not have been invited. Therefore, the major fashion media people who came to live broadcast Xiaoan's situation posted on their Weibo that Xiaoan didn't enter Harry Winston's ready-to-wear show. They also attached a 360-degree shot of Harry Winston's show to prove that Xiaoan didn't appear at the show. When the news that Xiaoan didn't appear at Harry Winston's ready-to-wear show spread, it immediately proved that Xiaoan relied on her financial backer to buy expensive evening gowns and expensive jewelry. She also bought the front row seats of major luxury brands during Fashion Week. Otherwise, if Xiaoan had such good fashion resources and was always the first row VIP of major brands, why couldn't he enter Harry Winston, a luxury brand that couldn't spend money to enter? Didn't this mean that Xiaoan's fashion resources weren't that good at all? She was purely using money to get all kinds of resources. Therefore, the internet water army, anti-fans, and marketing accounts were boiling. Even though Harry Winston's ready-to-wear show hadn't ended yet, the Chinese internet was still saying that Xiaoan had a financial backer. Moreover, because of the rule that Harry Winston couldn't pay to enter the show, it became a hammer that hammered Xiaoan to death. The onlookers, who were originally neutral, were now convinced that Xiaoan might really have spent money to attend the shows of major luxury brands. Let me explain to everyone that Harry Winston is no longer a luxury brand. It is a top luxury brand. Therefore, even Harry Winston's fashion shows were different from other luxury brands, not to mention the brand's brand ambassador. Some of the shows could be watched with money. Harry Winston is very stubborn. You can only be invited. You can't enter if you spend money. I originally thought that Xiaoan was favored by major luxury brands because she was beautiful and could sit in the front row. Now that I look at Harry Winston's ready-to-wear show, Xiaoan definitely spent money. I really admire Xiaoan. She's actually willing to spend money to package herself. Those were all models that were worth tens of millions of yuan. It's too scary. Is Xian that rich? Although she is indeed very popular now, she shouldn't be able to afford tens of millions of dollars worth of evening gowns and tens of millions of dollars worth of jewelry, right? Even an A-list celebrity like Xianxia wouldn't be willing to spend so much money to package herself, right? So, she must have a financial backer behind her. Also, to be able to fork out so much money to package Xian, he must be at least 40 years old. He must be an old man who is very good at controlling his money. This kind of old man must be married, so there's nothing wrong with Xian being a mistress. I suddenly want to know if Xian is reading our comments. Is she going to be angered to death? I feel like she's going to lose the chicken dinner this time. Actually, she doesn't have to sit in the front row all the time. She could just wear a beautiful evening gown and take beautiful photos for us to see. That way, it wouldn't be as awkward as it is now. Because there was a mastermind behind the scenes, the Chinese internet was filled with people mocking Xian for spending money to buy an expensive evening gown and sit in the front row. They were all scolding Xian for being vain and having a financial backer behind her, etc. Even if there were a few passers-by who defended Xian, they were quickly suppressed by the internet trolls. While the internet was filled with people criticizing Xian's political correctness, the fastest and craziest face-slapping in history began. No matter how lively the Chinese internet was, the Harry Winston Haute Couture show was gradually coming to an end, accompanied by music. As the models in exquisite and beautiful haute couture dresses walked enchantingly on the runway, the background music of the show suddenly changed. The originally light and lively background music suddenly became a very mellow and melodious background music. The rhythm suddenly changed from light and fast to noble and elegant. The sudden change of background music attracted everyone's attention on the runway again. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. They knew that the finale of Harry Winston's show was coming. In the past, Harry Winston's finale shows would always be a hot topic in the fashion industry. Every model who walked the finale show for Harry Winston would become a popular model in the market. Therefore, the finale of every Harry Winston fashion show would always be the focus of the entire fashion industry. When the background music changed, everyone looked at the runway attentively. No one continued to whisper to each other. They all looked seriously at the center of the runway. As everyone was waiting for the finale model to appear, a tall and perfect figure appeared. The model was wearing a beige haute couture wedding dress. No one had expected that Harry Winston's finale show would be a wedding dress. The model walked towards them leisurely. When she put on the wedding dress, her aura increased to 3.8 meters. The large area of embroidery and diamond beads were dazzling. The symmetrical pattern added to the beauty of the dress, making it full of infinite classical beauty. The feathers and jewels on the female model's headdress shone dazzlingly from afar. It really made the audience daydream endlessly. Just like that, Harry Winston's model walked towards them in a stunning and perfect wedding dress. As she got closer and closer, the guests sitting in the front row realized that the model wasn't a professional model. She was Xian. Oh. My God. The finale model is Angel? What? Harry Winston's finale model this time is Angel. Oh my God. Angel is so beautiful in this wedding dress. Harry Winston really has good foresight this time. They actually chose Angel as their finale model. Everyone was sighing with emotion as they looked at the elegant figure on the stage, gracefully walking towards them amidst the music and drums of the show field. With each step she took, her hand-embroidered skirt swayed like a blossoming flower. The diamonds and jewels on the wedding dress shone under the overhead lights like stars in the sky. It was extremely dreamy. Under the light, the incomparably beautiful wedding dress, coupled with Xian's extremely perfect face, was really breathtaking, making people want to cry. Seeing Xian getting closer and closer to the beat of the music, everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they saw her unbelievably perfect face more clearly. Everyone's eyes were completely glued to Xian. They could only stare blankly at her. Apart from the background music of Harry Winston's show, there was no other sound on the stage. Even if a needle were to fall on Harry Winston's stage, everyone would be able to clearly hear where the needle had fallen. After a long while, Xian stopped at the edge of the stage. She struck a pose and turned in a circle, pulling everyone's attention back to the present. As the hem of Xian's wedding dress spun apart, Xian's long, translucent, embroidered veil also blossomed like a flower in full bloom. Right at this moment, the incomparably arrogant bride Xian, who had been maintaining a cold expression all this while, curled her lips into a smile at this moment. This smile shocked the people who had just regained their freedom. They were once again frozen in place. This time, everyone's heart was beating violently, regardless of whether they were men or women. Everyone looked at Xian, who was wearing a wedding gown, and they all had the same thought in their minds, and that was, I want to get married. If only she were my bride. As the background music of the show gradually faded away, Xian, who was wearing an expensive and beautiful wedding dress, also disappeared from everyone's sight. After Xian's figure disappeared from the tea stage for a long time, everyone still hadn't recovered from the extreme dreamlike beauty. At this moment, they were all reminiscing about the beauty that Xian had brought them. Until the stage lights of Harry Winston's show were turned off and then turned on again. Under the interruption of the bright and dark lights, everyone once again regained their senses. Then, the models of Harry Winston's show came out one after another. The audience watched all the models come out, but they didn't see Xian. At this moment, the music started playing again. Xian, who was wearing a wedding dress, appeared with Harry Winston on her arm. The moment Xian appeared, the audience burst into an uproar. Everyone applauded wildly. Clap! 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 Many celebrities and guests even called out Xian's English name from below the stage. Angel! Angel! This show was the home of Harry Winston's chief designer, but everyone's reaction was as if Xian was the host. Harry Winston's chief designer wasn't unhappy at all. On the contrary, he smiled at Xian and joked with Xian, I suddenly feel that I look like your groom today. Shoo! Harry Winston's words were met with boos from all the men and women in the room. Then, Harry Winston's chief designer made an announcement that shocked everyone, but at the same time, they felt that it was the right thing to do. That was, I'm sure everyone knows that Harry Winston has never worked with any star to be our spokesperson or ambassador. But this time, I want to tell everyone that Harry Winston will make an exception this year for my muse. Just as everyone was holding their breaths in anticipation, Harry Winston's chief designer announced a decision that no one had expected. Xian is going to be the spokesperson for Harry Winston. She will be the global spokesperson for all brands. Xian is going to be the spokesperson for Harry Winston. Furthermore, he's the spokesperson for the entire global brand. The words of Harry Winston's chief designer shocked everyone present. They didn't expect that Harry Winston, who had never had an ambassador before, would have an ambassador this time. Moreover, he was the global brand ambassador and spokesperson for all the brands. This wasn't an ordinary cooperation. Other high-end luxury brands had never cooperated with other celebrities like this before. Harry Winston, the top luxury brand, actually had such a global spokesperson? The most important and the only one? How could this not make people feel shocked? Oh my god! Xian actually became Harry Winston's global spokesperson? This is much more valuable than Liang Jia's role as Gucci's ambassador for China. A certain female celebrity sitting next to Liang Jia muttered in her heart. However, it was precisely because Liang Jia was sitting next to her and her expression was extremely ugly that she only dared to say the rest of her words in her heart. After all, as celebrities in the industry, how could they not know that Xian had been defamed recently? There must be a mastermind behind the scenes looking for someone to deal with Xian. Especially Xian's announcement about being Gucci's ambassador. In the beginning, people in the industry were still wondering if Xian was really that stupid to release such an announcement to hype himself up. Now, after seeing that Xian had been announced as the brand's global spokesperson by Harry Winston's chief designer, there was no doubt about it anymore. Moreover, he already had an answer in his heart. After all, how could Gucci's China ambassador compare to Harry Winston's global ambassador? Why would Xian need to drag Gucci to create hype? Therefore, whoever became Gucci's ambassador for China would be the one who slandered Xian. Thinking of this, many domestic celebrities who participated in Harry Winston's spring and summer fashion shows looked at Liang Jia. At this moment, they already had a premonition in their hearts, and that was, this time, Liang Jia had lifted a rock and smashed it on her own feet. Who knows what else might happen after this? These people's guesses were not wrong at all. After that, a series of crazy face slaps really happened. After Harry Winston's spring and summer fashion shows came to a perfect end, Xian became the most dazzling existence in this year's Paris Fashion Week. Every time she attended a fashion show, she would wear a high-end custom-made evening gown and become the most perfect fashion goddess in the eyes of the fashion media. She had successfully reached the top of the fashion industry. She had jumped to the top of the pyramid in the fashion industry, where many big and small stars couldn't even squeeze in. She had become the muse in the eyes of countless design masters who could bring out the perfection of her works. Unfortunately, the goddess of muse, who could bring out the best in every piece of clothing, was already in the hands of Harry Winston. Many of the design masters were filled with regret. Many designers of high-end luxury brands expressed their love for Xian on their Twitter or other official social media accounts. Of course, they also praised Xian's fashion sense. This time, Xian, who was already very eye-catching and had become the most dazzling existence in the international media, became the biggest winner of this year's Paris Fashion Week. More and more people came to know of Xian, which gave her another identity after being a variety show star and an actress. She was now a female celebrity who led the fashion industry. Abroad, the media was full of Xian. There were all kinds of beautiful photos and all kinds of praises for her. In that case, the reports about Xian in the country would be even more terrifying. After all, she was the first female celebrity in the domestic fashion industry to receive so much praise. Most importantly, she had become Harry Winston's global spokesperson. As a result, all the media in the country were praising Xian without restraint. They had completely forgotten that Xian had been defamed by many people on the internet not too long ago. However, some people might have forgotten that Xian had been defamed not too long ago. Xian's fans, on the other hand, had secretly started to take action. One by one, the traps that had been set up beforehand appeared one after another. The first target was Xianxia, who had caused the incident with Gucci's ambassador. Are the people who said that Xian was using Gucci for hype now having a headache? She's just a mere ambassador for Gucci in China. How could Xian be interested in her? Don't joke around. Gucci isn't as cool as Harry Winston. The difference between an ambassador and a spokesperson is huge. Furthermore, Xian is not just a single brand in China. She is the spokesperson for all the products in the world. For those who don't understand fashion, let me explain it to you. The spokesperson's title: brand ambassador, brand friend. Global Asia Pacific Greater China China full range several product lines a specific series. So, do you understand how powerful Xian's spokesperson is now? Do you understand how important she is? 10 Gucci ambassadors for China can't compare to her. A mere ambassador for Gucci in China dares to say that Xian is trying to gain popularity? What a joke. I really have to hand it to someone. So, Xian's promotions to gain popularity from Gucci were all planned by Xianxia, right? After all, Xianxia is the only one benefiting from this. According to reliable sources, Gucci originally wanted Xian to be their brand ambassador. In fact, Xianxia wasn't the ambassador for China. Instead, she was the ambassador for Asia Pacific. However, Xian rejected Gucci's offer, so Xianxia had the opportunity to become the ambassador for China. The traps that Su Tian had set up were laid one by one at Xianxia's feet. Xianxia really didn't want to jump into them, so she had no choice but to do so. Xianxia really had nowhere to run. All kinds of rumors and evidence were telling her that she was really unlucky this time. After all, she didn't expect that Xian didn't become the ambassador for Gucci, but she became the ambassador because Xian rejected Gucci's offer, F***ck. Why would a normal person refuse? I applied for leave in the last chapter, but I didn't expect Jinjiang to pull the plug. My leave request is gone. I'm really sorry. My cat has been in the hospital recently. My cat, after she went for an X-ray, she somehow contracted the cat plague. I've been accompanying her for injections and 4 drips. So, I don't have the energy to write anymore. I'm really sorry. I really did write a leave request in the last chapter, but I didn't expect it to be gone. Sigh, I suspect that my cat got infected at the vet. After all, she was fine before the X-ray, but the day after she came back from the X-ray, she stopped eating and started vomiting. Sigh. I'm not worried about her being lame now. I just hope that she can recover quickly. Chapter 89. Xianxia had already become the focus of everyone's attention when she appeared on the runway as the finale model of Harry Winston's spring-summer ready-to-wear show. And the fact that she had become the spokesperson for Harry Winston's global brand was the focus of attention. Countless onlookers were discussing this grand occasion. It could indeed be called a grand occasion. After all, to be honest, no celebrity had ever had the honor of being the spokesperson of a global brand. Not to mention the big stars in Asia, even the international stars in Europe and America did not have a full range of brand endorsements like Xianxia. Most importantly, this brand was Harry Winston, therefore, whether it was in China or abroad, everyone was talking about Xianxia and Harry Winston. As a result, Xianxia and Harry Winston were trending both domestically and overseas. They became the hottest topics discussed all over the world. If Xianxia was a muse to the designers in the fashion industry, then Xianxia was a living example of beauty to the audience at all levels. Every evening gown that Xianxia was wearing had become a hot topic of discussion. Every onlooker, regardless of class, was discussing Xianxia's every little dress at the Paris Fashion Week. The poor onlookers could only look at Xianxia's beautiful photos and sigh with emotion. But the rich onlookers all bought Xianxia's evening gown. Xianxia's starry dress is so beautiful. But the price was too beautiful. Harry Winston's little dresses are too expensive. I can't afford them. The starry dress is expensive for a reason. After all, the diamonds on it are real. And the quality is also very good. A 7-figure evening gown. It was too terrifying. He's really walking in a house. F***ck. I just got news that most of Harry Winston's custom-made evening gowns and Xianxia's outfits have been sold out. Especially the starry dress that Xianxia wore for the first time. 6,666 Xianxia's evening gowns cost at least 7 figures. They're all sold out? Sure enough, poverty has limited my imagination. Actually, I want to know why she bought such an expensive evening gown. She can't wear it every day. You don't understand the world of the rich. The Paris Fashion Week had just ended, and all of Xianxia's evening gowns had been sold out. It was the first time that Harry Winston's evening gowns had been so popular. After the Paris Fashion Week, not only were Harry Winston's gowns popular, but also Xianxia's skincare brand. This was because Xianxia's photos from the Paris Fashion Week paled in comparison to the other celebrities. Her skin was as perfect as a baby's, without a single blemish. As a result, a product that didn't have much marketing, continued to sell like hotcakes. Even many female celebrities secretly bought products out of curiosity and wishful thinking. Since Xianxia was in a good situation, Su Tian quickly continued to strike while the iron was hot and slapped some people in the face. Originally, Liang Jia didn't think that this matter would be blown out of proportion. She only thought that she wouldn't lose anything other than her reputation. After all, she was now Gucci's ambassador. However, she didn't expect Xianxia's agent to be Xianxia's #1 fan. She was the kind of fan who would become very petty if anyone dared to hurt her goddess. Therefore, Su Tiantian's revenge wasn't just a humiliation for Liang Jia. They didn't even need to buy any internet water army at all. With a wave of their hands, a group of Xianxia's fans would come out to expose the truth. Some of them would expose the truth, and some of them would control the comments. In just one night, all the netizens found out that Liang Jia was the one who had mocked Xianxia for using Gucci as a scapegoat. Gucci's ambassador was originally set to be Xianxia, but Xianxia rejected it, so Gucci settled for Liang Jia. Xianxia and Gucci's posts were all created by Liang Jia. She even hired internet trolls and marketing accounts to slander Xianxia. As soon as the public opinion was released, Liang Jia didn't even have time to release a statement to defend herself. A lot of solid evidence was thrown at their faces. Records of communication with internet trolls and marketing accounts, records of communication between Gucci's brand representative and Xianxia, but in the end, Liang Jia was really speechless. Faced with such a heavy blow, Liang Jia could only think of a way to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, before they could think of anything, they received another piece of bad news. Gucci felt that Liang Jia was too good at causing trouble as their ambassador. Moreover, public opinion was very unfavorable for Liang Jia, and it really affected the brand's image. In the end, Liang Jia's title as Gucci's ambassador for China was revoked by Gucci before she could enjoy it for long. Gucci's Weibo post about revoking Liang Jiayi's position as China's ambassador made Liang Jiayi's situation even more miserable. Her image and value dropped by more than half. What's more, based on her current situation, it was really too difficult for her to step into the fashion industry in the future. Liang Jiayi was full of regret. If she hadn't slandered Xian, she wouldn't have caused so much trouble. However, even if she regretted it now, it was too late. Seeing Liang Jiayi's unlucky ending, many female celebrities were quite happy. After all, in the entertainment industry, if someone fell from their position, it meant that someone else had a chance to rise up. However, some female celebrities with bad intentions weren't happy for long before they were slapped in the face and followed in Liang Jiayi's footsteps. Some time ago, out of jealousy, the female celebrities who hired internet trolls to slander Xian and steal Xian's seats in the first row of Gucci's ready-to-wear show were all exposed. And the exposure was very detailed. The female celebrities who stole Xian's seats were even told by Gucci that they wouldn't be invited to the next fashion week. Su Tiantian's ferocious actions had frightened all the celebrities in the country, both big and small. No one expected such a big incident to happen at Paris Fashion Week. Of course, it was even more unexpected. Xian, who had always kept a low profile in the country, was actually so ferocious. It was fine if she didn't make a move, but once she made a move, it was like slapping a group of people in the face. Moreover, it was the kind that was about to be smashed, the kind that was beaten half to death. It was simply too scary. Su Tiantian's swift and decisive actions shocked the group of celebrities. In an instant, everyone understood that Xian, who wasn't in the country, wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even if her home ground wasn't in the country, she was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Didn't they see how Liang Jiayi, the big shot, was dealt with? Not to mention the other female celebrities who had offended Xian. As a result, after Su Tiantian's ruthless actions, the small celebrities who wanted to ride on Xian's popularity didn't dare to make a move. As for the big stars like Liang Jiayi, they didn't dare to step on Xian as unscrupulously as before. In the entertainment industry, Xian had established her authority this time. In the hearts of everyone in the industry, she was someone not to be trifled with. In the hearts of the netizens outside of the entertainment industry, Xian had a good impression of her. The rumors about her being a sugar daddy and a mistress were all gone. After Su Tiantian asked her fans to act as insiders and leak all sorts of information, it was replaced with, Xian is doing really well overseas. I didn't know she had such good fashion resources. She was able to sit in the front row of all the big brands. Was she really invited by the company? She is indeed very good. I didn't expect that all the fashion shows where Xian sat in the front row wanted to invite her to be their brand ambassador. What's even more surprising is that Xian rejected all of them. Harry Winston is the spokesperson for a top luxury brand. It's normal for Xian to reject all the offers. I hope Harry Winston can shoot Xian's advertisement as soon as possible. I want to see Xian in all sorts of beautiful poses. In the domestic and foreign media, when Xian was praised to no end, Xian, at this time, was comfortably at home with the two little guys watching cartoons. The two little rascals didn't really want to watch cartoons. They wanted to watch the US TV series that Xian acted in. However, Xian considered that the US TV series she acted in had all sorts of violent and bloody scenes. In the end, she forced the two little rascals to watch SpongeBob SquarePants. Ha ha ha! Xianxia and Gu Shimo looked at the adult sitting between them, who was laughing merrily. A few black lines appeared on the two children's heads. They were two real children who hadn't laughed. However, a few minutes after the cartoon aired, the adult couldn't stop laughing. Xianxia and Gu Shimo looked at each other with the same expression on their faces when they saw their fairy mommy and fairy sister laughing non-stop. Was it that funny? Why did they think this cartoon was so childish? The two young geniuses had the same thought at the same time. However, when they saw that Xian seemed to enjoy watching the cartoon, they obediently watched it with Xian. Until, when Xian's phone started ringing. Hello? Huh? What did you say? Fake? Xian, who was originally very happy watching SpongeBob SquarePants, was in a bad mood after receiving this call. Because on the other end of the phone, the CEO of her company was telling her that their skincare products had yet to gain a foothold in the skincare industry, but in the end, there were already fakes. Although this fake product was produced in the domestic market and not the European and American markets, which they were currently focused on. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Xian's eyebrows slightly furrowed. This matter wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. If it wasn't handled well, her company would definitely lose a lot of money. After all, Xian and the company's executives knew how big the China market was. Therefore, the matter of the fake products in China had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Of course, it wasn't very troublesome to deal with this matter, but it required the cooperation of Xian, who was a celebrity. In terms of cooperation, as the real owner of Xian, of course, had to cooperate actively. Was her asset. Mom, what's wrong? Fairy sister, what's wrong? The two little guys saw that Xian's expression was a little bad after the phone call, so they asked with great concern. However, Xian smiled at the two little guys and patted their heads. She didn't tell them what happened on the phone. After all, the two little guys were still young. Although the two little guys were out-and-out geniuses, they were still very young. Xian had always treated the two little guys like children. However, even if Xian didn't say it, the two genius little male leads and the little supporting male leads had already guessed something in their hearts. They were all prepared to go online to find out what had happened to Xian's company, Let's continue watching cartoons one more episode, and you two little rascals will go to sleep. Therefore, Xian, who loved to watch cartoons, continued to watch cartoons with the two little guys who didn't like to watch cartoons. Just as the family of three was watching cartoons, Xian's first American drama, The Big Bang Theory, began to broadcast on another American TV station. However, Xian didn't have much screen time in the first episode, and she appeared at the end of the first episode. Therefore, Xian didn't care much about this American drama. However, she didn't know that even so, even if she didn't have much screen time, even if it was broadcast at the end of the first episode, it couldn't stop her from becoming the most popular character in The Big Bang Theory. And even though it was only a few minutes since he appeared on the stage. On the same day, after the first episode of the American drama The Big Bang Theory aired, the audience's presence was much higher than Xian's variety show, Xian's Little Star Cabin. The ratings were also much higher. After all, the American drama The Big Bang Theory had a superstar cast with a famous director. Most of the actors in this drama were famous TV drama professionals in the United States, and their TV audience base was very good. Therefore, the ratings for the first episode of this American drama were very stable. Among them, Xian was the most eye-catching existence in this drama. Oh my god, Angel is so handsome. I can't believe my eyes. Such a handsome mafia boss is actually played by the beautiful Angel. The plot of The Big Bang Theory is so interesting. The male lead is so funny, but I'm looking forward to Angel's scenes as the mafia boss the most. During the Paris Fashion Week, Xian had been praised as the goddess of fashion by countless people. No one had expected that Xian would give them such a big surprise right after. This stark contrast allowed everyone to affirm one fact, and that was, who said that Xian's acting was bad? He played the role of a gang leader so well. She was not feminine at all, he was really very handsome. Happy New Year. A new year has begun. I hope that the little cuties will have their wishes fulfilled and that everything will go smoothly and happily. Chirp greater than over equal to epsilon. I need nutrient solution. Little cuties, a new year has begun everyone, please feed 12 sauce more nutrient solutions. There's another update tonight. Moo 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 greater than over equal to epsilon moo ps, right. I have a piece of good news for everyone. I'll call you Meow. Scattering flowers? Asterisk, greater than over equal to asterisk, but I still think that my Meow contracted the cat plague at the pet hospital, but the pet hospital said that my Meow's vaccine injection was not successful. But to be honest, my Meow's vaccine was injected in July and August last year. If it was not successful, the timing was too coincidental. The day after the film was taken at the pet hospital, the cat didn't eat and vomited yellow water. On the third day, it was diagnosed with cat plague at the pet hospital, but because this pet hospital was recommended by an acquaintance, and as long as my cat can be cured, I'm too lazy to care, so I didn't say anything. But I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Sigh, I think it's too risky for pets to go to the hospital. if it's possible, I'd rather not go to the pet hospital. This time, I was really scared to death. My cat has lost a lot of weight. My cat has lost a lot of weight. The broadcast of the American TV series The Big Bang Theory made Xianxia, who had been very eye-catching recently, even more conspicuous. Almost everyone on the internet was talking about Xianxia, the female celebrity. She had already made her presence known in the fashion industry, allowing many fashion media to recognize Xianxia, a Chinese female celebrity. Many foreigners also got to know Xianxia, this beautiful Asian goddess. However, Fashion Week was Fashion Week after all. Not everyone liked to watch the events in the fashion circle. Therefore, Xianxia was considered to have made a name for herself in the fashion industry, or rather, she was very popular. However, that person's temperament wasn't that bad. But American TV series were different. Foreigners loved watching TV dramas, especially those that were of good quality and had a good reputation. Therefore, after Xianxia made his first appearance in the American drama The Big Bang Theory, he attracted the attention of a large group of viewers. It was simply too eye-catching. Although it was only a few minutes, Xianxia successfully captured the hearts of many viewers. She successfully became the most outstanding character in the first episode of this American drama. And Xianxia's character had achieved such great success overseas, so in China, that would be even more successful. Originally, Xianxia's image was that of a vase actor. After all, Xianxia's previous roles in the country basically didn't have any acting skills. They were all vases. So, when it came to Xianxia's acting, the domestic audience had never given her high marks. In their hearts, Xianxia was just a vase actor. However, it was different now. Because of the broadcast of the American drama Big Bang Theory played by Xianxia, everyone was shocked by Xianxia's acting skills. Xianxia's appearance was only for a few minutes, and it was at the end of the show. But in just a few short minutes, Xianxia's acting skills really made everyone's eyes light up. She was dressed very masculine to begin with, and her appearance was clean and domineering. She didn't have any lines, but she really brought Aurora, the mafia boss, to life. Just one look from him was enough to make people feel pressured. Most importantly, if not for the fact that this role was played by Xianxia, even those who were not Xianxia's fans would not be able to recognize that this role was actually played by Xianxia. Because he was really, really too handsome. Oh my god. Xianxia is too handsome. It doesn't feel like her at all. Xianxia's acting has really been underestimated. His acting skills are godly. Who said that Xianxia's acting skills are pretty? How is Xianxia's acting like a vase? This mafia boss's acting was simply too awesome. She doesn't even have a line. Just her gaze alone is enough to make people feel that she's a very awesome mafia boss. She can still act so well without any lines. Xianxia's acting skills are really amazing. At first, I doubted Xianxia's acting skills. But now that I've seen Xianxia's performance, I think this American TV series will be very good. I just feel that Xianxia's role doesn't seem to have a lot of screen time. I beg the director of The Big Bang Theory to give Xianxia more screen time. This role looks really interesting. The domestic and overseas audiences were extremely positive. It even seemed like it was on the hot search list. This really surprised all the crew members of The Big Bang Theory. And the result of this surprise was: add more screen time for Xianxia's character, Aurora. Add more screen time? Xianxia looked at the new script in Su Tiantian's hands with a dumbfounded expression. She was really dumbfounded. She was supposed to play the role of Aurora, the boss of the mafia. She was supposed to play a minor role, but now, Xianxia flipped open the new script. When she saw that her screen time had increased from 1 page to several pages, she couldn't stay calm anymore. Why did you suddenly add more screen time? Su Tiantian shook her head helplessly when she saw that her goddess didn't look happy at all. Instead, she seemed a little depressed. Sure enough, she knew that her goddess would have such a reaction. Sister Xianxia, isn't it because you play the role of Aurora too well? Now, when people talk about The Big Bang Theory on the internet, they will talk about your role. Because this character's personality is so high, director Brian and the scriptwriter of The Big Bang Theory unanimously decided to respond to the audience's calls and add more screen time for your role. The more she said, the prouder Su Tiantian felt. only her goddess was able to turn a minor character into a main character. She had read the new script of The Big Bang Theory. The screen time in the new script was really too much. So far, Xianxia's screen time was a little less than the male leads, but it was definitely one of the roles with the most screen time, especially the character's plot. It was especially outstanding. It looked much better than the female lead's role, which was a hindrance. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really didn't think that her acting was outstanding. Also, it was only one episode that was aired. How could she tell that her acting was outstanding? However, seeing how excited Su Tiantian was, Xianxia sighed softly. She could only accept her fate and accept the new script. Fine, so be it if she added more screen time. She also wanted to do more advertising for her skincare products. Oh right. The plot of this American TV series is now in summer. Are they going to come up with a new product like sunscreen? Sister Xian, it's a good thing that we're shooting a TV series in the United States. If we were to shoot a TV series in our country, even if our role is outstanding, it would be useless to air it after shooting it in one go. Su Tiantian said with emotion. She was also very glad that her goddess was shooting a TV series in the United States. American TV series didn't shoot all the episodes in one go. Instead, they filmed and aired them at the same time. Moreover, the broadcast mode was one episode a week. Therefore, after the TV series was aired, they usually adjusted the plot according to the audience's reaction. However, compared to Su Tiantian's excitement, Xian was much calmer. Oh. She nodded disinterestedly. She didn't care much about the American TV series. Right now, she was more concerned about her company. This was because their products weren't on the shelves in the country. They were only sold overseas. As a result, skincare products were sold at a very high price in the domestic market. Not only was it expensive, but most importantly, there were also a lot of people selling fake products. Currently, there were already several cases in the country where the fake skincare products were disfigured. This situation was very serious. Although Gu Ning's face was ruined because she used fake products, gossip was a fearful thing. After all, it was under the name of so even if it wasn't the fault of their products, it still had a great impact on the public. Sister Xian, are you worried about the disfigurement of the skincare products in the country? Because Su Tiantian knew that Xian founded she also knew what Xian was thinking recently. Yes, I'm a little worried. Xian nodded. Although the senior management in the company had already thought of a countermeasure and were actively dealing with it, she was still the founder of However, she was the one who created this product, so she was still quite worried. Actually, you don't have to worry. skincare products are really good. Those who have used the original products know that. Su Tiantian said to Xian in a comforting tone. Not only was she Xian's #1 die-hard fan now, but she was also a loyal supporter of skincare products. Other than herself, who was using skincare products, her relatives and friends had all been recommended by her. Well, Tian, I was thinking if I should record a video to explain the situation. Xian told him about his recent plans. The senior management in the company also said that it might be more effective if she clarified it, so she still wanted to clarify it herself. However, she wasn't very good at using her identity as a celebrity to clarify things, so she turned her attention to Su Tiantian. After hearing Xian's words, Su Tiantian understood what her goddess meant. After thinking for a while, she quickly gave Xian an idea. How about this? Didn't I set up a small Xian class for you before? Now I think we can set up a small Xian skincare class based on this incident, and a small Xian anti-fraud class. As soon as Su Tiantian finished speaking, Xian's eyes lit up. This does seem like a very good idea. Hee hee. Su Tiantian smiled after being praised by her goddess. Then I'll make a detailed plan first. Let's start making this video soon. Thinking about it, this decision was really beneficial to Xian and not harmful at all. Not only could this series of videos clarify the negative public opinion that had been suffering in the country recently, but it could also make Xian's people more dignified. It could also make their presence known in the country. Wasn't this a win-win situation? Oh. She was so smart. After hearing Su Tiantian's resolute plan, Xian felt a lot more at ease. While they were preparing to clean up CH Corporation, the higher-ups of CH Corporation were almost done investigating the issue of CH Corporation's fake products in the country. The second episode of The Big Bang Theory was also broadcast. The ratings for the second episode were much higher than the ratings for the first episode, as the second episode of The Big Bang Theory was broadcast. Although Xian didn't have much screen time, she was becoming more and more attractive. Most importantly, CH's products were also successfully shown in The Big Bang Theory. In the second episode of The Big Bang Theory, Aurora, who was played by Cheyenne, had a dressing table full of CH products, which attracted the attention of countless female viewers. After all, American dramas didn't like to use skin polishing filters, so every actor's skin was in the most natural state. When watching American dramas, you could clearly see the state of each actor's skin. In American dramas, Xian's skin was especially eye-catching compared to the other actors. Therefore, when watching American dramas, many female viewers really paid attention to Xian's skin condition and were curious about how Xian maintained her skin. Although Xian was CH's spokesperson, CH's products didn't spend a lot of money on advertising and marketing. Therefore, other than Xian's fans and those Americans who liked to read gossip online, the other viewers really didn't know about the relationship between Xian and CH. Now that the second episode of The Big Bang Theory was broadcasted and the camera zoomed in on Xian's dressing table, all the female viewers were excited. They were all prepared to buy a set of CH products the next morning. All of a sudden, CH's sales went up by a huge margin. On the other hand, because CH products weren't sold in China and there were many cases of people using CH products disfiguring their faces, such an advertisement didn't make the domestic audience go crazy. Many people were very calm and in a state of observation. After all, it was used on the face. Who knew if Xian's skin was so good because she used CH's skincare products? The second episode of The Big Bang Theory, CH's advertisement is too hard. Unfortunately, I don't want to buy it at all. Can't Xian act properly? Why did she endorse a product that disfigures her face? It's really lowering her favorability. There's too much news about CH products being disfigured. Who would dare to buy it? CH products don't disfigure faces. I carried it back from America. It's very useful. Those who used CH products to disfigure their faces must have bought fakes. It's really debatable whether CH products are useful or not. Back then, CH products became popular in China because of internet celebrities. Now, internet celebrities really can't use marketing. Just as the internet was arguing about whether CH products were disfigured or not, Xian's little classroom, which hadn't been updated for a long time, started again. Xian's little classroom. Xian's little classroom is starting again. Hashtag learn from Xian's little classroom. Hashtag come and learn CH's anti-counterfeiting skills. Little Sunday JPG video. The moment this Weibo post was posted, it attracted a lot of attention. On one hand, it was because Xian was indeed very magnanimous at the moment. On the other hand, it was because CH's disfigurement had really caused a stir recently and was considered a hot topic. Therefore, the moment this Weibo post was posted, it received a lot of clicks. Many people were watching Xian's anti-counterfeiting video this time. In the video, Xian's delicate and beautiful face was clean. She didn't wear any makeup and was only wearing simple home clothes. It really made people feel very close to her. After watching Xian's detailed and clear comparison of the difference between CH products and fakes, as well as the degree of delicacy and taste of the skincare products, everyone really saw Xian's sincerity. It also made many people gradually change their views and feel that the disfigurement was really because those people used fakes. Originally, everyone thought that Xian had only recorded this anti-counterfeiting video. However, they didn't expect that Xian's little classroom's Weibo would quickly post another Weibo post. Xian's skincare classroom. This Weibo post was much more attractive than the anti-counterfeiting video's Weibo post. Although Xian's skincare video was posted a few hours later than the anti-counterfeiting video, the number of people watching it was not at all small compared to the anti-counterfeiting video's little classroom. In the video, Xian tied up her hair and went through a skincare routine in detail. She even used a gentle voice to explain the various skincare massage techniques. It really made the female audience's impression of her very high. One had to know that many people were very curious about how those female celebrities maintained such good skin. They were also looking forward to learning how to skincare from those big-name celebrities and what brand of skincare products they used. And now, this group of onlookers was watching Xianxia's detailed skincare routine and they were all excited. They were also moved by Xianxia's facial massage technique. This was because the massage technique was really too simple and convenient. It wasn't as complicated and troublesome as other massage gestures, and they even needed to use some kind of massage cream. This was simply the gospel of all the female compatriots. Especially for those who were lazy and had the disease of laziness. In an instant, Xianxia's little classroom became a trending topic because of Xianxia's 2 short videos. Moreover, more than half of the negative public opinion about CH had disappeared. All the onlookers were muttering that Xianxia was really too down-to-earth. Xianxia was really too nice. She even shared her skincare experience with them in such detail. However, only God knew that Xianxia was a lazy person who didn't care about skincare, not to mention skincare massages. She didn't even apply any skincare products after washing her face. This time, she recorded this video entirely because of her family's products. As for the useful skincare and massage techniques, they were all obtained by Su Tian. They had nothing to do with Xianxia at all. The second update is here. Good night, little cuties. Kiss 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 kiss. Ask for nutrient solution. The little cuties have extra food in their pockets. Nutrient solution XD. Hurry up and give more to 12 sauce. 0. Yuchu really needs nutrient solutions. Please, please, please greater than over equal to epsilon asterisk. Xianxia's skin is really good. I must adhere to her skincare techniques. The massage technique seems very useful. Anyway, it's not very troublesome. Let's plant the grass. Xianxia's skincare massage technique is much simpler than other massage techniques. Moreover, she doesn't need to deliberately use massage cream. It's quite good. Recommended. The skincare video is useful, but why isn't CH sold in China? I really want to buy the same skincare products as Xianxia. There are so many fake CH products now. Sigh, why are they only sold overseas? F***CK. I just compared the CH. I just spent a few thousand on according to Xianxia's anti-counterfeiting video, but I found out that I actually bought a fake. Buyers nowadays are really too heartless. Fake products are so expensive. Due to the release of Xianxia's 2 Weibo videos, the internet was amazed that Xianxia's skincare steps were very practical, and they also scolded the buyers who sold fake products. After all, according to Xianxia's anti-counterfeiting video, many people found out that the CH skincare products they spent a lot of money on were actually fake. This time, the topic of CH's disfigurement and CH's fake products became more and more popular, and it also attracted the attention of many people. At this time, the people organized by CH company to investigate the source of the fake products finally cooperated with the domestic police and caught a group of counterfeiters who specialized in manufacturing CH's fake products. Furthermore, CH's investigators had also cooperated with many famous media outlets in the country to film this operation and expose all the fake groups. When the anti-counterfeiting activities were exposed on the internet, everyone was shocked. No one expected that the CH products that they spent a few thousand on were not as simple as fake products. Moreover, the cost of counterfeiting was very low. A fake product that was worth a few dozen yuan was sold to the seller for 100 times the price. Moreover, the environment of the place where the counterfeiting took place was very bad. When the workers were counterfeiting, they did not disinfect at all. From the looks of it, only a few victims who used CH's fake products to disfigure their faces seemed to be getting off lightly. Looking at the dirty hands of the workers in the video, and the bottles and jars of the skincare products were not disinfected, everyone hated those black-hearted businessmen to death. She was also glad that CH Corporation took this matter so seriously. Otherwise, who knew how many people would buy fake goods if CH Corporation didn't take this matter seriously? However, because of this incident, many people did not dare to look for unreliable buyers anymore. What if they bought fake products again? However, when they thought about how useful CH was, they really wanted it. Amidst this dilemma, what no one expected was that Xianxia, the spokesperson for CH skincare products, used her official Weibo to post a piece of news that made countless people excited. Xianxia, it's risky to be careful. However, after this incident, I'm Xianxia's fake products' brand. The CH product that I'm endorsing will soon have a domestic electronic sales channel. You can order authentic CH products from CH's official website. P.S. The price is the same as the price of the authentic products overseas, but you have to pay a part of the tax. For more details, you can take a look at CH's official Weibo. After seeing Xianxia's Weibo post, many people who love to look good were excited, although they did not know how useful CH was. The price was not too expensive. Moreover, Xianxia, who had such good skin, also used the skincare product, although they might not necessarily use the products endorsed by a big star. Xianxia had posted such a sincere video after all, and she was very down-to-earth in recommending it. In addition, there were indeed many online bloggers recommending it, so after Xianxia's Weibo post, many people really followed CH's official Weibo and asked when the electronic sales channel would be opened. This made CH's official Weibo, which had just been opened not long ago and only had a few hundred followers, gain countless followers in an instant. The number of followers increased from 3 digits to 6 digits in an instant. This shocked CH's employees to the core. They were all muttering in their hearts. It was really worth it to hire the spokesperson for their own company. It was just a Weibo post, but their newly opened official Weibo account actually gained so many followers. Moreover, according to the data that they had inquired about, many people would definitely buy the product once the electronic sales channel was opened. Sure enough, it was just as they had guessed. When the electronic sales channel for CH's skincare products was opened in China, countless Chinese people flooded into CH's official sales website. It had only been a day since the website was opened, but the electronic sales on the website had already reached a terrifying number of millions per day. No one expected that the sales of CH's skincare products were not much lower than the sales in America, and this was only the first day. At this moment, countless CH's executives realized how big the China market was, and how much profit could it bring to them. Compared to the shock of CH's company, the domestic market was also very shocked. Who would have thought that CH Group would be able to enter the Chinese market so easily? After all, they hadn't come up with any marketing strategies yet, and they hadn't even done any proper advertising. However, it had only been a day since the electronic sales channel was opened, and there was already such a huge sales volume. This was truly shocking. However, despite the shock, many people were clear in their hearts. The reason why CH could have such a big market in China was not just because this product was good. More importantly, Xianxia was a good spokesperson. If CH's skincare products were good, CH didn't have any counters in China, and there was a huge explosion of fake products some time ago. To be honest, there weren't many people in China who had really used CH's products. Therefore, the reason why CH's sales volume on the first day was so high was because Xianxia, the spokesperson, was too good at promoting products. However, it was a pity that Xianxia didn't develop in China. Moreover, the conditions for filming advertisements in the early stages were very strict, and they had to be filmed overseas. However, after seeing how good Xianxia was at promoting products, many brands were regretting it in their hearts. After all, it was basically impossible to get Xianxia to be the spokesperson for ordinary products now. The product that Xianxia was endorsing now was not of the ordinary level. Although Xianxia had only endorsed Harry Winston, other than CH Corporation's spokesperson, Harry Winston was the only one. However, just Harry Winston alone was already an insurmountable mountain. Therefore, when they saw that CH was selling so well because of Xianxia, they were all jealous of CH, a new American company that had just emerged. All the brands were muttering in their hearts. This CH company was too lucky. They were too good at scamming money. Of course, they had too good of a taste. Meanwhile, the envious and jealous people in China didn't expect that CH company wasn't actually an American company, but a Chinese one, especially this boss, who was the spokesperson for CH, Xianxia herself. Wow! How much money am I going to make? Xianxia looked at the electronic sales report sent by her company's CEO and was overjoyed. She suddenly realized that starting a company was really profitable. It was more profitable than being a celebrity, even though it was said that being a celebrity was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable. However, she was really confident in the skincare products produced in her space. Her company would definitely be profitable and never lose money. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xiaoan was overjoyed by the rising sales report, someone knocked on her study door. She blinked and put down the report in her hand. Come in. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xianxia walk in. Mommy. Seeing that it was her precious son, Xiaoan hurriedly stood up from her chair. Xiaoxing, what's wrong? This was because the two little guys usually didn't disturb her when she was in the study. Therefore, since Xiaoan saw Xiaoxing in her study, he must have something to talk to her about. Sure enough, just as Xiaoan had guessed, the little guy did have something to talk to her about. Moreover, this was a particularly good thing for her. Mommy, I've made the sunscreen you mentioned last time. The little guy walked to Cheyenne's side and raised his little head in a very well-behaved manner. His black eyes quietly looked at his fairy mother. Xiaoan was overjoyed when she heard the little guy's words. She grinned and a brilliant smile blossomed on her face. She happily hugged the little fellow in her arms. Really? Our family's little star is really too amazing. However, just as Xiaoan was about to express her joy, she heard her family's genius continue speaking. Also, I've made a better formula for skincare products. The little guy lowered his head and said in a muffled voice. It should be something to be happy about, but the little guy didn't seem happy at all. However, after Xiaoan heard this, how could she notice Xiaoxing's abnormal reaction? She was already worried about the lack of products in her family. In the end, before she could say anything, her precious son had already solved everything. How could this not make her unhappy? Son. I knew you were the best. Mommy really loves you so much. With that, Xiaoan picked up Xiaoxing and spun him around. Even if Xiaoan didn't say anything, Xiaoxing knew that his fairy mother was very happy now. Seeing his fairy mother so happy, the depression and unhappiness in the little guy's heart instantly dissipated. Forget it. As long as mommy is happy, it's fine. Even if he didn't like the person living in his brain at all, it didn't matter. After all, without him, his fairy mother wouldn't be so happy. Xiaoan, who was in a state of excitement, didn't notice the slight abnormality in her villain son. She also didn't think that there was anything wrong with her son being able to come up with so many skincare formulas at such a young age. After all, the place she transmigrated to was a melodramatic novel world, and her good boy was a real genius villain. And the kind with an extremely high IQ, therefore, Xiaoan didn't doubt her genius son's ability at all. Soon, Xiaoan handed the skincare formulas that her genius son had come up with to her company's CEO and asked him to develop new products. She also repeatedly asked the company to produce the sunscreen first so that she could bring it to the set of The Big Bang Theory to be used as a product placement advertisement. In this fulfilling life, the third episode of The Big Bang Theory was aired, because the third episode had more scenes than the previous two episodes, and there was also a waltz scene with the male lead, especially the scene where Xiaoan danced the male step while the male lead danced the female step. It was a scene where Xiaoan danced the male step while the male lead danced the female step. That would be even more explosive. It simply brought out the aura of Aurora, the mafia boss, to the extreme. In just 3 short episodes, Xiaoan's character, Aurora, had become the most popular character in the hearts of the American people. There were also many young boys and girls who were turned gay by Xiaoan and became Xiaoan's ultimate fans. The number of fans in the United States increased tremendously. Acting in a TV series really made one's fans very popular. Compared to the craziness of the overseas audience, the domestic audience was not to be outdone at all. Unknowingly, Xiaoan had become the new nation's husband in the hearts of all the onlookers. Every day, there would be fans howling, "Ah! My husband is so handsome. My husband is so aggressive. My husband is acting cool the whole time in this episode. How rare. I'm licking the screen the whole time. I'm saying that my computer screen is really clean recently." Looking at the comments about Xiaoan on the tablet, Xia Jinghao's heart was really unsettled. Looking at Xiaoan's increasingly beautiful face on the screen, Xia Jinghao felt as if someone had covered her mouth and nose. She only felt that her breathing was getting heavier and heavier, and there was a strong sense of suffocation. Clearly, this woman had been driven out of the country by her. Clearly, she had been banned by her back then. But now, she was still so active, and she was becoming more and more famous. In an instant, Xia Jinghao's fingertips, which were tightly gripping the edge of the tablet, turned white. Why? How could she still be so arrogant? Clearly, the old woman who could protect her was no longer around, so how could she still be doing so well? Could it be Fu Xian? Thinking of this, Xia Jinghao's eyes darkened. Recently, Fu Xian was indeed a little strange. Moreover, she had investigated Fu Xian's phone call records, and there seemed to be an overseas number in it. Thinking about how Xiaoan was currently abroad, she couldn't help but think more about it. Could it be that Fu Xian is really helping Xiaoan behind the scenes? Xia Jinghao muttered softly. Although her face was calm, her eyes were full of hatred. Xia Jinghao took a deep breath. When he regained his senses, he had already made a decision in his heart. A decision that she had to make more preparations in advance. Mommy, mommy. And just as Xia Jinghao came back to her senses, her baby daughter ran into her study. Seeing her baby daughter running in wearing a princess dress and a real diamond crown on her head, Xia Jinghao bent down happily and hugged her baby daughter. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Mommy, after today's birthday, I want to go out with the other children to watch the fireworks. Fu Anqi giggled and hugged Xia Jinghao's neck as she spoke coquettishly. However, Xia Jinghao slightly frowned as she listened to her precious daughter's words. Watch the fireworks. Then, she quickly shook her head and rejected the idea. No, it's too dangerous to go out at night. If our baby wants to watch the fireworks, she can do it at home. However, Fu Anqi was not willing at all. No, no. I want to go out and watch the fireworks. No. Mommy, it's my birthday today, just treat it as a birthday gift from Chi-Chi. Being pestered by her precious daughter, Xia Jinghao had no choice but to rub her forehead and nod helplessly in agreement. Okay, Mommy can promise you. But what? Seeing that her mother finally agreed, Fu Anqi's eyes instantly lit up and she looked at Xia Jinghao excitedly. However, you need someone to go with you. Mommy will go with you. Xia Jinghao thought about it. Anyway, she had nothing to do, so she might as well go out with her baby daughter and fulfill her wish. When Fu Anqi heard that her mother wanted to go out with her, she was a little unhappy at first. However, she thought that if she didn't let her mother go out with her, her mother definitely wouldn't let her go out. So, the little girl had to nod her little head reluctantly. Okay then, Mommy, you can go with us. Seeing that her baby daughter was still a little unhappy, she shook her head in amusement. Let's go, your children should come to your birthday party soon, right? Mommy will comb your hair and dress our little princess up beautifully. Yes, yes, yes. Make sure to dress me up super beautifully. The mother and daughter went to the changing room together and fussed over what dress to wear and what jewelry to wear at the birthday party today. Soon, Fu Anqi's birthday party began. Although Fu Anqi was young, there were many guests who were invited to the birthday party. After all, the Fu family and the Xia family had a lot of connections in B City. Although it was a birthday party for their baby daughter, it was actually another kind of networking party. After the birthday party was over, the adults chatted with each other for a long time, but they didn't get enough of it. However, the gathering among the children did not end. Because they had agreed to wait until the birthday party was over to go to the night market and watch the fireworks together, all the children could not wait to go out the moment the birthday party ended. Among them, the most excited child was Fu Anqi. She had always been a very arrogant little princess. He had never been interested in the things of the so-called commoners. But this time, she did not know why, but she heard someone mention going to the night market to watch the fireworks and so on. Her little heart was thumping non-stop, as if something big was going to happen. She could not ignore it at all. The group of children, accompanied by the adults, went outside. They came to the night market that they had never come to before. There's nothing fun to do here. Yes, it doesn't look like much. It's not as interesting as my family's amusement park. I might as well play video games at home. The group of children excitedly went out to play, but when they arrived at the place, everyone's faces were full of disappointment. However, compared to the disappointment of the others, Fu Anqi, who was the proudest of all the children, was getting more and more excited. Thump. Thump. Fu Anqi's heart was thumping non-stop. She did not know what was going on, but there seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her that something was waiting for her here. Although, she did not understand these strange emotions. But this little girl still relied on her instinct, the powerful god of plot. She left the group and walked towards the night market. Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi, where are you going? Xia Jinghao, who was accompanying Fu Anqi, saw her daughter walk towards the night market without saying a word, and she hurriedly chased after her. However, before she could drag her precious daughter back, she was held back by a pair of rough hands. Zhao Yuqing, is that you? Zhao Yuqing, is that you? After hearing this name, Xia Jinghao, who was originally in a hurry to chase after Fu Anqi, suddenly froze. She turned around in disbelief and saw a familiar but much older face. No. I'm not Zhao Yuqing. You've got the wrong person. No. You're Zhao Yuqing. You're Zhao Yuqing. Let go. You've got the wrong person. Let go of me. Under the entanglement of this strange man, Fu Anqi quickly disappeared from Xia Jinghao's sight. Amidst the crowd, Fu Anqi walked in a daze and stopped in front of a small inconspicuous stall. If Xian was here, she would exclaim that the heroine of the novel had finally begun to follow the beginning of the plot. That's right, the stall that Fu Anqi came to wasn't any other stall, but the one that Xian had patronized before. It was a stall that had been open for 10 years and was honest with all customers. Young lady, do you want to buy anything? Our stall has been open for 10 years. Honest with all customers. Look around. Buy anything you want. If there's anything you like, I'll sell it to you at a cheap price. The stall owner's words were so familiar, just like an NPC in a game. The words that he spoke to Fu Anqi were similar to what Xian had said. However, the only difference was that the stall owner's tone of voice was obviously much friendlier to Fu Anqi. Fu Anqi looked at the stall owner, then lowered her head to look at the items on the stall. She blinked and looked at the little things on the stall. However, she didn't know why, but when she came to this stall, she felt a little stuffy in her heart. She felt that something wasn't quite right. She always had a feeling that she had lost something that belonged to her. Young lady, is there anything you like? The stall owner saw that Fu Anqi's expression didn't seem too happy, so he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. I don't know. I don't think there's anything. Fu Anqi shook her head in confusion. To be honest, her family was rich and powerful, so there was nothing that they couldn't buy. She really didn't take a fancy to any of the things on this small stall. However, she didn't know why, but she felt that she should buy something from this stall. However, she didn't know what it was. Moreover, she didn't like any of the things on this stall. Seeing the little girl's conflicted look, the stall owner smiled and took out an item from a simple wooden box. Young lady, take a look at this. Do you like it? As he spoke, the stall owner took out the item from the small wooden box and placed it in front of Fu Anqi. Looking at the item placed in front of her, Fu Anqi blinked and reached out to take the small jade bead in her hand. When Fu Anqi held the small jade bead in her hand, she only felt that her whole body was extremely cool. Holding the small jade bead in her hand, she didn't want to return it. Fu Anqi lowered her head and looked at the small jade bead in her palm. In fact, it wasn't anything good. Although Fu Anqi was not old, she had seen a lot of priceless jewelry. Among them, she had seen a lot of jewelry that was related to jade. As for the jade bead in her palm, whether it was in terms of color or size, it was the worst of the worst. However, she couldn't bear to part with such a small piece of defective jewelry and didn't want to give it to anyone else. I like this jade bead, how much is it? Towards the things that she liked, Fu Anqi didn't hesitate to buy it. Young lady, let me tell you, this small jade bead has been with me for some years. Ever since I started this stall, this jade bead has always been here but no one has bought it. Young lady, you really have good taste. I feel that this jade bead and you are really fated. Perhaps this jade bead has been waiting for you, the owner. When Fu Anqi heard the stall owner say so much, she pouted her lips and said, all right, I'll give you one more chance. Uncle, how much is it? I'll buy it. Haha, young lady, seeing that you are fated with this jade bead, I won't charge you any money. $2.50, take it away. Huh? $2.50? Hearing this price, Xianxia was simply shocked. In her heart, she was even more certain that this jade bead wasn't jade. She had never seen such cheap jewelry. But she really liked this small jade bead. She didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable feeling of liking it. She liked it so much that she wanted to immediately wear this small jade bead on her wrist. No matter what, Xianxia took out the change that she prepared in advance and handed it over to the stall owner. But her change was $100. Facing the stall owner's look of wanting change, Xianxia rejected with a look of disdain. "Oh right, uncle, do you have any other jade pendants or jade pendants?" After buying the small jade bead, the joy in Xianxia's heart was only faint. It was more of an inexplicable feeling that there were other things that she had overlooked. Other things? Yes, there is a jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. This jade bead of yours is the accessory of that jade pendant. The stall owner laughed and said to Xianxia. Hearing that she bought a jade bead and a matching pair of dragons playing with a pearl, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. The feeling of urgency in her heart came along again. Buy it. She must buy that jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. This time, the feeling of wanting to buy the jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl was even stronger than when she bought the jade bead. Jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl? I want to buy it. Quickly give it to me. The young lady said to the stall owner very anxiously. That young and tender little face was red from anxiety, like a red apple, extremely delicious. But unfortunately, this jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl had already been bought by Xianxia. Young lady, I'm really sorry. That jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl had already been bought by someone else. I wanted to sell it to you, but it's a pity that you came too late. Hearing the stall owner sigh, Xianxia's pink and tender little face was instantly filled with disappointment. Her pink little lips were tightly pursed together, and that little look of hers really looked very depressed and disappointed. How could it have been bought away? That's obviously something that belongs to me, Xianxia muttered softly. She only felt that something that belonged to her had been snatched away by a stranger, and it was really unbearable. Uncle, do you know who bought it? Perhaps it was the mentality of wanting something that couldn't be obtained, but Xianxia felt that with her family's wealth, there was nothing that they couldn't buy. As long as she liked it, even if she had to spend a lot of money, she would buy that jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl into her hands. Therefore, Xianxia was wondering if she could find the buyer of the jade pendant from the stall owner, and then buy that jade pendant back from that buyer. Buyer? The stall owner pondered for a while and then slowly said. In the past, there was a woman with a son who often came to my stall to see the jade pendant with a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. Later on, she also wanted to buy it, but she didn't manage to buy it. Instead, it was bought by a young female student. Hearing the stall owner's words, Xianxia wanted to continue asking more questions, but at this time, Chi-Chi darling, why are you here? Mommy has been looking for you for a long time and I'm so worried. Xia Jinghao's sudden arrival caused Xianxia to end her conversation with the stall owner. Mommy, I just want to stroll around. Seeing how anxious her mother was, Xianxia blinked and muttered softly. What's there to stroll around here? It's all trash. Xia Jinghao glanced at the things on the stall with disdain. Finally, when her eyes glanced at the small bead in her baby daughter's hand, her brows suddenly furrowed together. What is this? It's dirty, hurry up and throw it away, there must be a lot of bacteria. With that said, Xia Jinghao wanted to snatch the small jade bead from Xianxia's hand. However, Xianxia treasured the jade bead so much that she stuffed it into the small furry bunny bag that she always carried around with her. No, Mommy, I like this small bead, I don't want to throw it away. Seeing that her daughter liked it, Xia Jinghao felt that this cheap thing was not worthy of her daughter, and felt that it was too dirty, so she had no choice but to let Xianxia take the jade bead. Okay, then take it back to Mother He to disinfect it. With that said, Xia Jinghao took the little girl's hand and led her out of the night market. Although Xianxia still wanted to talk to the stall owner, she knew that her mother would definitely not allow it. Therefore, she could only leave the small stall and the night market regretfully. At this moment, the little girl's heart was still thinking about who had the jade pendant of the twin dragons playing with a pearl. Sigh. If only I had come here a little earlier. Xian, who was far away in the United States, did not know that Fu Anqi, the female lead of the book, had encountered such an encounter. Although she had already snatched the female lead's golden finger, the female lead could still buy another golden finger. Although that gold finger did not look as thick as the double dragon playing with a pearl jade pendant's gold finger. On this day, when Xian woke up, he felt incomparably comfortable all over. She lowered her head and looked at the twin dragons playing with Pearl's jade pendant around her neck. She didn't know why, but she felt that the jade pendant around her neck looked even more translucent and glossy. Raising his hand, Xian touched the twin dragons playing with Pearl's jade pendant on his neck and suddenly felt a warm touch. Strange, when she touched this jade bead, she did not feel anything. However, Xian did not think too much about it. After she stretched, she sat up on the bed. Walking out of the master bedroom where she lived, she walked towards the large open-air balcony and saw the two little guys practicing the fighting skills she taught them under the warm sunlight. Ever since she taught the two little guys, she did not get up early to do morning exercises with them. Anyway, it was not the end of the world, so Xian did not need to be so vigilant. She only wanted to eat, drink, and sleep well, and enjoy the hard-won peaceful life now. After the two little guys saw that Xian had gotten up and finished their morning exercises, they ran towards Xian without wiping off the sweat on their heads. "Fairy sister, Xiaoxing made your favorite ham and cheese sandwiches and creamy bacon pasta for you today. They look delicious." Before Xiaoxingchen could say anything to Xian, Gu Shimo could not wait to say anything. The little guy swallowed his saliva as he spoke. Xian did not know when it started, but she realized that her precious son's hobby really went a little astray. Because her family's genius, who was extraordinarily intelligent, actually liked to cook for some unknown reason, from the day she stopped getting up early, her precious son gradually began to show his superb cooking skills. It made her realize that no matter what a genius did, they would be very powerful. The little guy's cooking skills were even better than his mother's, so recently, Xian really fell in love with eating breakfast. Especially when she ate the breakfast made by her genius son. "My son is great." Xian lowered her head and kissed the little guy on the forehead. The little guy listened to his fairy mother's encouragement and was very happy. A faint smile appeared on his delicate and handsome little face. In the future, he still had to read more recipes and make more delicious food for his mother, the mysterious person living in Xiaoxingchen's brain. How embarrassing. The 2-in-1 thick long ruler is here. Good night, little cuties. P.S. Looking for nutrient solution. If you have nutrient solution, please vote for 12 sauce. Oh, if you want to be on the list, you still need a lot of nutrient solution / seeing that 12 sauce has updated so much, please vote for 12 sauce. The increase in the variety of CH products. Skincare products would push CH products into a new era. CH originally only had a single line of products, but ever since it launched sunscreen, whitening and freckling series, moisturizing series, anti-aging series, and so on. Once the series of products was launched, it won the love of countless women, although the price of these new series of products was much more expensive than the original classic series. Especially the anti-aging products, the price was basically on par with the upper-class brands like Aquamarine Mystery. However, even though the price of CH skincare had increased, it didn't stop the women from buying it. On the contrary, the increase in product lines had stimulated CH's sales. The sales reached an unprecedented number. And the electronic sales channels in the domestic market were even more so. Therefore, even though CH was a newly established skincare brand, its value had already exceeded that of many established companies. It had vaguely occupied a certain position in the skincare market. What was even more frightening was that as the episodes of the American TV series The Big Bang Theory were broadcasted, CH's product became more and more famous. After all, CH's products were implanted in every episode of The Big Bang Theory, especially when the model for CH was the most beloved character in the American drama, Aurora. Parentheses. There was no other character that he loved the most. That's right, Xian's role as the mafia boss, Aurora, became more and more important as the episodes aired. She had already surpassed the role of the female lead and became a main character who was neither the male lead nor the female lead. This made this character more and more likable. Foreigners were always curious about China's products. He was especially curious about China's kung fu. As for Xia and China kung fu, it was clean and neat, and extremely beautiful. Every battle scene was extremely enjoyable for the spectators. If it weren't for the logic of the plot, the director would have really hoped that Xian would continue fighting empty-handed. However, this was a modern drama after all, and it was a gang fight. Therefore, Xian did not have many fighting scenes. But that didn't stop Xian from being handsome. As the episodes were aired one by one, who would have thought that Xian would be so good at both cold and hot weapons? Especially in the cold weapon scene, he was so handsome that no one would be able to match him. Hitting an apple with a knife was simply perfect. It was so cool that it was frightening. The accuracy should not be too high, and when shooting firearms in gunfights, it was even scarier. Although it wasn't a real gun and was only a prop, Xian's disarming, reloading, shooting, sniping, and so on, really made people think that Xian was holding a real gun. If they weren't certain that Xian was a celebrity, all the actors and crew of The Big Bang Theory would have thought that Xian was a mafia boss. Everyone in the production team thought so. After the drama aired, the audience who watched it felt that Xian's acting skills were even better, and Xian's fame in the United States was, of course, getting bigger and more popular. Even though he was a Chinese, Xian still occupied a large part of the world in this country where there was still some racial discrimination. Together with the group of European and American stars, they fought for Hollywood's resources and popularity abroad. These were not things that ordinary people could do. Not to mention Asians. But Xian did it, and it was very successful. Moreover, after the broadcast of the American drama, The Big Bang Theory, Xian's net worth doubled again. But even so, there were many people who wanted to invite Xian to act in a TV movie. As for those who wanted to invite Xian to participate in variety shows and talk shows, there were countless of them. Xian had no intention of acting in a TV movie for the time being. After all, The Big Bang Theory was not finished yet. But even if it was finished, Xian did not want to consider acting in the near future. She could reject acting, but she couldn't reject those foreign variety shows and talk show interviews. She had no choice. Who asked her to have a manager like Zhou Xiaopi? Therefore, Xian had no choice but to obediently participate in those strange foreign variety shows and talk shows that spit saliva. Xian, who had made a fortune in variety shows, performed explosively in foreign variety shows. She received countless positive comments. Of course, Su Tian was quite familiar with Xian's various attributes. So, the variety shows that she chose for her were shows that could show Xian's strengths. Therefore, it was only natural for Xian to deal explosive damage to the opponent. Cough, cough, cough. The variety show that Su Tian arranged for Xian was not an ordinary variety show. It was a variety show with extreme sports challenges. Every episode, there would be both amateurs and celebrities participating. This group of people would challenge almost impossible tasks together. It was because the difficulty was too high, and the amateurs and celebrities would participate in the competition together. Therefore, the variety show's ratings were very high. After Xian participated in the recording of the show, with her vigorous skills, she successfully passed the challenge. Not only did she take away a considerable amount of challenge reward, but she also became a trending topic. Her popularity increased by a lot. During the live broadcast of the talk show, Xian made use of her photographic memory and fluent English to show her face and gain a good impression. By the time the American TV series The Big Bang Theory reached its 10th episode, the finale, Xian's popularity overseas had reached its peak. After the 10th episode of The Big Bang Theory aired, Xian became a must-have topic in American conversations, and among the people who talked about Xian, 70% of them were Xian's fans. The remaining 30% were passers-by who liked Xian. Therefore, after the first season of The Big Bang Theory aired and ended, Xian's popularity in the United States had reached the top of the pyramid. Moreover, she had gained a firm foothold. The first season of The Big Bang Theory was very popular because of its high ratings. It had always been the #1 show in terms of viewership ratings and the #1 topic of discussion. Therefore, after the first season ended, the second season was already booked by the American television stations. This made more people see the value of Xian. It also increased the number of people who wanted to work with Xian. Angel is so cool. I can't bear to see the end of The Big Bang Theory. I heard that the second season of The Big Bang Theory has been successfully renewed. I hope to see the second season broadcast soon. The second season will have to wait until next year. I hope Angel can act in other dramas as soon as possible. She can participate in more variety shows and talk shows. The two shows that Angel recently participated in were very good. I feel that Angel's IQ must be very high. I beg Angel to appear on TV more often. I feel that Angel is very low-key. Other than work news, there is no news about her at all. Is Angel developing her career in our country now? Did she go back to China to develop her career? I don't think so. Angel has always been filming in the United States. I don't think she has ever returned to China. Moreover, isn't China banning Angel? In my opinion, Angel should apply for our country's citizenship and live here in the future. She doesn't have to go back to China. Maybe Angel already has American citizenship now. As the American people's love for Xian grew, Xian citizenship became a new topic. When Su Tian saw these questions about citizenship, she sensed that something was wrong. Therefore, she went to Xian's house that day to look for her goddess. Because of the completion of the filming of The Big Bang Theory, Xian became unemployed again. Other than endorsing Harry Winston, she could also go out and shoot commercials. Other than that, Xian was really an otaku. She stayed at home all the time, therefore, when Su Tian arrived at Xian's house, she saw Xian holding a fat otaku Happy Meal set and watching a funny movie happily. Looking at this scene, Su Tian really felt that her goddess didn't look like a female celebrity at all. She was a goddess-like female celebrity, she was really a fat otaku. A fat otaku who could stay at home for a long time without going out. Su Tian looked at the various food boxes piled up beside Xian and walked over carefully. When she got close to Xian, she looked at Xian's curvaceous figure, her slender limbs, and her small waist that could be wrapped with one hand. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Her goddess really had a figure that countless women would be jealous of. She couldn't get fat no matter how much she ate. She was simply too amazing. However, it was fortunate that her goddess was a female celebrity who couldn't get fat no matter how much she ate. Otherwise, with a foodie like Xian, her career as a celebrity would have come to an end a long time ago. Su Tian kept muttering in her heart, but she didn't know what was going on. Her goddess didn't have a body that couldn't get fat no matter how much she ate, she had a body that made her prettier and slimmer the more she ate. Sister Xian, even if you can't get fat no matter how much you eat, you shouldn't eat so much. It's not good for your health. Su Tian walked over to Xian and sighed softly as she spoke with concern. Hearing Su Tian's words, Xian didn't even turn her head as she continued to stare at the TV screen. I know, little housekeeper. Xian's words were obviously perfunctory to Su Tian. Su Tian also knew that her goddess wouldn't listen to anyone, so she could only smile helplessly as she sat down beside Xian. Then, she picked up the TV remote control beside Xian and pressed the pause button. In an instant, the comedy that was still playing on the TV stopped. Tian? What are you doing? Seeing that the movie had been paused, Xian turned her head to look at Su Tian. At this moment, Xian's mouth was covered in oil because of the fried chicken. However, this didn't affect her beauty at all. On the contrary, because of the oil on her pink and tender lips, Xian looked even more seductive. It really made people want to kiss her. Su Tian didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that her goddess seemed to have become even more beautiful after not seeing her for a few days. Ahem. Su Tian coughed softly and sighed in her heart about her goddess beauty. Then, she came back to her senses and told her the purpose of her visit today. Sister Xian, there's something I want to discuss with you. Seeing Su Tian's serious expression, Xian also listened carefully. What is it? Sister Xian, when do you plan to return to China? Su Tian's words successfully stunned Xian. Then, she looked at her agent in confusion. Return to China? Why do I suddenly want to return to China? After getting used to living in the United States, Xian really did plan to return to China. Originally, she wanted to return to China because she wanted to go back to her own country and eat all kinds of Chinese cuisine. But now, his family's genius was getting better and better at cooking, no matter what she wanted to eat, her genius son would be able to make it. Moreover, her genius's cooking was all kinds of food that she couldn't think of. There was nothing her darling couldn't cook. So, gradually, after being fed by her family's genius, Xian forgot about the matter of returning to the country. Staying in a big villa in the United States all day and being a happy otaku, Xian felt that her life was too comfortable. Seeing that Xian didn't seem to have any intention of returning to China, Su Tian helplessly held her forehead. Sister Xian, at the end of the day, we are still Chinese. In the end, we still have to return to China to develop our career. Upon hearing Su Tian's words, Xian blinked. After thinking about it, she still felt that it was quite good to stay in the United States. At least, during this period of time in the United States, she didn't have anything to do with the female lead's scumbag family. Although she wasn't afraid of the female lead's family, she also felt that it was quite good to stay away from the female lead's scumbag family and mind her own business. Who says that you can't develop your career in the United States and China? Didn't you see that Star Cabin was broadcast in China? Upon hearing Xian's words, Su Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gently shook her head and thought about the recent questions about nationality on the internet. It's not that simple. Sister Xian, you are indeed developing your career in China, but your development in China is completely different from ordinary people. After all, there were no female celebrities in China who filmed all kinds of commercials and variety shows overseas. If the commercials had to be filmed overseas, that would be fine. However, Xian did have a mandatory requirement. If she wanted to work together, she had to come to the United States. Therefore, this became an invisible bomb. If it didn't explode, it would be fine. But once it did, it would. Upon hearing Su Tian's alarmist explanation, Xian frowned slightly. It will become evidence that I'm not patriotic? After Xian said this, she looked at Su Tian's serious expression and was simply speechless. What the hell is this? Xian rolled her eyes. Just because of these things, she was implicated as being unpatriotic? As a celebrity in the entertainment industry, it was too easy to catch wind of groundless accusations. Sister Xian, I'm not trying to scare you. It's just that recently, I feel that the discussion is heading in this direction. Recently, Su Tian had seen questions about Xian's nationality more than once. In particular, she had asked the company's hacker, Xiaohe, to do some statistics. The number of discussions about this topic was increasing day by day. Now, she wasn't sure if someone was trying to defame Xian's patriotism. However, she was sure that if they took the initiative to return to China to develop their career, this problem wouldn't happen at all. Sister Xian, no one in China can ban you now. Therefore, we can consider returning to China. With Xian's current international influence, she would definitely be able to defeat all the A-list celebrities in China. Ban her? That was even more impossible. Without a serious dark history, who could ban Xian? And who would go against money and ban Xian? She was afraid that when Xian returned to China, there would be a large group of people trying to suck up to Xian. It's not impossible to return to China, but, Xian frowned slightly. Actually, it didn't matter if she returned to China or not. What really made her hesitate was, Sister Xian, are you hesitating because you want to say that Xiaoxing is still studying in America? Su Tian had been with Xian for so long, how could she not know what Xian was thinking? She immediately guessed where Xian's real problem lay. After all, in this world, other than enjoying life, Xian cared about her son the most. Yes, the education standards abroad are very good, and Xiaoxing school is the best in the world. If I return to China, what will happen to Xiaoxing? Will he come back with me to study? I think that would be a pity. Xian shook her head and said softly. Her son was a genius. She couldn't delay the development of her genius son's education. Although there were good schools in China, her genius son was now studying in the best school in the world. This is indeed a problem. Su Tian also frowned like Xian. However, she quickly said. Then why don't we let Xiaoxing live on campus? Then you can fly to America once a week to see Xiaoxing and Xiaocan. Su Tian's idea was not a bad idea, but Xian was still a little reluctant. Ever since she transmigrated, she had been living with the little guy. At first, she was unfamiliar with him and could not get used to it. but now, she really treated him as her son. This made her unable to let go. She had the heart of an old mother. Let me think about it. Xian pursed her lips. In the end, she still couldn't answer whether Su Tiantian's suggestion was feasible or not. As a die-hard fan of Xian, Su Tiantian certainly wouldn't force her goddess to make a decision. Therefore, when she saw Xian's conflicted look, she nodded and said softly to her goddess. Sister Xian, take your time to think about it. No matter what decision you make in the end, I will support you. After speaking, Su Tiantian didn't stay to bother Xian. After speaking, she quietly left. Xian was left alone to think about whether to return to China or not. However, just as Xian was thinking about this problem, she hadn't made a final decision yet. The thing that Su Tiantian was originally worried about exploded. Who would have thought that Su Tiantian's guess would be so accurate? There was actually public opinion that Xian was unpatriotic in China. Although Su Tiantian had guessed that something like this would happen, she was still worried about it. Su Tiantian didn't expect things to develop so quickly. This also made Su Tiantian sure that this time, Xian's black material about patriotism was definitely not something that happened by chance, but someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. As for why the mastermind would release such public opinion, Su Tiantian really couldn't figure it out. Xian is no longer a citizen of China? Xian has never returned to China to shoot any works. Xian didn't return to China to shoot any advertisements. Instead, she requested to shoot them in America. According to reliable sources, if you want to work with Xian, you have to go to America to shoot. Otherwise, Xian won't work with you. Xian is unpatriotic. In an instant, public opinion about Xian's unpatriotic nature exploded. Just a while ago, all the netizens were just discussing how Xian was doing well overseas and when she would return to China to shoot. However, for some reason, these topics gradually became more and more incisive. There were even a lot of so-called insiders who revealed that Xian was unpatriotic. Because the previous comments about Xian had been slapped in the face, this time, not many people believed that Xian was unpatriotic. After all, the previous slaps to the face were really painful, but even if a large group of people didn't want to believe it, Xian's requirements for working with Chinese companies were really too strange. Not returning to China to shoot? Not cooperating with Chinese TV and film companies. Only shooting advertisements. Also, she was forced to shoot in America and so on. With this series of requirements, Xian was really harsh. It even felt like she worshipped foreign countries and despised her own country. So, with this series of revelations, Xian was really in danger. Of course, it was only a little. Although there were mockery and insults, it was all because of the internet water army. Also, the question of whether she was patriotic or not and what her nationality was, there was still no concrete evidence, but even so, Xian's unpatriotic remarks were still hyped up and stirred up a lot of discussion. This also caused Su Tiantian to feel a little uneasy. But she herself had said that whether she returned to China or not was entirely up to Xian to decide. So, even if she couldn't sit still, she could only endure it. She could only let her hacker Xiao He find out who was slandering her goddess behind the scenes. 2 in 1 for you. Good night, little cuties. =3 PS, looking for nutrient solution rolling around begging, Xiaoxing, do you want to go back to China? Today, Xian was waiting for the 2 little guys to come back from school. She brought up what Su Tiantian had told her about going back to China. In fact, she felt that with the current standard of living, it didn't matter where they lived. Therefore, she decided to ask for her good son's opinion. If her good son said to stay, then stay. If he said to go back to China, then go back to China. As for public opinion, sorry, she didn't even want to be a celebrity, so why would she care about the words of a group of strangers? After returning home from school, Xianxia was stunned when he heard his fairy mother's words. His dark eyes flashed, and then he seriously considered Xian's words. Xianxia didn't say anything, but Gu Shimo answered Xian's question. Fairy sister, are you going back to China? Fairy sister, if you're going back to China, then you must take me with you. Anyway, I'll go wherever fairy sister goes. Hearing Gu Shimo's words, Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that this little male lead really treated her as his guardian. At that time, she understood why old man Gu gave Gu Shimo to her. The reason why old man Gu gave Gu Shumo to her was because she was abroad, so she had to take care of him. After all, he had a scumbag father who forgot about his father and son after getting married, otherwise, Gu Shumo, the young master of the Gu family, wouldn't have been kidnapped and sold to a small mountain village. Therefore, for Gu Shumo's safety, old man Gu wouldn't let him go back to China for the time being. Shao Kan, you're different from us. Whether I go or not, you can't go back to China. You can only stay here. Lowering her head, Xian rubbed Gu Shumo's little head and said softly. Speaking of which, after spending so much time with the novel's little male lead, she was quite fond of this sensible and likable little male lead. Perhaps it was because he hadn't experienced such a tragic life of being trafficked that she had saved this child in time. Therefore, this little male lead's mentality wasn't twisted. So looking at this little male lead who was like a little sun with a bright and sunny personality, she quite pitied this little guy for having such a scum of a father. But I don't want to stay here alone. Hearing Xian's words, the little guy's mood immediately dropped. The smile on her delicate and adorable face instantly disappeared without a trace. There was only disappointment and discomfort. Xian felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the little girl like this. Little Can, if you want to live as you please, then work hard to stay here and make yourself stronger. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop you no matter where you want to go or what you want to do. After all, Xian came from the apocalypse, so he didn't care that Gu Shumo was still young and said such mature words to her. He didn't treat Gu Shumo as a child. In fact, if it was a normal child, they might not understand Xian's words, but Gu Shumo wasn't a normal child. He was a little genius, especially when he was born into a big family and had experienced kidnapping and trafficking. Therefore, he immediately understood what Xian's words meant. He pursed his lips and finally nodded. Fairy sister, I understand. I will stay here and study hard. Seeing that the smart little guy understood his words, Xian liked the little male lead a little more. And just as Xian and Gu Shumo were talking, Xianxia also made a final decision. Mom, if you want to go back to China, then go back. No matter what decision you make, I want to be with Mom. Cough cough cough. However, the little guy had a selfish motive. If he returned to China, he could get rid of that annoying Gu Shumo and be alone with his mother. Hearing the little guy's answer, Xian had already guessed it. She also guessed that the little guy's answer might be this. This time, she started to feel conflicted again. Should she stay and let the little guy continue to study in the best school in the world, or should she return to China? After thinking about it, Xian finally decided, F***ck. Who cares about negative public opinion? She was really dragged into the ditch by Su Tian. Was being a celebrity more important than her son's future? She didn't want to be a celebrity in the first place. Why should she care about the direction of public opinion when she returned to China? If she wanted to return to China, it would depend on her mood, not on the stupid comments of a group of strangers. Shao Kan, I've decided not to return to China. We'll live our lives however we want. Xian, who was suddenly clear-headed, made a decision without hesitation. As for what would harm her future as a celebrity, hee. Who cared? She had money and a company now, and the company was thriving. She didn't care whether she was a celebrity or not. In any case, she didn't become a celebrity to become famous, but to earn money. Yay! That's great. I can live with Fairy Sister in the future. That's really great. Hearing Xian's words, Gu Shumo was extremely happy. He jumped up and down on the spot to express how happy he was. As for Xianxia, he always felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart, especially when he saw how happy Gu Shumo was. However, he couldn't say anything. After all, he understood that his fairy mother had decided to stay for him. Thus, he finally nodded his little head, curled the corners of his lips, and nodded gently. Mom, I'll listen to you. Seeing how obedient her obedient son was, Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. I say, my good son, you're so obedient. Are you going to listen to your mother's words when you find a wife in the future? Xian teased. It was originally just a joke, but who knew that Xianxia, that little guy, actually thought about it very seriously. His little face, which still had some baby fat, was filled with a serious expression. I'll listen to Mom. Seeing the little guy answer so seriously, Xiaoan couldn't help but laugh this time. You child, mom was just teasing you. Gu Shimo was also laughing at Xiao Xingchen. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xing wants to find a wife at such a young age. Shame, shame, shame. Looking at the smiles on his fairy mother's and Gu Shimo's faces, the little guy, who had always been like an adult, finally showed some childish embarrassment this time. The little guy stared at Gu Shimo with a red face and raised his hand to give Gu Shimo a critical hit. Gu Shimo, who was hit, looked at Xiao Xingchen with a dumbfounded expression. This was the first time Xiao Xingchen hit him. Hey, 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 stinky Xiao Xing, I was just joking with you. Do you have to do this? With that said, Gu Shimo was about to hit him back. But Xiao Xingchen wouldn't let Gu Shimo hit him, so the two little guys went back and forth again. Seeing the two little guys play together, the smile on Xiaoan's face deepened. Great. Transmigrating to this kind of novel world was really great, the only pity was that her sister didn't transmigrate to this relaxed and loving world with her. However, it didn't matter. Her sister had a man who loved her so much, so she could rest assured. Xiao Xing, Xiao Can, stop fooling around. Mom will make you delicious food today. What do you want to eat? Xian said with a smile as he looked at the two little fellows who were playing together. I want to eat Fairy Sister's fried chicken. I'll eat whatever Mom makes. After the sumptuous dinner, Xiaoan thought about it and decided to call Su Tian now and tell her that she decided not to return to China. She would stay and accompany the two little guys to school. So, she took her phone and walked to the study. After closing the door, Xiaoan dialed Su Tiantian's phone number. Hello, Tian. Xiaoan just got through the phone and didn't have time to say her decision. However, Su Tian couldn't wait to speak. Oh. Sister Xiaoan, why are you calling me now? I'm worried to death. Hearing Su Tiantian's anxious tone, Xiaoan chuckled and said calmly. Didn't I call you now? Sister Xiaoan, so you're calling me because you've made a decision? Facing Su Tiantian's expectant words, Xiaoan secretly apologized to her agent in her heart. After all, she knew that Su Tian wanted her to return to China. Whether it was for her reputation or for her future. As an agent, she hoped that she could return to China. But unfortunately, her conscientious agent just had to meet a celebrity like her who didn't care about her job and didn't want to make progress. I'm sorry, Tian. I've decided to stay in the US and accompany the two little guys to school. I won't return to China. As soon as Xiaoan finished speaking, there was a silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, there was a sigh on the other end of the phone. Okay, Sister Xiaoan, I understand. I respect your decision. We won't go. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, she didn't argue with her, nor did she try to persuade her. She simply told her that she agreed with her decision. Thank you, Tian. Thank you for helping me all this time. I'm really not a good artist. Thank you, Tian. Thank you for helping me all this time. I'm really not a competent artist. Hearing Xiaoan's words, Su Tiantian's heart skipped a beat. Her little heart was beating fast. No, Sister Xiaoan, don't say that. As long as you can still be a celebrity and appear in front of the public, I'm already very happy. As a qualified die-hard fan, Su Tian was really afraid that her goddess would say that she no longer wanted to be a celebrity and retire. After all, during the time she was her goddess manager, she really understood her goddess character very well. If it wasn't for the fact that her goddess didn't have money, she wouldn't have become a celebrity. After she became a celebrity, she was not exaggerating when she said that if she had not worked hard behind her goddess's celebrity status would have been no different from her retirement. Sigh. She could tell that her goddess didn't have much interest in being a celebrity or whatever. Sister Xiaoan, as long as you can continue to be a celebrity, you can do anything. Frightened by Xiaoan's apologetic tone, Su Tian couldn't care less about returning to China. At this moment, she realized that compared to Xiaoan's retirement as a celebrity, not returning to China to develop her career was really not a big deal. This was not only because she could no longer continue to be Xiaoan's manager, but also because their vast fan club would no longer be able to see their goddess in the future, therefore. They definitely couldn't let their goddess retire from the entertainment industry so early, listening to Su Tiantian's nervous tone on the other side of the phone, Xian really wanted to laugh. Although she did not want to be a celebrity, her agent had been trying very hard not to let her lose her job. Especially with a manager like Su Tiantian, she was simply too good. She was so good that no matter if it was work-related problems or trivial matters in her personal life, her agent would perfectly solve them. Even the nanny of the two little guys was solved by Su Tiantian. She didn't use anyone else, but a fan of her fan club. Moreover, this fan's profession was quite suitable, so everyone was very satisfied, so Xian really didn't want such a good manager to lose her job. Okay, I didn't say that I don't want to be a celebrity. It's rare for me to express my feelings sincerely. The longer Xian lived in this comfortable novel world, the more she realized that she was becoming weaker and weaker. Not only did she not hate children now, she even liked them. Moreover, it was easier for her to open her heart to others than before. She didn't know whether this was a good or bad, but Xian knew that she liked this kind of life. This kind of comfortable and happy life. Even if she and her villain son were other people's supporting roles or even cannon fodder in this world, she was still the original owner. But she wasn't the original owner. Her fate was in her own hands. So, those things would never happen again. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. Su Tiantian didn't expect Xian to have so many things in her heart. She laughed happily. However, in the next second, Su Tiantian's laughter stopped abruptly. But Tiantian, even if I don't want to be a celebrity, you can still be my agent. Xian's teasing words made the girl on the other end of the phone choke on her own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. A series of crazy coughs came from the phone. Hearing that Su Tiantian was frightened by herself, Xian laughed and stopped teasing her pitiful agent. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. After a long while, Su Tiantian calmed down and brought the topic back on track. Sister Xian, don't worry. This time, it's actually not a big deal. I said it was so serious at the time, but I had my own motives. Speaking of this, Su Tiantian felt a little guilty. Although the development overseas was really good, Su Tiantian was still a Chinese and her relatives and friends were all in China. She still hoped that Xian could consider the Chinese market and return to China to develop. Of course, the best thing was to take root in China. After all, although the overseas market was good, Xian was still a Chinese. In terms of development, Xian's speed of development in China was definitely faster than overseas. Moreover, after returning to China, they still had foreign resources. Therefore, she didn't immediately deal with the unpatriotic public opinion. As long as Xian returned to China, everything would be solved. Moreover, she could crazily slap people in the face and improve her reputation. Why not? However, she still underestimated Xian's feelings towards Xianxia and Gu Shimo. Therefore, in the face of Xian's decision not to return to China, Su Tiantian could only sincerely apologize. I was actually thinking that perhaps after this incident, you would have a reason to return to China. I'm really sorry, Sister Xian. I won't act on my own next time. Although Xian was currently a celebrity and was in the entertainment industry, she didn't understand the twists and turns of this matter. After listening to Su Tiantian's confession, she finally understood. Good Lord, she felt that she had been deceived by her own die-hard fan agent. However, although she had deceived her, it seemed that she had done it for her own good. After transmigrating to the novel world, Xian's temper was obviously much better. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything in the end. Instead, she gently let Su Tiantian off. Forget it, forget it. Seeing that you were thinking for me, I'll let you off this time. However, Tiantian, you can't lie to me next time. I hate it when people lie to me. Especially when the people close to me lie to me. On the other end of the phone, Su Tiantian froze again after hearing Xian's words. She desperately apologized for a long time. Moreover, she repeatedly promised that she wouldn't do it again next time. She would definitely resolve this matter perfectly. After a long and long-winded speech, Xian helplessly nodded and hung up the phone. After ending the call, Xian looked at the phone in her hand helplessly and amusedly. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Su Tiantian was really her die-hard fan. As Xiaoan stood in the study, she didn't notice that two little guys were standing at her door and eavesdropping. In particular, one of the little guys had a face full of worry and confusion. Xiaoxing, let's go quickly. After seeing Xiaoan finish the phone call, Gu Shimo dragged Xiaoxingchen, who seemed to be in a daze, and ran away. Along the way, Gu Shimo pulled his little friend's hand and ran to their toy room. Only then did he stop. I was so nervous. Fortunately, we weren't discovered by Fairy Sister. When he stopped, he realized that his little friend was still in a daze. It was as if there was something very difficult to solve that was bothering his little friend and preventing him from coming back to his senses. Hey! Hey! Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Gu Shimo was shocked when he saw his little friend's dumbfounded expression, which was a rare sight to see. Could it be that because it was his first time eavesdropping and he felt that it was too exciting, his little friend was too nervous? That can't be right. This is too much of a failure. Just as Gu Shimo looked at the silly Xiaoxingchen and ridiculed him endlessly in his heart, he didn't know that his little friend was in a brainstorm at this moment. However, it could be said that he was frightened. However, it wasn't because eavesdropping was too exciting that he was frightened, but because poor Xiaoxingchen was frightened by Xiaoan's words. I hate it when people lie to me. Especially when the people close to me lie to me. Xiaoan's words were like a curse that echoed in Xiaoxingchen's mind. It made him unable to listen to anything else. His fairy mother hated it when people lied to her, especially when the people close to her lied to her. Xiaoxingchen pursed his lips tightly, his heart was filled with panic and helplessness. What should he do? He seemed to have lied to his fairy mother. As soon as he thought of this, his mind automatically replayed Xiaoan's words. Should he confess that he didn't refine the formula for those skincare products, confess that the jade pendant with the twin dragons playing with a pearl wasn't a gift that he bought for her in the beginning, confess? Actually, in his mind, there was still a, hey. Xiaoxing. What are you thinking? Don't tell me you're really scared, silly. At this moment, when Gu Shimo saw that Xiaoxingchen was still in a daze, he couldn't help but mischievously pinch Xiaoxingchen's nose so that he couldn't breathe. Sure enough, this trick was very effective. Xiaoxingchen finally snapped out of her daze and came back to her senses. What are you doing? Xiaoxingchen frowned as he slapped away Gu Shimo's naughty hand and said very unhappily. Don't take my kindness for granted. Fairy Sister asked us to go out and watch cartoons together. Gu Shimo pursed his lips and muttered. Hearing Gu Shimo's words, Xiaoxingchen pursed his lips and said softly. Oh, thank you. Hee, you're welcome. By the way, Xiaoxing, what were you thinking about just now? Gu Shimo was really flattered by Xiaoxingchen's honest gratitude. Therefore, he took advantage of Xiaoxingchen and asked him what happened just now. Looking at Gu Shimo's curious face, Xiaoxingchen didn't want to say anything. But because of the matter this time, it was really a little difficult, and he really didn't know what to do. So, Xiaoxingchen hesitated for a while, and finally decided to speak up, although he didn't intend to tell Gu Shimo the truth. I'll tell you, but you're not allowed to tell anyone else. Okay. I promise. Good night. P.S. Dear friends who still have nutrient solution, please feed me some nutrient solution. Although the little guy felt that this problem was a little troublesome, he was not stupid enough to tell Gu Shimo everything. However, Xiaoxingchen was still a child after all. No matter how smart he was and how much of a genius he was still a child at the end of the day. Therefore, he was not very good at lying. Especially when he had to deal with the other little guy, who was also a little genius. As a result, Xiaoxingchen's lie was immediately exposed by Gu Shimo. Xiaoxing, the classmate you were talking about who lied to your mother was actually you, right? Gu Shimo blinked and mercilessly exposed Xiaoxingchen's lie. Xiaoxingchen did not expect Gu Shimo to expose his lie so quickly. This time, the little guy was really regretting it. He really regretted telling Gu Shimo about it and asking for help in the heat of the moment. It wasn't me. After a moment of silence, Xiaoxingchen firmly denied it. However, Gu Shimo's EQ was much higher than Xiaoxingchen's. He looked at Xiaoxingchen with a smile and said proudly. Don't lie to me. The classmate you were talking about was you. We're even in the same class. I've never seen any of my classmates get close to you. Gu Shimo spread his hands and laughed at Xiaoxingchen. Other than me, you don't have any friends. Hearing Gu Shimo's words and seeing the annoying smile on Gu Shimo's face, Xianxia was really itching to hit him. Who said you were my friend? Xianxia snorted coldly. His delicate little face was full of displeasure. Gu Shimo was really a nuisance. Moreover, he was a very smart and annoying person, he would not be able to say anything in the future. Hehe, Xiaoxing, actually, let me tell you. My grandfather once said that there are white lies and malicious lies. I believe that what you said to Fairy Sister must be a white lie. Fairy Sister will not be angry. But the little guy was still angry with Gu Shimo, but after hearing Gu Shimo's words, his mood was immediately stirred up. He looked at Gu Shimo expectantly. When he heard Gu Shimo say but, his heart skipped a beat. But what? The little fellow had forgotten that he was still angry with Gu Shimo just now and hurriedly asked. Gu Shimo's smile deepened when he saw how concerned Xiaoxing was. However, I feel that no matter what the lie is, you should confess to Fairy Sister as soon as possible. After all, those lessons are all lies. After listening to Gu Shimo's words, Xiaoxing was even more conflicted. Compared to the previous problem, Xiaoxing actually felt that it was more difficult than the previous problem. This was because he did not know how to confess this lie to his fairy mother. He did not know if his fairy mother would believe him if he said such a magical thing. Okay, Xiaoxing, let's go watch cartoons with Fairy Sister first. Let's go, poor Xiaoxing. At this moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind. He could only follow Gu Shimo out of the toy room. When the little fellow saw his fairy mother again, he did not dare to raise his head. He had been thinking about when he should find a time to confess to his fairy mother. How was he going to tell his fairy mother about the strange things that had happened to him? Just like this, in this dilemma, the poor little fellow lost sleep for the first time in his life. While Xiaoxing was worrying about all kinds of things, Su Tiantian did not think about the fact that she, the initiator, caused a child to lose sleep. She was actively dealing with the crazy rumors about Xia and being unpatriotic in China. Originally, there was no evidence to support Xia An's unpatriotic words. Therefore, when Su Tiantian resolved this matter, it was actually not difficult to say that it was difficult. However, it was not that simple to say that it was easy. This was because she realized that no matter what evidence she threw out to clear Xia An's name, it was useless. However, the people behind the scenes who slandered Xia An this time did not hold back at all to slander Xia An. Those fake reviewers and marketing accounts really did not care about any financial resources. They were crazily spamming those unsubstantiated words. Moreover, this group of fake reviewers and marketing accounts were quite smart. They probably knew that this was fake news, so when they slandered Xia An, they used codenames. Moreover, the number of reposts did not break the law. So, even if these rumors were not true, Su Tiantian still felt that it was a little tricky. I really have to hand it to them. The person behind the scenes is really rich. Su Tiantian looked at the endless rumors and the marketing accounts that were still jumping around. She narrowed her eyes. She thought in her heart, which god hated her goddess so much that he was willing to spend so much money to slander Xia An. It was really the kind of slander that did not care about the cost. Normally, with her public relations methods, she would have solved this matter that had no concrete evidence at all. But now, she had clarified things, and the PR team had also done their PR. However, that group of fake reviewers did not have any intention of stopping. In fact, they were even more arrogant than before, even though her clarification was quite effective. There were a lot of brainless netizens on the internet, and it was easy for them to be led away by some fake news. Instead, they would think that some celebrities were just lying and trying to clear their names. They would believe in the slanderous rumors that had no concrete evidence. And the current situation was exactly like that. Looking at the endless stream of fake reviewers and marketing accounts on the internet, Su Tiantian thought about whether she should use legal means to resolve this matter. At this moment, she suddenly received a piece of news from her hacker, Xiaohe. That was, found it. Tian. I've finally dug up some useful information. What? Ever since Xia An was slandered for not being patriotic, Su Tian had asked her hacker, Xiaohe, to stay up all night to investigate who was behind all this, regardless of the cost. However, what they did not expect was that no matter how good Xiaohe's hacking skills were, the person behind the scenes was not to be trifled with. Whether it was the amount of the transaction or the method of contact, he did not reveal anything. Even though they found some information about the fake reviewers, they still could not find out who was behind all this slandering Xian. However, Su Tian had a vague feeling that this matter might have something to do with Xia Jinghao. Tian, thank you for telling me that this matter might have something to do with Xia Jinghao, so I expanded the data to the people around Xia Jinghao. In the end, I really did find some clues from the big data on the internet. Hearing Xiaohe's words, Su Tian was really shocked. In the beginning, she guessed that Xia Jinghao had something to do with Xia Jinghao. Firstly, it seemed that Xia Jinghao had some conflicts with his goddess. Secondly, it was because Xia Jinghao was really rich, although in China, because of Xia's success in the international scene, she had attracted a lot of hatred from the domestic female celebrities. However, it was impossible for the hatred to be like this, where people were willing to pay any price to slander Xian. It was as if they were forcing Xian to return to China. Who would be stupid enough to spend so much money to force Xian to return to China when he was doing well? Once Xian returned to China, the female celebrities in China would no longer want to continue their careers. Wasn't this forcing Xian to come back and steal their jobs? However, Su Tian did not expect that Xia Jinghao would be so hostile towards Xian. After all, the two of them were so different in status. God. I actually guessed it right, Su Tian muttered with a dumbfounded look on her face. However, at this moment, just as Su Tian was dumbfounded and did not know what to say. At this moment, Xian had already flown to Milan and was preparing to attend the launch of a famous brand's new clothing line. Su Tian, who had originally wanted to tell Xian about the results of her investigation, decided to wait until Xian finished attending the launch of a famous brand's new clothing line before calling Xian to inform her. Now, she would just let her attend the launch of a famous brand's new clothing line with peace of mind. Xiaohe, continue to investigate from there. Let's try to dig up more direct and powerful evidence. Su Tian's tone was very serious. She had been thinking very seriously for a while. She felt that Xia Jinghao had a lot of hatred towards Xia and for no reason, and that Xia Jinghao's background was not easy to deal with. However, she also understood that this Xia Jinghao must be in a life-and-death situation with her goddess. If she were to turn a blind eye to this matter, it would be impossible for her to gloss over this matter. Even if this time did not happen, there would be a next time. Therefore, she weighed the pros and cons for a long time. Although she felt that Xia Jinghao's background was very difficult to deal with, she felt that she had to give it her all. It would be best if she could simply slap Xia Jinghao to death this time. This way, her goddess would not have so many troubles in the future. So, Su Tian's eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at her big hacker. She put a strong hand on someone's thin shoulder. Xiaohe, our goddess is relying on you to protect her. Come on, I have faith in you. A certain big hacker, Sigma, at RO at Winky Face. Goodnight Daily Nutrient Solution. Little cuties, this is the last day. Don't despise me for being annoying and crying. This is the last day. I won't ask for anything after this. So for the little cuties who still have nutrient solution, let's feed them to 12 soy sauce. However, just as Su Tian was filled with all sorts of worries, she did not expect that her goddess would actually solve this matter by herself. This time, it was an unpatriotic attack. Moreover, the way to solve it was really unexpected. On this day, Xian was going to Milan to attend the new product launch of a famous international luxury brand. The plane had just landed in Milan, and the staff of a famous luxury brand had already arrived at the airport. They were ready to receive the big star invited by their company to the new product launch banquet. Who knew, Sister Xian? I just saw on the internet that this luxury brand has aroused public anger in China because of the insulting incident. Xian, who was about to get off the plane, raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard her assistant, Xiaoli. This was too much of a coincidence. Right now, she was caught up in unpatriotic remarks. If she really attended this brand's new product launch, then it would really be. Seeing that Xian didn't say anything, Xiaoli was a little anxious. She understood that Xian was in a difficult situation. If she were to attend this brand's new product launch, it was obvious that her goddess would not be able to clear her name. Sister Xian, what should we do now? Xiaoli was not Su Tian. She did not have such strong reflexes, but she was quite good at running errands and taking care of people. However, she really wasn't strong enough to deal with this kind of emergency. In particular, although they weren't the brand's spokesperson, they still had a cooperation and signed a contract between them. If he didn't participate now, it would be considered as breaching the contract. Therefore, Xiaoli was very anxious. She didn't want her goddess to participate, but she also didn't want her goddess to bear the penalty for breaching the contract. However, while Xiaoli was conflicted, Xian was not at all conflicted. Why was she so conflicted? She didn't want to participate in this so-called fashion industry's new product launch. However, the brand company had already paid for it, and Su Tian was planning to let her enter the fashion industry. That was why she came to watch the show unwillingly. Xian was more than happy to see what was happening now. She didn't want to waste her time watching those weird fashion shows. Now that something like this had happened, it was perfect. Firstly, she could clear her name of being unpatriotic. Secondly, she wouldn't have to waste her time sitting there watching the show. This was simply too awesome, therefore. Xian didn't even think about it and happily told Xiaoli that they wouldn't be attending the brand's new product launch. They should hurry back to America. Of course, before she went back, she still had to. Xiaoli, take a picture for me. Xiaoli watched in a daze as Xian turned around and left. Then, she sat back down on the plane back to the US. She instinctively picked up her phone and took a picture. Then, he ignored a group of luxury brand staff waiting outside to pick him up and flew back to the United States. Xiaoli didn't even have time to tell Su Tian about it before she could act so quickly. Xian returned to China very quickly. However, the situation in China was just getting heated up, because a certain luxury brand refused to apologize for insulting China. The majority of patriotic netizens were furious. They started a crusade against this brand on a large scale. Of course, while they were crusading against this brand, they were also crusading against the group of celebrities who had attended the brand's launch. Ha 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 ha. *T brand, get out of China. Brands should highlight cultural differences, not cultural differences. If they really want to expand into the foreign market, how can they establish themselves if they don't even have the basic respect and understanding? Boycott this brand. I urge everyone to stop buying from this brand. I hope the brand won't say that their account was hacked in the end. Doghead life. JPG, as they chatted, this group of patriotic netizens started talking about the Chinese celebrities who had been invited to the brand's new product launch. Naturally, Xian was the subject of the conversation. Xian seems to have been invited to this brand's new product launch. I suddenly feel that her unpatriotic comments are true. Ha ha ha. I already said that Xian is an unpatriotic person who worships foreigners. She doesn't even return to her own country to film a domestic advertisement. How can she be patriotic? However, Xian isn't the only Chinese celebrity who has attended the brand's new product launch. Now, not only has Xian not responded to this matter, but the others haven't either. As a person, it's best not to have such double standards. Let's wait and see. That's right. The other celebrities haven't responded yet. Maybe they haven't seen the public opinion in China and don't know about this brand's insulting incident. Forget it. They're overseas, not banned from the internet. Now that this matter has blown up, how can they not know? They probably don't want to respond. Anyway, I'll block this batch of celebrities who have attended the brand's new product launch. That's right. They don't even want to protect their own country. How can we, the Chinese fans, like them and protect them? Actually, it wasn't that this group of celebrities didn't want to respond. It was just that they didn't expect the brand's insulting incident to happen so quickly. They also didn't expect that a brand would be able to cause such a huge public outrage. Hence, before they could react, they were already at the new product launch banquet. Wasn't this a scam? If they hadn't arrived at the banquet, they could still turn around and leave in a carefree manner. But they were already at the banquet. Now that they were at the banquet, it was a little awkward to leave. Every Chinese citizen felt extremely stifled in their hearts. They were all cursing in their hearts. Why didn't this matter blow up earlier or later? Why did it have to happen at such a coincidental time? It was as if they were determined to label them as unpatriotic, just as all the Chinese celebrities were feeling uneasy at the banquet and didn't know what to do. Should they hurry and leave? No one expected that Xiaoan, who had been slandered for being unpatriotic, would immediately post on Weibo, Xiaoan v. See you in Milan. Poop. JPG, gone. Let's go back. National flag. JPG, FOP. JPG, no one expected that the first celebrity to respond to a brand's insulting incident would be Xiaoan, the celebrity who had been scolded for being unpatriotic recently. They also didn't expect Xiaoan's Weibo to be so direct and violent. The last photo really showed her walking away in a carefree manner. According to the Time and the Sky, Xiaoan really did get off the plane after arriving in Milan. Then, she boarded the plane back to America. She walked away in a carefree manner without any hesitation. After this Weibo post was posted, it instantly attracted a huge number of clicks and likes. The number of comments and reposts was even more frightening. Although Xiaoan didn't mention the word patriotism in her Weibo post, everyone could see that Xiaoan was truly patriotic, especially when compared to the other celebrities who hadn't stood up to respond, and she was the first to do so. She gained a lot of favorability. This made the fake reviewers and marketing accounts who had been scolding Xiaoan for being unpatriotic suddenly feel a little awkward. Once Xiaoan's Weibo post was posted, how could people still scold Xiaoan? Didn't they see that she was the first person to respond to a brand's insulting incident? How could they still scold her? How could they scold her? Oh my god. There was really no way to continue scolding her. After Xiaoan's Weibo post was posted, it was as if a patriotic bell had rung. The other celebrities also expressed their patriotism one after another. However, because Xiaoan's gem was in front, the other celebrities' responses weren't as sincere as Xiaoan's. This also made all the onlookers praise Xiaoan to the heavens. At this time, Su Tian also found out about what had happened in China and Xiaoan's reaction to the insulting incident. Therefore, she acted swiftly and decisively and continued to help Xiaoan increase her favorability. She quickly released the gossip that Xiaoan was patriotic and would rather pay a huge penalty than participate in any activities that insulted Chinese brands. It couldn't be helped. Su Tian also saw that this was an opportunity. It would be a waste if she didn't do it. She really didn't expect that her goddess would encounter such a rare opportunity, so what if she had to pay a penalty? It was simply too worth it. Now, they didn't even need to return to China to resolve all the unpatriotic rumors. TSK. This luck, also. Her goddess's reaction was too quick, wasn't it? The other celebrities hadn't even reacted yet, as expected of her goddess. However, Su Tian didn't expect that Xiaoan's reaction wasn't fast. It was because she really didn't want to participate in such activities that would waste her time dressing up nicely and watching a show. According to gossip, Xiaoan just got off the plane in Milan. After she found out about the insulting incident, she didn't give the brand any face at all and flew back. I heard that Xiaoan breached the contract this time. After finding out about the insulting incident, Xiaoan would rather pay a huge penalty to boycott the brand. Oh my god. Who still dares to say that Xiaoan isn't patriotic? Xiaoan is obviously very patriotic. She's more patriotic than other celebrities. I'm proud to say that our goddess Xia was the first to respond to the insulting incident. She even called the brand poop with a strong attitude. My goddess is indeed too cool. What Xian did this time was really awesome. Whether what she showed was her true feelings or just an act, I admire her. After all, she really did it. I'm turning from an anti-fan to a fan. Xiaoan's response this time is simply too cool. The brand is a pile of poop. In the future, I will also boycott this poop. JPG, brand with Xiaoan. Good night, good night. With Xiaoan's quick response and Su Tian's strong public relations skills, even if someone were to spend a lot of money to defame Xiaoan, it would be useless. No matter how many fake reviewers and marketing accounts they hired to defame Xiaoan, it would be useless. Looking at the one-sided comments on the internet, Xia Jinghao's eyebrows furrowed tightly together as she bit her lower lip. She couldn't understand why Xiaoan was clearly just a small celebrity with no background, but why was it that she couldn't get her hands on her every single time? She punched again and again, but in the end, each of her punches seemed to have landed on cotton. They were soft and didn't cause any substantial damage. Xiaoan, why was it so difficult to force her back to the country? Xia Jinghao clenched her fists tightly. She originally thought that Xian would be kicked out of the country that she had been living in for so long, but she had never expected that. After Xian left the country, he was doing very well. It was much better than what he was doing in the country. Even if she wanted to deal with Xian, there was nothing she could do. After all, no matter how powerful her background was, it was impossible for her to reach out and deal with Xian, who was overseas. Therefore, at this time, she wanted to force Xian back. But looking at the results, she realized that there was no way to force him back, but soon, Xia Jinghao no longer had the energy to think about Xian, because, Madam, Miss Xianxia has a fever again. Hearing the nanny's words, Xia Jinghao's expression immediately became nervous. What happened? Why do you have a fever again? Didn't Chi-Chi just get better? Is it because you didn't take good care of her that she caught a cold again? Faced with Xia Jinghao's reprimand, the nanny looked helpless and aggrieved. With an employer like Xia Jinghao, how could they, as nannies, dare to neglect Fu Anqi? But it was strange. Miss Fu didn't catch a cold, but she started to have a fever. It was fine if it was the first time she had a fever, but after the fever subsided, she didn't even leave the house and they didn't even dare to open the windows for Fu Anqi. They had taken good care of her. But who would have thought that even though they had taken care of her so carefully, the young lady of the Fu family still caught a fever? It was really strange. Among the group of nannies, there were some old people from the countryside who said that young Miss Fu looked as if she had been possessed by something. Otherwise, her illness wouldn't have been so strange. But as nannies didn't dare to say that to their employer, they could only continue taking care of her even more carefully. Seeing the bitter expression on the nanny's face, Xia Jinghao glared at her and hurried to her baby daughter's bedroom. As soon as Xia Jinghao entered the room, she felt a warmth that was just right. She walked to her baby daughter's bedside and looked at her baby daughter lying on the bed obediently. Her heart ached. But she also strangely realized that her baby daughter didn't look ugly at all even though she was sick. Although his face was a little pale, there was a kind of morbid beauty to it. She didn't look haggard at all like ordinary people who were sick. But Xia Jinghao didn't think much of it. After all, her baby daughter was good-looking. My dear daughter, how are you feeling? I've already asked your Uncle Qing to come. The Uncle Qing she was talking about was the Fu family's private doctor. The last time he came for a checkup, it was just a simple fever. Xia Jinghao thought that if he couldn't find anything wrong with her this time, she would take her baby daughter abroad to see a doctor. This was her one and only precious daughter. However, she was her lifeblood. She would never allow her precious daughter to get hurt in the slightest. Sure enough, the doctor didn't find anything wrong with Fu Anqi this time. She still had a fever. But Xia Jinghao felt that her baby daughter didn't just have a fever. After all, their precious daughter had never fallen sick before. But this time, she had a fever and it lasted for so long, and it was continuous. But even if Xia Jinghao felt that her baby daughter's illness was definitely not as simple as a fever, she would never have thought that her baby daughter wasn't sick, but because Xian was surprised to find that she didn't overeat recently, but she was still horrified to find that she seemed to be getting more and more beautiful. And her complexion looked so good that she seemed to be several years younger. But when she returned to the space and asked about it, she got a terrible conclusion from the two dragons. That was, she was getting prettier and younger every day recently because someone had gotten the supplementary pearl of the Double Dragon Jade Pendant. It was also because of this pearl that she had such a big abnormality recently. That supplementary pearl was precisely a pearl that collected energy for the Double Dragon Jade Pendant. So there were many of them. Because the method of collecting energy was too overbearing, those pearls were almost all destroyed. But although the supplementary pearl had side effects, it could also bring a lot of benefits to the person who got it. In the era of spiritual energy cultivation, that small pearl could help the host absorb spiritual energy better and nourish the body. Of course, only when the host's body was well nourished could it be used as a furnace to absorb energy better. So even if people knew that it had side effects, many people still fought for it. But now it was the modern era, so this benefit was greatly reduced. If one was lucky, the supplementary pearl could indeed nourish the body, but the premise was that the host's physical fitness was mature enough to withstand the effects of the pearl on the host's body. But if the host's physical fitness wasn't very good, then, when Xian got this answer, she was completely dumbfounded. Because she thought about it and felt that the person who got the supplementary pearl was very likely to be the female lead. First, because this was the novel world. No matter what side effects that pearl had, it could be considered a golden finger. Second, because she looked at the date. This was indeed the time when the female lead got the golden finger in the novel. It can't be. Could it be that Xianxia, that little girl, really got the pearl? But if she really got the pearl, it wouldn't be a good thing for the little female lead now, right? After all, Little Black and Little White had said that only a person with a mature physique would be interested in their body when they obtained the pearl. Only then could they be considered as a real golden finger. However, Xian thought about it seriously again. Xianxia was the female lead of this novel after all. She wouldn't be so easily tricked by the golden finger, right? Just as Xian was thinking about what situation Xianxia was in, her agent rushed to her residence. Sister Xian, I called you just now. Why didn't you answer? Seeing Su Tian rush to her home and blame her with a gloomy expression, Xian blinked and muttered silently in her heart. She was in the space just now, so she didn't hear it. What's wrong? Didn't I just come back? I haven't gotten over the jet lag yet. Hearing Xian's words, Su Tian simply wanted to roll her eyes at her goddess. What jet lag? This excuse was really perfunctory. However, Su Tian originally had a serious matter to deal with, so she didn't argue with Xian. She quickly got to the point and told Xian about the mastermind behind the large-scale defamation of her this time. Sister Xian, do you have any guesses about who is defaming you this time? After Su Tian said this, she wanted to tell Xian the name of the mastermind behind the defamation. Who knew that before she had time to say it, Xian would beat her to it? Well, I think I know. It's Xia Jinghao, right? Xian said without thinking. Although she didn't have any evidence, she felt that Xia Jinghao was the only person who would hate and be hostile to her. Huh? Sister Xian, how did you know? Seeing Su Tiantian's shocked expression, Xian clicked her tongue and pursed her lips. Okay, this Xia Jinghao really loved her deeply. One of them was in China, while the other was abroad. They probably didn't have much contact. Why was this woman still so obsessed with her? Couldn't they just live peacefully? Sister Xia, both of your surnames are Xia, so, do you two have some kind of relationship? After seeing Xian say Xia Jinghao's name so confidently without any hesitation, Xian's heart sank. At this time, Su Tian began to think about the relationship between the two of them. Thinking about the rumors that she heard a long time ago about her goddess having a mistress with her sister, Su Tian suddenly had a rather melodramatic idea, and that was, Sister Xian. Don't tell me you and Xia Jinghao are sisters? Goodnight moi equals 3 equals Sister Xian. Don't tell me you and that Xia Jinghao are sisters? Recalling the rumor from a long time ago, Su Tian had never believed that her goddess was her sister's mistress. Of course, even now, Su Tian, who vaguely guessed the relationship between Xia Jinghao and Xian, still didn't believe it. His goddess was such a beautiful and fairy-like person. How could she be a mistress? You must be joking. Sisters? Who's her sister? Xian looked at the shocked expression on Su Tiantian's face. She sneered and said in a mocking tone. We can't insult sisters. Hearing Xian's words, Su Tian blinked and inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, if my goddess is really sisters with Xia Jinghao, how miserable would that be? Her sister was treating her like this. There was no kinship to speak of at all. How cold was that? Then Sister Xian, why is she targeting you? Also, both of your surnames are coincidentally Xia. Seeing Su Tian ask this question, Xian didn't want to hide anything. Anyway, it was not something that could not be said. Besides, Su Tian was not an outsider. She was her most trusted agent. Maybe if she revealed their relationship, Su Tian would be able to help her out if anything happened in the future. After all, her manager, Su Tian, was an expert in public relations. Hence, Xian didn't hide it, nor did she exaggerate anything. She just told Xia Jinghao about her relationship with Xia Jinghao. She talked about the kidnapping case many years ago and the series of events that happened when she was adopted by the Xia family. When Su Tian heard everything from Xian, she was completely stunned. She looked at Xian in disbelief. It seemed that she was quite shocked by this matter. This is too melodramatic. After a long time, Su Tiantian sighed. However, what happened between Xian and Xia Jinghao was indeed very melodramatic. But this Xia Jinghao is really too muddle-headed. Even if she was kidnapped and sold, and you were adopted by the Xia family, it's not your fault. But this matter isn't your fault, so how can you be blamed for it? The more she spoke, the angrier Su Tiantian became. Also, speaking of victims, I think you're the real victim, Xian. They were here to kidnap her, not to kidnap you. You've even been implicated by her. If it weren't for your good luck, you would have been killed. You wouldn't have been able to survive. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian smiled. It was reasonable, but the key point was that some people's minds were twisted. She couldn't think clearly about these things, and couldn't appease the suffering she had suffered all those years. So, she vented all her resentment on the original owner of this body. The original owner of this body was pitiful. She hadn't done anything wrong, and the only thing she had done wrong was to become the Xia family's adopted daughter. But at that time, she had no choice. Her father and stepmother had curried favor with the Xia family in order to obtain a large sum of living expenses. How could Xian have a choice? If it hadn't been for the kidnapping, perhaps the original owner of this body wouldn't have experienced the days of being the eldest daughter of the Xia family. But she would have lived a smooth-sailing life in an ordinary family and lived a happy life. The original owner of this body wasn't a troublemaker. She was just a weak little woman. No matter how bad her life was, she wouldn't have had such a desperate and painful love, and she wouldn't have lost her life at such a young age. So, the original owner of this body was really pitiful. Just as Su Tiantian said, the original owner of this body was the biggest victim of this incident. No. I'm too angry. I really want to expose this bad woman. Even if her experience of being kidnapped is pitiful, she can't always make things difficult for you. She has already stolen your first love. Why isn't she living a good life with her husband? Hearing Su Tiantian's crusade against Xia Jinghao, Xian nodded in agreement. I think, the reason why she did all this is probably because she wants to force me to return to China. Xian curved her lips. She could guess Xia Jinghao's intention of forcing her to return to China. This woman had always hated to see her living a good life. So, she was unhappy to see her living a good life abroad. However, her hands were not long enough to reach overseas to deal with her. So, she wanted to force her back to China to deal with her. TSK. This woman really had too much time on her hands. Originally, she was a little worried about the female lead's daughter. Her precious daughter's health wouldn't be affected by that jade bead, right? But now that she thought about it, hee. Let that woman worry about it. Damn. I almost fell into her trap. Sister Xian, it's a good thing that you decided not to return to China. Su Tiantian cursed Xia Jinghao in her heart. She was glad that they didn't return to China. But in the next second, Su Tiantian heard Xian speak. No, I've thought about it. Let's return to China. Su Tiantian was stunned by Xian's words. She looked at her goddess in confusion. Return to China? Why should we return to China? Won't we fulfill that woman's wish if we go back? Su Tiantian asked in confusion. But Xian chuckled and said calmly, I'm a little annoyed with her. I was thinking that we should go back to China and deal with this annoying woman properly. Although Xia Jinghao could not pose any fatal danger to her, Lin Mingya could not help it. However, that woman was too annoying. Every few days, she would show up in front of her to remind her of her existence. Although it didn't hurt her, it was quite annoying. She doesn't like me and doesn't want to see me, right? Then we'll not only do well abroad, but also in China. Also, she doesn't want to see me, right? Then I'll let her see me every day. She'll see me when she turns on the TV. She'll see me when she flips through magazines. She'll see me when she sits in the car and looks at the billboards on the streets. Hee, thinking about it, it was quite interesting. Xian thought mischievously. Anyway, she was going to annoy her. She was going to annoy her to death. Hearing her goddess's words, Su Tiantian's eyes widened. She blinked and looked at Xian, who was smiling very proudly. She didn't know why, but she suddenly wanted to laugh. Aya. Her goddess was really too cute. She was really adorable. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Su Tiantian nodded vigorously. At this moment, she thought that she should thank Xia Jinghao now. How unambitious was his goddess to begin with? Even if he was doing very well abroad, even if his goddess was very famous now and many people wanted to work with her, he still couldn't do anything about it. But her goddess was really lazy. She was really too lazy, that would be slacking off on his own job, but now, with Xia Jinghao as her enemy, her goddess actually wanted to go back to China to work, and according to her goddess's description, she would definitely have to take on all kinds of jobs, and she would have to take on a lot of them to be able to make such an impact. Seeing her goddess on TV, she would have to act in a lot of TV dramas, right? Seeing her goddess on magazines, she would have to shoot a lot of magazine covers, right? Seeing her goddess on all the major billboards on the streets, she would have to shoot a lot of advertisements, right? Oh my god. Thinking about it, Su Tiantian was a little excited. If this went on, her goddess would definitely become a god in one fell swoop. She was really grateful to Xia Jinghao. Sure enough, if she wanted to improve, she needed motivation. Sister Xian. Don't worry, I'll help you realize these wishes. We'll let Xia Jinghao see who's going to be the unlucky one and who's going to be annoyed when we return to China. Su Tiantian clenched her small fists and said seriously. However, she couldn't help but secretly laugh in her heart. But let me say this first, don't take on too many TV dramas for me. I can have variety shows. I think that talent shows are quite suitable for me to appear on TV every day. In short, don't take on too many TV dramas, just take on more advertisements. The advertisements will be broadcast 24 hours a day anyway. Su Tiantian had her own plans, and Xian also had her own ideas. She didn't want to sacrifice her happy time just to deal with an annoying person like Xia Jinghao. Also, I'm not permanently based in China. My base camp still has to be overseas. After all, little Xing and little Ken are still young and are still going to school here. Xian didn't want to leave the two children behind just to deal with Xia Jinghao. Yes, yes, yes. Sister Xian, don't worry, there definitely won't be any problems with little Xing and little Can. The two of them can live on campus. I think we can arrange for the two of them to live on campus. Because she had considered the problem of Xia and returning to China, Su Tiantian had considered all the problems before. Of course, the two little guys were of the utmost importance. They were at the center of Su Tiantian's consideration. If the two little guys weren't properly arranged, their goddess would definitely not be willing to return to China. Live on campus, Xian frowned slightly, and there was some hesitation in his tone. Sister Xian, don't worry. The environment of the school dormitory is very good. Moreover, there are daily necessities taken care of in every dormitory. Food and safety are guaranteed. It's definitely better than a 5-star hotel. Su Tiantian raised her hand and said with certainty. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian nodded and made up her mind. This time, no matter what, she had to return to China to solve the problem of Xia Jinghao. She didn't want to be pestered by that woman for the rest of her life. Then it's settled. Seeing that Xian had nodded, Su Tiantian couldn't help but cheer. Then she left Xian's place with satisfaction and began to prepare for her return to China. After school, the two little guys got the news that Xian was temporarily returning to China and that the two of them were going to live on campus. They were extremely depressed. However, the two little guys were also sensible children. Although they both wanted to return to China with Xian, they heard that Xian was returning to China for business and it was inconvenient to bring them along. She would be back soon, so the two little guys obediently compromised. However, compromise was compromise. A certain little rascal was bewitched by a mysterious person in his mind. In the quiet night, he turned on the computer. After his small white palm tapped on the keyboard a few times, he seemed to have sent something. Then he went back to bed and went to sleep. Good night. Xiaomi equals 3 equals translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Damn. Sister Xian, you don't know. This was simply too explosive. I don't know who sent a bunch of useful things to my mailbox last night. I thought that someone was playing with me, but I didn't expect that after I asked Xiaohe to investigate, he actually found some clues. That day, Xian settled the two little guys down and sent them to school. She then asked the school teacher for help before she packed her luggage and headed back to China with Su Tiantian and the rest. However, she didn't expect that Su Tiantian would be so talkative on the way to the airport. Especially the things that she said, she was extremely shocked, because those materials were truly a little frightening. If the information in that email is true, I think I can understand why Xia Jinghao is so perverted. Hearing Su Tiantian's exclamation, Xian nodded slightly. That's right. If those things were true, then she could somewhat understand why Xia Jinghao was so perverted. After all, a pampered little princess was kidnapped and sold to the countryside. Her life was worse than anyone could imagine. She was bought as a child bride and got married before she reached adulthood. Even when she went out to work, she was watched by her family. In the end, she escaped and met with an illegal gang. Unfortunately, she became a prostitute. These things would indeed cause a good woman's mind to start to become twisted and perverted. Because such an experience was simply too tragic. However, she couldn't blame all of these misfortunes on the original owner. Even if you want to vent your anger, you should vent it on the kidnappers, and the illegal gang. Now that you have money, you should use that money to support the police and fight against the criminals, or use that money to set up a charity fund for the children who were harmed by the kidnappers. Why did you have to vent it on the original owner? Did the original owner do all these? Although Xian sympathized with Xia Jinghao's experience, she couldn't agree with this woman's actions. Although this woman's experience was terrifying, it wasn't worth Xian changing her mind. After all, Xia Jinghao was the one who caused all these. Sister Xian, if these things are true, how do you think we should deal with her? Although Su Tiantian hated Xia Jinghao, she couldn't bring herself to use those things against Xia Jinghao. After all, those experiences, no matter which woman it was, would be a hellish experience. It would definitely be a fatal blow. As long as they could get their hands on the evidence of Xia Jinghao's dark history, Xia Jinghao would never be able to make a name for herself again. He definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to her goddess. But Su Tiantian still felt a little guilty. Looking at Su Tiantian's conflicted expression, Xian understood what she was thinking. If Xian had found out about Xia Jinghao's dark past when she had just returned from the apocalypse, she wouldn't have hesitated to release it. But perhaps it was because she had been living too leisurely in this comfortable and peaceful world. Now, she wasn't as cold as she used to be. She didn't care much about Xia Jinghao's dark past. Anyway, she had originally planned to deal with Xia Jing. What she wanted to rely on was not those scandals that suddenly popped out. Even without the dark past, Xian had other ways to deal with Xia Jinghao. Therefore, Xian didn't care whether she released the dark past or not. Tian, are you pitying Xia Jinghao? Xian looked at Su Tian and chuckled. Sure enough, no matter how capable Su Tian was, she was still a kind and compassionate girl. Hearing Xian's words, Su Tiantian's face turned red. She thought that Xian was unhappy, so she hurriedly said, Sister Xian, I'm not pitying her. I'll listen to you. No matter how pitiful she is, no matter how tragic the things that happened to her, she can't vent her anger on you. What did you do wrong? That's enough, Tian, I'm not angry. These dark past scandals aren't very important to me. Seeing Su Tiantian's anxious look, Xian shook her head and said lightly, I didn't plan to start from this aspect. The main purpose of her return to China this time was to lead her company's team into the China market. It was true that she wanted to take revenge on Xia Jinghao, because she planned to use her company to take revenge on the Xia family's company. When she founded CH, she didn't want to take revenge or anything. She just wanted to use her own space to make money. What she didn't expect was that the Xia family's business was actually daily cosmetics, which of course included skincare products. Therefore, she originally wanted to come back and annoy Xia Jinghao for a while, and then use her company to suppress the Xia family. Although CH was just a new company and brand, it was not as strong as the Xia family's. But CH was definitely in a leading position in terms of popularity and tolerance. And although the Xia family had a strong foundation and was considered one of the top 5 daily chemicals companies in the country, but now, they were still talking in terms of products. After old Madame Xia passed away, the Xiao family's daily chemicals company's market was declining year by year. Although the Xiao family seemed to be very powerful now, after the investigation by the group of elites in her company and old Master Gu's advice, she was very clear in her heart. If it weren't for the support of the Fu family, the Xiao family would have become an empty shell. Therefore, after receiving such useful information, Xiaoan also understood what was the most important thing for her return to China this time. She didn't post Xia Jinghao's negative news, maybe because she sympathized with her, or maybe because she disdained it and felt that it was unnecessary. If she posted Xia Jinghao's negative news on the internet, it would drive Xia Jinghao crazy and completely ruin her reputation. But so what, people would naturally forget after talking about it for a while. And Xia Jinghao was the female lead's mother after all, so the Fu family might not abandon her because of the female lead. In the world of novels, everything was possible. Instead of this, she might as well use her fists to do the talking. This was a fair and square way. Of course. Most importantly, she came back to China to expand her company. To make money, CH Corporation's sales were huge in the domestic market. This was especially true for mid-range products that weren't too expensive and had a huge advantage in the country. Because their products were good, Xiaoan had never been a person who felt that it was bad to make low-end products. She felt that it was fine as long as she could make money. Therefore, she came back to China this time to occupy the low-end daily chemical market in China. Firstly, she could take revenge on Xia Jinghao. Secondly, she could make a lot of money. Why not do it? Thinking about it, Xiaoan felt quite happy. She was really proud of her own wit. Seeing that Xiaoan was in a good mood, Su Tian blinked and asked in confusion. Sister Xiaoan, are you going to use these negative news? Yes, forget it. Just leave it there for now. Xiaoan nodded slightly. Although she didn't use it now, it didn't mean that she wouldn't use it in the future. It was very useful to have many secrets that could be used against her enemies. Perhaps one day, he would be able to use it again. Yes. Okay. Su Tian was stunned for a moment, but she quickly became happy again. Her goddess was not only good-looking, but she also had a good heart. This Xia Jinghao was really not human. However, what I want to know more is who sent this email to you. Xiaoan raised her eyebrows. She felt that the person who could send Xia Jinghao's negative news to Su Tian's email was definitely not simple. Who was this person and what were their intentions? These were the things that Xiaoan wanted to know the most. After all, Xia Jinghao was the heroine's mother. In a way, Xia Jinghao was also one of the important characters in this novel. In the novel, it didn't seem to be mentioned that the heroine's mother had such a dark history, right? Anyway, she had never heard her sister complain about it. If the novel really described Xia Jinghao's dark history in such a way, how could her sister not complain about it? So, who was this person who was so familiar with Xia Jinghao's dark history and the grudges between her and Xia Jinghao? When I received the email, I asked Xiaohe to check it out. However, this person seems to be a hacker expert. He used a lot of springboards and broilers. Anyway, I don't really understand the technical terms that Xiaohe mentioned. In short, Xiaohe was no match for that person. In the end, he couldn't find out who sent the email. Hearing Su Tian's words, Xiaoan frowned slightly. Another hacker expert? In this novel world, were there any characters who were good at hacking? Because this was a novel world, Xiaoan subconsciously searched her mind for people who were related to hackers in this novel world. But after thinking about it, she realized that their ages didn't match. Now, the heroine was only 6 or 7 years old. The other important supporting characters weren't very old either. She knew that the villains and male protagonists in the novel were very good at computer technology, but they would only learn about it later. Their ages didn't match at all. As for the other characters, Xiaoan really couldn't find them at all. Maybe there were some small supporting characters that her sister hadn't complained to her. However, this person didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her. After all, he had given her such a big gift. In any case, she really had Xia Jinghao's biggest weakness in the palm of her hand. However, she still found it strange. Why would that person hand such an important thing to her, a depressed and pitiful little girl? Hey! Didn't you say that Mom wouldn't leave after you sent those things? A mysterious person who was equally depressed. Good night, see you tomorrow, moi moi moi. 3, epsilon asterisk, it was unknown how the news of Xian's return to China was leaked. Once they got off the plane, Xian and the others were surrounded by countless fans. Xian looked at the crowd around her. Every fan was holding items in their hands and screaming her name. At this moment, she felt like a real celebrity. After all, although she was famous abroad, she didn't show up often, so she really didn't feel the feeling of being sought after. Goddess! Goddess Xian! Goddess, look over here! Amid the screams of countless people, Xian was escorted out of the airport by the airport staff. As soon as Xian left the airport, news of Xian's return to China was quickly updated on the internet. Even though the company hadn't started marketing yet, many fans had already posted Xian's high-definition photos on the internet. Xian's sudden return to the country had obviously caused another stir. Everyone on the internet was trying to find out why Xian had suddenly returned to China. However, soon, when a group of onlookers saw that Xian's clothes and style in the airport photos were exposed, the topic went astray. Damn, Xian's private clothes are really extravagant. Every one of them was a famous brand. The price is definitely not lower than 5 digits. I have to say, Xian really has a good sense of fashion. No wonder those people in the fashion industry gave Xian such good resources. This photo was taken by a fan, right? The refinement was too excessive. There's not a single pore on his face. It's definitely not a refined drawing. I'm not a fan of Xian, but I've seen Xian at the airport. She's so beautiful in person. Especially her skin, it's so supple that you can squeeze water out of it. Isn't Xian's skin universally acknowledged? After all, CH products were really good. Unfortunately, I'm poor and can only afford the classic model. After I save up for a few months, I'll also buy effective CH products. CH is useful for a lifetime. Especially the massage technique recommended by Xian. Your skin is so good that it's about to explode. CH skincare products are good, but I really hope they can produce a makeup series. I heard that CH is interested in producing makeup. If you want to produce cosmetics, can you produce other daily products? I love CH so much. I'm hoping for shampoo or something like that. Xian sat in the nanny van and looked at the comments about her return on her phone. She nodded with satisfaction. However, she nodded not because she saw that the comments were praising her, but because she was satisfied with everyone's attention to CH sister Xian. Let's get some rest at the hotel today. I'll tell you about the schedule tomorrow. Su Tian looked at the faint smile on Xian's face. She coughed softly and arranged things for Xian. After confirming that she would be returning to China, Su Tian arranged a series of itineraries for his goddess. She wanted her goddess to make the most of her time after returning to China. After all, she knew that Xian's return to the country this time did not mean that he would stay in the country. She was only returning to the country temporarily. Once she was done with her domestic affairs, her goddess would leave the country. Because she did not know the exact time Xian would be staying in the country, her itinerary was really packed. Filming for television dramas, commercials, fashion blockbusters, variety shows, and so on. Other than not letting Xian release an album, Su Tian really arranged everything for Xian. She covered all kinds of genres. Moreover, the status of each job was very high, and the remuneration was very high. It could be said that after Xian returned to China, she instantly obtained top-notch resources that countless celebrities in the country would fight for. Moreover, it was a lot of top-notch resources. Thinking back to when Xian was banned and left the country in a sorry state. This time, he had really returned to his hometown in glory and glory. Soon, after Xian returned to China, Xian domineeringly dominated the domestic television channels. When you turned on the television, regardless of whether you were a fan of Xian or not, you could see Xian's figure on the television. There were all kinds of high-end advertisements. There were also trailers. For television dramas, it really formed a visual effect that when you turned on the television, the first person you saw was most likely Xian. However, even if you did not turn on the television, it did not matter. When you went out, all the big billboards and advertising screens on the streets were all showing Xian's photos and videos. When you flipped through magazines when you were bored, you could also see Xian. For a time, Xian's beautiful and exquisite face really invaded everyone's eyes at all times. Xia Jinghao saw all of these. During this period, because she had been taking care of her baby daughter, she did not have time to go out. She could only stay at home and watch television and read magazines. Who knew that when she turned on the television, she would see Xian's annoying face 6 out of 10 times. When she flipped through the various fashion magazines that she usually read, she would see Xian's unforgettable face every time. This made Xia Jinghao, who was already in a bad mood, even more irritable. Damn it. It's Xian again. It's Xian again. Xia Jinghao fiercely threw the latest issue of the weekly fashion magazine to the ground and glared fiercely at the woman on the cover. It was as if she couldn't wait to ruthlessly stomp on the magazine a few times. She did not expect that originally, she wanted to get Xian back and torture her properly. But she did not expect that her baby daughter would suddenly fall ill and she would not be able to free up her hands to deal with Xian properly. In the end, that woman that she hated so much was also doing well in China. Thinking of this, Xia Jinghao's expression became extremely ugly. Now that Fu Xian was there, he would definitely not help her deal with Xian. Therefore, the only people who could help her deal with Xian now were her own family, the Xia family. Thinking of this, Xia Jinghao took a deep breath and tried hard to calm herself down. Although the Xia family was not as powerful as the Fu family, the Xia family was still one of the largest groups in China. And Xian was just a celebrity without any background. The Xia family was more than enough to deal with Xian, who was just a small celebrity without any background. Thinking of this, Xia Jinghao put all her thoughts on the Xia family. After fiercely instructing the nanny to take good care of her baby daughter, Xia Jinghao hurried back to the Xia family. At this time, Xian did not know that Xia Jinghao was about to make a move on her again. At this time, she was in the new office building of Cultivation, listening to the group of elites under her, who were analyzing the new products and the plan to enter the domestic daily chemical industry. Although Xian did not know much about business, she could understand the plans of the business elites whom she had hired with a lot of money. She was also very clear about the profits. Therefore, she also understood that this plan to enter the domestic daily chemical industry was a sure-win plan. Now the domestic daily chemical industry has been won over by the several daily chemical companies. However, our products and the price-performance ratio are better than those of the daily chemical companies. Therefore, as long as our products are guaranteed and the price is more affordable, I believe that CH Corporation's daily chemical products will be able to gain a firm foothold in the domestic daily chemical market. We may even be able to occupy a place in the market. Listening to the eloquence of the elites of CH Corporation, Xian nodded subconsciously. It was not that she trusted her own elite employees, but she trusted her own space very much. The new products developed by the company were all made with a low-grade version of the space water. Because it was too low-grade, Xian did not ask her genius son to make this formula. Instead, she handed it over to trusted researchers. This was because her genius son had previously analyzed the formula. This time, Xian only took out half of the formula to analyze, and the researchers quickly made an even lower-grade daily chemical product. Although the price was quite low because it was a low-grade daily chemical product, it was completely a low-grade daily chemical product. However, the price-performance ratio was very high. A product that cost about 20 yuan was much better than other daily chemical products that cost about 100 yuan. It was also because the product was so outstanding that the employees of CH Corporation were so confident that their transformation this time was definitely a profitable plan. I'll leave all of this to you guys. I don't know much about this either. Xian looked at the elite executives of her company with a smile. She sighed in her heart. It was really good to be able to get to know old Master Gu. If she hadn't gotten to know a big shot like old Master Gu, her company wouldn't have been able to run so smoothly. Director Xia, don't worry. We definitely won't let you down. When the other elites and higher-ups looked at Xian, how could they not sigh with emotion? Their company's boss was really amazing. It wasn't that celebrities didn't start companies, but they had never seen a celebrity start a company as amazing as their boss, although CH Corporation was able to achieve what it was today because of them. More importantly, it was because of the formula in Xian's hands. It could be said that without Xian's formula, no matter how amazing they wouldn't have been able to achieve what the company was today. Not to mention, their boss didn't just have the formula. Therefore, everyone in the company who knew Xian's true identity in CH Corporation was respectful and admired Xian. After the meeting, Xian didn't stay any longer. Anyway, she wouldn't be of any use if she stayed in the company any longer. Moreover, ever since she returned to China, she had so many jobs that she had been working non-stop every day. Therefore, after leaving the company, Xian started to work on her jobs again. Xian's continuous work and participation in all kinds of jobs attracted a lot of fans in the country, and they were all die-hard fans. Because of Xian's various jobs, Xian attracted fans of different ages and classes. Now, it wasn't just young people talking about Xian on the internet every day. It was the uncles and aunties talking about Xian, this handsome girl, and all kinds of shows. It could be said that people of all ages had Xian's fans, and there were quite a lot of them. Looking at how popular Xian was, especially when the products endorsed by Xian were almost sold out, many endorsement companies hoped to be able to get in touch with Xian so that their products could make a fortune. Among them, naturally, included the Xia Group's daily chemical products, whose sales had been declining recently. The Xia Group's daily chemical products had some problems recently. In addition, many new daily chemical companies had been born in recent years, so the Xia Group's daily chemical products had suffered a lot of losses this year. Their sales were declining year by year. Therefore, the public relations department of the Xia Group's daily chemical products thought of using Xian, who was now very popular and capable of promoting goods, as the brand spokesperson. And this proposal was approved by the chairman of the Xia Group's daily chemical products. But, what? Dad, you want to use Xian as our company spokesperson? No way. I've caught a cold. It's super uncomfortable. Oh everyone, take care to keep warm. I hope you'll get better soon. Oh what? Dad, you want to use Xian as the spokesperson for our family's products? No way. Xia Jinghao did not expect to hear his biological father having such thoughts as soon as he returned to the Xia family. This made her extremely angry. In her opinion, her parents shouldn't have anything to do with Xia, and Xia Qingjing didn't expect his daughter to suddenly come home and overhear him casually talking about work with his wife. Unexpectedly, Xia Jinghao's reaction was so big. Jinghao, why did you suddenly come back? Xia Shafu's mother, Zhuolanhua, asked in surprise when she saw that her daughter had suddenly returned. Where's Chi-Chi? Why didn't Chi-Chi come back with you? Did something happen? Hearing his mother's question, Xia Jinghao muttered gloomily. Chi-Chi is sick, so I didn't bring her along this time. Upon hearing that their precious granddaughter was sick, Xia Qingjing and Zhuolanhua could not remain calm. What? Sick? How could he be sick? Is it serious? Xia Jinghao felt a little better when he saw that his parents were so concerned about his precious daughter. Fever. The doctor said it's not very serious. Although she did not quite understand why her daughter always had a low fever, she did not know why her daughter always had a low fever. Fever? No, I have to check our Chi-Chi. Zhuolanhua really liked Fu Anqi. She really loved her granddaughter. Even his own grandchildren couldn't compare to Fu Anqi, who was his maternal granddaughter. Mom, don't be anxious. I'm here this time because I have something important to discuss with you. Xia Jinghao tugged at her mother's arm when she saw how anxious her mother was to go to her house to see her precious daughter. Upon hearing that Xia Jinghao was here to talk to them about something serious, Xia Qingjing and Zhuolanhua became serious. What's the matter? Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with Xia, and lowering her eyes, Xia Jinghao indifferently said the name that she hated the most. Xian? Why did you mention her out of the blue? Xia Qingjing's parents knew very well that their daughter did not like Xian, who had replaced her as their adopted daughter. Therefore, after they severed ties with Xian, they had never mentioned Xian's name in front of their daughter, who they had lost and then regained. If the company's marketing department had not recently brought the name Xian to Xia Qingjing's attention, he would not have suddenly mentioned Xian to Zhuolanhua. Coincidentally, when Xia Qingjing mentioned Xian's name for the first time at home, Xia Jinghao caught him red-handed. Didn't you mention her as well? You even want her to be the spokesperson for our company, right? Xia Jinghao glared at her father unhappily. She was very unhappy in her heart. Seeing his daughter glaring at him, Xianxia coughed softly and said helplessly. Ahem. Jinghao, it's not what you think. I haven't agreed to let Xian be our company's spokesperson yet. It's not that I haven't agreed, I've rejected it. Xia Jinghao pursed her lips and said decisively. When Xia Qingjing heard his daughter's words, he hesitated. To be honest, he was a businessman. As a businessman, he could see the benefits that Xian could bring to him. Moreover, these benefits could also make their family business more vibrant and have more power to survive. Therefore, even though he knew that the relationship between Xian and the Xia family was a little awkward, and he knew that his daughter hated Xian very much, he still wanted to cooperate with Xian. After all, who would reject money? I don't care. Dad. You can get anyone to endorse our company's products, but you can't get Xian. When Xia Jinghao saw that her father was very hesitant, she became a little unreasonable. Mom, tell Dad not to cooperate with that woman Xian. Xian didn't expect that. Originally, she wanted to go home and ask her family to support her in dealing with Xian. However, she didn't expect that her father would give her such a big surprise before she could even make her request. Jinghao, why do you hate Xian so much? Actually, back then, Xia Qingjing looked helplessly at his daughter and sighed softly. He hadn't finished speaking yet. However, she was interrupted by Xia Jinghao. Moreover, it was a tearful and heartfelt interruption. Dad, Mom, back then, I was kidnapped and trafficked. I suffered so much. More than 10 years. More than 10 years. How many years can a person have in life? I was trafficked to the countryside and became a child bride. I worked like a horse. I didn't have enough to eat or clothes to wear. I lived a life worse than death. But what about Xian? You took Xian home and she replaced me as the little princess of the Xia family. She replaced me and received the best education. She enjoyed my life and everything about me every day. She was so happy, but I was so miserable. Xia Jinghao's words caused the Xia family's parents to fall silent. Back then, they had resolutely agreed to sever all ties with Xian because of Xia Jinghao's words and never contacted her again. They also felt that they had let down their precious daughter. Therefore, when they heard Xia Jinghao's tearful complaints again, they didn't have any other thoughts in their hearts. They looked at their daughter with heartache. When they thought about how pitiful she looked when she first came back, they sighed. Jinghao, Papa knows. Papa won't have any contact with Xian anymore. We, the Xia family, will never use Xian as our spokesperson. After getting the result she wanted, Xia Jinghao smiled smugly. Xian, as long as I'm alive, I will never let you return to the Xia family. No matter what form you use to return to the Xia family. However, poor Xia Jinghao didn't know that even if her father didn't listen to her, he would still hire Xian as the spokesperson of the Xia group. However, Xian would never agree to it. Therefore, she had really thought too highly of herself. I knew Dad and Mom were the best to me. Xia Jinghao pursed her lips and smiled at Xia Qingjing and Shuolanhua. Shuolanhua shook her head in amusement when she saw her daughter smile through her tears. You're already an adult and a mother, but you're still so childish. In front of Dad and Mom, I'll always be a childish child. Xia Jinghao held her mother's hand and smiled coquettishly. This made the Xia family's parents laugh out loud. After chatting with her parents for a while, Xia Jinghao went straight to the point. Dad, I remember that you have some connections with several TV stations, and you have some friends in the state administration of radio, film and television? Hearing Xia Jinghao suddenly mention these things, Xia Qingjing looked at his daughter in confusion. Yes, why do you ask? For some reason, Xia Qingjing suddenly had an ominous premonition. Dad, I want you to help me ban someone. Xia Jinghao said calmly. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian was so popular that she couldn't shut her out with money and face, she wouldn't have come back home to ask for her father's help. Ban who? Xia Qingjing and Shuolanhua couldn't help but think of Xian's name. Xian, sure enough. The name that came out of Xia Jinghao's mouth was Xia, and Xia Qingjing and Shuolanhua both fell silent. They didn't know what to say for a while. As for Xia's adopted daughter, they also had feelings for her. After all, they had raised her at home for more than 10 years. Even if she was a rock, she would have been warmed by them. Therefore, they still had some feelings for Xian. However, this feeling couldn't compare to the love they had for their biological daughter. Jing, aren't things fine now? Why do you want to ban Xian out of the blue? Zhuolanhua sighed softly and said helplessly. Dad, Mom, you don't know how shameless Xian is. She seduced Fu Xian. My family is about to fall apart because of her. The moment he said that, the Xia family's parents widened their eyes. What? Xian seduced Fu Xian? Jinghao, what's going on? Why is Fu Xian involved with Xian all of a sudden? Doesn't he care about you and your mother very much? Xia Qingjing and Zhuolanhua asked anxiously. Their faces were full of disbelief. After all, they had seen how much Fu Xian loved Fu Anqi. All these years, Fu Xian's private life had never caused any trouble. Moreover, Xian and Fu Xian had broken off for so many years. How could they make a comeback? Dad, Mom, Fu Xian and I have been living separately for some time now. Fu Xian wants to divorce me and be with Xian. Even when Qiqi fell ill, he didn't come back to visit Qiqi. Xia Jinghao coldly told her that Fu Xian had not returned home during this period of time. Although the truth was not that Fu Xian had cheated on Xian, Xian was the reason for it. Therefore, she was not lying. Xia Jinghao complained in his heart. However, Mr. and Mrs. Xia took Xia Jinghao's words seriously. They were furious and wanted to find their son-in-law, Fu Xian, to teach him a lesson. How dare he? This Fu Xian. What did he promise me back then? I'll go to the Fu family now and skin him alive. That's right. How could he do such a thing? He's gone too far. However, Xia Jinghao stopped the Xia family's parents from leaving. Dad, Mom, Fu Xian and I can't live together anymore, but I don't want them to have it easy either. Xia Jinghao took a deep breath and told them his plan. Dad, please help me. 3 Good night at this time, Xian didn't know that Xia Jinghao was secretly preparing to deal with her. And this time, she even dragged the entire Xia family into this. However, even if she knew, she wouldn't take it to heart. Instead, she would be quite happy. After all, she was once the adopted daughter of the Xia family. Now that she had turned around to deal with her benefactor, she had a good reason. Look, they're bullying me. I can't let them bully me just because I'm an adopted daughter, right? Therefore, in conclusion, Xian did not care about the Xia family at all. She had already made up her mind to cut off the power behind Xia Jinghao bit by bit. And Xian was carrying out this wish bit by bit. Furthermore, it was carried out very smoothly. CH had come to China with a clear goal, which was to open up the daily chemical industry and gain a foothold in it as soon as possible. The executives hired by CH Corporation were all international elites. Coupled with Xiao's money, Xiao's fame, and the high cost-performance ratio of daily products, it could be said that they had the momentum to soar into the sky. With all these perfect preparations, CH's daily products were soon released in China. CH Corporation was already very famous in China. This time, CH Corporation not only launched new skincare products and cosmetics, but also daily necessities. Moreover, the prices were very low and wonderful. This immediately attracted the attention of the masses. Of course, this only attracted a portion of the people who had used CH products. If they wanted to sell daily necessities, they still needed to reach out to the mothers and grandmothers. After all, they were the main buyers of daily necessities. Therefore, this time, Xiaoan finally spent a lot of money on advertising. Furthermore, in order to save money and produce results as quickly as possible, Xiaoan had even disregarded his high-end image and endorsed all of CH's daily products advertisements in a very friendly manner. Moreover, they were also broadcasting advertisements on domestic television stations all day long, carrying out brainwashing campaigns. Needless to say, such a publicity method was really effective. Originally, Xiaoan looked more obedient and pure. Coupled with the broadcast of a very down-to-earth and approachable advertisement, it really made many older people, including mothers and grandmothers, want to buy CH's products. Of course, before the advertisement, Xiaoan had already placed his products in all the major supermarkets in China for people to buy. Initially, many of their peers had thought that it was a dream for a foreign company to want to enter the domestic market when they saw CH using such a large sum of money for publicity. they would definitely incur a huge loss. In the end, no one expected that although the sales on the first day of the product launch were not very good, the sales in the major supermarkets began to increase after the advertisement was broadcasted on the second day. After a week, all the CH products ordered by the major supermarkets were sold out. Although each supermarket did not order many CH products, it was still very expensive. But CH was a foreign company, and they didn't make daily products, therefore, it was shocking to see all of CH's products sold out within a week. Everyone who was waiting to see a joke felt that it was like a dream, and it was especially unreal. When the netizens on the internet saw this news, they were all in an uproar. Damn. It's only been a week. I just finished my shampoo and was about to buy a bottle of CH shampoo to try. Who knew that it would all be sold out? What a scam. I regret it so much. I just came back from the supermarket today. I thought that the conditioner I bought the day before yesterday was quite good. So today, I wanted to buy all the CH daily products and try them. After all, they are not expensive and might be unexpectedly good. But I didn't expect that when I went to the supermarket today, I was told by the staff that all the CH products were sold out. That's too scary. It seems that the products are really good. As a little fan who experienced the supermarket rush, let me explain my experience. I originally only wanted to support the products endorsed by my goddess. After all, students can still support these cheap daily products. But I didn't expect it. The aunties today are too scary. I went to the supermarket today and almost didn't come back. Those aunties are really too scary. They didn't even look at it. As long as it was CH's products, they all threw it into their own baskets. It's really, really fast, slow, nothing. I also saw the news report. Now, the main buyers of CH daily products are indeed aunties. I have to say that it was really worth it for CH to hire Xian as their spokesperson. My mother said that when she looked at Xian's face, she felt that she was especially obedient and reliable. She wanted to give birth to a daughter like Xian. +1 +1 +1. My mother also said that Xian is really too obedient. She looks like a good child and really likes Xian. So when she saw that the products Xian endorsed were especially cheap, she stocked up a lot. Now, she has already become Xian's fan. Every day, she wants me to broadcast the variety shows that Xian used to act in. Ha ha ha, my grandmother even wants my brother to find a granddaughter-in-law like Xian 2333. I don't mean to say this, but how can ordinary people marry a goddess like Xian? This time, the CH product advertisement was really too successful. It was so successful that not only did it increase the sales of the products, but even Xian became more famous. Originally, Xian only had fans among the younger generation. But this time, the especially down-to-earth advertisement had opened up the market for her among the middle-aged and elderly people. This market had never been opened up by a celebrity before. However, as the first celebrity to eat cake and open up the middle-aged and elderly market, Xian's profits were huge. Seeing Xian's situation, everyone finally understood that the market for the middle-aged and elderly group wasn't any lower than the market for the young people and students. After all, the middle-aged and elderly were old and rich. They controlled the finances and purchasing power of their families. Didn't you see that the CH products endorsed by Xian were all sold out within a week of being placed in the supermarkets? Although CH Corporation's products were indeed good, they weren't so good that they could win everyone's hearts in a week. Therefore, the reason why CH's products could sell so quickly was really thanks to Xian's advertising effect. And through this crazy purchasing power, no one dared to look down on the middle-aged and elderly fan group anymore. Of course, the middle-aged and elderly fan group was not something that could be formed just because one wanted to. After all, no one had Xian's heaven-defying face and CH's brainwashing advertising and marketing. All of this was really because they lacked Xian's face and CH's crazy marketing. Therefore, in the entertainment industry, it was really difficult to have a chance like Xian to get the middle-aged and elderly fan group. Sister Xian, I realized that you are really a lucky star. I was originally worried that your endorsement of CH's low-end products would lower your value. But I didn't expect it. You actually magically pulled in a group of middle-aged and elderly fans. Su Tiantian looked at Xiaoan in disbelief, her tone full of excitement. After all, like everyone else, she was not very optimistic about this matter. In the entertainment industry, it was all about moving up. As long as one received a high-end endorsement advertisement, one would not accept those low-end advertisements, because that would definitely lower one's status and value. And now, Xiaoan was filming high-end advertisements, therefore, Su Tiantian was really unhappy that she had suddenly filmed several low-end product advertisements. However, she could not stop her goddess from making a decision. She could only check on the advertisements and prepare to start a wave of marketing to protect Xiaoan's status. However, she never expected that after this advertisement was released, not only did Xiaoan's value not decrease, but she also gained a large group of fans and even increased her value. Ever since CH's products were sold out in a week, her phone was about to explode with calls. This was because there were too many people who wanted to work with their goddess. After all, this time, Xiaoan had become famous in one battle. After this experience with CH's daily products, Xiaoan's ability to promote goods was 100% strong. This kind of strength was absolutely obvious to all. Now, all the celebrities in the entertainment industry combined might not be able to compete with Xiaoan alone. After all, she had gained fans from the middle-aged and elderly group. In terms of commercial value, it would definitely be able to overlook everyone else and stand at the very top. Seeing Su Tiantian's excitement, Xiaoan's mood was also a little affected. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so fast either. CH Company was originally her company, so if CH made money, it was equivalent to her making money. Although the expenses spent on advertising and marketing this time were really expensive, it was really worth it. Looking at the report sent by her subordinates today, she understood that their initial investment was now slowly starting to recover. She believed that they would be able to earn a considerable sum of money very soon. Moreover, based on this momentum, CH Company would soon be able to occupy a place in the domestic daily chemical industry. As for fighting against the Xia family, actually, she had already started from the beginning. The Xiao family's daily products were famous for their daily products, such as shampoo, conditioner, toothpaste, and so on. In terms of product development, CH Company was more focused on the Xiao family's products, so, their competition had already begun long ago. Xiaoan was extremely excited, but on the other side, the Xiao family was gloomy. Good night. Because of the appearance of CH products, the sales of the Xiao family's daily products had dropped significantly. Although there was no threat to the Xiao family's daily chemical company at the moment, but, according to this trend, it was very likely that at least half of the Xiao family's daily chemical company would be taken away by CH Company. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Xiao family, who was already a bit of a threat. At this moment, Xia Qingjing did not expect things to turn out this way. He really didn't expect that Xiaoan, whom they had never taken seriously, would have such great influence. Especially when it came to the Xia family's business, it actually had such a huge impact. Because he didn't want to disappoint his daughter last time, he stubbornly refused to hire Xiaoan as the spokesperson for the Xia family's daily products. At this time, many shareholders in the company were very dissatisfied with him. Obviously, the decline of the Xia family's daily chemical industry was not only because they did not get Xiaoan to be their spokesperson, but everyone still blamed Xia Qingjing for not inviting Xiaoan to be their spokesperson. And it was all his fault. Especially his own son, who also thought the same and blamed him. Dad, I think you've gone senile. Wouldn't it have been better to invite Sister Xiaoan to endorse our family's products? She's so famous now, not only in China, but also internationally. There are so many people who want to invite her to shoot commercials, and she might not even be able to get a spot. As the only son of Xia Qingjing, a direct descendant of the Xia family, Xia Pengming became angrier as he spoke. After all, his family's business was going to be inherited by him in the future. If there was any damage now, it would be his loss. But our family has an adoptive relationship with Sister Xiaoan. She was once our Xia family's daughter. No matter what, there is still a friendship between us. She will definitely come to speak for us on account of our family adopting her. This is something that many people want but can't get. In the end, you didn't even use this relationship and directly refused to invite Sister Xiaoan to be our spokesperson. Listening to his son's accusation, Xia Qingjing's brows furrowed tightly together. He had recently heard a lot of such accusations in the board of directors. Now that he heard his son scolding him, he felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Pengming, do you really think that Xiaoan will come back to help us even if we invite her? Why wouldn't she? After all, our family raised her for more than 10 years. Xia Pengming said matter-of-factly. Because when Xia Jinghao was kidnapped, he was still relatively young and didn't remember much. He was more familiar with his biological sister, Xiaoan, than with his biological sister, Xiaoan. Therefore, he did not think that there would be any conflict between the Xia family and Xiaoan. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to whether it was his biological sister or his adopted sister. He didn't take these two people to heart. Then do you know that Xiaoan is hooking up with your brother-in-law again? Do you think that she would betray your sister and still be willing to endorse our products? Although Xia Qingjing had the idea of inviting Xiaoan to endorse their products, he also remembered the grudges between the Xia family and Xiaoan. He also felt that his adopted daughter, who he had raised for more than 10 years, had a weak personality and perhaps she didn't hate them. But after learning that Xiaoan was with his son-in-law, Fu Xian, he felt that his weak adopted daughter must have changed. She must have become ruthless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have destroyed Xia Jinghao's family. Sister Xiaoan is with my brother-in-law? Xia Pengming was slightly stunned when he heard his father's words, but he quickly muttered disdainfully. When big sister came back and snatched Xiaoan's fiancé away, I didn't agree with it. After all, the two of them are first love and have been dating for so many years. Their relationship is so deep. Hearing his son's muttering, Xia Qingjing almost wanted to slap his son who was out of tune. Anyway, let's not talk about Xiaoan's endorsement anymore. It's a foregone conclusion, so there's no point in talking about it anymore. Now, we can only think of a way to solve it. CH Corporation's products overlap with our main products, and it's said that they have a very good reputation on the internet. So, we have to think about how to solve this problem that could threaten our company in the future. Xia Pengming was a young man who often went online, so he was very familiar with the recent reputation of CH Corporation's products on the internet. Recently, CH Corporation's low-end daily products had a very good reputation on the internet. There were tons of good reviews. It could be said that if he wasn't a member of the Xia family, he would definitely choose CH Corporation's daily products. After all, their daily products were not only cheap, but their quality-price ratio was also much better than other daily products of the same price or slightly higher price. Under such conditions, even a fool would choose CH Corporation's products, right? Dad, do you have any ideas? To be honest, regardless of whether CH Corporation is endorsed by Xiaoan or not, it's only a matter of time before CH Corporation replaces our Xia family's position in the daily products industry. And Xiaoan's endorsement will only bring forward the time. Xia Pengming knew that improving the quality of the products was the only way out. However, improving the quality of the products and their quality-price ratio was not something that could be improved just because one wanted to. Therefore, they could only work on other aspects. Sigh, I'll go talk to the Fu family. They have worked with many shopping malls. I'll see if I can ask them for help. Xia Qingjing sighed. No matter how angry he was at Fu Xian for not cherishing his daughter and for having an affair with a mistress. But for the sake of his family's business, he had to put aside his pride and ask the Fu family for help, so that he could drive CH Corporation out of the company. No matter what kind of method he used. No matter how much money he had to spend. Yes, Dad, do you want me to go with you? Xia Pengming nodded and proposed the idea of going with him. But Xia Qingjing turned him down. Forget it, I'll go with your mother. Just take it as a way to catch up with your uncle and Aunt Fu. However, just as Xia Qingjing was on his way to the Fu family with his wife, Zhuolanhua, he received a call from his daughter in the car. However, the moment Xia Qingjing answered the call, he heard his daughter talking about banning Xia, and hearing his daughter's matter-of-fact tone, Xia Qingjing was so angry that he burst into laughter. Jinghao, do you really think that your father is so capable? With Xiaoan's current status, how can I ban him just because I want to? Dad, you promised me, but you didn't go. Dad, how could you do this? Before Xia Jinghao could finish her words, Xia Qingjing interrupted her. Jinghao, I held a dinner party and also mentioned this matter. But when they heard about this matter, they didn't even care about it. They left after finishing the meal. Actually, Xianxia was saving himself some face by saying this. He did not want to say that when he asked them to help him ban Xian, they looked at him as if he were an idiot, which made him feel very embarrassed. He had never felt so humiliated as he did that time. It was as if he was the chairman of a listed company, but his status was not as high as a celebrity's. How could this be? Dad, did you not give them a gift? Did you not put in the effort to do this? Okay, Jinghao, I have something important to do now, so I can't talk to you anymore. You, don't keep thinking about Xian and divorce him. Communicate with Fu Xian properly. After all, you have been together for so many years, and Chi-Chi is about to go to primary school. After saying these words, Xia Qingjing hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Xia Jinghao heard the beeping sound of the phone being hung up. Her face was full of anger. Bang! Xia Jinghao angrily threw the phone to the ground. The moment the phone touched the marble floor, it broke into pieces. She looked at the broken phone on the ground and felt a sense of depression in her heart. Xia Jinghao did not understand at all. She had successfully forced Xian to come back from abroad, but why couldn't she do anything to her? No matter how famous Xian was and how many fans she had, wasn't she just a celebrity and an actress, and she was the daughter of the Tang Xia family? Why couldn't she deal with a small actress? Although Xia Qingjing told Xia Jinghao to stop thinking about banning Xian over the phone, he also told her to focus on other things. He even reminded her to pay attention to other things. However, this did not make Xia Jinghao give up on her original idea. On the contrary, the idea of banning Xian and ruining Xian's reputation became even stronger. She did not know why, but she always felt that Xian was a disaster for her. If Xian lived well, then she would not have a good life. For example, at that time, the two of them were kidnapped at the same time, but in the end, she lived a very happy life, while she lived a very miserable life. Similarly, when she came back, Xian began to live a very miserable life, but she lived a very happy life. Therefore, Xia Jinghao always had an obsession in her heart, and that was, only when Xian completely disappeared, would she truly live a carefree and happy life. Yes, as long as Xian disappeared, she would definitely be happy. And her daughter would also be happy. Good night. Recently, Xian and CHS daily products were the hottest topic on the internet. Originally, everyone knew about CHS products because their skincare products were too easy to use. The high-quality price ratio of skincare products captured the hearts of many customers. At a low price, they could buy skincare products that were as effective as big brands. This was the reason why all the customers liked it very much. After all, in this world, rich people were still in the minority. Most of them were just ordinary people with ordinary salaries, so CHS skincare products satisfied the needs of most ordinary users. However, even so, CH also made low-end skincare products and did not lose customers in the high-end market. CH products did have a lot of mid to low-end products, but the high-end skincare products were also very high-end. The price was more expensive than all the high-end women's skincare products. However, the number of people who bought it was not small at all. It had even become a legendary skincare product. And the most amazing thing was that the high-end skincare products of CH could be customized according to each person's skin. In the United States, it had become the favorite brand of many famous female celebrities. While CH Corporation was gaining a foothold in the field of skincare products, to everyone's surprise, CH Corporation turned its attention to daily products. Completely opening up the low-end market, from the high-end market to the low-end market, this was a decision that no one could understand. However, such a decision made countless people's jaws drop. It also let everyone know that as long as the quality of your product was good enough and the effects were good enough, then you could do whatever you wanted. CH's entry into the low-end daily chemical industry in China went very smoothly. After the first batch of products were all sold out, there were many trial reports on the internet. Many people were shocked when they saw the trial reports of the buyers. No one had expected CH Corporation's products to be so conscientious. Even if they were in the low-end daily cosmetics industry, the cost-effective products were much better than other brands. Plant CH's source of water conditioner. The effect of the skincare product that costs over 10 yuan is actually better than the hair care product that I bought for over 100 yuan. CHS Pearl Toothpaste is strongly recommended. It only cost a few yuan each, but it was so damn useful. I've been brushing my teeth twice a day for a week. I can clearly feel that my teeth have turned white. Let me praise CHS Baby Cream. It was definitely one of the most conscientious products. Not only was it cheap, but it was also very effective. My skin has become better after using it. Now, he felt a little regretful that he had bought too little. It costs more than 10 yuan per bottle. I think it's best to use it as moisturizer. Not only did it instantly defeat those big-name moisturizers, but it was also cheap. It doesn't hurt to use it at all. Looking at so many young ladies planting grass, I feel very depressed that I wasn't able to buy CH products at the first opportunity. CHS products have been out of stock for a few days. Why haven't they replenished their stocks yet? Too slow. I'm waiting anxiously. CH Group's official Weibo, why don't we sell our daily products online as well? It feels more convenient this way. That's right. It's really strange. We've been out of stock for a few days now. Why haven't we replenished our stock yet? Could something have happened? Some sensitive netizens on the internet were right. Something had really happened to CHS daily products. Because the Xia family and the Fu family were in-laws, the two families had a deep relationship and it was a mutually beneficial relationship. Therefore, when the Xia family proposed to deal with CH, the Fu family agreed without hesitation. The Xia family might only be a wealthy family, but the Fu family was different. The Fu family had a deep foundation. Not only did they have money, power, and connections. In the entire B city, it could be said that the Fu family's power was ranked in the top 5. Therefore, after the Fu family intervened, no matter how well CHS daily products sold, they could no longer enter the supermarkets and shopping malls through the regular channels. If this were an ordinary foreign company, after this sudden blow, no matter how well the products sold, they wouldn't be able to operate their funds. They wouldn't be able to sell through physical stores, and they wouldn't be able to open the domestic market for daily products. After all, most of the middle-aged and elderly people didn't know how to go online. Therefore, physical sales were very important in the field of daily necessities. And now that CHS planned to enter the regular supermarkets, shopping malls, and other physical stores had failed, it had a huge impact on CH. However, this impact wasn't enough to defeat Xian and her company. After all, the elites she had spent a lot of money to hire weren't useless. After learning that their development in the country had been targeted, they quickly carried out Plan B. They simply didn't let their products enter those big shopping malls and supermarkets. Instead, they opened their own chain stores all over the country. Although the early stage of this plan would cost a lot of money, it wouldn't be as fast as Plan A, and there were some risks. However, after the first period of sales, Plan B didn't have any risks at all. And it was even more profitable than Plan A. Therefore, when they couldn't continue with Plan A, the company's executives proposed Plan B to Xiaoan. Hearing that it could make money and make the products more famous, Xiaoan nodded and agreed without hesitation. Although when she learned about the early-stage investment, she really felt the pinch. After all, that was the money that she had painstakingly earned. Therefore, when Xiaoan saw that such a large sum of money was invested in the plan to open a brand chain store all over the country, she blamed all the pain on the Xia family. Her feelings of suppression towards the Xia family in her heart became even stronger. Because of the sufficient investment funds, CH's daily products brand chain stores soon bloomed all over the country. After the chain stores were opened all over the country, the daily products online channels were all opened up, and it was delivered by a special car, delivered by CH's own employees. After all, CH's chain stores were opened all over the country, which meant that there were warehouses all over the country, so the delivery was very simple. And because the delivery was done according to the region, and it was delivered by a special person, the speed was much faster than ordinary express delivery. Basically, if they ordered in the morning, it would be delivered in the afternoon. The speed was so fast that all the young buyers were quite satisfied. What about CH's middle-aged and elderly buyers? They were also quite satisfied. After CH opened a physical store, they could even apply for membership and enjoy the membership price. Not only that, they could also exchange points for purchases. Moreover, in CHS chain stores, if they bought too many things, the store staff would also provide a free service. He had won over the hearts of a large group of aunties. As long as they were customers who bought from the store, the rate of getting a membership was 100%. Moreover, the aunties, perhaps because of the previous shortage of goods, were simply crazy when they bought. They stocked up quite a lot. This caused the other chain stores that were similar to CH to be in trouble, especially the stores that were very close to CHS chain stores. Ever since CH opened, those stores didn't have much to do. Customers came every day, and there were only a few customers in total. As for those large supermarkets and shopping malls, although it didn't affect them too much. However, in terms of daily sales, they had also lost a lot of sales. Seeing that CHS chain stores were selling so well, this group of people really regretted it a little. But it was too late even if they regretted it. Ha ha ha, Sister Xian, you don't know, but your CHS company is more famous than yours recently. After a day of work, Su Tian came to Xian's residence again and began to gossip. But Su Tian couldn't be blamed for talking too much. It was because CHS recent operations had a great impact in the country. Right now, everyone outside is guessing who the boss of CH is. He's so rich that he can open so many chain stores all over the country in one go. He's simply too rich and imposing. Who knows, maybe. Su Tian paused and looked at Xian with a teasing expression. Sister Xian, guess who everyone is guessing who you are. Seeing Su Tian's expression, Xian curled her lips in amusement. Rich. Su Tian shook her head and said very seriously. Wrong. He's a super rich man overseas. Xian didn't know why, but when he heard Su Tian's description, he suddenly felt like laughing. What the hell is a super rich man overseas? Haha, that's not the funniest part. Everyone outside said that CHS boss must be a middle-aged man. After speaking, Su Tian sized Xian up and laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, a middle-aged man. Who would have thought that the boss of CH, who everyone was guessing, would be a young woman in her 20s? Furthermore, she was a celebrity. If this was said out loud, it would shock a large group of onlookers. And it could make Xian a god in one fell swoop. Seeing Su Tian laughing uncontrollably, Xian shrugged her shoulders and didn't care too much. What she cared about was whether she could suppress the Xia family and when she could destroy the Xia family's business. Su Tian chatted with Xian for a while more about tomorrow's itinerary before she left Xian's house. After seeing Su Tian leave, Xian looked at the time. After calculating the time difference, she made her routine phone call twice a day. It was already night time in B City, but it was morning in America. Good morning, Xiaoxing, Xiaocan. After turning on the video call, Xian greeted the two little guys as usual. At this moment, the two little guys standing in the video call were already neatly dressed and greeted Xian. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Fairy Sister. Seeing how energetic the two little guys were, Xian's face was brimming with a bright smile. After telling the two little guys a series of daily routines, such as eating well, listening to the teacher obediently, and etc. After receiving a series of obedient nods from the two little guys, Xian said something that was a little different from before. While I'm away, the two of you have to take good care of yourselves. I might be back soon, so don't miss me too much. Upon hearing Xian's words, the two little guys immediately perked up. Eh? Fairy Sister, you're coming back. Mom, when are you coming back? I'll pick you up at the airport. Seeing the impatient look of the two little guys, Xian couldn't help but say with a smile. I've been out for so long, of course I have to go back and see you guys. When I'm done with my work in China, I'll fly back to see you guys. Hearing Xian's words, the two little guys understood that Xian's return was only temporary. Although they were still very happy, they were not as energetic as before. Okay, be good, I promise I'll solve the things here as soon as possible and go home as soon as possible. After checking the time and playing with the two little guys for a while, Xian urged the two little guys to hurry to class and turned off the video call. At this time, it was almost time for her to go to bed. She washed up and was about to lie down and watch TV for a while before going to bed. However, she received a call from an uninvited guest. "Xian, I want to ask you out for a chat." Xian looked at the unknown number and snorted coldly. "I don't think we have anything to talk about." This Fu Xian was really persistent. She had already blocked his number a few times, but he still insisted on calling her. Should she try to reject unknown numbers next time? "Xian, I really have something important to talk to you about." Fu Xian took a deep breath. There was an indescribable seriousness and anxiety in his tone. "Sorry, there's nothing important between the two of us." After that, Xian was about to hang up the phone. As a result, the man on the other end of the phone seemed to be too anxious. He directly threw away his previous manners and shouted directly, "Hey! Wait! Don't hang up. I want to do a paternity test with Fu Yu." "No, Xianxia." "What do you mean?" When Xian heard Fu Xian mention Xianxia, her fingers paused as she was about to hang up the phone. She frowned slightly. "Xian, this time, you and I will do a paternity test with Xianxia. I think we might have been deceived by that woman, Xia Jinghao." Fu Xian's voice was full of excitement. It seemed like he had found out something. That was why he was so agitated and lost his usual demeanor. When Xian heard Fu Xian's words, she looked up calmly with an indescribable depth in her eyes. After a long time, Xian finally spoke. "Fu Xian, my son and I don't want to have anything to do with your family anymore. Please don't disturb me or my son in the future." "Xian, Xiaoxingchen might not be your child. Your child might be. He might be suffering somewhere else and might be living a miserable life." However, before Fu Xian could finish speaking, Xian interrupted him. "Fu Xian, Xiaoxingchen is my son. He is Xian's son. He was, is, and will be in the future." After saying this, Xian hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. When Fu Xian heard the beeping sound from the other end of the phone, he clenched his fists in frustration. Some time ago, he had been investigating the matter of Xiao's pregnancy. Although the private investigator he hired was very good, it had been several years after all. Moreover, it was obvious that someone had erased a lot of clues about what had happened back then. As a result, the only information he had now was that Xia Jinghao might have had a hand in what had happened back then. Moreover, based on her true colors, Xian might not have betrayed him back then. She might have really given birth to a child for him. However, Xia Jinghao had plotted against her. So now either the DNA test between him and Xiaoxingchen had been tampered with by Xia Jinghao, and Xiaoxingchen was indeed his and Xiao's child. Or Xia Jinghao might not have tampered with the DNA test. Xiaoxingchen might not be his child, but Xiaoxingchen might not be Xiao's child either. Damn it. Xian, don't you want to know the truth? Don't you care who your biological child is? Who knows? Our child might be suffering in some place right now. Fu Xian's heart tightened as he thought of this. Investigate. He had to get to the bottom of this. He had to find the truth. He had to find his child, cough, cough, cough. To be honest, Xian really didn't care. After all, she wasn't the original owner of the body and had never given birth. She didn't care whether it was her biological child or adopted child. She only cared about Xiaoxingchen, the son she had developed feelings for. As for the rest, it really had nothing much to do with her. Besides, the original owner of the body didn't care about her child that much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left such a young child in the orphanage and committed suicide to leave this world. So, did it matter who the original owner's biological child was? It didn't matter at all. Anyway, she treated Xiaoxingchen as her son, her only son. However, she was still a little curious about what Xia Jinghao had done to Xian back then. But it was just a little. She didn't want to waste time finding out. Anyway, Fu Xian and Xia Jinghao had already fallen out and Fu Xian was now investigating that incident. She believed that Fu Xian would definitely call her as long as there were any clues. Then, she would just take it as a joke. Oh. In that case, she didn't have to set up a program to reject calls from unknown numbers. She had a good night's sleep. When Xian woke up, he felt refreshed. He said goodnight to the two little fellows and went to prepare for what he was going to do today in high spirits. However, a certain little guy couldn't sleep. It was because Gu Shimo casually said, Xiaoxing, I realized that you don't look that much like Fairy's sister. Because of this sentence, a certain little guy felt dizzy all day, as if he had lost his soul. In the dark night, Xiaoxingchen looked at Gu Shimo, who was sleeping on the bed opposite him. He pursed his lips and muttered softly. Gu Shimo, I still look a lot like Mom. My eyes and Mom's eyes are very similar. Gu Shimo, who was about to fall asleep, yawned after hearing Xiaoxingchen's words and muttered in response. Xiaoxing, you're still thinking about this. If you say so, then so be it, ha. I'm so sleepy. After yawning a few times, Gu Shimo couldn't resist the sleepiness anymore and fell into a deep sleep. However, Xiaoxingchen still couldn't fall asleep. Good night, Xiaoxingchen pursed her lips tightly as she looked at Gu Shimo, who was sleeping soundly beside her. She muttered in her heart, I look like my mother. I'm her son. The little guy kept muttering to himself in his heart. It was as if he was hypnotizing himself. However, the male voice in his head once again interrupted his thoughts. Don't think about it. You are indeed not her child. Liar. You're lying. You're a bad guy. I don't believe what the bad guy says. I lied to you? Hey. Brat. Xiaoxingchen. In this world, everyone will lie to you, but only I won't. No. Mother said that I was her child. Mother was the only person in this world who would never lie to me. Heh, Xiaoxingchen, wake up. You're indeed not Xiaoan's child, because that woman gave birth to a girl, not a boy. China, it's over. This time, our Xia family is really finished. This CH company came to China just to compete with us. Instead of doing high-end skincare products, you have to compete with us for the low-end daily cosmetics market? Xia Qingjing saw that the sales of the Xia family's daily chemical company had been declining recently. It had been in a state of depression. He was extremely anxious. He didn't understand where CH company came from. They actually had so much capital to work with and invested in such a large market in China to maintain the sales of their products all over the country. Moreover, this company's products overlapped too much with theirs. The price-performance ratio was also ridiculously higher than theirs. Father, this time, our Xia family has really kicked a hard board. Xia Pengming narrowed his eyes, which were filled with helplessness. It wasn't that he was trying to boost the prestige of others and lower his own morale. He really couldn't compare at all. Not only were their products easy to use, but most importantly, they were very cheap. With such a good product at such a low price, and such a famous celebrity endorsing it, anyone would choose CH Company's products. Especially when their physical chain stores were so meticulous. They simply didn't give other companies of the same type any chance to survive. But father, don't think too much. Anyway, we're not the only company affected. Hearing his son's words, Xia Qingjing was almost angered to death. You brat, what do you know? Do you think our family is still the same as before, able to withstand this kind of torment? Ever since your grandmother left, the Xia family can't compare to the Xia family anymore. At this point, Xia Qingjing felt aggrieved. The family business that his mother handed over to him back then was riddled with holes because of his improper management. It couldn't withstand any more waves. If CH Company's momentum was still so strong, their huge business would probably be completely finished. CH Company's products overlap too much with ours. As long as CH Company is open for another day, our Xia family's daily chemical company might close down. Xia Pengming was stunned when he heard Xia Qingjing say so seriously. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that CH Company was a threat to his family. However, he always felt that the Xia family was rich and powerful, and CH Company was just a foreign company. They were just a little more rich, but they couldn't compare to the Xia family at all. However, after learning about the financial situation of the Xia family's company from his father and some losses in recent years, he realized the seriousness of the matter. If they didn't do anything, the Xia family would really be finished. Xia Pengming's heart was filled with panic at the thought of him, a young master from a rich family, becoming an ordinary person from now on. No. Dad, is there any way to solve this matter? Xia Qingjing was silent for a while, then he took a deep breath and said solemnly. The only way now is to cooperate with CH Company. As long as we cooperate with CH Company, we can fight for the agency rights of all their daily chemical products. Then, not only can we get out of this crisis, but we can also return to the glory of the Xia family. The more Xia Qingxing spoke, the more he felt that this matter had to be dealt with this way, get the agency rights of CH Company's products. However, after hearing Xia Qingxing's words, Xia Pengming felt that his father was too naive. He had simply thought of things too simply. CH Company's products were selling so well now, and more importantly, they had invested so much in the early stages and opened countless CH Company chain stores all over the country. Now, they were going to give away the agency rights in China. This was simply a fantasy story. Dad, this. Before Xia Pengming could finish persuading him, he was interrupted by Xia Qingxing. Alright, I have my ways of dealing with this matter. After all, the older the wiser. How could what Xia Qingxing wanted to do be so simple? However, if one were to say that his thinking wasn't simple, it wasn't that simple. Because he had his eyes on Xiaoan. He had already asked someone to investigate the relationship between Xiaoan and CH Company, and there was nothing wrong with the results. However, it was strange that Xiaoan and CH Company were too close. Therefore, Xia Qingxing couldn't help but think of something. When Xiaoan found out about Xia Qingxing's thoughts about her relationship with CH Company, she almost spat out water in Xia Qingxing's face. Pfft. Xiaoan hadn't expected that Xia Qingxing, who hadn't contacted the original Xiaoan for so many years, and who used to be Xiaoan's adoptive father, would guess if she was in a relationship with the boss of CH Company. Haha, he was giving her face by saying that she was in a relationship. Actually, what Xia Qingxing really meant was that she had been taken in by the boss of CH Company. Therefore, after hearing Xia Qingxing's words, she almost spat out the water in her mouth onto Xia Qingxing's face, who was sitting opposite her. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. It's just that what you said really surprised me, so Xiaoan didn't say anything else. She just wiped her mouth and looked at Xia Qingxing with a faint smile. Now that she thought about it, she really had too much free time. She actually came to meet Xia Qingxing after receiving a call from him. Sigh, she might as well stay at home and watch TV. Xiaoan, I know that you have a grudge against the Xia family. But Xiaoan, you've called me dad for more than 10 years, and I'm your adoptive father. We still have a friendship. No matter what your relationship with the boss of CH Company is, I just hope you can do me a favor on account of us raising you for more than 10 years. Seeing Xiaoan's reaction, Xia Qingxing finally realized that the adopted daughter he didn't care about had really changed. That gentle girl who used to be submissive to everyone and didn't have any opinions of her own was gone. Help? Mr. Xia, I can't help you. Everyone knows how well CH's daily products are selling, and their company's brand chain stores have opened all over the country. They're doing well. Why would you want to sell the agency rights? At this point, Xiaoan couldn't help but sneer as he said in an extremely cold tone. Mr. Xia, don't treat everyone as fools. How is this a cooperation? CH Company is giving you money. Xiaoan's words made Xia Qingxing's face turn purple. Although Xiaoan's words were harsh, they were all true. So, you don't want to do me a favor? After taking a deep breath, Xia Qingxing lowered his head and was silent for a long time. When he raised his head again, there was no expression on his face. Sorry, Mr. Xia, I don't have that much power. Also, even if I had that much power, I don't want to help you. Xiaoan gently blew on the tea in his hand and said indifferently. After all, I know very well how the Xia family treated me and how they schemed against me. You want me to help you? How is that possible? It's already very kind of me not to harm you. Thinking about the death of the original owner of the body, and the possibility that the original owner's biological child was not Xia Qingchen. Even until the day of her death, the original owner of the body didn't know who her biological child was. Xiaoan felt a chill run down his spine. How could this family have the nerve to ask him for help? What a fool's dream. Xiaoan, when has the Xia family ever harmed you? You lived a wealthy life in the Xia family for more than 10 years. We let you go to school and exposed you to the upper class. But you were the one who didn't live up to expectations and did those wrong things. That's why the Fu family abandoned you. Don't tell me that you think it's all our fault. Perhaps he was angered by Xiaoan's attitude, or perhaps he was angered by the fact that Xiaoan didn't want to help him and the company was still in danger. Therefore, Xianxia didn't have any gentlemanly demeanor. He was just like a commoner, quarreling with Xiaoan. Now, Xiaoan was an ingrate in his heart. He hated Xiaoan to the core. "Mr. Xia, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Go back and ask your good daughter." Xiaoan smiled calmly in the face of Xianxia's accusation and said mockingly to Xianxia. After saying that, Xiaoan seemed to have thought of something again and continued to speak. "Oh, right. Mr. Xia, I think I need to remind you. CH Corporation is indeed targeting the Xia family." "What?" Xianxia looked at Xiaoan in disbelief. He had no idea what Xiaoan was talking about. "I'm indeed quite familiar with CH Company, so I know that CH Company is targeting you. They're targeting your Xia family until they go bankrupt. Good night." "I'm indeed quite familiar with CH Company, so I know that CH Company is targeting you. They're targeting your Xia family until they go bankrupt." Xiaoan looked at Xianxia with a smile, but there was no smile in his voice. This made Xianxia feel that what Xiaoan had said was true and not a joke. "Xiaoan, what do you mean by that?" When Xianxia heard Xiaoan's words, he no longer had any desire to leave. He moved closer to Xiaoan and looked at Xiaoan anxiously. "Xiaoan, what do you mean by this? Why would a foreign company like CH target our Xia family? Why must you deal with our Xia family?" Seeing how anxious Xianxia was, Xiaoan said slowly. "I don't know." Xiaoan's answer almost choked Xianxia to death. He looked at Xiaoan angrily, as if he wanted to eat Xiaoan alive. "Good. Xiaoan, I never thought that the Xia family would raise such an ingrate. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have adopted you from a poor family to our family." Xianxia's words made Xiaoan laugh uncontrollably. "I say, Mr. Xia, if I remember correctly, the person who insisted on adopting me back then was old Madame Xia. Neither you nor Madame Xia wanted to adopt me. Actually, old Madame Xia was the only one in the Xia family who treated her the most sincerely and the best. The original owner's days in the Xia household were not that blissful. If she really lived a happy life, she wouldn't have developed a submissive and indecisive personality. In the Xia family, both old Madame Xia and old Madame Xia disliked Xiaoan, a stranger who replaced their daughter. Although old Madame Xia loved her, she also treated her as a substitute for Xia Jinghao. But even so, old Madame Xia truly loved the original host with all her heart. This made the original host respect and love old Madame Xia from the bottom of her heart. However, after Xia Jinghao returned, old Madame Xia abandoned the original owner and chased her out of the Xia family. However, in the end, it was old Madame Xia who chased me out of the Xia family. At this point, Xiaoan's lips curled into a cold smile. At that time, the original owner of the body had lost everything. But in the end, she was still abandoned by her most respected and beloved old Madame Xia. She was chased out of her last place of shelter. This was also the reason why the original owner's body was so weak. Because she had just given birth, she didn't rest well and even caught a cold and got drenched in the rain. How could her body recover? Later on, in order to make a living, she ran around everywhere. Fortunately, she was lucky. More accurately, she was good-looking. She was chosen by someone based on her face and entered the entertainment industry. Moreover, it was very strange that she had never encountered any unspoken rules. At first, Xiaoan felt that this was quite strange. However, because this was a novel world, Xiaoan thought that the entertainment industry in the novel was so pure and innocent that there were no unspoken rules. How could the Xia family tolerate you after what you did at that time? If you're blaming the Xia family for this and want to take revenge on the Xia family, you're simply being unreasonable. Xianxia was exasperated and the topic was brought back again. At this time, he was really suffocating in his heart. He thought about it and realized that his family's company had nothing to do with the foreign CH company. The Xia family had always valued harmony. In the business world, they had never made any enemies. They had always walked the path of stability and stability. After all, Xianxia also understood that his talent was ordinary. If he wanted to develop the company for a long time, he had to be careful and be careful. With the support of the Fu family, even if the Xia family didn't have a talented leader, they could still go on. But now, a strong competitor had suddenly appeared, and the target was very clear. It was the Xia family. This time, Xianxia had a faint premonition in his heart. This time, the Xia family was really going to fall. They were really going to take a big fall. Even if the Fu family was helping them, there was nothing they could do. I've already told you to go home and ask your good daughter. After saying this, Xian didn't say anything more and looked like he was going to send him off. Xianxia also understood that if he continued to stay here, there wouldn't be any results. Xian hated the Xia family in his heart. Perhaps this was the breakthrough point. Perhaps Xian's hatred for the Xia family was gone. Perhaps CH Corporation wouldn't deal with the Xia family anymore. Perhaps the Xia family would be saved? With this thought in mind, Xianxia didn't say anything else. He was in a hurry and didn't even go home. Instead, he went straight to Xia Jinghao and Fu Xian's house. As soon as he entered the house, he asked the servants and found his daughter, Xia Jinghao. Dad? Why are you suddenly here? Xia Jinghao was shocked to see Xianxia, who had just hung up on her, appear in front of her. Follow me to the study. Glancing at his granddaughter, who was sleeping soundly in the children's room, Xianxia regained some of his rationality. He couldn't bear to wake up his precious granddaughter, so he pulled Xia Jinghao into the study, which was quite far from the children's bedroom. What's the matter, Dad? Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Did something happen? Xia Jinghao, who was pulled away by Xianxia without saying a word, was really confused. However, seeing Xianxia's anxious expression without a trace of a smile, Xia Jinghao also understood that her father's visit this time might not be a good thing. Because he was too anxious, after Xianxia dragged Xia Jinghao into the study, he didn't even close the door properly and began to interrogate Xia Jinghao. Jinghao, let me ask you, what did you do to Xian? Dad? You came to me just to talk about this? Hearing Xianxia's words, Xia Jinghao was in disbelief. Just as the father and daughter were in a bad mood and were about to explode, they didn't know that the other master of the family had also returned. Sir, you're back? When the servant in the house saw that Fu Xian had returned, she immediately went to greet him. How's Auntie? Has her fever gone down? Fu Xian took off his coat, changed into his slippers, and asked about his daughter. Yes, Miss Auntie's fever went down at noon. Hearing the servant's answer, Fu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after hearing the servant's words, he felt that something was amiss. It's just that Madam's father, Mr. Xia, came to the house today and dragged Madam into the study with a bad attitude just now. It seems that they were quarreling. My father-in-law is here? Quarreling with Xia Jinghao? Hearing the servant's words, Fu Xian suddenly felt strange in his heart. Usually, his parents-in-law doted on their precious daughter Xia Jinghao very much. Perhaps it was because they felt guilty or wanted to make up for it, but they treated Xia Jinghao better than they did their own son. Not to mention quarreling, they didn't even give Xia Jinghao a hard time. It had always been Xia Jinghao's parents who would give her whatever she wanted. Now, his servant was telling him that his father-in-law came to the house to look for Xia Jinghao and quarreled with her. No, something was wrong. Something must have happened. Therefore, Fu Xian, who had originally wanted to see his precious daughter, quickly walked towards the study. However, when he approached the study, his footsteps subconsciously lightened. Just as he approached the door, he heard a voice, I don't want to hear about the entertainment industry. What I want to hear is what you did to Xian in the past to make her hate you so much. In the study, Xianxia looked sternly at Xia Jinghao. His tone was full of interrogation. However, Xia Jinghao chuckled and said in amusement, that's right. What could I have done to her? Jinghao, just tell me the truth. Xian already knows that you were the one who did something in the past. She asked me to ask you. Xianxia looked helplessly at Xia Jinghao. At this moment, his tone was full of pleading. She knows? Xia Jinghao said mockingly when he heard that Xian knew what happened in the past. After so many years, she only realized it now. She is really stupid. Jinghao, what did you do to Xian in the past? Why does she hate our Xia family so much? What could I have done? I just gave her a glass of fruit juice with a little spice. Seeing that her father was anxious to know the answer, Xia Jinghao did not hide it from him. After all, she knew that her parents had always been on her side unconditionally. Although Xia Jinghao's words did not make any sense, Xia Qingjing and Fu Xian, who had experienced the scandal in the past, understood Xia Jinghao's words. So you did all of this? It turned out that Xia An had not seduced Fu Xian and wanted to marry into the Fu family after they had done the deed? Xia Qingjing looked at his daughter in disbelief. When he brought Xia Jinghao back, he thought that even though his daughter had led a wandering life for so many years and suffered so much, she was still innocent and naive. In the end, he did not expect that she would do such a vicious thing as soon as she returned home. At this moment, Xia Qingjing's thoughts were similar to Fu Xian's. At this moment, Fu Xian was even more shocked than Xia Qingjing. Because at that time, he really thought that Xia An was vicious. He really believed that Xia An had used such a shameless method to set him up because she wanted to marry him. As for Xia Jinghao, he really loved his country. He really thought that Xia Jinghao was innocent, beautiful, and gentle. At that time, he thought that she could be described as beautiful. At that time, he really fell in love with that pitiful and kind girl. In the end, he did not expect that it was all a lie. A terrible lie. The girl he had fallen in love with had always been a wolf in sheep's clothing. So all of this was done by you? Faced with Xia Qingjing's accusation, Xia Jinghao, who had been very annoyed recently, simply told him everything. Yes, it was all my doing. I was the one who planned for Xia An to be hated by Fu Xian. I was the one who planned for Xia An to do those embarrassing things. I was the one who planned for her to be kicked out of the Xia family. I did all of this. Hearing Xia Jinghao's words, Xia Qingjing suddenly had only one thought in his mind, and that was. Smack! Xia Qingjing slapped Xia Jinghao hard in the face, his face full of anger. Dad! You hit me? Xia Jinghao looked at Xia Qingjing in disbelief. She didn't understand why her father would hit her, whether it was before or after she was kidnapped from her home. She had never been hit by her father. And now, her father was actually hitting her for the first time because she had plotted against Xia An? In an instant, anger and jealousy filled her entire heart. I hit you to wake you up. No matter how much you hate Xia An, you shouldn't have done so many wrong things. What's wrong with what I did? How is it wrong? Who does Xia An think she is? She's just a plaything that the Xia family casually raised. Is she worthy of dirtying your hands? As long as you say that you don't like her, your mother and I can send her far away and not make you angry in front of you. But you. When Xia Qingjing thought of what Xia An had said today, he felt that there was no way to reconcile this matter. Back then, Xia An had been disliked by the Fu family. She had gotten pregnant and given birth to a child. She had been chased out of the Xia family. They had all seen how miserable she had been when she left the Xia family. At that time, he and his wife felt that she had done all this herself and deserved it. But now that he thought about it, if all those things back then were all part of his precious daughter's schemes, then, how miserable was Xia An's experience, and how much hatred was in her heart. This time, there was no way to reconcile. Xia Jinghao looked at her father's face, which was full of resentment. She felt particularly uncomfortable when she saw the resentment in his eyes. What about me? I don't think I've done anything wrong. I don't think I should regret it. On the contrary, I am very proud. However, before Xia Jinghao finished speaking, he was interrupted by a familiar male voice. But I think I was wrong. I regret it. Suddenly, the father and daughter of the Xia family saw Fu Xian push open the half-closed door and walk in from the outside just like that. At this moment, his handsome face was covered with dark clouds and his expression was dark and gloomy. His entire person was gloomy, and his dark eyes were filled with infinite anger. Fu Xian. Hubby? Obviously, Xia Jinghao and Xia Qingjing did not expect Fu Xian to appear here. Xia Qingjing was here because Xia Jinghao said that Fu Xian had separated from her and did not live with her. Xia Jinghao knew that Fu Xian had been on a business trip recently, however, no matter what, that person who shouldn't have appeared there had appeared. Xia Jinghao. You are really good. I really didn't expect that I would be so blind back then and fall for your tricks. I was fooled by you for so many years. Every time Fu Xian thought about how he had been deceived by Xia Jinghao's appearance and how he had done those heartless things to hurt Xiaoan, he wanted to strangle this sinister and vicious woman in front of him. Fu Xian, calm down first. What Jinghao said just now was out of anger. Don't take it seriously. Xia Qingjing thought that if the Xia family was in trouble, they would have to ask the Fu family for help. Therefore, he tried his best to salvage everything. But unfortunately, Fu Xian was already sober and was no longer the fool he used to be. Uncle Xia, that's enough. You don't have to help her anymore. Actually, I have long suspected that incident from back then and have already sent people to investigate. But I didn't expect that I would not have the results of the investigation. As he spoke, Fu Xian glanced at Xia Jinghao and continued in a mocking tone. I haven't even found the results of the investigation, but she admitted it herself. You investigated me. Xia Jinghao widened her eyes and glared at Fu Xian angrily. She did not expect Fu Xian to have been secretly investigating her all this time. Xia Jinghao, tell me, where did you get Xia Xingchen's child? And where did you throw my and Xiaoan's biological child to? Although the people he sent out had not been able to find the exact information, after Xia Jinghao's confession, he was certain that Xia Xingchen was definitely not Xiaoan's child. When Xiaoan gave birth, Xia Jinghao, that vicious woman, must have done something. What? Jinghao? You did such a thing? You swapped Xiaoan's child? After hearing Fu Xian's words, Xia Qingjing was so shocked that he almost fainted. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was, does Xiaoan know about this? Does she know that you swapped her child? If she knew, then it would really be over. Fu Xian, I don't know what you're talking about. Xia Jinghao did not expect that the biggest secret hidden in her heart would actually be found out by Fu Xian. However, this incident happened too coincidentally back then. She believed that Fu Xian was only suspecting her and would not be able to find any clues. Nor would he be able to find Xiaoan's child. Xia Jinghao, don't force me. Where did you hide my and Xiaoan's child? After living with Xia Jinghao for so many years, Fu Xian understood Xia Jinghao very well. He could tell from her flickering eyes that not only did Xia Jinghao know about this incident, but she also knew it very well. Fu Xian, aren't you very capable? If you're so capable, go and investigate it yourself. Faced with Fu Xian's murderous gaze, Xia Jinghao laughed softly and her tone was full of contempt. It was as if she was mocking Fu Xian for not only being deceived by her, but also being deceived by her for so many years. Now, even his biological child was nowhere to be found. You. Fu Xian clenched his fists tightly. In the end, he gave Xia Jinghao a deep look. Then, without saying anything, he turned and left. However, when he took one step out of the study, his footsteps paused slightly. Xia Jinghao, I'll get someone to deliver the divorce agreement to you in the afternoon. After saying that, this time, he really left without looking back. Watching Fu Xian disappear before their eyes, Xia Qingjing suddenly lost all his strength and sat on the floor of the study. It's over. It's over. At this moment, Xia Qingjing's mouth kept muttering, it's over, it's over, it's over. Xia Jinghao, who was already very annoyed, became even more annoyed when she heard Xia Qingjing's muttering. Dad. That's enough. You should shut up. If you hadn't suddenly said all these nonsense today, how could things have developed to this point? Although Xia Jinghao had been dissatisfied with Fu Xian recently, she had never thought of falling out with Fu Xian, nor had she thought of telling him the truth about what happened in the past. But now, Fu Xian knew everything. Moreover, it was obvious that they had fallen out with each other. Is it me or you who has? Jinghao, you might not understand the current situation of the Xia family. Our Xia family is nothing but an empty shell now. With infinite regret and despair, Xia Qingjing told Xia Jinghao about the Xia family's current situation and the crisis they were currently facing. At this moment, Xia Jinghao finally understood that her family was not as powerful as she thought. She also never thought that her family would be on the brink of bankruptcy. And the culprit behind all of this was actually Xiaoan? The woman she looked down on? How is this possible? Xia Jinghao shook her head vigorously. No, Dad, you must have been deceived. This is absolutely impossible. Jinghao, Dad didn't deceive you. It's all true. Xia Qingxing took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. A new idea appeared in his mind, one that might be able to save the Xia family. Jinghao, is what Fu Xian said true? Did you really swap Xiaoan's child? If this was true, then perhaps there was still a chance for the Xia family to turn around. Dad, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing Xia Qingxing's excited and expectant gaze, Xia Jinghao said calmly. Xia Jinghao. Now that things have come to this, don't lie to Dad. If you really know where Xiaoan's child is, then perhaps there is still a chance for the Xia family to turn around. Perhaps, if we help her send the child back, she will let us go. Xia Qingxing spoke his mind. However, when Xia Jinghao heard Xia Qingxing's idea, she found it a little ridiculous. Dad, are you sure this is a chance for the Xia family to turn around and not make Xiaoan hate us even more? Xia Jinghao said mockingly. It will be a chance for the Xia family to turn around. As long as we use her child as a bargaining chip, we may be able to escape this disaster. At this moment, Xia Jinghao finally understood that Xia Qingxing's chance for the Xia family to turn around was actually a threat. Dad, I'll be honest with you. At first, I didn't intend to reveal this matter to anyone. However, since you're begging me, I'll help you. Although Xia Jinghao's words made Xia Qingxing feel a little awkward, he was still happy to hear that his daughter had decided to help the Xia family. However, he didn't know that his precious daughter would rather not help them. Xiaoxing? Today, Xiaoan had just finished all his work and was preparing to go back to the United States to check on the two little guys. What he didn't expect was that his son would appear in front of her. Moreover, he was alone. Why did you suddenly come back? Are you alone? Xiaoan looked at his son with a school bag in front of him in a panic. He was really frightened. Mom, at this moment, when Xia Xingchen saw that Xiaoan had really appeared in front of him and was not an illusion, he grinned happily and fainted. Little star. Sister Xiaoan, don't worry. Xiaoxing is just too tired. The doctor said she'll be fine as long as she gets some rest. Standing in the ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, Xiaoan listened to what Su Tian said to her, but her face did not relax at all. Tian, what's going on with little Xing? Didn't you say someone was taking care of him? But why did he suddenly return to the country alone? Xiaoan's heart tightened at the thought of her son flying back to China alone from the United States and finding her in a car. No matter how smart and talented her son was, he was still a child. Sister Xiaoan, don't worry. It's my fault. Recently, Little Star has been wanting to come back to China to look for you, but the assistant who stayed there to take care of Little Star and Little can also know that you're going back soon. So I kept telling Little Star to wait. In the end, I didn't expect Xiaoxing to be so impatient. Su Tian really did not expect that the son of her goddess would be so smart to such a heaven-defying extent. At such a young age, he already had the means to carry out a series of deceptive acts. After deceiving everyone, he actually really flew back by plane alone. They didn't encounter any danger along the way and arrived in front of Xiaoan without a hitch. However, it was a good thing that this little fellow was smart. Otherwise, if this little ancestor really got lost, she really didn't know how to face her goddess. Sigh, forget it. I can't blame you for this. Sighing softly, Xiaoan slowly walked to the little fellow's side. Raising his hand, Xiaoan gently stroked the little fellow's pink cheeks. Lowering his head and looking at that fair and beautiful little face, Xiaoan really felt that it was extremely funny. You little brat, why are you so anxious? It's not like I'm not going back. She muttered softly. Just as she was about to leave to prepare some food for the little fellow, her hand was suddenly grabbed tightly by a pair of small hands. At first, Xiaoan thought that the little fellow had woken up. However, to her ally's surprise, the little fellow did not wake up. While he was grabbing her, the little fellow's eyes were still tightly shut. Mommy. Don't go. Mommy. Don't abandon me. Hearing the little fellow mumbling in his sleep, Xiaoan's brows couldn't help but knit together tightly. Xiaoxing, be good. Mommy won't leave. Mommy won't abandon you. Mommy will always be with you. Xiaoan said softly as she gently stroked the little fellow's head. Under Xiaoan's gentle comforting, the little fellow, who was still talking in his sleep, finally calmed down. Seeing that the little fellow had calmed down, Xian frowned again. What was going on? Why was her obedient son so insecure? Even though the little fellow used to stick to her, she had never felt so insecure. Did something happen in the United States? Xian muttered softly and contacted another little fellow. However, little Can, who was abandoned in the United States by Xianxia, said that everything was normal in the United States and nothing had happened. This time, Xian was really puzzled. However, before she could be puzzled by this matter for long, her mind couldn't hold it anymore. Hello, Xian. I'm Xia Jinghao. I want to talk to you. Xian really didn't expect that Xia Jinghao would have the guts to call her. And she even calmly asked that she wanted to talk to her. This woman was really bold. Okay, that's great. I want to talk to you too. Xian chuckled softly and said in a low voice. After the two of them made an appointment, Xian didn't expect that Xia Jinghao would be so impatient to make an appointment today. Therefore, she glanced at the little fellow who hadn't woken up yet and finally left the little fellow to her assistant to take care of. Then, she rushed to the meeting place with Xia Jinghao. The meeting place with Xia Jinghao was a very secretive coffee shop. Because it was very secretive, ordinary people couldn't enter, and the customers inside also had an independent space to deal with things. Click. Xian pushed open the door and saw that Xia Jinghao was already sitting in the private room. Today, Xia Jinghao was wearing a high-end custom-made outfit from Granny Xiang's family. It was all classic and fashionable, and every piece of clothing and jewelry was expensive. It could very well accentuate Xia Jinghao's temperament. Xian, you came really quickly. It seems that you really care about me. Hearing Xia Jinghao's words, Xian rolled her eyes speechlessly. No, I don't care about you. I just want to see how down and out you've been recently. After all, the Xia family is about to be finished. Although Xian said these words with a very calm expression, whether it was the words or the tone of his voice, it sounded like he was asking for a beating. In any case, Xian's words made Xia Jinghao gnash her teeth in anger. Why, Xia Jinghao, did you call me this time to plead for mercy for the Xia family? Xian sat calmly on the comfortable sofa and looked at Xia Jinghao with a smile. Hearing Xian's words, Xia Jinghao bit her lip. Then, as if she thought of something, she suddenly relaxed. It was as if she had found Xian's weakness and stood in the dominant position. She looked at Xian with a faint smile. Beg you? Xian, I'm afraid you should be the one begging me. Xia Jinghao raised her eyebrows, took out a photo from her bag, and put it on the coffee table in front of Xian. What is this? Xian lowered her head and looked at the photo on the coffee table that Xia Jinghao had put down. The photo was a few years old, and because the photo was not properly stored, it was already a little yellow. Xian, don't you think this child looks like you? Hearing Xia Jinghao's words, Xian instantly understood why Xia Jinghao suddenly took out a photo of a child from her bag. It seemed that Xia Jinghao was going to have a showdown with her. If she guessed correctly, the child in this photo was her child. I don't think so. Xian glanced at the child in the photo indifferently. Because the child was just born, his facial features were not fully developed. Not to mention who he looked like, she couldn't even tell whether he was a boy or a girl. Then take a look at this photo. Xia Jinghao didn't care much about Xian's reaction. Then, she continued to take out a second photo from her bag. Then what about this photo? The people and background in this second photo were clearer than the first one. If the first photo was just a single photo of a child who was only a few months old, then the second photo was different. Then, in the second photo, there was an additional pair of loving parents. Although this pair of parents looked very ordinary and their daughter looked really beautiful and delicate, she didn't look like their child at all. When Xian saw the second photo, she was even more certain that the girl in the photo was Xian's child. It turned out that the original owner gave birth to a daughter. Xian sighed silently in her heart. However, she inexplicably felt that the girl in the photo looked a little familiar. Xian, I think that since you are so smart, you should be able to guess it. Your son is not your biological son. Because you only gave birth to a daughter. Seeing that Xian was staring straight at the photo, Xia Jinghao finally felt proud. It seemed that Xian cared a lot about her biological daughter. TSK, if that was the case, her father's plan would really succeed. However, Xia Jinghao didn't expect that she would be wrong again this time. Xiaoan really didn't care as much about the girl in the photo as she thought. Xiaoan, do you want to know where your biological daughter is? How is she doing? At this moment, Xia Jinghao really couldn't wait to tell Xiaoan what kind of hard and simple life her biological daughter had been living all these years. And how miserable her life was. However, it was a pity that before she could enjoy this pleasure, she was angered by Xiaoan to the point that she almost fainted. Beg me. Ha ha ha. Xiaoan, please. Me. However, before Xia Jinghao could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Xiaoan. Oh, I'm not interested in knowing. With that, Xiaoan stood up from the sofa and pretended to leave. What? Xiaoan, don't you want to know about your biological daughter? However, in the face of Xia Jinghao's questioning, Xiaoan calmly raised her eyebrows and said calmly. I only have one child, Xia Xingchen. My only child is Xia Xingchen. After saying this, Xiaoan prepared to leave. However, Xia Jinghao rushed to Xiaoan's front in a big stride. Her eyes were filled with shock, but more than that, she was unwilling to accept this. Yes, she was unwilling. Xia Jinghao originally wanted to tell Xiaoan about his daughter because he wanted to see the pain and despair on Xiaoan's face. The second thing was to threaten Xiaoan into letting the Xia family go. However, what she didn't expect was that she didn't mention anything. She only said that her current child wasn't her child. And the daughter she gave birth to back then was suffering. But, who knew, her reaction was so calm. It was so calm that it was as if she was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. Moreover, she even said that she only had one child, Xia Xingchen. This clearly showed that she would not acknowledge the biological daughter she gave birth to back then. Xiaoan, I really didn't expect you to be so heartless. Seeing Xia Jinghao standing in front of her, Xiaoan smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. I'm heartless? Xia Jinghao, I'm not as cruel as you. Thinking about the life of the original owner, who had been controlled by Xia Jinghao until her death, she felt that the original owner was really pitiful. If the original owner had known that her child had been swapped by Xia Jinghao when he was born and that his life would be miserable, would she still have chosen to commit suicide? Get out of my way. I can't be bothered to listen to you here. Xiaoan sneered and tried to push Xia Jinghao away. When Xia Jinghao saw that Xiaoan was really unmoved and insisted on leaving, she started to panic. This was different from what she had imagined, completely different from what she had imagined. Didn't Xiaoan want to know about her biological child, or did Xiaoan not believe her? With this thought in mind, Xia Jinghao immediately spoke. Xiaoan, I'm not lying to you. Back then, I did take away your biological daughter and threw her away. But I didn't expect your daughter to be so lucky. She was actually taken home by a woman. However, that woman's family was very poor. Especially me, I even did something. So that family lost all their savings and returned to the place where they came from. In fact, Xia Jinghao didn't tell Xiaoan a lot of important information. At that time, she actually wanted to sell Xiaoan's child to a human trafficker and let Xiaoan's daughter have a taste of her life that was ruined by Xiaoan. However, because of her grandmother, she did not succeed. If she had insisted on selling the girl to a human trafficker, her grandmother might have found out. So, she threw the child into the trash can unwillingly. She thought that the girl, who was born in the winter night, would definitely freeze to death. It was a good thing for her. However, she didn't expect the girl to be so lucky. The next day, she didn't hear any news about a dead baby in a trash can near the hospital. So, she was curious and asked someone to investigate. In the end, she found out that the girl she threw away was actually taken home by a cleaner. Thinking that Xiaoan's daughter was not dead and was taken away by a cleaner, she was happy after investigating the cleaner's family background. This family was really poor. As long as Xiaoan's daughter lived a hard life, Xia Jinghao was happy. However, she still wanted to send Xiaoan's daughter to the countryside to be a village girl and live a poor life. So, she schemed and made the couple lose all their savings. Those who had nothing and couldn't stay in the big city had to bring the child back to their hometown. Only then was she satisfied. After that, she didn't pay any attention to the girl. Until today, Fu Xian dug up all of this. Xiaoan, think about it. You're a big star now. On the other hand, a superstar like you is living a carefree and unrestrained life. Oh, you're living a happy life with a son who isn't your child. As he said this, Xia Jinghao's lips curled into a proud smile. As for your biological daughter, she is now living a poor life. Who knows, maybe your daughter is now a child bride of a farmer in the countryside. Ha ha ha, at this thought, Xia Jinghao laughed maniacally. As soon as he thought of this possibility, Xia Jinghao felt that everything else was no big deal. But soon, Xia Jinghao's proud and carefree mood disappeared without a trace. Moreover, there was an extreme sense of panic. Huh? Just like you? Xian sneered and said in an indifferent voice. Just like you, living in a remote countryside and being a child bride of a fool, right? In an instant, Xia Jinghao's face turned pale. She looked at Xian in disbelief, and her legs turned to jelly. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. No. How could Xian know? How could Xian know? She must not know. She must be lying to me, yes. That must be it. That must be it. Xia Jinghao, do you think that you're the only smart person in the world? Do you think that everyone should be at your mercy? Xian narrowed her eyes and approached Xia Jinghao step by step. Xia Jinghao was forced to retreat step by step under Xian's pressure. At this moment, she no longer had the imposing manner she had when she stood in front of Xian. At this moment, Xia Jinghao really regretted it. She regretted coming to Xian, and she also regretted stopping Xian from leaving. Xia Jinghao, you were kidnapped because you were unlucky to have met the human traffickers. What does it have to do with me? Don't forget that when you were kidnapped, I wanted to save you. That's why I was implicated by you and got kidnapped together with you. Xian was a little angry when she said this. The original owner was innocent. The only wrong thing she did was to try to save Xia Jinghao. If she had not been such a kind person and chose to turn a blind eye at that time, she would not have had such a tragic life. What does it have to do with me that you were a child bride? Did I ask them to do that? You ran away and escaped from the mountains. Then you met the human traffickers and were forced to become a prostitute. Is that my fault? You always put all the blame on me. If you have the ability, you should take a knife and kill those people who ruined your life. Why do you keep targeting me? Xian coldly revealed all the things that Xia Jinghao did not want to face and did not want others to know about all these years. Now, she was already thinking that since Xia Jinghao was so nice to the original owner of this body, should she post all these things on the internet? Ah. After listening to Cheyenne talk about all the dark things she had experienced, Lin Mingya thought to herself. Xia Jinghao completely broke down. She shrieked. It's you. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have encountered all these things. It should have been you who was abducted and became someone else's child bride. It should have been you. It should have been you. What right do you have to replace me and enjoy so many years of happiness in my home? I was so miserable. What right do you have? With that, Xia Jinghao reached out to scratch Xian's face. However, before her hand could reach Xian, Xian lifted his foot and kicked her to the wall. Bang! Then, Xia Jinghao hit the wall hard and fell to the cold ground. Looking at the woman who could not get up after being kicked by him, Xian regretfully thought that it was a pity that she did not wear high heels today. Otherwise, Xia Jinghao would probably be disabled here today. Xia Jinghao, I'm warning you. You'd better not provoke me again. Otherwise, I will make all the things that you fear the most come true. Xian sneered. This time, he really did not look back and left the place. Xia Jinghao, on the other hand, was in so much pain from Xian's kick that she couldn't even speak, let alone stand up. They could only watch helplessly as Xian left loftily. Sister Xian, are you okay? After Xian got into the nanny van, her assistant asked Xian nervously. After all, everyone around Xian knew that Xia Jinghao had been targeting Xian. I'm fine. Let's go home. Otherwise, Xiaoxing will be anxious if she can't see me. Xian shook her head slightly and let the car drive home. However, on the way home, Xian was not so calm. Although she did not care who the biological child of the original owner of the body was, she only recognized Xiaoxing as her own child. However, she did not know who the biological child of the original owner of the body was. However, based on what Xianxia said just now, she had a rough idea of who the biological child of the original owner of the body was. Although the novel did not seem to mention that Xianxia was not the biological child of the original owner of the body, it was probably just a foreshadowing. However, if what Xianxia said just now was true, then she thought that she knew who the daughter of the original owner of the body was. As long as she clearly knew who the daughter of the original owner of the body was, she would be able to find this little girl quickly and accurately. However, she really did not expect that the original owner of the body was so pitiful. Not only was she pitiful, but her biological daughter was also very pitiful. Back home, Xian first went to check on the little guy who was sleeping in the bedroom. Seeing that the little fellow was still sleeping, she breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and walked into the study. Although in her heart, she already regarded Xianxia as her own child. However, the premise of accepting Xianxia was to help the original host and thank her for giving her this body. But now, who would have thought that Xianxia was not the original owner's child? The original owner's child was actually someone else. It would have been fine if she didn't know who it was, but now that she had guessed who it was and understood what the child's future would be like, she couldn't ignore it anymore. After entering the study, Xian took out her cell phone and called her most reliable and versatile agent, Su Tian. "Hello, Sister Xian, is there something you need from me? Also, I heard that you went to see that woman, Xia Jinghao. Did something happen?" As soon as the call was connected, before Xian could say what he wanted to talk to Su Tian about, he heard the person on the other end of the phone say a lot. "Yes, something did happen," Xian said indifferently. At first, Su Tian thought that nothing serious had happened because of Xian's indifferent tone. Who would have thought that what Xian said next would really leave her scratching her head? "What is it?" "I want you to help me find someone. It's a little girl. She was about the same age as Little Star and had been born in the same hospital as Little Star. However, she had been abandoned. The place of abandonment." Hearing Xian's description, Su Tian didn't know what to say. She really couldn't understand why Xian would look for such a little girl. What did this have to do with her? Why did he have to find such a little girl for no reason? Inexplicably, Su Tian felt that this matter might have something to do with Xia Jinghao. "Sister Xian, why are you looking for this little girl?" Su Tian's tone was full of doubts. "Let's find her first. We'll talk about it after that." Xian didn't tell Su Tian that this little girl was probably her daughter. This was because she didn't know how to deal with this biological daughter who had appeared out of nowhere. Even though she was raising two little radishes, raising one child was still raising two or three children was still raising. However, it was a little awkward for her to raise a little girl who came out of nowhere without any mental preparation. After hanging up the phone, Xian sighed softly. What was going on? His good and obedient son had now become a child with an unknown father. And the child of the original owner of the body that she transmigrated to, from the son of the villain, to the supporting female cannon fodder? This really made her speechless. What kind of plot was this? Xian cursed in his heart, feeling a little depressed. Actually, Xian couldn't be blamed for complaining. Because this plot was really too crazy. In the novel, the son of the original owner of the body had always been Xianxia. Although he was a villain, he had lived to the end of the novel and had tortured all the protagonists to death, ever since she had grown up, other than suffering at the hands of the female main character, Xianxia, as the main antagonist, had never really suffered much. It seemed that although the original owner of the body had died, it wasn't bad to have a son who had tortured all the protagonists. From another perspective, it could be said that the original owner of the body had avenged himself. However, in the end, Xianxia wasn't the son of the original owner of the body. Instead, the child of the original owner of the body was a supporting female cannon fodder in the novel. Moreover, she was a supporting female cannon fodder who hadn't done anything bad and had died an unjust death. This really made Xian speechless. That cheap daughter of hers who had suddenly appeared wasn't anyone else, but a small celebrity in the entertainment industry who had been used as a substitute for the female protagonist in the novel. Originally, although this supporting female had lived in a poor family, her parents had doted on her. Although she had lived a poor childhood, her family was very warm and full of endless fatherly and motherly love. This made the supporting female, who had been abandoned at a young age, live a very happy life. Since she was young, because her family had no money, the supporting female had matured early. She had always set her goal to get into a good university and earn a lot of money so that her parents could live a good life. All of this had been carried out quite smoothly. She wasn't stupid and worked harder than others. If she had followed this progress, she could have really achieved her goal. However, there were unforeseen circumstances. When the supporting female graduated from high school, her adoptive father had an accident and the pillar of the family became disabled. All of the family's savings had been spent on hospitalization. Even though the supporting female had gotten into a key university, they didn't have the money to pay for the school fees. Moreover, her adoptive father was also in urgent need of money. So, she could only give up on her dream of going to school. Instead, she bid farewell to school and worked so that her father could have the money to see a doctor. Because of her beauty, the supporting female character was chosen by a manager and entered the entertainment industry. For the supporting female character who worked especially hard in everything she did, although she had just entered the entertainment industry, she was beautiful, serious, and had a bit of talent. So, the supporting female character had quite a lot of potential. As a newcomer, she was also the main target of the company. As soon as she debuted, she received a lot of good impressions from the audience and gained a small group of fans. Originally, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. But suddenly, the unspoken rules and being banned caused the supporting female character to fall into a desperate situation. That was until she met another man. This man wasn't just anyone. He was a supporting male character in the novel, a supporting male character who was infatuated with the female protagonist. Because he couldn't get what he wanted from the female protagonist, he found one substitute after another to replace her. Until he found the supporting female character who looked 50% similar to the female protagonist. Because the supporting female character was still young and naive, she fell into a trap. She thought that the supporting male character who was gentle to her was her hope and her salvation. But she didn't know that everything she experienced was set up by this man. The supporting male character gave her money to treat her foster father's illness. He gave her money and kept her as a mistress. He didn't allow her to step into the entertainment industry. She was like a canary trapped in a gorgeous birdcage by this man. Until one day, she realized that she was just a substitute. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. At this time, she also discovered the true nature of the supporting male character. In the end, the supporting female character died. She died at the hands of the supporting male character. She also died on the day of the male and female lead's wedding. The supporting male character couldn't accept the fact that the female lead was getting married, and the supporting female character didn't want to endure everything that the supporting male character had done to her. She didn't want to continue being a substitute and decided to leave the supporting male character forever. In the end, when the supporting male character tried to persuade the supporting female character to stay, he accidentally killed her. Just like that, the supporting female character died a tragic death. Her death was very unjust and her death was completely worthless. Until her death, she didn't know that her biological parents weren't the couple that had always loved her. Until her death, she also didn't know that she and the female lead that she had always envied were biological sisters from the same father but different mothers. After recalling the story of the original owner's biological daughter, Xianxia really felt that it was too ironic. The original owner's life and the original owner's daughter's life were completely ruined by that woman, Xianxia. She had always wondered which man the original owner, who was such a timid person, could have given birth to Xianxia. She even said that it was Fu Xian's child. But now, the original owner didn't have any other men and the child was indeed Fu Xian's. It was just that their child had been swapped. From the beginning to the end, the original owner had never betrayed that scumbag, Fu Xian. Thinking of this, for the first time, Xian felt that this woman, Xia Jinghao, was really too scary. Now it seemed that if the Xia family only went bankrupt, it would be too easy for this vicious woman, Xia Jinghao. Just as Xian was deep in thought about the original owner's daughter, she didn't realize that a certain little guy, who should have been asleep, was secretly hiding behind the door of the study and spying on her. "Hey, little rascal. I already said that you're not her son. She should know by now that you're not her son. The girl that she called just now is her biological daughter. Xianxia looked at his fairy mother, who was deep in thought, and listened to the deep, mature male voice in his mind. His heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. His entire being was dominated by panic. If his mother knew that he wasn't her biological child, would she abandon him? If his fairy mother really found her biological child, would he be chased away? Would his mother not love him anymore? At this moment, Xianxia was like an abandoned puppy, extremely helpless. What should I do if my mother doesn't want me anymore? I don't want to leave her, I want to stay by her side, and be her favorite son. Oh, isn't that simple? Then make sure she can't find her biological daughter. The voice in Xiaoxingchen's mind said so casually and carelessly. As if this was a very easy thing to do. Although the little guy didn't know how to do this and felt that it was very difficult, he knew that the voice in his mind was very powerful. However, he also knew that the voice in his head was very powerful. It was even more powerful than his mother because it knew everything. Moreover, it was able to produce skincare products that would shock his mother. Therefore, he knew that he could definitely do it. No. No. You want her to find her biological daughter and bring her back? If you do that, you might fall out of favor. But that's my mother's daughter. I don't want my mother to be disappointed. Although I don't want her to be brought back by my mother, I don't want my mother to be disappointed and sad. I understand. Xiaoxingchen, you're such a silly child. You're the silly one. Okay, since that's the case, I'll help you vent your anger in another way, and also, for Xiaoan. When Xiaoan woke up the next day, she was surprised to find that she had yet to announce what had happened to Xia Jinghao. She didn't expect that someone would announce it for her. Moreover, the announcement was very detailed. It was so detailed that it was almost like Xia Jinghao's own autobiography. However, there was also evidence to prove that those things were not made up, but true. Sister Xiaoan, go online and have a look. Xia Jinghao's dark history has all been exposed. Xiaoan had just finished washing up and was about to make some breakfast. Before he could do it, he received a call from Su Tian. Hearing the words on the phone, Xiaoan, who had just woken up and was not fully awake, immediately woke up. What? Was it destroyed by someone? Did you drop it? No, it's not from our side. I don't know who dropped it either. But one thing is for sure, that person has a lot more material than us. Upon hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xiaoan raised her brows slightly. After she hung up the phone, she used her phone to look at the scandals about Xia Jinghao on the internet. In the end, she was shocked by what she saw. Just as Su Tian said, the information that this informant had on Xia Jinghao was more complete than what they had. Not only did they have photos to prove it, but they also had videos. Those photos of Xia Jinghao sitting on the stage could be explained away by saying that they were photoshopped. But the video was solid evidence. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Xia Jinghao, the arrogant socialite, would have such an experience. The daughter of the Xia family and the heir of the Fu family is married to a prostitute? As expected, a detestable person must have something detestable about him. This experience is too tragic. I don't know why, but I can't sympathize with Xia Jinghao. But human traffickers really deserve to die. Ah. I remember now. No wonder I thought Xia Jinghao looked familiar. I visited her before. Although most people on the internet expressed sympathy for Xia Jinghao's experience, there were still a lot of vulgar voices. Xia Jinghao's face was pale as she looked at the dark history on the internet that she didn't want to face at all. Her face was ashen. The thing that she didn't want to face the most still happened. Ah. Xia Jinghao screamed and covered his head with his hands. His eyes were full of fear and uneasiness. The dirty things that she hid in the bottom of her heart and didn't want to face the most were exposed in the end. This made her feel as if she had returned to that time, the hellish days when she was forced to do those dirty things. Xiaoan. Xiaoan. Xia Jinghao thought about her tragic past and how all her dirty deeds had been exposed. She had become a joke in this circle. And the Fu family and Fu Xian would definitely abandon her, because the Fu family didn't need a daughter-in-law who had been a child bride and a hostess. Ha ha ha, Xia Jinghao suddenly laughed. Her laughter was filled with desolation and despair. Xian, very good, Xia Jinghao recalled Xian's warning to her yesterday. She couldn't think of anyone other than Xian who would know about her past. Moreover, it was such a coincidence that it was exposed the next day. Therefore, Xia Jinghao was 100% sure that the person who exposed all her dark history was Xian's doing. Xia Jinghao was originally a little scared and didn't dare to seek revenge on Xian. But after seeing her dark history exposed on the internet, Xia Jinghao decided not to hide anymore. She was going to take revenge. She was going to make Xian suffer and expose all her dark history. Taking a deep breath, Xia Jinghao dialed that familiar number again. Okay? Hello. Continue to help me. Although Xia Jinghao's dark history was shocking, it was still shocking. After all, Xia Jinghao wasn't a member of the entertainment industry, nor was she a popular celebrity. Plus, she deliberately tried to cover it up. Therefore, her juicy news couldn't cause any waves in the end. Soon, it was overshadowed by the news of other popular young actors and actresses. However, at this time, Xia Jinghao's matter hadn't completely died down yet. Many people were still discussing it. Another super shocking piece of news swept through everyone, causing no one to pay attention to Xia Jinghao's dark history. And this big star who could cause a big sensation in the entertainment industry, and also cause a sensation on the internet, was definitely Xian, this well-deserved superstar. The sugar daddy behind a certain superstar, ch. Shocking. The popular superstar Xian actually relied on unspoken rules to climb up the ranks. Xian didn't expect that the entire morning would be filled with posts about Xia Jinghao's dark history. In the end, when night came, it all became gossip about her. What was even more ridiculous was that the online rumors about her actually said that the sugar daddy behind her was the chairman of ch. She was just a small celebrity, and it was because of the chairman of ch that she was able to thrive in the entertainment industry. Pfft. Sister Xian, you've become your own sugar daddy. That's hilarious. As Xian's manager, Su Tian naturally found out about these scandals as soon as possible. Actually, Su Tian should be more serious when faced with this matter. But she couldn't be serious. After all, Su Tian really wanted to laugh when she saw the posts on the internet. The superstar Xian had become the sugar daddy of ch's chairman. She really wanted to know how Xian could complete such a difficult plot all by herself. Alright, stop laughing. How's the investigation going on the matter I asked you to investigate? Xian rolled her eyes speechlessly when she heard the laughter from the other end of the phone. She didn't really care about this matter. On the other end of the phone, Su Tian quickly told her the information that she had recently sent someone to investigate. Although they still hadn't found out where the person was, they had found some clues. She believed that it wouldn't be long before Xian found the person that she wanted to find. Sister Xian, don't worry. I've been urging you. Now that we've found out the basic situation, we'll be able to find the girl you're looking for soon. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian pondered for a while. Now that Xia Jinghao's dark history had been exposed. According to the vicious woman's thoughts, she guessed that she would probably get angry out of humiliation and hurt the original owner's biological daughter. So, Tian, can you see if you can destroy all the clues that you've found? I don't want a second person to find those clues. Ah? Why? Subconsciously, Su Tian asked the question that was in her heart. Originally, Su Tian felt that this matter was very mysterious and she couldn't figure out why. Now that she heard Xian's words, Su Tian felt even more confused. Who on earth was that little girl? Why was her goddess looking for her? And from her goddess's words, it seemed that she wasn't the only one looking for her. There were other people looking for her as well. You must follow my instructions on this matter. Otherwise, that little girl's family might be in danger. Xian hadn't considered whether to acknowledge that little girl, so she didn't tell Su Tian that the little girl was actually her biological daughter. Hearing that there might be danger, Su Tian immediately became serious. Okay, Sister Xian, I understand. Seeing that Su Tian had taken her words to heart, Xian's expression instantly became a little more relaxed. But, Sister Xia Jinghao is now using the internet water army to slander you. What are you going to do now? Speaking of which, this matter wasn't a big deal. After all, Xian was the boss of CH. If she wanted to clear her name, it would be a matter of minutes. What am I going to do? Xian chuckled and said in a sarcastic tone. I plan to acquire the Xia family and make them disappear completely from the country. Originally, she had thought that it would be better to make the Xia family bankrupt. However, according to the discussion among the elites in her family, it would be more beneficial for their company to acquire the Xia family's business. Su Tian Tian, I suddenly realize that my goddess is so domineering and mighty. As for the rumors about the unspoken rules, you don't have to pay too much attention to them. I plan to directly expose my identity when the right time comes. Thinking about how she was involved with a sugar daddy and the unspoken rules, she felt a little uncomfortable. But the good thing was that the right time was coming soon, so she didn't have to endure it for much longer. To be honest, she really wanted to know how Xia Jinghao would react when she found out that she was the one who caused the bankruptcy of the Xia family, which she was so proud of. Thinking about it, it was really quite interesting. At this time, Xiaoan, who didn't care about the rumors about her sugar daddy and the unspoken rules on the internet, did not know that a certain little rascal had taken it seriously and was very annoyed. Xia Xingchen, didn't you say that you would help my mother vent her anger and teach that bad woman a lesson? Why is everyone on the internet talking about my mother now? A certain mysterious person, Xia Xingchen, you are really useless, a certain mysterious person. Good night. Chapter 112112 What? You didn't find him? In the dim room, Xia Jinghao gripped his mobile phone tightly with an ugly expression, and his voice was full of anger. Just as Xiaoan had expected, the first thing Xia Jinghao did after the public opinion about Xia Jinghao's dark history broke out on the internet was to find Xiaoan's biological daughter. Although she had learned that Xiaoan's biological daughter had been picked up by a couple at the bottom of the social ladder, she had never heard of Xiaoan before. Moreover, because of her interference, the couple lost all their assets and could only take Xiaoan's biological daughter back to the countryside. However, she didn't pay much attention to Xiaoan's biological daughter at that time. She didn't even know the names of the couple. She only knew that Xiaoan's daughter had gone to the countryside to suffer and lead a hard life. That was enough for her. She didn't care about anything else. Therefore, she really didn't know the name of Xiaoan's biological daughter or where she lived. Because she had never taken this little girl to heart. But she never thought that she would have to find her one day. And when she went to look for the little girl she had thrown away back then, she couldn't find her? Didn't I ask you to investigate this matter back then? Xia Jinghao shouted angrily with infinite disgust in his tone. The person who was on the phone with Xia Jinghao was the one who had helped Xia Jinghao investigate the whereabouts of Xiaoan's biological daughter. However, 6 to 7 years had passed since then. However, he still had an impression of the results of the investigation. However, after 6 or 7 years, that family no longer lived in the same place. The strangest thing was that it was clearly just a small village, but the villagers in the village should be very clear about the background of the people. However, when he went to investigate again this time, he didn't find anything from the Special Investigations Department. The villagers didn't know where the family had moved to. It could be said that all the clues had been cut off. What a useless thing. Seeing that he could not get any more information, Xia Jinghao angrily hung up the phone. After throwing the phone in her hand aside, Xia Jinghao subconsciously bit her nails again. Click, click, she kept biting her fingernails. Looking at the dents on her fingernails, one could tell that she had been gnawing on them recently. Xia Jinghao gnawed on his own fingernails to show his uneasiness and fear. However, she had not been having a good time recently. Ever since her dark history, which she had tried to hide, was exposed on the internet, the Fu family's attitude towards her changed. Her parents-in-law didn't have a pleasant expression on their faces when they faced her. Initially, she did not agree with Fu Xian's decision to divorce her. But now, her parents-in-law were more eager to divorce her than her husband, Fu Xian. As for Fu Xian, her husband who had been living with her for 6 years, his disgust towards her was even more obvious. She could feel that Fu Xian thought that she was dirty. However, she did not like Fu Xian that much in the first place. After experiencing so many disgusting things, she actually had some disgust for men. The reason why she got together with Fu Xian in the first place was that she did not want to see Xiaoan living a comfortable life. Moreover, Fu Xian's family background was very good in all aspects. That was why she wanted to be with Fu Xian. Therefore, she liked Fu Xian, but it wasn't to the point where she couldn't stop liking him. The person who she really cared about was actually her daughter, Xianxia. Her daughter was her salvation and her angel. She could deceive everyone in the world and she could give up on them. However, she could not give up on her daughter. But now, the Fu family took her daughter away from her, just because her disgraceful deeds were exposed. The Fu family thought that she was a disgrace and unclean, so they took her daughter away. Clack, clack. At the thought that she had not seen her daughter for 2 days, Xia Jinghao could not help but bite her fingernails. How was he going to get the Fu family to return Chi-Chi? Just as Xia Jinghao was lost in thought, a figure walked up to her and pulled out the finger that Xia Jinghao had been biting. Jinghao, Jinghao, you child, even if things have come to this point, you can't hurt your own body. Xia Jinghao looked up and saw her mother, Zhuolanhua, standing in front of her. Mom, why are you here? Xia Jinghao glanced at Zhuolanhua indifferently. She could already guess why her mother was here. Jinghao, why don't you give in to Xiaoan? Our Xia family is no longer the Xia family of the past. Seeing Xia Jinghao's cold expression, Zhuolanhua could not help but sigh and say helplessly. However, Xia Jinghao did not care about her feelings at all. She only replied coldly. Impossible. I would rather die than apologize to Xiaoan. Hearing Xia Jinghao's reply, Zhuolanhua did not know what to say for a moment. She looked at her daughter's embarrassed face and remained silent for a while. Zhuolanhua decided to tell her daughter the truth. Jinghao, I know you don't like Xiaoan. But Jinghao, now is not the time for you to be willful. Now, our Xia family is really done for. With that, Zhuolanhua told her everything that had happened in the Xia family recently. She said that the company had gone bankrupt and was just an empty shell. She said that the Fu family had withdrawn their investment and drew a clear line with the Xia family and would no longer help them. She also said that their former business partners and friends had turned hostile and ignored the Xia family's pleas for help. Some of them even hit the Xia family when they were down. And all of this came from CH Company's crazy suppression of the Xia family. Jinghao, you are the only one who can save our Xia family now. After telling her what had happened in the Xia family recently, Zhuolanhua was already in tears and her voice was choked with sobs. However, none of this could move Xia Jinghao. At this moment, she was in a state of extreme shock. All of this was done by Xiaoan? Xia Jinghao couldn't believe that Xiaoan, who could only be bullied and played in the palm of her hand, actually had such an ability. It should not be like this. What on earth was wrong with this? Jinghao, I beg you, don't go against Xiaoan and don't fight with Xiaoan anymore. Just be obedient and admit defeat to Xiaoan, apologize to her and return her child to her. Maybe she will let us and the Xia family off. Zhuolanhua looked at her daughter's shocked expression and thought that Xia Jinghao knew what was at stake. However, she did not expect her daughter to be so stubborn. No. I will never apologize to her. Xia Jinghao felt aggrieved at the thought of apologizing to Xiaoan. Just the thought of it made her feel terrible. You child. Why are you so stubborn? Your father is angry because of what you've done. If you don't do something, I am afraid your father will have a problem with you. She thought about how her husband had been suppressed to the point of bankruptcy because of the Xia family and could not continue to operate. However, the internet was still full of news about Xiaoan and Xia Jinghao. His temper was terrible every day. When the Xia family was fine and his daughter was the daughter-in-law of the Fu family, Xia Qingxing was indeed a good father. But when all these halos were gone, Xia Qingxing was no longer a good father. In fact, he was no longer a good husband. A few days ago, he was even thinking of breaking off his relationship with Xia Jinghao and apologizing to Xiaoan to save the Xia family. If Xia Jinghao was still so willful, she was really afraid that Xia Qingxing and Xia Jinghao would break off their relationship. And if things really came to that, it was something she really didn't want to see. Haha, Mom, remember this. I will not apologize to Xiaoan even if I die. Xia Jinghao sneered. It seemed that she did not expect things to become so bad. A few days after rejecting Zhuolanhua, she saw the news on the internet that the Xia family's daily chemical company had gone bankrupt and had been bought by CH Company. The official signing of the contract would take place next week. The scale of the signing was quite big and many media reporters were invited. What Xia Jinghao did not expect was that she would receive a lawyer's letter when she saw the ending she did not want to see. Sue? Suspected of murder and child trafficking? Xia Jinghao looked at the formal lawyer's letter and bit her lips tightly. She did not expect that Xian would do this to her. She had thought of countless ways Xian could take revenge on her, but she had never expected that Xian would use legal means to deal with her. However, when she saw the lawyer's letter, she only panicked for a second before she calmed down. After all, she had done it very secretly and it had been 7 years since the incident. The evidence was long gone. Even if Xian sued her, the law would not be able to do anything to her if there was no clear evidence. And even if there was evidence, as long as her lawyer was professional and capable enough, Xian would not be able to do anything to her in court. However, what Xia Jinghao neglected was that Xian was no longer the powerless Xian of the past. And she was no longer the Xia Jinghao who had the backing of the Xia family and the Fu family. Good night. Chapter 113. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and the wind was gentle. It was a good day for an outing and also a good day for people to be in a good mood. Of course, today was not a good day for the Xia family. That was because today was the day their family's daily chemical company was acquired by CH. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, CH had made this simple acquisition extremely complicated. Not only did they find a special venue for the signing of the contract, they also found a lot of media reporters to do a live broadcast. This made the Xia family even more uncomfortable. Based on this incident alone, the Xia family's reputation had been completely tarnished. However, at the scene of CH company acquiring the Xia family's daily chemical company, everyone in the Xia family was stunned by the company representative from CH company who attended the signing ceremony. This was because the company representative who appeared at CH company's acquisition was none other than Xian. Xian? Why are you here? When Xia Qingjing saw Xian, his whole face turned pale and his face was full of disbelief. Me? Of course I have to be here because I'm the chairman of CH. Xian's words not only shocked Xia Qingjing, but also everyone else present. No one would have thought that the boss behind CH, a legendary and rapidly developing dark horse in the business world, was actually a young woman, and a female celebrity at that. This was too frightening. Everyone felt like they were dreaming, but they also knew that this was not a dream. It was real. The boss of CH was really a young woman. It really was Xian. At this moment, as he looked at Xian, who was wearing a simple and neat black suit, Xia Qingjing, for a moment, was unwilling to sign the contract. However, even if he was 100 times unwilling and 200 times unwilling to sell the company to Xian, he was still unwilling. However, in the end, he could only compromise with reality. If he sold the company, he could still get some money for his retirement. However, if he insisted on not selling, he would not know how to live for the rest of his life. Therefore, no matter how uneasy, unwilling, and angry he felt, he could only grit his teeth and swallow this result. The moment he signed his name on the contract, Xia Qingjing felt like he was in a dream. Xian was just a little adopted daughter in their family, a small thing that they did not need to care about. They could control her life and everything about her. But now, Xia Qingjing looked up at Xian. At this time, Xian had also finished signing his name, but the expression on his face was cold. It was as if it did not matter whether she signed the contract or not. Xian, I really didn't expect the Xia family's business to fall into your hands. After taking a deep breath, Xia Qingjing suppressed the bitterness in his heart and continued with regret. If I had known, the Xia family would not have adopted you. Faced with Xia Qingjing's regretful expression, Xian sneered. You don't know that I took advantage of you to adopt me. If she had not transmigrated, the original owner would have been dead. Moreover, not only did she die, but her biological daughter was also indirectly killed by the Xia family. However, the Xia family had really ruined her family and caused her to be ruined. However, Xian was too lazy to say anything more to Xia Qingjing. After signing the contract, Xian left the scene under the protection of the security guards. Oh my god! The boss behind CH company is actually Xian? Oh my god! This is simply too miraculous. After Xian left, all the media at the venue could not calm down for a long time. They kept muttering Xiaoan's name. Soon, Xiaoan was once again at the top of the hot search list. However, this time, she wasn't on the hot search list because of what happened in the entertainment industry. Instead, she was on the top of the hot search list as a business genius, shocked face. Xiaoan is actually the chairman of CH Company. Was CH Company really founded by Xiaoan? That's impossible. She's just a small celebrity. How can CH Company be so awesome? I used to think that Xiaoan was just pretty, but I didn't expect that Xiaoan's aura as a strong woman was even more beautiful. She looks like she's glowing all over. Oh my god. Xiaoan is the real example of a rich family. No wonder Xiaoan endorsed all of CH Company's advertisements, and Xiaoan is the only spokesperson for CH Company's products. Xiaoan is the boss of the company, and she's producing and marketing herself. She's really saving money. Those who said that Xiaoan's sugar daddy is from CH Company have been slapped in the face this time. I told you, how could Xiaoan have a sugar daddy? Pfft. Thinking about it, there were people who criticized Xiaoan's sugar daddy as the boss of CH Company, ha ha ha. This is so funny. Does this count as goddess Xia attacking and suffering? That's awkward. Can those people who slandered Xiaoan in the past come out and apologize now? I don't care anymore. My goddess looks so handsome in a suit today. Her aura is really 8 meters tall. I'm gay. I just want to know, how did Xiaoan do all of this? She's already very successful as a celebrity, and she must be very busy with work. How did she create such an outstanding company like CH? She's simply too awesome. In just a short period of time, she was able to make CH Company reach such a level and develop so much. I just want to know. What's Xiaoan's background? Is she a genius? Xiaoan must be a genius. Don't forget, Xiaoan is in the Challenger. Based on her performance in the movie, she's really smart. After the news that Xiaoan was the boss of CH Company was released, all the netizens on the internet were in an uproar. There were all kinds of comments, and most of them were shocked that Xiaoan had actually founded such an awesome company. She was simply a business genius. Faced with so many flattering comments on the internet, the Xia family had mixed feelings. They were even furious. This must be fake. Xiaoan, that child. How did she become the boss of CH Company? And she even bought our family's business. Zhuolanhua still couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't believe that Xiaoan had suddenly become the chairman of CH Company. If this was true, then Xiaoan had deliberately targeted the Xia family. Lanhua, this is true. Xiaoan is indeed the chairman of CH Company. Even if Xia Qingxing didn't want to believe that Xiaoan was the chairman of CH Company, the truth was the truth, and he didn't have to lie to himself. What would she do? What would she do? Our Xia family has raised her for so many years. We provided her with food and shelter, and let her live the life of an upper-class person. How could she repay our kindness with ingratitude? As she spoke, Zhuolanhua was so angry that her face turned red. Ingrate. That ingrate. How could she have the face to take away our family's business? Zhuolanhua still couldn't accept this reality. At this moment, she couldn't wait to appear in front of Xiaoan and interrogate her. She is indeed an ingrate, but our Xia family being able to get to where we are today has something to do with that good daughter of yours. If it weren't for her, even if Xiaoan was an ingrate, she wouldn't have targeted our Xia family like this. Xia Qingxing scoffed coldly. He was clear in his heart. He clearly understood that the reason why Xiaoan did all this was because of his good daughter. Hubby, how could you say that? What does this have to do with Jinghao? At the end of the day, it's all because Xiaoan coveted our family's assets. At this moment, while Mr. and Mrs. Xia were quarreling, they didn't know that their daughter was about to face a great disaster. Of course, Xia Jinghao was lucky enough to find out that Xiaoan was the chairman of CH Company before the disaster befell her. After all, CH Company was now the most high-profile company. And Xiaoan was also a big star who attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, when these two elements were put together, it was impossible for people not to know about it. How could this be? How could this be? How could Xian become the chairman of CH Company? At this moment, when she saw the news report that Xian was the chairman of CH Company, she was even more furious than the charges that she was about to be charged with. In her heart, Xian shouldn't be able to live so well and so perfectly. She shouldn't be able to live better than her. Therefore, when she saw Xian's current power and background, she became even more furious. More importantly, CH Company had bought over the Xia family's assets and made the Xia family so miserable. Xia Jinghao couldn't stay calm. After she saw the news, she lost her rationality. However, even if she lost her rationality, she couldn't make trouble for Xian anymore. After receiving Xian's lawyer's letter, Xia Jinghao was quickly arrested by the local police. What awaited her was only the trial of the law. Things happened very suddenly. It was like a tornado. Xia Jinghao's originally incomparably beautiful life had completely disappeared. Because she was suspected of intentional homicide and child trafficking, she was arrested by the judicial authorities and handed over to the court for prosecution. She originally wanted to hire the best lawyer to defend her innocence, but in the end, it was just a thought. Because Xian had a lot of important evidence in his hands, even the best lawyer could not get Xia Jinghao out of this case that had been going on for 6 or 7 years. In the end, he could only change his original plea of not guilty to hoping that his sentence would be reduced. However, the Fu family had already given up on Xia Jinghao and the Xia family had fallen from power. Therefore, it was difficult for Xia Jinghao to do anything alone. No matter how good his lawyer was, he did not have any connections to mediate the situation. In the end, the punishment that awaited Xia Jinghao was the heaviest. Xia Jinghao had never imagined that she would end up like this. She had yet to recover from the embarrassing situation of the Xia family assets falling into the hands of Xian. In the end, she would be the first to go to jail. When she heard the judge sentence her to 12 years in prison, Xia Jinghao almost fainted on the ground. No, this is impossible. How could this be? This is impossible. I didn't commit any crime. Xian's daughter was not dead. She's not dead. You can't sentence me. Xia Jinghao stared fixedly at Xian. If she was not being guarded by the police, she would have kept a certain distance from Xian. In that case, Xia Jinghao would definitely not let Xian off and would definitely hit her. A few meters away, Xian stared coldly at Xia Jinghao, his eyes full of mockery. Actually, the reason why Xia Jinghao ended up like this was all because of her own doing. To be honest, if Xia Jinghao had not said that she had swapped the child of the original owner and that Xia Xingchen was not the child of the original owner, she would not have investigated this matter. In that case, it was impossible for her to investigate this matter and directly find out the crime that Xia Jinghao had committed back then. So, from a certain point of view, it was Xia Jing who sent herself to prison for her own good. Xia Jinghao, you should reflect on yourself in prison. I hope that when you come out in 12 years, you won't disturb my life like you are doing now. After speaking, Xian turned around and refused to look at Xia Jinghao. Xia Jinghao watched as Xian left in a dazzling manner. She was so dispirited that she was about to be sent to an incomparably dark prison by the police. She was both angry and desperate. Xian! I won't let you off. Xian! I won't let you off. Ah! Xian walked out of the courthouse calmly as she listened to the wailing and howling behind her. Because of this matter, Xian had deliberately kept it a secret, so the public was not very clear about the verdict. Therefore, the media was not involved. This also allowed Xian to leave the courthouse without being surrounded by the media and fans. Otherwise, just based on this matter, Xian would probably be on fire for a period of time again. Of course, Xian was also on fire now that she had the image of a domineering CEO. After all, this was a huge change in image. She used to be a big star with all kinds of sugar daddies and rumors about her unspoken rules. Although those were all fake, Xian's image was indeed that of a delicate beauty. But now, in the blink of an eye, Xian, a flower vase actress, had become the big boss of a listed company. Moreover, she was the founder of a company with a bright future, especially profitable, and extremely popular products. How could this not be shocking? Therefore, Xian and CH Company had completely taken over the recent and future hot topics, and there was no one else who could compete. They were definitely the hottest topic now. Even the top celebrities could not shake the popularity and traffic of Xian and Xian's company. All of a sudden, CH Company's sales went up another level, and the stock price kept rising. Looking at this momentum, some people even predicted that Xian might become the richest woman in the country in this year's wealth ranking. This kind of achievement was not something that the big and small celebrities in the industry could achieve. Even the average entrepreneur could not achieve what Xian had achieved. However, even if the internet praised Xian to the skies, Xian herself did not care too much. Moreover, she did not think that she was very powerful. The reason why she could reach this point was really because she cheated and had good luck. First, she had the magical artifact that allowed her to create cheap but useful products. Second, she saved the male lead by chance and obtained the help of the male lead's grandfather, who helped her find so many top elites to be her subordinates. Therefore, even though the internet praised her as a godlike figure, Xian did not feel any sense of reality, nor did she feel any sense of pride. In her heart, she was even more determined to increase the salaries of the elite executives in her company and treat Gu Shimo and her baby son better. Sister Xian, this Xia Jinghao is really too vicious. I really didn't expect her to do such a deranged thing. As Xiao's manager, Su Tian, after going through so many things, learning the truth, and seeing that Xia Jinghao had received the punishment she deserved, she still could not calm down. She's only sentenced to 12 years. That's too good for her. Hearing Su Tian's furious words, Xiaoan chuckled softly and his tone didn't seem to care too much. Maybe you think that 12 years in prison is too light a punishment for her, but for Xia Jinghao, that prison is a nightmare. She was kidnapped when she was a child and lived an inhumane life for many years. It was not easy for her to return to the Xia family and live a good life again, but now. Xiaoan curled the corners of her lips and said slowly. It is easy to go from being frugal to being extravagant, but it is not easy to go from being extravagant to being frugal. Especially for a woman like Xia Jinghao, who repeatedly switches between the two lives. She could foresee how difficult Xia Jinghao's life would be in prison. Moreover, the Xia family has fallen. And the Fu family will not want a daughter-in-law like Xia Jinghao, who has a dark history and has been in prison. Therefore, Xia Jinghao's life was ruined. She had avenged the original owner of the body. Although it seemed to be a little late. That's true. Hearing Xiaoan's words, Su Tian thought for a while and agreed with her. For a woman like Xia Jinghao, who was living a luxurious and comfortable life, the hard life in prison was worse than death for her. But Sister Xiaoan, what are you going to do with your biological daughter Anne? Xiaoxing? After putting Xia Jinghao's matter aside, Su Tian thought of the most important thing now. Faced with Su Tian's question, Xiaoan fell silent for a while. In fact, she did not think much about this matter. Because in her heart, Xiaoxing was her only son. It was not easy for her to accept someone. And when she accepted someone as the most important person to her, she would not change her mind. She was not the original owner of the body and had never given birth to a child. Therefore, she did not feel much about the blood relationship. In any case, she had set her mind on Xiaoxing. Moreover, she felt that it was best for the original owner's daughter to be with the couple who had saved her and raised her with all their heart. Although in the novel, the original owner's daughter did not live a very good life in terms of material things, she lived a better life than Xiaoxing, the original owner's son. The couple loved the original owner's daughter very much and doted on her as if she was the apple of their eye. They really loved her so much that she would melt in their mouth and fall in their hands. As the son of the original owner, Xiaoxing did not lack anything in his early life, but he did not have any paternal or maternal love. He grew up in a very loveless childhood. When he was 6 years old, he was abandoned by the Fu family. From then on, he lived a life worse than the original owner's daughter. Although he grew up and became rich later on, he was not as happy as the original owner's daughter at all. Therefore, she felt that even if she brought the original owner's daughter back, she could only give the original owner's daughter a better life. She thought that she could not give the original owner's daughter as much paternal and maternal love as the couple had given the original owner's daughter. Therefore, she did not think that it was a good choice to bring the original owner's daughter back. Sister Xiaoan? Seeing that Xiaoan did not speak for a long time, Su Tian called out softly. Tian, about this matter. I have made a decision, but I haven't thought it through yet. How about this, can you help me arrange it? I want to see the child first. In the end, Xian calmly announced her decision. Don't arrange for me to meet the child directly. I just want to see her quietly, and also see the parents who adopted her. Don't alarm them. Hearing Xian's words, Su Tian was a little surprised. She felt a little surprised. After all, if a woman found out that her biological child had been swapped and called someone else father or mother, wouldn't she have some reaction? Moreover, even if she loved the swapped child, her reaction to her biological child would not be so indifferent, right? However, she felt that this goddess of hers did not care about her biological child that much. This must be her misconception. Okay, I got it, Sister Xian. I'll make the arrangements for you now. Good night. Xiaoxing, Mommy is going out for a while today. I might only be back at night. Stay at home obediently today. Auntie will come and take care of you. Very quickly, Su Tian arranged the matter of meeting the original owner's daughter properly. Xian didn't want to waste any more time. She was going to take Xiaoxing to America to continue her studies after settling these matters. After all, Gu Shimo was still alone in the United States, and Xiaoxing hadn't been to school for a long time. Although her villain was a genius, she still couldn't be careless about the child's education. Mom, where are you going? Xiaoxing blinked, her face filled with nervousness. In fact, he understood that his fairy mother was going to meet her biological daughter today, so this made him very nervous and afraid. Mom, looking at the nervous and scared expression on the little guy's face, Xian inexplicably felt that his genius son might know something. Mom is going to meet someone. Therefore, Xian didn't come up with any excuses to brush his son off. Of course, he didn't directly say that he was going to see the original owner's daughter. To be honest, if Xiaoxing did not exist, she might not have been so conflicted. If the child was brought back, then so be it. It was just raising another child. However, although she was not that meticulous, she also understood that the little fellow who had been with her for so long was actually very sensitive. If this little fellow knew that he was not her child, she was afraid that he would feel very uncomfortable in his heart. She was afraid that the little fellow would be hurt after learning the truth. Therefore, she really did not want Xiaoxing to know. However, what Xian didn't know was that this little guy already knew. Mom, can you not go? When the little guy heard Xian's words, he pursed his lips tightly and his tender voice trembled a little. Looking at the little guy's reaction, Xian frowned slightly. Xiaoxing, what's wrong? Did you hear something? Xian felt that his smart son might have heard something. Did Xia Jinghao come to see you? Subconsciously, Xian thought of that crazy woman, Xia Jinghao. She wondered if that crazy woman, Xia Jinghao, had said something to her intelligent son before she was arrested. That was why her son knew about his background. However, in response to Xiaoxing gently shook his head in denial. I haven't seen her. Xiaoxing pursed his lips and wanted to speak his mind. He wanted to say, Mom, don't abandon me. Don't abandon me, okay. However, the little fellow was afraid that if he told the truth, his fairy mother might really not want him anymore. Mom, I don't want to be apart from you. The little guy hugged Xiaoxing's waist with both hands, buried his fluffy little head tightly in Xia's stomach, and said in a muffled voice. Feeling the fluffy little head on her stomach, Xia's heart softened. She lowered her head and gently stroked the little guy's little head with her snow-white palm. Silly son, Mom will be back tonight. When Mom is done here, we'll go back to the United States. Hearing Xia's words, Xiaoxing suddenly raised his head. His dark eyes were full of light as he looked at Xian. Really? Mom, are you taking me back to the United States? At this time, Xiaoxing was really excited. Did this mean that his mother would not abandon him? Did this mean that he was also Mom's biological son? Yes, really. So stay at home obediently today and wait for Mom to come back. Looking at the little guy's red face, Xian nodded in amusement. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, Mom, Xiaoxing will wait for you at home obediently. Xiaoxing nodded his little head heavily and said obediently. After making arrangements for her good son, Xian got on a plane and flew to the city where the original owner's daughter lived. However, instead of a city, it was better to call it a small county near the mountains. The economy was not very developed, but the air and environment here were very good. The pace of life in the small county was very relaxed, and it was a small county that was particularly suitable for retirement. Sister Xian, the couple who adopted Xiao Shui don't have any formal jobs at the moment. The man's name is Zhu Daqing, and he's now working at a construction site. The woman's name is Wang Longji, and she's a temporary female worker in a factory. Both of them earn hard-earned money, and their wages are not high. It's barely enough to support a family of 3, and they can't save much money throughout the year. Listening to Su Tiantian's introduction, Xiaoan had a rough understanding of the original owner's daughter's situation. Because the original owner's daughter was picked up in a snowy day, this uncultured couple gave the original owner's daughter a more suitable name. Zhu Baixue. Just like her name, the daughter of the original owner of the body looked just like Snow White from a fairy tale since she was young. Her hair was ebony, her skin was white as snow, and her lips were red like blood. She was beautiful and cute. Therefore, she had the nickname Snow White since she was young. Looking at the photos that Su Tiantian gave her, the original owner's daughter was actually more beautiful than Fu Anqi. After all, the original owner's appearance was much more beautiful than Xia Jinghao's. In terms of appearance genes, it was normal for the original owner's daughter to be more beautiful than Fu Anqi. However, Fu Anqi was the female lead of this novel. She had a golden finger, and she had lived a life of luxury since she was young. In terms of temperament, she was definitely more outstanding than the original owner's daughter. Most importantly, Fu Anqi was the female lead with the female lead halo. Even if Zhu Baixue was more beautiful than her, it was useless without the female lead halo. Xiao Shui is a very sensible and well-behaved child. She knows how to help her parents since she was young. She is very filial to her parents. Other children go out to play after school, but Xiao Shui never goes out to play. She stays at home obediently and helps her parents with work. In fact, after Su Tiantian helped Xia investigate her biological daughter, her maternal love really exploded. Originally, Zhu Baixue looked like a miniature version of Xiaoan. Especially since she was so sensible and well-behaved, she matured faster than her peers. After she helped her family, Su Tiantian's heart ached even more. She had already guessed that her goddess did not intend to take the child back. But she wanted to put in a good word for the child in front of her goddess so that Xiaoan would change her mind. She understood what her goddess meant. The couple treated Zhu Baixue really well and the child received a lot of love from that family. But Su Tiantian felt that her goddess was like this. She did not give her biological daughter any choice. She made the decision for her and did not give her the chance to meet her biological mother. It was really unfair. It was also quite cruel. After all, blood was thicker than water. Even if this couple gave Zhu Baixue a lot of fatherly and motherly love, they were still not her biological parents. Tiantian, do you think I'm cold-blooded? Xiaoan understood what Su Tiantian meant. She said calmly, I just think that Xiao Shui has the right to know that you are her biological mother. You can let her choose whether she wants to stay with that couple or go with you. Su Tiantian bit her lower lip. Although she did not want to upset her goddess, she still insisted on speaking her mind. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xiaoan nodded and said softly, You're right. But Tiantian, don't you think it's cruel to tell a 7-year-old child that the parents who have lived with her for 7 years are not her biological parents? And her real identity is an illegitimate daughter. Isn't it more cruel to tell her so directly? Especially since her biological parents may not be able to give her the same fatherly and motherly love that her adoptive parents gave her. Perhaps it was because they had never met, but Xiaoan always felt that Zhu Baixue was the child of the original owner. However, she was prejudiced. After coming to this novel world, the first person she met was Xia Xingchen, her relative. She was also the first relative she accepted. Therefore, she felt that she could no longer change this feeling. Hearing Xiaoan's words, Su Tiantian suddenly fell silent. This was indeed a difficult choice to make. Indeed, if Zhu Baixue returned to Xiaoan's side, she would have a very good material life. However, the fatherly and motherly love that she received from Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji would be greatly reduced. Her goddess had always been a slow person to warm up. In a sense, her goddess was cold-hearted and might have an emotional deficit disorder. Raising a child was definitely more free-spirited. Xian was definitely not a good mother. I was wrong. After thinking for a while, Su Tian finally hung her head dejectedly. Even she couldn't think of a perfect solution. I plan to secretly give the Zhu couple a sum of money to improve their lives, so that Xiao Shui can have a good life. Seeing Su Tiantian's dejected look, Xian told her plan. Hearing Xian's words, Su Tian fell silent for a while. Finally, she spoke timidly. Sister Xian, are you really not going to bring your biological daughter back? Actually, although her adoptive parents can give her a lot of spiritual love, I may be a layman, but I still think that she will have a better life with you. Not to mention whether Xiaoan could be a good mother. To be honest, Xiaoan's current status and wealth were definitely not something that ordinary people could compare to. Although her goddess would give the couple a sum of money to make them rich, she was still worried. However, this amount of money could only make their lives more prosperous. This couple was illiterate and couldn't even read a few words. Even if he had money, it wouldn't change the environment in which a child grew up. It was true that the couple treated Zhu Baixue very well, but growing up under their care, her perspective would always remain at the level of ordinary people. However, if he followed her goddess, things would be different. A better life. In fact, Xiaoan didn't think that giving children a material life was a good life. Especially for a filial girl like Zhu Baixue. Moreover, she knew the future development of Zhu Baixue. Although she did not have a good material environment like Fu Anqi, and her vision was not as broad as Fu Anqi's. However, Zhu Baixue was a very diligent child, and she was also very smart. Back then, she had been admitted to the best university in the country with high scores during the college entrance examination. Moreover, she didn't put all her energy into her studies. Most of the time, she was helping her parents share the pressure of life. Therefore, such a child would never have the problem of being narrow-minded. As long as he grew up and went to university, she believed that Zhu Baixue's future would be limitless. It was precisely because of this that Xiaoan wanted to give the Zhu couple a sum of money. She knew about Zhu Baixue's future, but Su Tian didn't. Therefore, she understood Su Tiantian's thoughts. Alright, Tian, let's go see Little Snow first. After Xiaoan repeated Xiao Shui's affectionate name several times, he finally got the hang of it. Then let's go to Xiao Shui's school. It's almost noon now. Every day after school, Xiao Shui would go home and make lunch for Mr. and Mrs. Zhu. Su Tian was quite familiar with Zhu Baixue's daily schedule because she had investigated them before. It was precisely because of this that she felt so sorry for Zhu Baixue. She wanted to persuade Xiaoan to change his mind and bring Zhu Baixue back. Then let's go to school. Although Xiaoan didn't say anything, she felt very emotional. She felt that the original owner's daughter was so well-behaved and sensible. She was only 7 years old, but she already knew how to cook for her parents. The car soon arrived at Zhu Baixue's school. Because it was a small town, the primary school here was not very good. The school looked very old, and the area didn't look very big. There were a few worn-out bicycles outside the school. They looked messy and gave off a sense of backwardness. Looking at the primary school in this small town, Xiaoan couldn't help frowning slightly. Because of Xianxia, to some extent, she attached great importance to children's education. The schools she found for Xianxia were all of the best schools. But now, she looked at Zhu Baixue's school, which was so dilapidated. Xianxia's school was an internationally renowned elite school. Suddenly, she understood what Su Tian meant when she said that there was a problem with her outlook. The difference between the two children's schools was like heaven and earth. She originally thought that with Zhu Baixue's intelligence, even without the help of outsiders, as long as her family's financial foundation didn't drag her down, she would definitely be able to stand out. However, this kind of standing out was only compared to ordinary people. If she was compared to Xianxia and Gu Shimo, she would have completely lost at the starting line. In the future, even if Zhu Baixue was admitted to the best university in the country and graduated from the best university in the country, she would never be able to compare to Xianxia and Gu Shimo. She might not even be able to compare to Fu Anqi. Most of the time, the gap between people wasn't determined by a person's aptitude. In fact, sometimes it was more important to a person's growth environment. She's coming. Sister Xian, look. That's Xiaoshui. Our Xiaoshui is so beautiful. Just as Xian was lost in thought, Su Tiantian suddenly shouted excitedly. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Xian raised her head and looked out of the car window. With just one glance, Xian recognized Zhu Baixue. There were so many students densely packed together, but Zhu Baixue was extremely eye-catching among a group of primary school students. Her hair was as black as ink, her skin was as white as snow, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. Even though she was wearing clothes that had been washed out, she was still extremely beautiful and cute. Standing in the dense crowd, she seemed to be glowing, and people noticed her at first glance. Sister Xian, Xiaoshui's eyes are exactly the same as yours. Su Tiantian looked at Zhu Baixue as if she was looking at a miniature version of Xian. Her heart was filled with joy. Actually, Zhu Baixue and Xian didn't look exactly alike, but they were mother and daughter after all, so there was still a 70% to 80% resemblance. However, Zhu Baixue was still young and her facial features hadn't fully developed yet. If one didn't pay close attention, they would only feel that there was a slight resemblance, but they wouldn't associate it with anything else. However, Su Tiantian was Xian's #1 die-hard fan, and she saw Xian face to face every day. Therefore, she could clearly see that Zhu Baixue's facial features were very similar to Xian's. They were definitely biological mother and daughter. Okay. Xian looked at the little girl who did look a little like the original owner of this body and nodded lightly. Rather than saying that Zhu Baixue looked like her, it was more accurate to say that she looked like the original owner of this body. Zhu Baixue's current appearance was probably the same as when she first possessed the original owner of this body. There was no need for a DNA test at all. It was certain that Zhu Baixue was the original owner's daughter. Xiaoshui, see you in the afternoon. Bye, Baixue, see you in the afternoon. Everyone under the sunlight, Zhu Baixue smiled very sweetly and waved to her classmates and friends. Her small body rode an old bicycle that didn't match her height and rushed home. It seems that this little girl is quite popular. Xian looked at Zhu Baixue's small body riding the bicycle and said softly. That's right, Sister Xian. Our Xiaoshui is very popular. All the children at school like our Xiaoshui and are fighting to be her friend. Along the way, Su Tiantian took the opportunity to praise Zhu Baixue to Xian. If people didn't know better, they would probably think that Zhu Baixue was Su Tiantian's daughter. This small county town wasn't very big. It only took them half an hour to drive around the entire county town. Moreover, they were driving at a slow speed. Therefore, Zhu Baixue rode the bicycle from school to home in less than 10 minutes. The car behind the little girl's bicycle also stopped not far away. Zhu Baixue's family didn't live in an apartment complex. Instead, they lived in a self-built cement bungalow. The environment was very bad. Although Su Tiantian was already mentally prepared, she felt even more distressed when she saw Zhu Baixue's living environment with her own eyes. Our Xiaoshui has been living in such a place all this time. It's really distressing. Smoke floated up, and when Zhu Baixue appeared again, there were 2 iron lunch boxes in her hands. The little girl carefully placed the 2 metal lunch boxes in the basket of the bicycle. Then, she hurriedly rode the bicycle to the place where the Zhu couple worked. Because the place where Zhu Daqing worked recently was quite close to Wang Longji's factory, the Zhu couple would take time out at noon to wait for Zhu Baixue to deliver lunch. Then, the family of 3 would eat in the open space outside. As a matter of fact, the 2 of them had just informed the other colleagues that they were going to the place where they usually ate with their precious daughter and waited for her. Daddy. Mommy. Not long after the Zhu couple arrived, they saw their 7-year-old daughter riding the bicycle in front of them. Xiaoshui, slow down. Xiaoshui, be careful. Don't rush. Looking at the warm atmosphere between the Zhu couple and Zhu Baixue, Xian actually felt relieved. Although the little girl's living environment was very difficult, it could be seen that the little girl's personality was very good and she was very happy. The smiles on the faces of the family of 3 were really full of happiness, simple and pure. They really felt happy and didn't feel that their lives were difficult. Sister Xian, Xiaoshui's smile is so beautiful. Even Su Tiantian couldn't help but be infected when she saw Zhu Baixue's smile in front of the Zhu couple. In his heart, he also realized what Xian's words meant. Indeed, material life was very important, but the kind of spiritual happiness couldn't be made up for by material life. Daddy, Mommy, that black car is so strange. I saw that car when I left school. Su Tian and Xiaoan, who were in the car, didn't expect that the happy and pure little girl in their eyes was so vigilant. When they followed the little girl, they were already some distance away from her. Moreover, they thought that the little girl was only 7 years old, so she probably wouldn't notice anything. However, they never expected that. The little girl was really very smart and discovered it. Moreover, he had his doubts and was very quick-witted to tell his parents. This was really something that Xiaoan and Su Tian didn't expect. Really? That car really has been following you all this time? Hearing her baby daughter's words, Wang Lanji suddenly widened her eyes and looked back with a vigilant expression. However, when she saw that the black car looked very expensive, she was a little shaken. Yes, I remember the license plate number. The little girl nodded and muttered softly. Really? Daddy will go and take a look. Sister Xiaoan, are you hungry? Why don't we go get something to eat first? Seeing Zhu Baishua's family of 3 eating happily, Su Tian remembered that they hadn't eaten anything since they got off the plane and sat in the car for so long. Now that she saw others eating, Su Tian really felt a little hungry. Therefore, she decided to bring her goddess to eat something first. However, she didn't expect that just as she finished speaking, Yixi's voice suddenly rang out. Before Xiaoan could reply, Zhu Daqing, who was eating happily, walked towards them. Seeing the man striding towards them, Su Tian was shocked at first, and then she felt that the man should not have noticed anything. Because they were really very careful when following him. We were discovered. Xiaoan said softly as he glanced at the dark-skinned, tall, and honest man. However, there seemed to be some praise in his voice. And this praise was for the daughter of the original owner, Zhu Baishue, Xiaoan. This little girl was much smarter than she had imagined. She found out that they had been following her, but the little girl didn't say anything. She waited until her parents were here before asking her parents to trouble them. Discovered? It can't be, right? We're pretty low-key. Su Tian blinked. She still couldn't believe it. However, just as she finished speaking, Zhu Daqing had already walked to the door of the car and knocked on the window that was covered with a one-way transparent film. What should we do? Sister Xiaoan? Seeing that Zhu Daqing really came over, Su Tian panicked for a moment. Open the window and see what he has to say. Xiaoan calmly signaled to Su Tian. Hearing Xiaoan's words, Su Tian had no choice but to ask the driver to roll down the window. When the window rolled down, Zhu Daqing asked the driver. Why have you been following my daughter? As he asked, Zhu Daqing looked at the back seat. In the end, he was stunned when he saw what was inside. We didn't. Just as the driver was about to say that they didn't follow Zhu Baishue, he was interrupted. You're here for Xiaoxue? Am I right? Zhu Daqing looked at Xiaoan in a daze. His voice was filled with uneasiness and panic. Looking at his expression and listening to the words coming out of his mouth, he understood that this man seemed to have recognized the relationship between Xiaoan and Zhu Baishue. Su Tian didn't expect Zhu Daqing to say these things. She looked at Zhu Daqing in shock. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Compared to Su Tian's panic, Xiaoan was much calmer. Yes, I'm St. Xiaoan didn't lie. Instead, he nodded and admitted it. Seeing that Xiaoan actually admitted it, Zhu Daqing panicked even more. That burly man actually started to tremble. Then I'll bring my wife to chat with you later. Okay. Xiaoan nodded calmly again. You can bring your wife here when Xiaoxue goes to school. Our car is waiting for you here. Hearing Xiaoan's words, Zhu Daqing looked at Xiaoan gratefully. After thanking him, he walked back. However, Zhu Daqing had a lot on his mind when he walked back. He didn't feel relaxed at all. Dad, how did it go? What did the people in the car say? Seeing that Zhu Daqing had returned, Wang Lanji hurriedly asked. Zhu Baishue was her sweetheart. She was extremely worried if she was in any danger. Oh, they said they didn't follow Xiaoxue. But I've already warned them not to follow Xiaoxue. Zhu Daqing, who had never lied to his precious daughter for the first time. Xiaxia, don't worry. Dad told them not to follow you. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Raising his hand, Zhu Daqing patted Zhu Baishua's head and said in a hoarse voice. At this moment, looking at Zhu Baishua's beautiful and delicate little face, and thinking of the extremely beautiful woman sitting in the back seat of the car, he couldn't relax. With such similar faces, no matter how stupid Zhu Daqing was, he knew that the beautiful woman was most likely related to his precious daughter by blood. After so many years, the thing that they had been worried about still happened. Although Zhu Baishue was smart, she was only a 7-year-old child. She didn't understand the thoughts of adults. Seeing that her dad had said so, Zhu Baishue didn't have any doubts. She nodded happily. Yes. Dad is amazing. Sister Xian, did he just recognize you? Su Tian still couldn't recover from the shock of Zhu Daqing exposing Xian's identity. She still couldn't believe it. This completely messed up all their plans. Yes, you said it yourself. Xiaxue and I look very similar. It's not surprising that he recognized me. After all, Zhu Daqing knew from the start that Zhu Baishue wasn't his biological daughter. Moreover, he had seen his daughter's face for so long. How could he not be familiar with her? Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Zhu Daqing could recognize that she was related to Zhu Baishue. Su Tian swallowed her saliva and thought about it carefully. That made sense. Then, Sister Xian, what do you plan to do next? Hearing Su Tian's question, Xian instructed without hesitation. Help me arrange a quiet place. I want to talk to Zhu Daqing and his wife. Originally, she didn't want to show her face. She wanted to use some means to give Zhu Daqing and his wife a large sum of money. For example, if she won a lottery, she could give Zhu Daqing and his wife tens of millions as Zhu Baishue's child support. However, she didn't expect that Zhu Daqing would recognize her so suddenly. In that case, she couldn't be bothered to spend so much effort to think of ways to give Zhu Daqing and his wife money. She might as well have a good chat with Zhu Daqing and his wife and see their attitude. Ah? Okay. I'll arrange it for you now. With that, Su Tian got out of the car and got into a taxi to find a place for Xian. On the other hand, Zhu Daqing finished his lunch with a sour feeling in his heart. After sending his precious daughter away, he stopped Wang Longji and told her about Xian's matter. After Wang Longji heard about Xian, she panicked like Zhu Daqing. The two of them hurried back to the place where they worked. After asking for leave from the supervisor, they hurriedly walked towards the car where Xian was sitting. When the two of them came to the front and back of the car again, the car window didn't roll down this time. Instead, the car door opened. Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu, please get in the car. Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji had never been addressed this way before. When they saw the driver open the car door for them and call them Mr. and Mrs. Zhu, the two honest people felt very uneasy. Hey. Mom, let's get in. Although they felt very uneasy, the two of them still got into the car. Because Su Tian wasn't around, the driver let Zhu Daqing sit in the front passenger seat. Wang Longji sat in the back with Xian. After the two of them got into the car, they felt very uncomfortable. Although the economy was quite developed now, there were many cars and cars. However, for Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji, it was the first time they sat in such an expensive car. Therefore, they felt very uncomfortable sitting in the car. Xian looked at the two people who raised the daughter of the original owner of the body and had a good impression of them. At first glance, the two of them looked like honest people. Therefore, in such an environment, Zhu Baishue was still a very kind girl with good values. Unfortunately, she ran into a scheming scumbag. Excuse me, may I know your relationship with Xiaxue? After the car started to move, Wang Longji felt very uneasy and had a sense of inferiority in front of Xian. However, because of Zhu Baishue, she plucked up the courage to ask Xian. However, she still didn't dare to raise her head and look at Xian. Let's talk about it in detail after we get out of the car. Xian glanced at Wang Longji, who lowered her head and asked in a low voice, and replied indifferently. In fact, this couple was not much older than the original owner of the body. They were only in their 30s, but they looked much older than their peers. Oh, okay, Okay. Hearing Xian's words, Zhu Daqing and his wife didn't dare to say anything else. Therefore, there was nothing but an awkward silence in the car. Fortunately, this county was not very big. After driving for a few minutes, they arrived at the place arranged by Su Tian. After the car stopped, Zhu Daqing and his wife got out of the car and saw Xian enter the largest and most expensive restaurant in their county. They felt a little scared. This woman seemed to be very rich. Then, would their daughter be snatched away? At this moment, Zhu Daqing and his wife were really flustered and scared. After getting out of the car, Xian put on sunglasses and a mask. After all, she was too famous now. If someone recognized her here, the fact that Zhu Baixue was her daughter might be exposed. Therefore, Xian had to be careful. Here. After Su Tian brought Xian and the others to a large and luxuriously decorated private room, she sent all the waiters out. At this moment, Xian realized that Su Tian knew her too well. She had already ordered a lot of dishes on the table. Looking at the dishes on the table, Xian nodded with satisfaction. She hadn't eaten for a long time, so she was really a little hungry. Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu, let's sit down and eat together. If there's anything, my sister Xian will talk to you after the meal. After Su Tian served Xian a bowl of soup, she asked the two uneasy people to sit down and eat together. But how could Zhu Daqing and his wife eat? Even if it was the best restaurant in their county, they didn't have the appetite to eat. At this moment, they were worried that this rich woman in front of them would take away their precious daughter. We've already eaten, so we won't eat anymore. Zhu Daqing gave a simple and honest smile as he stuttered. Wang Longji stood behind Zhu Daqing and didn't say anything. It could be seen that the two of them were really nervous and cautious when facing Xian. It was as if Xian was some important leader. However, in reality, they didn't even know Xian's true identity. After all, the two of them worked hard to earn money all day long. How could they have the time to read entertainment gossip news? What's more, there wasn't even a television in the house. You guys should sit down and eat. Xian took a sip of the light fish soup and looked up at Zhu Daqing and his wife. After that, he asked Su Tian to treat the two of them to dinner. Tian, get them a bowl of soup. Upon hearing Xian's order, Su Tian immediately responded with a smile. All right. Sister Xia and Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji were a little anxious when they saw that such a beautiful girl like Su Tian was going to ladle soup for the two of them. Sister, there's really no need. My husband and I have already eaten. That's right, Mississippi. We've already eaten. There's really no need. However, Su Tian still deftly scooped up the fish soup. He even smiled and brought it in front of Wang Longji and Zhu Daqing. Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu, let's eat together. Sister Xian and I haven't eaten yet. If you two don't eat, Sister Xian and I will feel awkward eating. Seeing Su Tian's sweet smile and hearing her words, Zhu Daqing and his wife felt a little embarrassed. The husband and wife looked at each other. In the end, they could only helplessly sit down and accompany Cheyenne and Su Tian to eat this meal that made them feel uneasy. Looking at the table full of dishes, the couple, who had always been thrifty, felt their hearts ache. There were only 4 of them in total, and there were 3 women and 1 man. However, the private room they were in could seat more than 20 people. There were so many dishes on the table that even 10 people might not be able to finish them, let alone 4 people. Such extravagance and waste made Zhu Daqing and his wife feel uncomfortable all over. Therefore, they could only silently drink the fish soup that Su Tian served them. As they drank, the couple, who had never eaten anything good before, and had never been to a big restaurant, sighed with emotion. The food in the best restaurant in the county was indeed delicious. Unfortunately, their precious daughter couldn't eat it. After he was almost full, Xian put down his chopsticks. Xian raised his head and looked at Zhu Daqing and his wife, who were carefully eating the food in front of him. As soon as Xian put down his chopsticks, Zhu Daqing and his wife quickly put down their chopsticks as well. If you didn't eat well, you can eat slowly. Don't mind me. Xian looked at the nervous expressions of the two and said softly, which was rare for her. In fact, Xian also had parents. Looking at Zhu Daqing and his wife, she couldn't help but recall her parents, However, it had been too long, and she really couldn't remember her parents' faces. She only remembered that her parents were a pair of honest and kind people. I'm full. Miss Xia, you and our Xiao Shui." Zhu Daqing wasn't in the mood to eat. Even if the food here was delicious, he still cared more about his precious daughter. You're right. I am her mother. Hearing Zhu Daqing's question, Xiaoan also said firmly. Hearing such a reply, Zhu Daqing and his wife had already guessed that this would be the result. However, when they heard Xiaoan's reply, it was as if there was a hole in their hearts, and they felt empty. You are really our Xiao Shui's mother? But why did you abandon our Xiao Shui? Although Zhu Daqing and his wife found it hard to accept this answer, both of them were simple and honest people. They didn't do anything uncouth and unreasonable. After being silent for a while and calming down, they asked what they cared about the most. Do you know that Xiao Shui was so big back then? The weather was so cold, and it was snowing heavily. If it weren't for me, if I hadn't happened to be cleaning the streets and picked Xiao Shui up in time, that child Xiao Shui wouldn't still be alive. Speaking of this matter, Zhu Daqing and his wife's uneasiness and inferiority complex disappeared. There was only a strong sense of reproach and displeasure. When they thought about it, if they hadn't picked Xiao Shui up in time back then, their cute daughter might not be alive in this world now. Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu, don't be anxious. Actually, you can't blame Sister Xian for this matter. Actually, it's all a misunderstanding. Seeing how agitated Zhu Daqing and his wife were, Su Tiantian hurriedly explained to them. After Zhu Daqing and his wife heard Su Tiantian's explanation, both of them were stunned, and then they were furious. How could that woman do this? She's so evil. She's trying to kill someone. Did you call the police? That woman is trying to murder someone. If it weren't for her mother picking Xiao Shui up in time, Xiao Shui would have died at such a young age. Even if they had picked Zhu Baishui up in time, his body wasn't very good when he was young. The couple had spent a lot of effort and thought of all kinds of methods and spent a lot of money to make Zhu Baishui's body better. Even so, Zhu Baishui's body was still weaker than the average child's. Looking at the couple's reaction, Xiaoan and Su Tiantian could tell that the couple really loved Zhu Baishui. Moreover, it was the kind of love that surpassed their own life. Su Tiantian couldn't help but compare them in her heart. Although Xiaoan was her goddess, she couldn't help but admit that her goddess couldn't love a child as much as Zhu Daqing and his wife. Zhu Daqing and his wife were the best parents, even though their only shortcoming was that they were poor. We've already called the police. That woman has been arrested. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, the couple finally calmed down. However, their anger had subsided a little. But, then, they thought of a problem that they were about to face. Originally, they thought that Xiaoan had abandoned their precious daughter, so even if this woman wanted to take their precious daughter back, they wouldn't agree. After all, she had abandoned their precious daughter. They had a reason to refuse. But now, when they found out the truth and realized that Xiaoan was also a victim, they instantly didn't know what to do. The couple were originally kind. Even if they didn't want to be separated from their precious daughter, they still wanted to return her. However, they also understood in their hearts that Xiaoan was also a victim in this matter. She had the right to take her daughter back and let the mother and daughter reunite. Therefore, they couldn't do something so unreasonable and refuse Xiaoan's request to take their precious daughter back. Moreover, they could tell that Xiaoan's financial situation was really good. If their Xiao Shui was with Xiaoan, she would indeed be able to live a better life. So you're here this time to take Xiao Shui back, right? Zhu Daqing was a big and burly man, but at this moment, he spoke like a little wife. His eyes were red, and there were glistening tears in his eyes. He seemed to be enduring something. It was hard to bear. As for a woman like Wang Longji, she immediately burst into tears. Seeing that Zhu Daqing and his wife were crying before they said anything, Su Tiantian really panicked. Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu, please don't cry. Su Tiantian looked helplessly at Xiaoan. In fact, after interacting with this honest couple, Su Tiantian's original intention of letting Xiaoan take Zhu Baishui away had faded. When she saw Zhu Daqing and his wife burst into tears, she felt even more sorry for them. Sister Xiaoan, what should we do? Seeing that Su Tian was begging her for help, Xian calmly opened her mouth. Alright, stop crying. I didn't say that I wanted to take the child away. Xian's words immediately stunned Zhu Daqing and his wife. At this moment, Wang Longji stopped crying and Zhu Daqing was no longer upset. At this moment, what? You're not here to take Xiaxue away? Zhu Daqing and his wife were happy at first, but then they became angry. You don't want Xiaxue? Aren't you Xiaxue's biological mother? How can you not want Xiaxue? Xiaxue is so good. How can you do such a thing? Faced with the couple's accusations, Xian really wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, she finally understood how high Zhu Baishue's position was in the hearts of Zhu Daqing and his wife, and how much this couple cared about Zhu Baishue. Do you want me to take Xiaxue away? Xian looked at Zhu Daqing and his wife, amused. Hearing Xian's words, Zhu Daqing and his wife suddenly froze. However, they still spoke the truth that they wanted to say the most. We don't want to be separated from Xiaxue, but we don't want Xiaxue to have a mother who abandons her. I've already discussed it with the child's father. When Xiaxue grows up and graduates from college, we'll tell her about her background. We don't want her to know that she has a mother who doesn't want her. Hearing Zhu Daqing and his wife's words, Su Tian, who had low tear ducts, was so touched that she burst into tears. At this moment, she really hoped that Xian wouldn't take Zhu Baishue away. This couple was really too good. As for Xian, after hearing Zhu Daqing and his wife's words, he had an idea. And this idea completely overturned her original plan. You don't want to be separated from Xiaxue, but you also don't want me to abandon Xiaxue. So, what do you think I should do? You don't want to be separated from Xiaxue, but you also don't want me to abandon Xiaxue. So, tell me, what should I do? Hearing Xian's words, Zhu Daqing and his wife were speechless. They didn't know what they should do. Logically speaking, if Xian didn't want to acknowledge their baby daughter, then their baby daughter wouldn't have been separated from them, which was a good thing. However, when they thought about how their precious daughter was so good, but Xiaoshue's biological mother didn't want to acknowledge her, they couldn't help themselves. If Xiaoshue were to find out that she had such a mother in the future, it would hurt her too much. Therefore, for a moment, they really didn't know how to answer Xian. I'll give you a chance. It's up to you whether Xiaoshue wants to go back with me or not. Xian said softly when she saw the complicated expressions on Zhu Daqing and his wife's faces. As soon as Xian said this, Zhu Daqing and his wife were immediately stunned. He was shocked by Xian's words. We'll choose? Zhu Daqing and his wife looked at Xian in disbelief. They couldn't believe their ears. That's right, you can choose. Xian nodded faintly and looked at the two of them. She was giving the two of them a chance. At the same time, she was also giving them a test. Then, Wang Longji wanted to say something. She wanted to say that if they didn't hand Zhu Baishue over to Xian, Xiaxue would still be their daughter. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhu Daqing. We want to discuss it at home first. Can we give you an answer tomorrow? Zhu Daqing grabbed Wang Longji's hand and held it tightly. Then, he said to Xian with a serious face. However, Xian shook his head. We can discuss it, but you have to give me an answer tonight. She had made an appointment with Little Star to go home at night. She couldn't go back on her words. Moreover, Little Star had always been sensitive. She didn't want Little Star to be hurt in the slightest. Therefore, Xian rejected Zhu Daqing without hesitation. Hearing Xian's words, Zhu Daqing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. All right. I'll give you an answer tonight. After that, Xian gestured for Su Tian to give Zhu Daqing his contact information. Zhu Daqing and his wife then left the room without looking back. Watching them leave, Su Tian looked at Xian in confusion. Sister Xian, have you made a new decision? Why did you let Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji choose for themselves? Su Tian had no idea what Xian was up to. She was really anxious. She now hoped that her goddess could take her daughter back, but at the same time, she felt that Zhu Daqing and his wife were the best parents for Xiaoshui. The result of her struggle was that she gave up on her idea and waited for Xian to make the final decision on the form. You'll know tonight. Xian curled his lips slightly, raised his arm, and stretched lazily. Huh. After dinner, she really felt a little sleepy. Tian, I'm a little sleepy. Help me book a hotel. I want to sleep for a while. There were still a few hours before the night that Zhu Daqing mentioned. Anyway, she had nothing to do now, so she might as well sleep for a while. Daqing, why did you interrupt me? Why didn't you just tell that woman that we'll raise Xiaoshui? After Zhu Daqing dragged Wang Longji out of the restaurant, she began to complain. In her eyes, Xiaoan didn't care about their precious daughter at all. Even if she didn't want Xiaoshui, she would have a mother who didn't want her. However, she didn't want their precious daughter to be raised by that woman either. My child's mother, we can't consider this matter so simply. That woman is obviously rich. What she can give Xiaoshui, we can't. As he spoke, Zhu Daqing sighed heavily and continued. If Xiaoshui stays with her, she won't suffer. She'll live a good life. Hearing Zhu Daqing's words, Wang Longji disagreed. But you can't say that. That woman surnamed Xia doesn't seem to care about our Xiaoshui at all. And listen to what she said. It's obvious that she doesn't want to acknowledge Xiaoshui. No matter how rich she is, if she doesn't love Xiaoshui, Xiaoshui won't be happy. In the face of Wang Longji's sharp words, Zhu Daqing remained silent. Because he knew that what his wife said was right. That was the truth. Xiaoan didn't care about their daughter. So why do you have to say that we'll discuss it when we go home? Seriously, Wang Longji, who had always been gentle and virtuous, began to complain about her husband for the first time. However, before she could finish complaining, her mouth was blocked by Zhu Daqing. Mom, that Miss Xia asked us to choose. But can we really make the decision? After all, Miss Xia is Xiaoshui's biological mother. We didn't know about it before. But now. After a pause, Zhu Daqing said helplessly. But now that we know who Xiaoshui's biological mother is, and this woman came to find us, we should let Xiaoshui choose whether she wants to follow us or her biological mother. As soon as Zhu Daqing's voice fell, Wang Longji fell silent. She never thought that her precious daughter would know that she wasn't their biological mother. Although they had discussed it before, they would tell her the truth after she graduated from college and let her choose whether to continue to treat them as her parents or to find her biological mother. However, that was also the future. And now, Wang Longji obviously wasn't prepared for this. Daqing. Are you really going to tell Xiaoshui? But. I really don't want Xiaoshui to know. She's still young and doesn't understand these things. She'll definitely be hurt, and. Wang Longji cried bitterly as she spoke. In the end, she couldn't say those words out loud. She was afraid. Afraid that the young Xiaoshui would choose her biological mother and leave them. Seeing his wife cry so hard, Zhu Daqing's heart was extremely sour. He pulled Wang Longji into his arms. Mother, don't cry. Your eyes are swollen. Don't scare our Xiaoshui. Wang Longji sobbed as she begged softly. Daqing, can we not tell Xiaoshui the truth first? Just hypothetically tell the child that if the child chooses us, we won't return the child to Miss Xia. If Xiaoshui is interested in her biological mother, then. Wang Longji couldn't say the rest of her words because it was too heart-wrenching. Zhu Daqing sighed and nodded his head as he listened to his wife's words and looked at her tearful and sorrowful appearance. Okay, we'll do as you say. Then let's quickly discuss it. This time, the simple and honest Zhu Daqing and his wife were selfish for their own selfishness, which was rare for them. However, for a couple who didn't know how to lie, the thought of deceiving their baby daughter really made them lose all their hair. Fortunately, when their baby daughter was about to arrive home, the simple and honest couple finally finished practicing. Dad? Mom? Why did you get off work so early today? When Zhu Baixue returned home, she didn't expect to see Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji. After all, her parents had to work overtime every night. Every night, when her parents returned home, it was already about 10 o'clock. But today, her parents arrived home before 6 o'clock. Oh, your dad and I got off work early today. We don't have to work overtime. Zhu Daqing and his wife said unnaturally. Really? That's great. Dad and Mom can go to bed early today. Although the little girl was smart, she never thought that her parents would lie to her, so she said happily. Seeing her baby daughter smiling so brightly, Wang Longji couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. What a good daughter, she might not be her daughter soon. Thinking of this, Wang Longji couldn't help but cry. Mom? Why are you crying? What's wrong? Did something happen? She was only 7 years old, but she was already very mature and knew the ways of the world. After seeing Wang Longji cry, she ran to Wang Longji's side with heartache. Because she was still young and didn't know how to comfort people, the little girl hugged Wang Longji tightly and comforted her helplessly. Mom, don't cry. Mom, don't cry. However, when Wang Longji saw Zhu Baixue being so sensible, she cried even harder. Wu, Xiaoshui, my daughter. Mom, don't cry. Mom, don't cry. Looking at the mother and daughter hugging each other, Zhu Daqing's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Xiaoshui, the reason why your mom is crying is because she heard something today. Zhu Daqing suppressed the sadness and fear in his heart and told the story that he and Wang Longji had prepared. They used what happened to them and the fact that Xiaoshui wasn't their biological daughter to others. They used a friend's child, what happened to a friend's child, and the fact that a friend's child wasn't a friend's child. Her biological mother even found such an excuse to tell their baby daughter. Moreover, they let Zhu Baixue make her choice according to this story. Xiaoshui, if it were you, would you choose your adoptive parents or your biological mother? Xiaoshui, if it were you, would you choose your adoptive parents or your biological mother? After a long while, Zhu Daqing finally said this sentence out loud. In fact, when they really said this sentence, the couple's hearts were in their throats. However, while they were nervous and afraid, they also relaxed a little. No matter what, the right to choose was in the hands of their precious daughter. Although Lin Mingya used a metaphor to explain the situation and did not tell her the truth, Lin Mingya did not tell her the truth. Tell her that she was the child in the story. Facing his father's sudden question, Zhu Baixue, who was only 7 years old, was stunned at once. The little girl looked at her father in confusion, then at her mother. At such a young age, she didn't understand what this matter had to do with her family. However, her parents were usually very kind, and her mother did cry easily. Therefore, no matter how intelligent and doubtful the little girl was, she was still very innocent and naive. She did not link this matter to herself. Dad, why are you asking me this question? Zhu Baixue blinked and looked at Zhu Daqing innocently. Seeing his daughter's innocent and cute appearance, Zhu Daqing's nose twitched and he also wanted to cry. However, he could not cry. It was fine if his wife cried, but if he cried too, it might really scare their precious daughter. It's just that I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Dad's friend is very upset. The child's biological mother was quite rich. The father's friend wanted to send the child back, but he was very reluctant. He also felt that it would be unfair if he didn't tell the child. So, this friend of mine decided to let his child choose for himself. Actually, Zhu Daqing's words were quite mature for a child. Ordinary children might not be able to understand it. However, Zhu Baixue had been living a hard life since he was a child. As the saying goes, the children of the poor take charge of the family early. Therefore, Zhu Baixue was much more mature than his peers. At the same time, because the little girl was smart, her comprehension ability was better than the average child's. Of course, the little girl could understand the meaning behind her father's mature words. Dad, I kind of understand now. The little girl blinked her eyes again. Although she understood, she still couldn't empathize with him. Therefore, she didn't know how to answer this question. Xiaoshui, Dad's friend has already decided to tell his child and let her choose for herself. However, he was still very afraid to hear that his child had chosen her biological mother, so he asked Dad to ask you so that you could be mentally prepared. Actually, Zhu Daqing's reason was really absurd and illogical. However, Zhu Baixue was still young. No matter how far-fetched this reason was, this little girl who trusted her father very much did not have any doubts. That's right, Xiaoshui. If it were you, would you choose your parents or that strange biological mother? At this time, Wang Longji wiped her tears and held Zhu Baixue's little hand tightly. She asked nervously. Fortunately, Zhu Baixue was not an ordinary child. Otherwise, she would have been scared out of her wits by Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji's expressions. Seeing that her parents were staring at her very seriously and waiting for her answer, the little girl pursed her lips and seriously thought about it. If it were me, the little girl didn't know that her words really made Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji hold their breaths. Their faces were filled with nervousness, two pairs of black eyes stared unblinkingly at Zhu Baixue. I would still choose my parents. As soon as Zhu Baixue's voice fell, Wang Longji immediately cried tears of joy, and tears fell again. However, this time, she was happy. She was happy. Why? Zhu Daqing's eyes were red and filled with love as he looked at Zhu Baixue. Because in my heart, Dad and Mom are Dad and Mom. I like Dad and Mom. I only want to be with Dad and Mom. Zhu Baixue said matter-of-factly. Wang Longji was so happy that she hugged her and kissed her a few times. After being kissed so intimately by Wang Longji, the little girl, who was already 7 years old, suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Her cheeks were slightly red as she looked at Wang Longji, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and muttered softly, "Mom, I'm so shy." "You're already an adult, yet you're still shedding tears." Hearing their daughter's words, Wang Longji and Zhu Daqing both laughed out loud. The atmosphere of worry and fear just now was swept away in an instant. The couple looked at their precious daughter tenderly. Then, the family of 3 hugged each other warmly. "Xiaoshui, you'll always be my daughter. Good girl, Mom will always love you." After this experience, Zhu Daqing and his wife had decided that no matter what, they would not return their precious daughter to the family. After the family of 3 was lovey-dovey for a while, Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji made a very sumptuous dinner for their family to celebrate. After the family of 3 happily finished dinner, Zhu Daqing left home and called Su Tiantian. After getting the address from Su Tiantian, Zhu Daqing got on his bicycle and planned to go to the best hotel in the county. The best hotel in the county was, of course, located in the most prosperous area in the county. Zhu Daqing's family of 3 rarely went to the most prosperous areas in the county. Although this county was not very big. Because Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji spent all their time on work, they really did not have much time to wander around. Even if the family of 3 took time to go for a walk, they would only go to places like the park near their home. Therefore, when Zhu Daqing rarely went to such a prosperous area, and he was in a good mood and had nothing to do, he looked around all the way. He looked at the red and green fluorescent lights, the lively shops and pedestrians. When he stopped at a red light intersection, he looked at the big electronic screen that he had never looked at before. But such a time of waiting for the red light scared Zhu Daqing. "Uncle, the green light is green, we can go." It was not until a student beside him kindly reminded him that Zhu Daqing came back to his senses. That is, Zhu Daqing's finger pointed at the beautiful woman on the big electronic screen. This student was also kind, and she really looked in the direction Zhu Daqing's finger was pointing at. "Haha. Uncle, that is Xian, a big star. She is now the most famous big star. And she is the boss of a company, she is simply my goddess. Anyway, she is super awesome." Listening to the student's reply, Zhu Daqing was stunned. She is actually, so awesome." Zhu Daqing murmured in a daze. Because of Zhu Daqing's actions, the green light turned red again. The kind-hearted student couldn't get the green light in time, so she, who was also Xian's fan, simply told Zhu Daqing about Xian. With the student's explanation, Zhu Daqing finally knew how powerful and rich his precious daughter's biological mother was. Although the kind-hearted student didn't directly say how much money Xian had, Zhu Daqing wasn't that stupid. He knew that being a star made money, and Xian even had a company that was already abroad, and the company's skincare products could be sold for more than 10,000 yuan. This price was the savings that he could earn in a year. It could be seen that Xian was really rich, and also very famous. Along the way, Zhu Daqing muddle-headedly arrived at the place where he and Su Tiantian had agreed to meet. He was originally relaxed and happy, but in the end, after going through the red light intersection, he felt sad and reluctant. "Mr. Zhu, here." Su Tiantian had been waiting for Zhu Daqing at the entrance of the hotel early in the morning. When she saw Zhu Daqing riding his bicycle over, she hurriedly waved at him. When Zhu Daqing saw Su Tiantian, he locked his bicycle and quickly walked over to Su Tiantian. Mr. Zhu, Xian is waiting for you in the room. With that said, Su Tiantian led Zhu Daqing to the hotel suite. While riding the elevator, Zhu Daqing couldn't help but ask Su Tiantian about Xian. At this time, Su Tiantian realized that Zhu Daqing and his wife didn't know her goddess. However, she didn't show it. After answering a few questions from Zhu Daqing, Su Tiantian inexplicably felt that Zhu Daqing might be giving up custody of the child. Sister Xian, Mr. Zhu is here. After knocking on the door and saying something to Xian, Su Tiantian opened the door and led Zhu Daqing into the suite. At this time, Xian was sitting on the sofa in the living room of the suite. She was eating snacks and watching TV at the same time. After seeing Zhu Daqing come in, Xian put down the snacks in her hand. She wiped her hands and looked at Zhu Daqing indifferently. Have you made your decision? He looked at Xian's face, which was very similar to Zhu Baishue's, and thought about the beautiful and glamorous woman on the big screen. In the end, Zhu Daqing clenched his fist tightly and spoke with a trembling voice. Xiaoshui, I'll leave the future to you. Chapter 121 Inch Xiaoshui, I'll be counting on you in the future. When Zhu Daqing said this, Su Tiantian had a feeling that this man was about to cry. Zhu Daqing was clearly such a strong and tough man, but the current Zhu Daqing made people feel extremely pitiful. You mean you want me to take Xiaoshui away, right? Xian looked at Zhu Daqing, her extremely beautiful eyes staring straight at the man. Yes, you're Xiaoshui's biological mother. Take her back. Zhu Daqing nodded with a pale face and said with a trembling voice. Only the heavens knew how difficult it was for him to say these words. Xiaoshui was his and his wife's baby. Although they did not have money, they still cared for her in every way possible. They gave the best things to their precious daughter. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that little Snow was their precious treasure. Without little Snow, they wouldn't be happy in the future. Why do you want to give up on Xiaoshui? I want to hear the truth. Xian looked at Zhu Daqing indifferently, sizing him up. I never wanted to give up on my daughter, but as you can see, as he spoke, Zhu Daqing laughed bitterly, and his expression carried self-blame and inferiority. Our family is poor, very poor. We can't give Xiaoshui the best of everything. In fact, the only thing we can give Xiaoshui is warm clothes and food. But even so, I never thought of returning Xiaoshui to you. You are rich, but you don't love Xiaoshui. I don't want Snowy to live in a family that doesn't love her. That's why I didn't want to return Xiaoshui to you. But... At this point, Zhu Daqing let out a bitter laugh. His gaze was pleading as he looked helplessly at Xian, but just now, I saw you appear on the big screen. That's when I realized that you're actually a big star, so, just because I'm a big celebrity, you changed your mind? Xian said with some understanding. Yes, I did change my mind because you're a big star that I can see on TV. You're rich and famous. If you don't treat Xiaoshui well, I can still find out and expose you. This was the reason why Zhu Daqing changed his mind. He originally thought that Xian was just a little bit rich. But, as Xiaoshui's mother, she didn't care about her daughter at all. Therefore, even if Zhu Daqing wanted his daughter to live a good life, he was still worried about her having a mother who didn't love her. However, if Xian was a famous star, it would be different. If she didn't treat Xiaoshui well, he could go to the reporters. He had heard from his workmates at the construction site that celebrities were most afraid of scandals being exposed by reporters, as it would affect their future. Our family is poor. Xiaoshui is a beautiful and intelligent child. She's more outstanding than all the other children. However, she had it tougher than all the other children. She had not once worn a new dress, nor had she eaten any meat. Her school bag and stationery were all picked up by others. As he spoke, Zhu Daqing, a burly man, actually wiped away his tears. For some reason, looking at this scene, Xian, who had always been cold-hearted, was somewhat moved. She has been suffering since she was a child. I'm useless. I'm sorry for the child. I can't give her the best of everything. But you're different, Miss Xian. You're rich and famous. If Xiaoshui follows you, she'll be a little princess. She won't have to suffer in the future. She can get the best of everything. After speaking, Zhu Daqing, who was almost 1.8 meters tall, actually knelt down in front of Xian plop. The sound of him kneeling down gave Su Tian a fright. "Mr. Zhu, please come over." "Don't be like this." Su Tian reached out to pull Zhu Daqing up, but Zhu Daqing didn't move. He just knelt in front of Xia and Miss Xian, "You're Xiaoshue's mother. I hope that after you take her back, you can treat her well. Xiaoshue is really a very well-behaved and caring child. She's really good. No matter what, I beg you, don't treat her badly. Give her some love so that when she goes back, she can grow up happily." After speaking, Zhu Daqing bent down and kowtowed heavily on the ground. Bang! The sound of him kowtowing shocked Su Tian. She didn't expect this man to be so sincere. He knelt and kowtowed so hard. "Mr. Zhu, don't be like this. Get up." Just as Zhu Daqing was about to kowtow to Xian a second time, a pair of snow-white palms tightly pressed against Zhu Daqing's shoulders. "You don't have to kowtow anymore. I might not be able to do what you said. The only people who can bring happiness to Xiaoshue are you and your wife." Xian forcibly helped Zhu Daqing up. Although Xian looked weak, her physical fitness was comparable to that of a special forces soldier. Because Xian's words were too shocking, Zhu Daqing didn't realize that Xian's strength was a little strange. All his attention was now on Xian's words. "Miss Xian, what do you mean? Do you mean that you still don't want Xiaoshue? How can you do this? She's your daughter." However, Zhu Daqing wasn't done speaking. He was interrupted by Xian. "Zhu Daqing, do you think it's better for a child to have a material life or for her parents to love her?" Xian's words stunned Zhu Daqing. "I won't hide it from you. I didn't know that the child had been swapped. So I've always raised my son as my own. I have a deep relationship with him. I can say without hesitation that I care about him more than Xiaoshue. Even though Xiaoshue is my biological daughter." Hearing Xian's words, Zhu Daqing stared blankly at Xian, feeling incredulous. "How can this be? She's your biological daughter. Think about it from another perspective. If you had a biological child now, would you love Xiaoshue more, who isn't your biological daughter, or your biological child?" Actually, the answer to this question would be that most people would love their biological child more. But Zhu Daqing, this couple, was so kind and honest. Xian was sure that this couple would definitely love their adopted daughter, Zhu Baixue, more. Therefore, she believed that Zhu Daqing would understand what she meant by asking this question. "I understand." Sure enough, Zhu Daqing understood what Xian meant. He looked at Xian with a complicated expression. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy that Xiaoshue would stay with them. Or should he be sad that Xiaoshue had a biological mother who didn't want to acknowledge her? Zhu Daqing turned around and prepared to leave. However, Xian stopped him. "Zhu Daqing, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I haven't finished speaking yet. I don't think there's much to say." Because Xian didn't want Zhu Baixue, Zhu Daqing was disgusted with this woman, so his tone became unpleasant. "I'm afraid we have a lot to talk about." Xian didn't care much about Zhu Daqing's attitude. On the contrary, she was quite satisfied with Zhu Daqing. The daughter of the original owner was very lucky to have such a father. "I originally planned to give you 50 million yuan to improve your lives and let Xiaoshue have a better life." 50 million? Hearing Xian's words, Zhu Daqing was stunned. Not to mention 50 million yuan, he didn't even have 50,000 yuan. How could he not be shocked by such a large amount? "However, you made me change my mind." Xian looked at Zhu Daqing with a smile and said calmly. "Money can indeed improve your lives, but even if you have money, you are still ordinary people. Xiaoshue is my daughter, I can't just watch her become a rich ordinary person." 50 million yuan was indeed a lot for an ordinary family, but it was nothing for the truly rich. Moreover, if one wanted a better school and a better education, money alone was not enough to get them into a better school. From the short period of contact, the daughter of the original owner, Zhu Baixue, was indeed very smart and had a high IQ. If she went to an ordinary school, it would be a little unfair for her. No matter what, Zhu Baixue was the daughter of the original owner. Even if she didn't want to raise a little girl like Zhu Baixue, she still had to pay the price. Since Zhu Daqing passed her test, then she would fulfill the promise in her heart. "You're good, very good. I can see that you're willing to give up your life for Xiaoshui. So, Zhu Daqing, I want you to continue to be Xiaoshui's father. The three of you will go abroad with me. I will arrange the best school for Xiaoshui, give her the best education, and the best life. Zhu Daqing was already shocked by Xian's 50 million yuan. Now, he heard Xian asking him to continue to be Xiaoshui's father and even wanted the three of them to go abroad with her. At this moment, Zhu Daqing's brain was completely blank. He looked at Xian dizzily and didn't know what to say. When he came back to his senses, he was much more clear-headed and thought of something important. Miss Xian, you want us to continue to be Xiaoshui's parents and bring us abroad. But with our family's financial situation, how can we suddenly go abroad with you? You don't have to worry about this, I thought it through. The two of you don't have any direct relatives, and I will be your relative in name from now on. Xian had also thought it through. She could be the aunt of the original owner's daughter in the future. This way, she could take care of the original owner's daughter without making Xiaoxing think too much. She could also let the original owner's daughter grow up happily by her adoptive parents' side. Tell your relatives and friends that your lost sister came back to look for you. She doesn't have any relatives and wants to bring your family abroad to live a good life. Zhu Daqing was stunned when he heard Xian's words. Go abroad? However, he was immediately overjoyed. Although he had never been abroad, he had heard from others that the education standards abroad were better. Many rich people liked to send their children to study abroad. After they finished their studies abroad, it would be easy for them to find a job in China. And if his precious daughter had gone to school abroad since she was young, then she would definitely be more promising. But, as Xian had said, he was going to lie and say that she was his long-lost sister who had come back to take them abroad. A biological mother had become an aunt. Speaking of which, it still felt strange. Miss Xian, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Let Xiaoshui call you aunt. Zhu Daqing looked at Xian awkwardly and felt that it was a little ridiculous. If his precious daughter grew up in the future and found out the truth of her birth, there's nothing wrong with it. Xiaoshui is still young, and I can't take care of her matters. If I were her biological mother, she might feel resentful. After all, a child's mind is very sensitive. She had thought about it for a long time. In fact, if she brought Zhu Baixue back, she could just make up a lie and say that little Star and little Shui were fraternal twins. Then, she could raise Zhu Baixue with little Star. After all, she already had 2 children. Adding another one wouldn't be a problem. However, the key point was that Xiaoxing was a sensitive child, and Zhu Baixue was also a smart child. She would definitely treat little Star and little Snow differently. After all, people were biased. Gu Shimo and her son were treated very differently, but after all, Gu Shimo was not her son. Therefore, even if she favored Xiaoxing a little, there was no problem. After all, Xiaoxing was her son. However, Xiaoxing's situation was different from Gu Shimo's. On the surface, she was her biological daughter. Even if she could hide her favoritism, children were very sensitive. Children could feel who was nicer to whom. Especially children like Zhu Baixue and Xia Xingchen, who were more intelligent and sensitive. Therefore, instead of doing that, she might as well be an aunt first. She would show some love, but not too much love. After listening to Xian's explanation, Zhu Daqing understood that Xian had more feelings for that son. After all, her son had been by her side for so many years. Even if he wasn't her biological son, he was already no different from her biological son. Alright, I got it. However, the matter of going abroad to acknowledge relatives may have to be delayed. I just told Xiaoshui. With that, Zhu Daqing told her the lie that he and his wife had used to trick Snowy into making a decision. Xiaoshui has always been a smart child. I'm afraid that if I tell her about your existence now, she'll realize the truth that we're trying to hide. Zhu Daqing said cautiously. At this moment, Xian didn't want to steal his daughter away from him, but he was eager to have her, so he didn't want his daughter to find out. Okay, sure. Xian nodded and didn't dwell on this matter. After exchanging a few more words with Zhu Daqing left the hotel contentedly and went home. Xian also rushed to the airport with Su Tian, preparing to fly back to B City. Zhu family, Daqing, how did your talk with Miss Xia go? Did she agree to let Xiaoshui follow us? After seeing Zhu Daqing return from outside, Wang Longji couldn't wait to drag Zhu Daqing out of the house again. After seeing that there was no one around, Wang Longji acted like a thief. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito as she hurriedly asked Zhu Daqing about the result. Yes, Miss Xia agreed to let us raise Xiaoshui. Hearing Zhu Daqing's words, Wang Longji was overjoyed. Really? That's really great. However, soon, Wang Longji sighed again and said with a little heartache. It's a pity that Xiaoshui will have to suffer with us in the future. Seeing his wife's helpless and self-blaming look, Zhu Daqing held her in his arms and sighed emotionally. Miss Xia is also a good person, she said. As he spoke, Zhu Daqing repeated what Xian said to him. After hearing this, Wang Longji's mouth was wide open and she was extremely shocked. Really? Miss Xiao really wants to find the best school for our Xiaoshui? And she wants to take our family of 3 abroad? At this moment, Wang Longji stared at Zhu Daqing in disbelief as if she was in a dream. Really? After seeing Zhu Daqing nod, Wang Longji was so happy that she cried again. Great, great, our Xiaoshui doesn't have to suffer anymore. While Zhu Daqing and his wife were extremely happy, Xian had some small trouble. What she didn't expect was that after she flew back to B City and returned home, there was a small surprise waiting for her. Because it was a little late, Xian didn't want the little guy to stay up late, so she sent a text message to tell the little guy to sleep first and not to wait for her. However, she didn't expect that when she returned home, not only was the little guy awake. Moreover, the other little guy who was supposed to be in school in the United States also skipped school and came back. This wasn't the most shocking thing. What shocked Xian the most was the conversation between the 2 little guys. Little Xing, I say, aren't you a little too sensitive? Didn't someone say that you don't look like Sister Fairy and don't think you're her child? Did you have to come back and look for her? Xiao Xing, I don't mean to say this, but you really don't look like Sister Fairy and you don't look like her son. But who said that a son has to look like his mother? Can you shut up? Even though I'm not my mother's child, I'm still her child. I am. As soon as Xian opened the door, she heard the 2 little guys arguing. Hearing the words of the 2 little guys, Xian was stunned. However, to be precise, it was because she heard Xia Xingchen's words that Xian was stunned. This was because she knew that her villain's son might have found out that he wasn't her child. Xian had been living with Little Star for quite some time now. It could be said that Xian understood this awkward little fellow very well. What Xiao Xing said just now was obviously filled with anger and fear. Her son knew about it. In an instant, Xian understood why the little guy was acting so strangely during this period. Why did he feel so insecure when she said that she was going to go out? It turned out that this intelligent child knew everything. That was why he felt so insecure. But how did Xiao Xing know about this? If Xia Jinghao hadn't revealed this secret herself, it was likely that no one would have discovered this matter. Even she wouldn't know that Xiao Xing wasn't the biological child of the original owner. But how did Little Star, this little fellow, know? For a moment, doubt arose in Xiao'an's heart. Mother? Fairy sister? When Xiao'an came back to her senses, she saw Gu Shimo and Xia Xingchen standing in front of her. Seeing the happy expression on Gu Shimo's face, and then seeing the joy on Xia Xingchen's face, Xiao'an took a deep breath. Xiao Can, what's wrong with you? Didn't I say that I would take Xiao Xing back soon and tell you to stay in school obediently? How could you sneak back? As soon as Xiao'an opened her mouth, she began to criticize Gu Shimo, causing Gu Shimo to droop his little head. Fairy sister, I just missed you and Xiao Xing so much, Gu Shimo muttered a little aggrievedly. Seeing Gu Shimo's aggrieved look, Xiao'an sighed softly and patted Gu Shimo's little head. Forget it, you're already back. Fairy sister, Xiao Can is very obedient. Xiao can only come back after taking leave. Gu Shimo blinked his big eyes and said cutely to Xiao'an. Seeing Gu Shimo like this, Xiao'an didn't know what to say. She could only wave her hand and say to the little guy. Then go take a shower first and sleep in the guest room by yourself. I have something to talk to Xiao Xing about. Go straight to bed after taking a shower. Although Gu Shimo was very reluctant, he was still dismissed by Xiao'an. After seeing Gu Shimo leave, Xiao'an turned her gaze to her villain son. Her son hadn't said a word since just now. His attitude was a little too quiet. Xiao Xing, let's go to the study. Mother has something to talk to you about. As soon as Xian finished speaking, she saw Xiaoxingchen's body suddenly stiffen. That pair of black eyes looked at Xian with some nervousness, and that little body was visibly tensed up. This made Xian even more certain of her thoughts, and her heart ached even more for the little guy. She had been too careless and stupid. Why hadn't she realized that little Star had been acting strangely recently? No matter how this child found out about this matter, when this child found out that she wasn't his biological mother and that she had another child, he was so scared and helpless. This child was always thinking a lot. During this period of time, she didn't know what he was thinking to scare her. Thinking of this, Xian couldn't help but sigh. Originally, she wanted to hide this matter forever and not let Xiaoxingchen know, but now, Xian lowered her head and looked at the little fellow who was looking at her toes with her head lowered. She could not help but think that if she had known earlier that this would be the outcome, she would have told the little fellow the truth and made her choice. After taking the little fellow to the study, Xian closed the door, took the little fellow's hand, and sat on the small sofa. Xiaoxing, tell me, do you know everything? Xian squatted in front of Xiaoxingchen and looked at him gently. Looking at the panicked expression on the little fellow's face, Xian knew that what he was thinking was right. Sure enough, her son knew that he wasn't her biological son. Xiaoxing, mommy is not angry. Don't be afraid. Tell me. Xian said softly again. This time, the little fellow finally responded. Yes. The little fellow gently nodded his head. He had always been like a little adult, but this time, he was like a child. He was so nervous and scared that the rims of his eyes turned red, and his mouth kept muttering, Mama, Mama. Xian's heart ached for the little boy. Reaching out, Xian held the little boy in his arms and gently patted the little boy's back. Xiaoxing, don't be afraid. You'll always be my son. Mommy will never abandon you. Under Xiao's gentle comforting voice, Xiaoxingchen finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. During this period of time, the little fellow's heart was also not feeling well. After being abandoned, he felt extremely insecure in his heart. When he found out that he wasn't the biological child of his fairy mother, he had been tense all the time. He had always been afraid and nervous, worried that one day he would be abandoned again. And the fairy mother he cared about the most had become the mother of another child. These days, once he fell asleep, he would have nightmares like this, which made him even more flustered. Not to mention, there was always a voice in his head that reminded him that he wasn't Xiao's child and that Xiao would definitely abandon him. These unforeseen events really made him, who was still young, suffer greatly every day. Don't cry, don't cry. When Xiao saw the little fellow crying uncontrollably, she sighed softly, stroked the little fellow's little head, and continued to gently comfort him. After waiting for the little fellow to stop crying, Xiao finally felt less tense. She took the little fellow into her arms and wiped away the tears on his face. Only then did she tell him what she wanted to tell him. Xiaoxing, don't be afraid. Mommy has already made up her mind. You're my only child. Mommy's other child. Mommy doesn't plan to bring her home. Xiaoan said helplessly as she stroked the little fellow's little head, whose eyes were red from crying. Hearing Xiaoan's words, the little fellow, who was still sobbing, immediately widened his big black eyes. You're not bringing her home? The little fellow looked at Xiaoan in confusion. Nodding, Xian said softly. Xiaoan's mother said, Xiaoan's. More importantly. As she said this, Xiaoan scratched the little fellow's little nose. I already have our Xiaoxing. It's enough for me to have you as my only child. Mommy, the little fellow didn't expect his fairy mother to say something like this. His eyes teared up again. Xiaoxing, I've said before that I'll never abandon you. Never. Remember, you'll always be my child, and I'll always be your mommy. As soon as Xiaoan finished speaking, the little fellow in her arms burst into tears. As if they were free, they fell down. Mommy. Mommy. I'm sorry. Looking at the little fellow's crying appearance, Xiaoan really found it hilarious. As she stroked the little fellow's little head, she told him about her decision and plan for the original owner's daughter. After she finished speaking, the little fellow stopped crying. Xiaoxingchen stared at Xiaoan with his big round eyes. His little lips were tightly pursed and opened as if he wanted to say something. In the end, the little fellow seemed to muster up a lot of courage and gently hugged Xia and Mommy. The little fellow opened his mouth and murmured softly. Hmm? Xian lowered her head and gently kissed the little fellow's forehead. Bring her back. I won't be angry. After taking a deep breath, the little fellow closed his eyes and said this sentence. In fact, when he said this sentence, he was not happy in his heart. He said it with his eyes closed because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to say it when he looked at his fairy mother. Bring her back? This sentence obviously shocked Xian a lot. The main reason why she didn't bring Zhu Baixue back was for Xiaxingchen's sake. But now, Xiaxingchen actually said this sentence and asked her to bring Zhu Baixue back? She's Mommy's daughter. Xiaoxing can't be so selfish. The little fellow lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Xiao's face. Xiaoxing, is what you said true? Do you really want Mommy to bring Xiaoxue back? Mommy has already discussed it with her adoptive parents. Xian touched Xiaoxingchen's little head very gently and sighed in her heart. Xiaoxing was indeed a well-behaved and sensible child. But then, Xiaoxingchen's next words shocked Xian again. Mommy, Xiaoxing just wants to know that Mommy loves me the most and that Mommy will never abandon Xiaoxing. That's good enough. The little fellow hugged Xian tightly. At this moment, all the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. All that was left was satisfaction and happiness. His fairy mother was willing to give up her own daughter for him. This made Xiaoxingchen, who was extremely insecure, no longer feel uneasy about being abandoned at any time. This made his heart completely warm. At the same time, Xiao's words made a mysterious voice in the little fellow's head filled with jealousy. Mommy, bring her back. Mommy loves Xiaoxing so much. Xiaoxing can't be selfish. The more Lin Mingyao spoke, the more relaxed the little fellow became. This way, Mommy will have one more child who will love you. Hearing the little fellow's sincere words, Xiao's heart was filled with warmth. Xian raised her hand and patted the little fellow's little head. Her voice was filled with laughter and infinite love. Silly child. You're such an adorable little devil. She had never thought that there would be a day when a child would love her so much that he loved her more than he loved himself. This kind of sincerity, this kind of touching feeling, even a cold-blooded person like Xiao's cold heart melted. She held the little fellow tightly in her arms and smiled at the little fellow in her arms. Then won't you regret it when Mommy brings Xiaoxue back? Won't you be unhappy? I won't. The little fellow shook his little head and looked at Cheyenne with a determined gaze with his dark eyes. Xian asked with a smile. Why not? Don't you love Mommy anymore? Xiaoxing loves Mommy the most. In this world, the person that Xiaoxing likes the most is his mother. Afraid that Xian would misunderstand him, the little fellow hurriedly explained. Because I know that I'm Mommy's favorite child. The little fellow puffed out his little chest and raised his head slightly as he spoke very proudly. At this time, Xian could see that the little fellow was a little different from before. He was not as sensitive and insecure as before. Similarly, he was more like a child in front of her. Xian could not help but feel a little regretful. She regretted that she did not make this matter clear to the little fellow earlier. In that case, her little fellow wouldn't have to be in such a state for so long. Then, she would not have to torment herself for so long. Therefore, sometimes, it was too easy for people to think too much. This would lead to many misunderstandings. Fortunately, she discovered it in time. After the mother and son spoke intimately for a while, Xian finally asked the question that had been bothering her. Xiaoxing, how did you know about this matter? Happy New Year, little cuties. Today's update was late because I was watching the Spring Festival Gala. Oh, intersection. Oh haha, little Xing, how did you know about this? As soon as Xian finished speaking, he saw that the little fellow, who had been particularly relaxed just a moment ago, immediately became a little nervous again. Furthermore, there seemed to be a trace of guilt in his nervous expression. Mom. The little fellow held back for a long time, but still couldn't say anything. Xian's brows furrowed tightly when he saw the little fellow's troubled expression. Something that could make her obedient son so hesitant and put him in a difficult position. as if he didn't want to tell the truth, was really rare. This further confirmed the seriousness of this matter. Who was the one who told her son? Suddenly, Xian remembered something. That was the mysterious hacker. At that time, they didn't know that Xia Jinghao had so many scandals, but the mysterious hacker did. Moreover, he knew so much about it. Most importantly, she was the only one who received it. Could it be related to that mysterious hacker? Xian immediately became vigilant. If it was really related to that hacker, then why did he know so much? Could it be that she wasn't the only one who had transmigrated? Xian, who had a lot of thoughts in his mind, was even more determined not to let his obedient son beat around the bush. She had made up her mind to find out the truth from the little fellow. Xiaoxing, tell mommy the truth. Tell mommy, who told you these things? Xian stared intently at Xiaoxingchen. His dark eyes were filled with indescribable seriousness and determination. The little fellow also knew that he had to tell the truth to his fairy mother. However, the mysterious person in his mind kept shouting, "Brat, you can't tell her the truth. You just said that a hacker sent an email to your computer and told you about it. You mustn't tell her the truth. Otherwise, your mother won't like you." Listening to the urgent words of the mysterious person in his head, the little guy pursed his lips tightly. Who are you? Why can't I tell mom? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll tell mother. The little guy clenched his hands tightly, feeling a little nervous. This mysterious person had suddenly appeared in his mind not long after his fairy mother had brought him home. Although this mysterious person had accompanied him for a long time, taught him many things, and let him know many things, he still didn't know who this mysterious person who suddenly appeared in his mind was. He was even more confused as to why he would appear in his mind. However, he was certain that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared in his mind had no ill intentions towards him. Alright, I can tell you who I am. However, you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone about my existence. Who are you? My name is Fu Yu. Actually, I mean you, the future you. In a sense, the two of us are the same person. That's why I know so much about you and won't hurt you. After hearing the mysterious man's answer, the little fellow was instantly stunned. At such a young age, he was unable to digest such a shocking answer. At this moment, all he could think of in his little head was, why was the future him called Fu Yu? This also made Xiaoan notice the little fellow's abnormality. Xiaoxing? Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Xiaoan tugged at Xiaoxingchen and stared intently at her son. Suddenly, she had a very absurd idea in her mind. But very quickly, the absurd thought in her heart was confirmed. Mom, remember, don't tell anyone about my existence. The little fellow ignored the voice in his mind, bit his lower lip, and told everything. Mom, there's actually another person living in my mind. The reason why I know I'm not your child is because that voice told me. Brat. You lied to me. The future Fu Yu shouted angrily in Xiaoxingchen's mind. However, at this moment, the little fellow had already decided to confess everything to his fairy mother. His fairy mother was so good to him that she could even abandon her own child to choose him. He felt that he could also confess all his secrets to his fairy mother. Voice? Before Xiaoan had time to be shocked by the little fellow's words, she heard the little fellow continue speaking. He said his name is Fu Yu and that he's the future me. Xiaoxingchen. God? Xiaoan really did not expect that her absurd idea would actually come true. However, she did not expect that the person who told her good son would actually be the grown-up Xiaoxing. No, to be precise, it should be the villain in the novel. Xiaoan had considered many possibilities, but the only one he didn't consider was that Xingchen's mind was occupied by the future antagonist of the novel. She also never thought that this villain had always known that the original host wasn't his biological mother. This really surprised Xiaoan. However, Xiaoan never thought that the little guy's next words would make her even more surprised, because, Mom, he was the one who asked me to buy the jade pendant with the twin dragons playing with a pearl. Also, he was the one who sent the email to Mom. And the skincare products he helped Mom with. The little fellow told her everything that he had hidden from his fairy mother in all seriousness. He really didn't hide anything at all and exposed the villain's background. This really made the villain, who could only speak in Xiaoxingchen's head, furious. He never thought that he would be betrayed by the person he trusted the most, his past self. Kid, I suspect that you're not me. You're too stupid. Humph. You're not my future self. You're Fuyu, I'm Xianxia. Also, I'm not stupid. You're the big idiot. The villain felt that he was about to ascend to the heavens from anger. He was very depressed. Why did he have to go back to the past? Why did he have to go back to the past and not be able to control his own young body? At this moment, the villain was thinking the same thing as Xian. However, one was depressed, while the other was glad. At this moment, Xian was very glad that her obedient son hadn't been reincarnated by the villain in the novel. Otherwise, her adorable and well-behaved son would be gone. However, even so, Xian was still a little worried. She was very afraid that one day her son would be replaced by the villain in the novel. Xiaoxing, my good child. Thank you for telling me the truth. I'm very happy. Xian gently stroked Xiaoxing's head. His eyes were filled with tenderness, but he was also worried. Hearing Xian's words, the little fellow immediately became happy and looked at Xian with sparkling eyes. Mom, aren't you angry that I lied to you? Seeing the little fellow's eager look, Xian gently hugged the little fellow in his arms and said softly. Mommy is not angry. Mommy will never be angry with Xiaoxing mommy. Sob sob. I'm sorry. Xiaoxing won't hide anything from mommy next time. The little fellow was crying as he kept promising Xia, and seeing that the little boy was crying so hard that he couldn't even open his eyes, Xian wiped the tears off his face in amusement. Little Xing, don't cry, and you don't have to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. A certain villain in Xiaoxing's mind was very angry when he saw the mother and son's affectionate appearance. At the same time, there was also a kind of envy. However, a certain villain was as awkward as the little fellow. It was impossible for him to notice or admit this feeling of envy. Idiot, you can't believe this woman's words. Don't forget that she once abandoned you. And you're not her child. When she really brings her daughter back, you'll be abandoned sooner or later. Originally, a certain villain was already prepared for his young self to not believe him and quarrel with him. However, what he didn't expect was that, Mommy. Fuyu, that bad guy, is talking in my mind again. He said that I can't believe you. He said that Mommy will abandon me. The little fellow said to Xian in all seriousness. His young face was full of grievances. A certain villain was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Xian's mouth twitched slightly. She thought about it. The villain in the novel had indeed grown up to be an extremely paranoid person who didn't believe anyone. It was normal that he didn't believe her. However, Xian didn't like his behavior of sowing discord between her and her good son. Ignore him. Don't talk to him in the future. Mommy will find a way to drive him out of your mind. Xian frowned slightly. Although she didn't know how to drive out the villain living in her good son's mind. However, she had to find a way to drive the villain away. Otherwise, what if one day, her son's body was really invaded by the villain? What should she do then? Drive me away? This is my body. How can a woman like you drive me away? Woman, I advise you to give up on this idea and treat me well. This way, when I come out in the future, I will definitely treat you better. Otherwise, at first, a certain great villain thought that his past self would repeat his own words, but in the end, he miscalculated once again. Yes, Mommy, I know. I also think that he is very noisy. Let's hurry up and drive him away. This time, Xiaoxing didn't repeat the villain's words to Xian. He just nodded his little head vigorously and said very seriously. It was as if a certain great villain was a virus that existed in his brain and needed to be removed. He said it with absolute certainty. Stinky brat. I said that I am you. The future you. I know a lot of things and I know a lot of things. I can protect you and give you everything you want, you idiot. Humph. I don't care. Mommy has given me everything I want the most. You are the big idiot. Xiaoxing couldn't help but respond again. However, after he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the villain who was almost angered to death by him. After telling his fairy mother everything, the little guy only felt much more relaxed and all the bad thoughts disappeared. The little guy hugged Xian happily. There was nothing but joy in his heart. However, Xian wasn't as simple as the little guy thought. After she found out about the existence of Fu Yu, the villain in the novel, she had been thinking about how to drive this villain out of her good son's brain. After thinking for a while, Xian felt that the only place he could get the answer was the two dragons, one black and one white, living in his double dragon playing pearl jade pendant. After all, their existence was similar to the existence of immortals. She thought that since the two dragons had lived for so long, they should know what to do. After thinking of this, Xian's heart calmed down a lot. She lowered her head and looked at the little guy who was very dependent on her. She thought to herself that she must drive Fu Yu, the future villain, away. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xian was thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Hearing the polite knock on the door, Xian knew that it must be that little guy, Gu Shimo, who was here. She opened the door and saw Gu Shimo standing at the door. Fairy sister, Xiaoxing, it's very late. Don't whisper anymore. It's time to sleep, got it? You're so annoying. Looking at Gu Shimo's obedient smile, Xiaoxingchen pursed his lips and muttered. Moreover, he was very depressed in his heart. This Gu Shimo was jealous of him and deliberately knocked on the door. Yes, it's very late. You two little guys hurry up and go to sleep. Xian hurriedly nodded and urged the two little guys to go to sleep. After all, she still had serious things to do and must go to sleep. Yes, yes, yes. Got it. Fairy sister mama, Xiaoxing will go to sleep now. The two little guys obediently listened to Xian's words and went to their respective bedrooms to sleep. Seeing that the two little guys had obediently gone to sleep, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She also quickly washed up and lay directly on the bed. I hope there will be an accurate answer to the things I want to ask. Xian gently touched the jade pendant hanging around her neck and murmured, then entered the dreamland. Sorry, little cuties, I've been a little busy recently and can't help it. There aren't many opportunities to stay at home during the New Year, so I may not be able to guarantee the latest update, but I'll try my best to find time to write. Mua mua, finally, I wish everyone the best with the pig. After entering the space, Xian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking the two dragons who were in the space. What she didn't expect was that Xiao He had long realized that something was wrong with his son. I was wondering why I kept feeling that there seemed to be another kind of mental energy fluctuation on little Star's body. So this is the reason. Xian rolled his eyes when he heard Xiao He's belated words. You didn't even tell me that you found something strange with little Star. Seeing Xian scolding him, little black hurriedly hid behind little white and muttered in a low voice. I didn't do it on purpose. How would I know that little Xing could hide so well at such a young age? Can you still blame our little Xing now? Alright, alright. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Xian glared angrily at the little black dragon, who kept apologizing. She brought the topic back to the main topic. How do we get that extra soul out of here? Hearing Xian's words, little white was a little surprised. Master, but isn't that soul also little master? Wouldn't the future Xiaoxingchen be Xiaoxingchen? However, how could the two dragons know that this Xiaoxingchen was not the Xiaoxingchen they knew? Whether it was in terms of personality or background, they were completely different. If they were to be categorized by color, then, just like these two dragons, one was the white Xiaoxingchen, and the other was the black Fu Yu. They were two completely different people. No, he's not little Xing. He's Fu Yu. It was the villain in the novel, not her son, Xiaoxingchen. Xian took a deep breath and said in a flat tone. His expression was very calm. She was very clear about the difference between Xiaoxingchen and Fu Yu. Perhaps to most people, Fu Yu and Xiaoxingchen were the same person. However, to Xian and Fu Yu were two completely different people. Therefore, she didn't have any feelings for the future Xiaoxingchen. She didn't have to consider what would happen if there was a way to get rid of this future Xiaoxingchen, but the price might be that the soul of the future Xiaoxingchen would completely disappear. She only had one thing to consider, and that was her son, little Xing. She was afraid that if she didn't get rid of Fu Yu's soul in time, what would happen if her son's soul was taken away? Xian was now really afraid that her obedient and sensible son would be chased out of his own body because of Fu Yu's existence and be replaced by that big villain. At this moment, she was really blaming herself. She blamed herself for not noticing her son's abnormality, which caused the matter to drag on until now. Do you have any way to get rid of that extra soul? Xian couldn't wait to ask. She only wanted to get rid of Fuyu's soul from Xiaoxingchen's body as soon as possible. She was afraid that her son's soul would be taken over by that big villain if she was even a second late. This was the first time Xiao He and Xiao Bai had seen Xian so anxious and agitated. In their eyes, Xian had always been very calm and indifferent. She didn't care about anything and was always confident in everything. But now, Master, don't be anxious. Actually, there is a way. It's just. Xiao Bai couldn't bear to make Xian anxious, so he blurted out. Xian's eyes lit up when she heard Xiao Bai say that there was a way. However, this turn of events made Xian's heart turn cold. What is it? Xian clenched her fists tightly. Her face was full of worry. It's just, Xiao He said straightforwardly when he saw how hesitant Xiao Bai was. It's just not easy to do. Maybe there's no way to do it. Xiao He pursed his lips and said unhappily. The world now is not like the world we were in. There is spiritual energy and we can cultivate. Right now, even Little White and I are being suppressed by this world without spiritual energy. Even if there is some spiritual energy in the space, we can't cultivate. Xian immediately interrupted Xiao He when he heard Xiao He's complaints. Get to the point. What is it? After being interrupted by Xian, Xiao He pursed his lips again and muttered. The point is, without spiritual energy, we can't cultivate. If we can't cultivate, we can't force the extra soul to leave. We have to ask him to leave on his own. If he doesn't want to leave, then we really can't force him out of Xiaoxing's body. Xian was stunned by Xiao He's words. At this time, she also understood what Xiao He meant by it's not easy to do and maybe there's no way to do it. Other than this, is there no other way? Xian murmured. To be honest, she was not confident that she could make the villain leave on his own. The villain was mature, had a high IQ, and was a dangerous person. He was also a stubborn pervert. He was able to possess Xiaoxingchen's body because he was too stubborn. He definitely wanted revenge and to take back the female lead. In other words, he definitely wouldn't leave. Xian was not confident that she could persuade such a villain to leave on his own. Master, other than this, there's no other way. Xiao Bai flew to Xian's side and rubbed his little head against Xian's chin, trying to comfort her. That's right, other than this, there's no other way. Moreover, even if it's this method, it will use up a lot of spiritual energy in the space. Maybe. Little Black wanted to say something when he saw Xian's depressed appearance, but he was interrupted by Little White in the end. Master. Give it a try. Maybe he'll agree. After speaking, Xiao Bai glared at Xiao He. This glare made Xiao He shut his mouth gloomily. His red eyes were full of grievance. At this time, Xian's mind was filled with Xiaoxingchen's matter, so she did not notice the two dragons' little movements and did not think much about it. After coming up with this method, Xian began to think about how to drive the villain Fuyu out of Xiaoxingchen's body. After thinking for an entire night, Xian still could not think of a good way. However, Xian had always been a person of action. Even if she thought for an entire night and could not think of a good way, she was not discouraged. Anyway, other than this method, she had no other way now. Therefore, she decided to be frank and open up everything to have a good talk with the villain Fuyu. Xiaoxing, mommy wants to talk to the Fuyu in your mind. Therefore, after Xian finished eating, she sent Gu Shimo aside and brought Xiaoxingchen to the study. At this time, Xian was really glad that the soundproofing in her study was good. Otherwise, with the little guy Gu Shimo around, it would be really inconvenient for them to talk at home. Hearing Xian's words, the little guy nodded and obediently agreed. Okay, mommy, I'll be your translator. Looking at the obedient smile on the little guy's face, Xian pursed her lips slightly, took a deep breath, and finally said. No, Xiaoxing, mommy doesn't need you to be my translator. Mommy just needs you to sleep for a while. With that said, Xian put the jade pendant on the little guy's neck. Then, not long after, the little guy suddenly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Xian, who was already prepared, held the little guy who suddenly fell asleep in her arms and took a deep breath. That's enough, Xiao He. As soon as Xian finished speaking, the little guy, who had closed his eyes and fallen asleep, opened his eyes again. However, when the little guy opened his eyes again, his aura was completely different. Although his appearance and facial features were exactly the same as before, it was clear that the child in front of her was not the same person as the little guy just now. His dark eyes were filled with coldness and wickedness. "Hello, Mommy." The little guy curled the corners of his lips and looked at Xiaoan with a faint smile. His tone was frivolous. When Xiaoan saw that her sensible and obedient son had been replaced by Fuyu, she coldly pushed Fuyu away. "I'm not your mother." "Mommy, you're really cold." Fuyu chuckled softly. He clearly had the body of an 8-year-old child, but his demeanor didn't have the slightest bit of childishness. There was only mockery and recklessness. "Fuyu, I don't want to beat around the bush with you. I'm looking for you because I want to ask you to leave Xiaoxing's body." However, Xiaoan did not care about Fuyu's attitude. She very decisively stated her purpose. After she finished speaking, she nervously looked at the body of her son, which was possessed by the villain. Xiaoxing, Fuyu was a smart person. How could he not understand the nervous heart under Xiaoan's calm expression? He chuckled and softly murmured Xiaoxing's name. "Xiaoxing, as bright as the stars." So good, Fuyu said, "That's great," a few times, which confused Xiaoan. He didn't understand what this big villain was trying to say. However, what Fuyu said next confused Xiaoan even more. "Why didn't you appear in my world?" What do you mean?" Xiaoan looked at the villain who had taken over her son's body in confusion. "Sometimes, I really envy the old me. I'm so jealous that I want to destroy everything." Fuyu stared at Xiaoan with a burning gaze. That pair of dark eyes was like a bottomless lake, causing people to feel a lingering fear and a chill to run down their spines. Looking at Fuyu's sickly appearance, Xiaoan's heart suddenly jumped. "He's you, you're him. Don't mess around." Xiaoan was really afraid that Fuyu, this lunatic, would really kill himself when he went crazy. After all, he was really a complete lunatic and was capable of doing anything. Today, I will make up for the chapters 10 from the past. Few days. There will be a lot of chapters. Mwah. He is you, and you are him. Don't mess around. As soon as Xiaoan said this, he heard a young yet mature voice mocking him. "I am him, and he is me? Huh." Fuyu raised his eyebrows as he stared fixedly at Xiaoan. His dark eyes were cold and filled with mockery. "If we are the same person, then why can you accept him but not me?" Xiaoan was speechless when he heard Fuyu's words. After a long time, she finally said when she saw the mockery on Fuyu's face become more and more obvious. "But human emotions are different. Even though you are the same person, to my emotions, you are two different people." Strictly speaking, Xiaoxingchen and Fuyu were indeed the same person. They had the same body and the same spirit waves. If she had not appeared, Xiaoxingchen would still have become Fuyu. This was something that could not be changed. However, her appearance changed the relationship between Xiaoxingchen and Fuyu. "But little Xing is my past self. I can also become Xiaoxingchen." Fuyu took a step forward and got closer to Xiaoan. There was a trace of longing in his cold, mocking black eyes. In fact, he didn't understand why he was reborn into the timeline of his childhood after he died. Originally, he was prepared to watch his younger self go through all this. After all, when he died, he no longer had any desire to live. He had seen through everything and no longer loved Fuanqi. He no longer cared about anything in the world. That was why he died so easily. It was only because he didn't want to live anymore. He felt that there was no point in living anymore. However, he never imagined that his mother, Xiaoan, who had died in his previous world, was alive and well in this world. She even brought him back and took care of him carefully. When he saw what happened to Xiaoan and his younger self, he could no longer stand by and watch. Gradually, he began to appear in Xiaoxingchen's world. He wanted to guide his thoughts and actions. He wanted to leave some traces in Xiaoan's world. Gradually, he realized that he was actually envious and jealous of him. He envied his past self for having a mother who loved him so much. He envied his past self for enjoying everything alone. Clearly, they were the same person, but their lives were as different as heaven and earth. He envied and envied him. He used words to provoke his past self and mislead him into thinking that Xianxia didn't love him and would abandon him. However, he never imagined that Xianxia wouldn't even want his own child. She wanted Xianxia as her son. At this moment, for the first time, he wanted to replace his past self and become Xianxia. He wanted to become Xianxia's son. Sorry, you can't become Xiaoxing. My Xiaoxing is one of a kind. Because she was afraid that her attitude would anger Fuyu, the villain, again, Xian spoke much more gently when she spoke. However, her answer was still so firm. One of a kind. When he heard Xian's words, Fuyu almost went crazy with jealousy. He had always yearned for someone who loved him so much that she could give up the whole world for him. However, in the past, he had easily realized the wish that he had never realized in his entire life. At this moment, he was filled with jealousy. Fuyu, I don't know what you've been through. However, I beg of you, please don't hurt Xiaoxing. He's still young and doesn't know anything. There are too many things in this world that he hasn't seen yet. This was the first time that Xian had spoken to someone in such a humble manner. She had always acted recklessly and didn't care about other people's feelings. She had always been a fearless person. However, this time, in front of Fuyu, the villain who had taken over her good son's body, Xian had really lowered her stance. When he saw the worried and nervous expression on Xian's face, Fuyu didn't know why, but he felt a sour feeling in his heart. A feeling that he had never felt before flowed through him. It turned out that he had someone who cared about him. It turned out that he had someone who loved him. However, it was a pity that this feeling wasn't for him. It was for his past self. His past self was so happy, so very happy. When Fuyu closed his eyes, he couldn't help but think of the life that Xian and Xiaoxingchen had together. Those smiles, those happiness, those blessings. At this moment, he felt like he was Xiaoxingchen. It was as if those were his memories. It was as if the person that Xian cared about was him, Fuyu. Xian looked at the villain who had closed his eyes and said with a frown. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Fuyu. Call me Xiaoxing. Fuyu opened his eyes and stared straight at Xian. The coldness and mockery in his dark eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a lot of hope and clarity. Looking at those clear eyes, Xian almost mistook Fuyu for her obedient son for a moment. At this moment, when Xian saw the similar look in their eyes, she finally felt that Fuyu and Xiaoxingchen were the same person. When it came to her feelings for Fuyu, the villain, Xian also softened a little. However, she didn't understand why Fuyu, the villain, had suddenly changed so much. She also didn't understand why this villain wanted her to call him Xiaoxing. However, Xian also wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. She wanted to coax Fuyu, the villain, and make him voluntarily leave Xiaoxingchen's body, so she obediently agreed to Fuyu's request and called him Xiaoxing. When he heard Xian call him Xiaoxing, Fuyu couldn't help but smile. That's a nice name. Xiaoxingchen was a nice name. In the past, he was really lucky. Unfortunately, this luck didn't belong to him. Fuyu looked up and saw the worry and fear in Xian's eyes. For the first time, he felt bitter. He had never felt this kind of bitterness, even when he was obsessed with Fu Anqi for most of his life. But now, when he looked at that unforgettable beautiful face, he felt this kind of bitterness for the first time. He didn't want to see the woman in front of him sad, and he didn't want to see her frightened. He liked the woman who didn't care about anything and lived a carefree life. He liked to see a bright smile on her face. He liked to see how cute she was when she ate. He liked, hug me. Fuyu opened his arms and looked at Xian with a smile. What? Xian was really confused by Fuyu. She didn't understand what Fuyu meant. Don't you want me to leave Xiaoxing's body? As long as you hug me, I will leave willingly. Fuyu chuckled when he saw the confused look on Xian's face, and he spoke calmly. However, the more indifferent Fuyu was, the more Xian felt that it was unreal. Who was Fuyu? Fuyu was a stubborn lunatic. How could he leave her obedient son's body so obediently? Don't you have any revenge to take? Xian pursed her lips and asked cautiously. No, I never had any enemies. If I didn't want to, no one would kill me. The corners of Fuyu's lips curled up slightly, and his tone was full of pride. That arrogant look really gave Xian a fright. It seemed that this big villain didn't want to live anymore, so he was killed by the male and female leads. Do you want me to leave or not? If you don't want me to leave, you can choose not to hug. Before Fu Yu could finish his words, he felt a warm hug. A pair of slender but powerful arms held him tightly in her embrace. Thank you, the woman's gentle whisper sounded in Fu Yu's ear. He took a deep breath and greedily sniffed the woman's fragrance. What should I do? I really don't want to leave this hug. Fu Yu raised his hand and hugged Xian tightly. His head was buried tightly in Xian's chest, so that no one could see his expression at this time. However, Xian could clearly feel that her chest was wet and warm. Was he crying? The cruel and crazy villain in the novel was crying? No, that's impossible, right? Just when Xian was so shocked that she thought she might be hallucinating, she heard a strange voice in her ear. Even if I leave, you have to remember me. Remember that my name is Fu Yu. The voice was muffled and trembling. At this time, Xian was 100% sure that the crazy villain was crying. Okay. You have to be very good to me in the future. You have to like me the most. You can't like Gu Shimo and Zhu Baixue the most. If Xian didn't know that Fu Yu hadn't left Xia Xingchen's body, she would have thought that the person who made this request was Xia Xingchen himself. Okay. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, she was 100% sure that Fu Yu and Xia Xingchen were the same person. No matter what kind of life situation they were in, they were still the same person. Lastly, hearing the last sentence, Xia and Spirit immediately focused. Lower your head. Fu Yu raised his head and whispered to Xian. Xian lowered her head without thinking. The moment she lowered her head, she didn't expect that the villain, Fu Yu, would kiss her chin. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he lightly kissed her and quickly lowered his head again. It was so fast that Xian almost thought that she was hallucinating. Okay, I can leave now. Fu Yu lowered his head and murmured. His voice was full of reluctance. Facing such a villain, Xian felt that something was wrong. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She originally thought that this villain would be difficult to deal with. Plus maybe this villain wouldn't even agree to her request. But now, she hadn't even done anything, and this great villain had chosen to leave on his own accord? However, although Xian was shocked, she still had to do business. Don't worry, your spiritual body won't be destroyed after leaving Xiaoxing's body. Instead, it will be sent to another parallel space. At that time, you might be reborn in your own body and have a chance to start over. As Xian spoke, Fu Yu only felt that his body was getting lighter and lighter. Gradually, he saw himself deviating from his own body and his vision gradually blurred. In a blur, he seemed to see two dragons, one black and one white. Before he completely lost consciousness, Fu Yu struggled to utter one last sentence. Is there still you in that parallel space? Will you like me in that world? However, at this time, he had already left Xia Xingchen's body. Xian could no longer hear his voice, Xiaoxing. Seeing Xia Xingchen's body suddenly go soft, Xian quickly held her son in her arms. She saw the little guy's eyelids move slightly and he opened his eyes. Mom. What happened to me? After the little guy opened his eyes, he frowned. He kept feeling that his body was a little empty, as if something had just happened. It's nothing. You just took a nap. Xian saw that her good son didn't seem to know what had just happened, so she replied softly. However, Xia Xingchen was smart. Even if Xian didn't say it, he could guess what might have happened when he fell asleep just now. Fu Yu is gone? He's gone? Mom, you said that you wanted to negotiate with him, so you wanted him to leave my body? Seeing that she didn't say anything and the little guy still guessed it, Xian didn't hide it anymore and directly told the little guy everything. After listening to Xian's story, the little guy was happy and touched. It turned out that his fairy mother loved him so much and was so worried about him. Mom, you're so nice. The little guy hugged Xian tightly and happily acted like a spoiled child to Xian, and looking at the spoiled little guy in her arms, Xian couldn't help but think of the incomparably awkward and confusing villain. She gently stroked the little guy's little head and couldn't help but wonder how the villain was doing. Now that he was in a new parallel universe, would he be able to change his fate? Would he live happily? Second watch. Keep going. Because of the little fellow's interlude, in addition to the little fellow's sincerity, there were some changes in her own state of mind. Therefore, regarding Zhu Baishua's matter, Xiaoan also had a new idea. Just as the little fellow had said, Xiaoan planned to bring Zhu Baishue and his family to live together in his home. Mr. and Mrs. Zhu were good people. Both of them were honest people who loved their children dearly. If there were 2 more people in the family, the children would be more loved, and Zhu Baishue, the daughter of the original owner, would have a better life. That way, the child wouldn't have any resentment after knowing the truth. However, regarding Xiaoxingchen and Zhu Baishue, what? Xiaoxing, you have a twin sister? Seeing Gu Shimo so surprised, Xiaoan couldn't help laughing. That's right, Xiaoan had thought of a perfect solution. In other words, Zhu Baishue and Xiaoxingchen were a pair of fraternal twins. In that case, both of them were her children. However, it was a pity that her smart and obedient son already knew the truth. Otherwise, he would never know the truth and really think that it was good that she had given birth to twins. No wonder you guys have been forcing me to whisper to you. So that's why, Gu Shimo muttered. Recently, because of Xiaoan and Xiaoxingchen's constant isolation, his abnormal behavior made Gu Shimo, this little guy, very depressed. Now that Gu Shimo was clear about this matter, he immediately became happy. He looked at Xiaoxingchen excitedly and asked happily. Xiaoxing, have you ever seen your twin sister? Doesn't she look a lot like you? She. Faced with Gu Shimo's series of questions, Xiaoxingchen really couldn't say anything. Not to mention that he had never seen the legendary twin sister, Zhu Baishue. Even if he had, he wasn't so thick-skinned as to lie so casually. After all, he really understood that Zhu Baishue really wasn't his twin sister. The 2 of them really weren't related by blood at all. And, he was very depressed. Why did he have to be the younger twin? Well, although his fairy mother said that Zhu Baishue was taller than him and better at taking care of people than him, she would definitely be a good older sister. But he still wasn't convinced. Xiao Can, we're going to pick Xiao Shui up today. You can come with us and take a look. Xiaoan smiled and poked Gu Shimo's little head, who seemed to have been possessed by 100,000 questions, and said teasingly. As soon as he heard Xiaoan's words, Gu Shimo immediately became excited. I can go too. Of course, don't you want to go? Seeing Gu Shimo's silly look, Xiaoan guessed. Of course. Of course I want to go. She's the fairy sister's daughter. She must be a little fairy sister. Gu Shimo's eyes lit up. He clenched his little fists and said happily. It was as if the person who was going to reunite with her wasn't Xiaoan or Xiaoxingchen, but him. The more Gu Shimo looked so excited and happy, the more Xiaoan wanted to tease him. But Xiao Can, when we reunite with Xiao Shui, the nickname Xiao Can will no longer belong to you. Hearing Xiaoan's words, Gu Shimo was stunned and looked at Xiaoan foolishly. After a while, the silly boy's face finally showed a hint of reluctance. Okay, then I'll give it to fairy sister. Looking at Gu Shimo's reluctant look, Xiaoan felt that it was really interesting. Suddenly, she had a wicked thought. What kind of interesting thing would happen if the future cannon fodder supporting female lead, the real male lead, and the big villain, these 3 little fellows lived together? This little genuine male lead was now calling her little fairy sister as a cannon fodder supporting female lead. Would there be a different chemical reaction? The more Xiaoan thought about it, the more she felt that it was really good to raise 3 children. Haha, our Xiao Can is really sensible. Xiaoan rubbed Gu Shimo's little head and looked at her good son again. Today, her good son was even quieter than before. Xiaoxing, what's wrong? Are you okay? Xiaoan looked at the little guy tenderly and asked softly. Xiaoxing must be crazy with joy. Before the little guy could speak, Gu Shimo opened his mouth first. Hearing Gu Shimo's words, Xiaoxingchen rolled his eyes at Gu Shimo speechlessly. I'm just afraid, she doesn't like me. Xiaoxingchen muttered indecisively, but in the end, he couldn't call her sister. However, what the little guy said was true. Ever since he found out how good his fairy mother was to him, this little guy also loved her and wanted to treat his fairy mother's biological daughter better. Therefore, there was no jealousy or competition at all. Xianxia, this little guy, was always thinking about Xian. Therefore, at a young age, he was always worried. What if his sister didn't like him? Only his fairy mother would be sad. This kind of mentality had been haunting him, causing him to become a little timid. Seeing the little guy so nervous and unconfident, before Xian could comfort her good son, Gu Shimo rushed to shout. Pfft, Xiaoxing, what are you afraid of? You have such good luck with girls. I don't see any girl in our class who doesn't like you. I also heard that the girls in other classes also like a little celebrity like you. Also, last time, because the boys in the class were jealous of you, they fought with us. All the girls in the class almost. The group of boys ate. Gu Shimo didn't hold back and revealed all of Xiaoxing's good luck with girls. However, before he could finish these gossip about Xiaoxing, his mouth was covered by a blushing Xiaoxing. Shut up. Big idiot. Xiaoxingchen covered Gu Shimo's mouth tightly and kept glancing at Xian. When he saw Xian's bright and teasing smile, the little guy's cheeks became redder and redder, as if he was steamed and could even emit smoke. Mom, don't listen to this big idiot's nonsense. When he said this, a certain Xiaoxing was so guilty that he didn't dare to look into his fairy mother's eyes. Xiaoxing, let go. Xian looked at the scene in front of her. Seeing the two little guys arguing so intimately, she only felt warmth in her heart. The current plot had been completely changed by her. The characters of the two little guys were completely different from the characters in the book. Gu Shimo, the real male lead, was supposed to be a cunning, black-bellied, and gloomy man who was only gentle to the female lead. Now, haha, he had become a big idiot who didn't watch his words. Now, he was cheerful, sunny, and had a bright smile on his face all the time. He looked like a little sun. He could bring joy and warmth to people. He was supposed to be a stubborn and mentally ill person, but now he was completely different. The current Xiaoxingchen was very healthy. Although his personality wasn't as optimistic and cheerful as Gu Shimo's, he was still a very kind and sensible child. Everything had unknowingly changed. She no longer had to worry that the future in the book would reappear. She no longer had to worry about the plot and the female lead's halo being too powerful. Now, she believed that no matter how powerful the female lead's halo was, the two of them, oh, no, the three of them in her family. She was also determined that it wouldn't be the same as in the book. When Xian came back to her senses, she looked at the two little guys who were still playing around. She pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were twinkling. Okay, let's go and pick up Xiao Shui. Okay, mommy, let's go. Yeah. Let's go and pick up our fairy sister. Once again, Xian took the bus to the home of the original owner's daughter. However, this time was completely different from the previous time. This time, it wasn't just her and Su Tian. This time, she had two more little guys by her side. Moreover, their identities were not simple. One was the little male lead, and the other was the little villain. Unknowingly, she had new expectations for the future of the three little guys living together. Before leaving, Xian contacted Zhu Daqing. She told Zhu Daqing simply that she would acknowledge Zhu Baixue as her daughter. She also said that she would bring the couple to live together. Another condition was that she had to treat Xiaoxingchen as Zhu Baixue's twin brother. She had to keep this a secret forever. Originally, Xian thought that Zhu Daqing and his wife, who loved their children so much, would be unhappy. After all, she had said at the beginning that she wouldn't raise the child and would leave the child to them. However, now that she said that she would raise the child with them as their biological mother, Zhu Daqing and his wife were very happy and supportive. This also made Xian realize that Zhu Daqing and his wife really loved their child. Moreover, their character was really good. This also made Xian, who was originally a little shaken by her impulsive decision, a little more determined. So fairy sister used to live such a hard life. While sitting in the car, the biased Su Tian had already explained to the two little guys how hard Zhu Baixue's life was and how poor it was. It was as pitiful as it could get. The two sensible little fellows' hearts were filled with sympathy and responsibility for Zhu Baixue. Fairy sister is so pitiful. When we bring her home, I will definitely take good care of her. I will buy her the most beautiful princess dress. I will buy her a beautiful doll. After listening to Su Tiantian's description, Gu Shimo had already started counting on his fingers and started planning all kinds of gifts for Zhu Baixue. Compared to Gu Shimo, who was an outsider, Xianxia, who was the twin brother, appeared to be much calmer. Xianxia just sat quietly in the back seat. His lips were tightly pursed and his eyes were filled with guilt. The kind little Xianxia didn't expect his fairy mother's biological daughter to live such a pitiful life. He thought about the sister he had never met and who had suffered a lot, and he thought about how happy he was with his fairy mother. The kind little guy felt more and more that he must take good care of his fairy mother's daughter in the future, so that she wouldn't suffer in the future. Little Xianxia, look, little Momo has already given Xiaxue so many gifts. What are you going to give her? Su Tiantian looked at Xiaxingqian's quiet appearance and couldn't help but tease Xiaxingqian. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, the little guy thought about it very seriously, then blinked and muttered. I can give my sister whatever she wants. However, the little guy's answer aroused Su Tiantian's teasing. She continued jokingly. What if both your sister and your mother take a fancy to the same gift at the same time? Who will you give it to? I'll buy two, one for each. The smart little guy said matter-of-factly. However, Su Tiantian was interested at this time. How could she let little Xianxia go? What if there's only one of a kind, and you can't buy two at the same time? Seeing Su Tiantian's naughty look, Xiaoan speechlessly rolled her eyes at her agent. Just as she was about to speak up for her good son, who knew that the little guy would say without hesitation. For Mom. Hearing the little guy's words, Xiaoan's heart was moved a lot. She took the little guy in her arms and happily kissed the little guy's fluffy little head. Our little Xing is so good. Fairy sister. I'm the best to you too. I'll give it to you too. Go away, you're the best to Xiaxue. Both are good. I'm the best to fairy sister, and I'm the best to fairy sister, he he he. Even if there's only one unique gift, I can conjure up a second one for you. Ha ha ha, our little Momos. Little mouth is so sweet. In the future, he'll definitely be able to charm a large group of little girls. Although the journey was a little long, the group of people was very happy. Just like this, they noisily and happily walked towards Zhu Daqing's family. At this time, Zhu Daqing's family had been waiting for Xiaoan and the others to arrive. After receiving Xiaoan's call, Zhu Daqing and Wang Lanji asked for leave together, thinking about how to tell their baby daughter. Fortunately, because they wanted to wait for a while before lying about their baby daughter having an aunt, they decided to wait for a while before lying about it. Therefore, they didn't lie. In this way, it wouldn't be so awkward to say that Xiaoan was her biological mother. In fact, it would be easier to talk about it. However, although it was easier to talk about it, they still had to organize their words and think about how to tell their baby daughter. Daqing, I originally thought that Miss Xia was too cruel to even abandon her own daughter. However, after hearing what you said today, I suddenly understand Miss Xia. She is also a good mother who dotes on her child. Wang Lanji said with emotion after learning that Xiaoan was going to disguise Xiaxingqian and Zhu Baixue as twins. They also loved their children to the bone, so how could they not understand Xiaoan's intentions? Therefore, from the initial disgust, she understood and opened up a lot. Yes, Miss Xia is a good person. She also knows about our relationship with our children, so she suggested that our two families merge and become a big family. This way, we can better take care of the two children's psychology. Zhu Daqing nodded with an emotional smile on his face. They were satisfied with Xiaoan's final decision. Indeed, they were really happy to raise their own children. However, they were more concerned about another problem, a problem related to the future. In the future, when their baby daughter grew up and found out that Xiaoan was her biological mother, she would wonder. Why didn't her biological mother acknowledge her? She would rather raise a child who wasn't her child than raise her biological daughter. How much harm would this bring to their baby daughter? Therefore, they were glad that Xiaoan had changed her mind in the end. Moreover, the idea she came up with was so perfect. At least, she had taken all aspects into consideration. The couple thought for a while, but in the end, they still couldn't come up with a better explanation. Hence, the straightforward couple decided to follow the truth that Cheyenne had told them. Therefore, the two of them quickly found Zhu Baixue's school. After informing the school teachers, they applied for leave for their baby daughter and brought her home. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Did something happen at home? Why did you apply for leave for me? Zhu Baixue, who had been taken out of school by her parents, looked at her parents in confusion. Normally, her parents were so busy that they had to work overtime. Why did they apply for leave for her today and even bring her home? Upon hearing their daughter's question, Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji looked at each other and said to Zhu Baixue, "Let's go home first. I'll tell you when we get home." Looking at her parents, Zhu Baixue felt that something big must have happened. Therefore, she nodded and followed her parents home without asking any more questions. Soon, the family of 3 arrived home. As soon as the couple entered the house, they closed the door and locked it. From the looks of it, it was as if he had something big to say that couldn't be revealed. Zhu Baixue had never seen her parents like this before. Therefore, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva and look at her parents with sparkling eyes. "Xiaoxue, Dad and Mom are going to tell you something. Don't get too excited. Listen to us patiently." Zhu Daqing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice with a serious expression on his face. Upon hearing Zhu Daqing's words, Zhu Baixue nodded seriously. Okay. On the other hand, Wang Longji wasn't as calm as the father and daughter. She was prepared to tell her daughter the truth. However, when she was about to say it, she couldn't control her emotions and tears. "Xiaoxue, no matter what you hear next, you have to know that Dad and Mom will always be your dad and mom. We will always love you the most. You will always be our daughter, our only daughter," Wang Longji said in a choked voice while crying. That pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes were filled with reluctance and deep love. After telling them the truth, their daughter would no longer be their pure daughter anymore. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Looking at Wang Longji's tears, Zhu Baixue was a little frightened. She looked at Zhu Daqing with fear in her heart. Seeing his precious daughter's frightened look, Zhu Daqing took a deep breath and decided to cut the Gordian knot and not let his child continue to be nervous. Therefore, he told his precious daughter the truth. He told her that she wasn't their biological daughter. He told her that she was just a daughter they picked up on a snowy day. He told her that she wasn't abandoned by her biological mother, but was taken away by a vicious human trafficker. He told her that her biological mother was looking for her now. He told her that she actually had a twin brother. When he finished telling the truth, not only Wang Longji cried, but Zhu Daqing, a tall and strong man, also cried. As for Zhu Baixue, she was also stunned. Today's update is over. Good night. Xiaomi equals 3 equals Zhu Baixue had never thought that his parents were not his biological parents. Even if she didn't look like her parents, even if some neighbors and friends gossiped about their family, she never thought that her parents weren't her own. And now, Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Zhu Baixue stared blankly at Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji. Despite her young age, she felt as if she was hallucinating. My poor child, Xiaoxue, don't be afraid. Daddy and Mommy will always be your daddy and mommy. You will always be our most beloved daughter. When Zhu Daqing and Wang Longji saw that Zhu Baixue couldn't accept it, they cried even harder. The two of them hugged Zhu Baixue and buried their heads in the ground, crying bitterly. Being held in their arms, she could feel the hot tears on her shoulders and neck. Her heart was about to explode. His mind gradually cleared up. Zhu Baixue was a smart and precocious child. After she calmed down, she recalled what her parents had told her about her colleague's child. Thinking about the current situation, Zhu Baixue immediately understood that what his parents said was true. She really wasn't their child. She also had a younger brother. All of this really felt like a dream. On this side, Zhu Baixue's family of 3 was crying, while on Xiaoan's side, the atmosphere was very cheerful and harmonious. This was especially true for Gu Shimo. He knew that Zhu Baixue looked like Xiaoan, so he really wanted to meet this fairy sister. It was as if he was Zhu Baixue's twin brother instead of Xia Xingchen. As for Xia Xingchen's twin brother, he wasn't that excited. He knew that he wasn't the child of his fairy mother, and he also knew that he wasn't related to Zhu Baixue by blood. Therefore, he really did not have any expectations. However, because of Su Tiantian's popular science along the way, she learned what kind of bitter life her fairy mother's biological daughter was living. Instead, she felt pity and guilt for this sister whom she had never met before. He had already decided that even if they were not related by blood, he would treat Zhu Baixue well regardless of whether she liked him or not. Fairy sister lives here? How can anyone live here? Su Tian wanted the two young masters to experience the hardships that Zhu Baixue had suffered all these years. Therefore, she did not arrange for the two families to meet at another location. Instead, he directly set the location at Zhu Daqing's tile-roofed house. After Gu Shimo jumped out of the car, he frowned when he saw the dilapidated houses around him. Xianxia also frowned. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were full of astonishment. Before his fairy mother picked him up, he had never experienced any familial love and care. However, he had never been wronged in terms of material things. Even when he went to the orphanage for a few days, it was not as dilapidated as this place. Thinking of what Su Tian said along the way, Xiaoxingchen became even more silent. It's okay. From now on, she won't suffer any more hardships. Seeing the reaction of the two little guys, Xiaoan got out of the car, rubbed their heads, and walked towards Zhu Daqing's house. Knock, knock, knock. There was a clear knock on the door. Soon, Zhu Daqing opened the door with a pair of red and swollen eyes. Miss Xia, you're here. Please come in. Seeing Zhu Daqing like this, she knew that he had told Zhu Baixue everything. Xiaoan nodded, held the hands of the two little guys, and walked into Zhu Daqing's house. Bang! After the door was slammed shut, a few neighbors popped their heads out. Who was the person who just entered Zhu Daqing's house? Looks like he's quite rich. Is he a relative? But he doesn't look like one. Zhu Daqing's family is all poor. How could he have a rich relative? But the woman in the sunglasses looks really pretty. Don't talk about that woman. The two dolls are like fairy children in paintings. They're so beautiful. So who are they? What's their relationship with Zhu Daqing? Outside the house, Xiaoan and the others entered Zhu Daqing's house. They were all gossiping. However, Xiaoan and the others in the house knew nothing about it. When Xiaoan entered Zhu Daqing's house, she saw the biological daughter of this body looking at her timidly with a pair of red and swollen eyes. The pair of red and swollen eyes were watery and full of expectation, fear, admiration, and joy. She looked at Xiaoan timidly like a little girl. She was completely different from the precocious and sensible girl that Xiaoan and Su Tian saw when they first met her. Xiao Shui, she's your mother. Call her mother. Seeing that Xiaoan had come, Wang Longji wiped the tears from her face and pushed Zhu Baixue, who was leaning tightly against her, away. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Although when she said these words, her heart was filled with reluctance and pain. However, since her daughter already knew about her background, she had to acknowledge her biological mother and live with her in the future. Therefore, she could only endure the pain and hope that her adopted daughter could establish a good mother-daughter relationship with Xiaoan as soon as possible. However, after hearing Wang Longji's words, Zhu Baixue opened her mouth but did not call her mother in the end. She pursed her lips tightly. There was no trace of blood on her lips and she looked really nervous. Looking at the young lady's expression, Xiaoan didn't mind at all. She took off her sunglasses and smiled kindly at the little girl. It was rare for her to be so gentle. This is your younger brother, Xiaoxingchen. Xiaoan pushed Xiaoxingchen in front of her and looked at Zhu Baixue gently. Xiaoxingchen was shocked by Xiaoan's sudden action. His eyes widened and he muttered unnaturally. Not younger brother, older brother. You can call me older brother in the future. However, Xiaoxingchen's words were completely ignored by Zhu Baixue. This was because the little girl was stunned when she saw Xiaoan take off her sunglasses. She did not expect her mother to be so beautiful. Moreover, she looked quite similar to her. She just didn't know why, but she felt that her mother looked a little familiar. There's still me. There's still me. Sister Fairy Maiden, you're too much. You didn't even introduce me to Sister Fairy Maiden. Gu Shimo squeezed over and walked to Zhu Baixue with a bright smile. He shamelessly held Zhu Baixue's hand. Wow. Sister Fairy Maiden, you really look like Sister Fairy Maiden. I really like you as a sister. Feeling her hand being held in someone else's hand, Zhu Baixue came back to her senses. She looked at the handsome and beautiful boy standing in front of her. When he smiled, he looked like a little son. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Go away. You're scaring Sister Fairy Maiden. Xianxia grabbed Gu Shimo's collar and pulled him to the back, preventing him from getting close to Zhu Baixue. Hey, hey, hey! Stupid Xiaoxing. Let go. When did I scare Sister Fairy Maiden? Zhu Baixue, who was originally nervous and at a loss, immediately relaxed when she saw the two beautiful boys quarrel. Xiaoxue, that chatterbox lives with me and your brother. His name is Gu Shimo. You can call him Brother Shimo from now on. Xian smiled at Zhu Baixue and said softly. Zhu Baixue nodded shyly when she heard Xian's gentle words. All this time, she had only had one. Because her family was poor, she had never had the time to make friends. Every day, she was either busy studying or doing housework. She never had the time to play. She also didn't have any siblings who could share the burden with her. But now, she had two brothers. Oh, no, to be precise, one elder brother and one younger brother. Moreover, these two brothers seemed to be very friendly to her. This made her feel an indescribable joy. Sister Xiaoxue, hurry up and call me brother. Shut up. Haha, Xiaoxingchen, you are Sister Xiaoxue's younger brother. Shouldn't you call me brother too? Get lost. Zhu Baixue's last bit of fear and nervousness disappeared when she saw the two quarreling brothers and the gentle smile on her biological mother's face. Are these my family members? Are these my biological mother and twin brother? So nice. They look so nice. Although she still couldn't call her mother, the little girl still took a step toward Xian. Then, she timidly held Xian's hand and carefully looked up at Xian. At this moment, there was only one thing left in her moist black eyes: adoration. This is my biological mother. Xian smiled and lowered her head when she felt the little pair of trembling hands holding her hand. Then, she gently rubbed the little girl's head. Good girl. I'm sorry, I had some problems with my body some time ago. I've been recuperating and haven't been to Xinjiang for a long time, so I forgot to ask for leave. I'm really sorry. There's not much plot left. I won't screw up. I'll finish it quickly. Chapter 130. After recognizing Zhu Baixue, the biological daughter of the original owner of the body, Xian did not continue to waste time. He directly asked Su Tian to book the plane tickets for Zhu Daqing's family of 3. However, Zhu Daqing and his wife refused. They only asked Zhu Baixue to leave first, and they would deal with some trivial matters at home, such as the house and work. After they finished dealing with these things, they went to find Xian and Zhu Baixue. Xian thought that it didn't matter whether Zhu Daqing and Wang Lanji went with her or not. Their visas couldn't be processed in a short time, so she left with only Zhu Baixue. Zhu Baixue was reluctant to part with her adoptive parents, and she was a little nervous about being alone with Xian. However, Zhu Daqing and Wang Lanji also wanted their daughter to develop a relationship with Xian and Xiaoxingchen, so they had been persuading and comforting their daughter. Therefore, Zhu Baixue agreed obediently and followed Xian and Xiaoxingchen to the capital to experience many firsts. It was the first time she sat in a car, the first time she sat on a plane, the first time she ate delicious food. And the first time she lived in a luxurious villa. Xiaoxue, this is your temporary bedroom. Xian led Zhu Baixue to a bedroom close to Xiaoxingchen and Gu Shimo's. As a superstar and the boss of CH Company, Xian was very rich now, so her real estate, both in China and abroad, was of very good quality. Xian had always valued quality over quantity, so the houses under her name were very expensive and very large. The decorations were also very tasteful. For example, the villa she was living in now was a standalone villa with a very good location and environment. It occupied a large area. The surrounding neighbors were either rich or respectable. Of course, the most important thing was that their privacy was very good. The reason why she told Zhu Baixue about the temporary bedroom was because Xian did not intend to stay in China for long. She planned to take Zhu Daqing and his family out of the country after settling their visas and passports. Yes. Zhu Baixue nodded obediently. Although she already knew that Xian was her biological mother, she still felt a little awkward. She couldn't call Xian mom so naturally. Even though she was happy that she could live in such a beautiful house and have a bedroom of her own, she still restrained herself politely. Lowering her head, Xiaoan looked at the young lady who was clearly looking at the bedroom with sparkling eyes. She seemed to like it very much, but her face was very calm and did not show any signs of joy. The corners of her mouth moved slightly. The daughter of the original owner was a very well-educated young lady. Zhu Daqing and Wang Lanji had raised Zhu Baixue very well. Xiaoan's expression softened slightly. Whether it was Xianxia or Zhu Baixue, these two children were very well-behaved and likable. Xiaoxue, if you think the room is lacking anything, you can tell me. Hearing Xiaoan's gentle voice, Zhu Baixue's cheeks turned slightly red. Then she said softly, I don't need anything. I don't lack anything. This is already very good. At this moment, Zhu Baixue really felt like she was dreaming. Whether it was her biological mother, Xiaoan, or the fact that she could live in a room that looked like a celestial palace. Xiaoan looked at the young lady's shy appearance. She held the young lady's hand and walked to the cloakroom specially prepared for the young lady. Although the decision to pick up the young lady was very sudden, Xiaoan did not lack anything that should be bought for the young lady. The furniture and soft decorations in the room were all redesigned by the designer. Although time was limited, Xiaoan gave a lot of money, so it was not difficult to change the furniture in a short period of time. Moreover, the children's products in the bedroom were very complete. From daily necessities to clothes and boots, it was very complete. Therefore, when Xiaoan held Zhu Baixue's hand and led her to the cloakroom, the young lady was stunned. Since she was a child, because of her poor family, her clothes were basically old and she rarely had new clothes to wear. Even if there were new clothes to wear, Wang Lanji would take the leftover fabric from the factory and make new clothes for her. And now, in this huge walk-in closet, there were rows and rows of very beautiful little dresses, hats, and leather shoes hanging in the closet. Mom prepared all these for you. Do you like them? Although she did not personally go to the mall to buy the clothes, she had spent money. So when Xiaoan said this sentence, he really said it with righteous confidence. And the young lady was moved by Xiaoan's actions. The naive young lady really thought that these clothes were selected by her biological mother, one by one, for her. The young lady, who had never experienced such a sugar-coated bullet, suddenly had her eyes turn red. That pair of beautiful big eyes looked at Xiaoan with watery eyes. After a long while, she nodded and said in a soft voice, Yes, I like it, as long as you like it. Xiaoan looked at the young lady's obedient appearance and rubbed her little head. In the future, if you like anything or want anything, you can tell Mom. Mom will buy it for you. After Xiaoan accepted Zhu Baixue as her daughter, she became more and more natural as a mother. Enough, the young lady nervously pursed her lips and tightly tugged at the corner of Xiaoan's clothes as if it took a lot of effort for her to do so. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I like it very much. Thank you, Mom. After speaking, the young lady quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look at Xiaoan. However, she did not let go of Xiaoan's clothes. Seeing the young lady so shy that her ears turned red, Xiaoan could not help but feel a little happy in her heart. She originally thought that Zhu Baixue might be a problem, but now it seemed that having a daughter was not a problem at all. On the contrary, it was quite interesting. Haha, Xiaoxing, are you jealous? Do you feel that your fairy sister has been snatched away by your fairy sister? In the living room, Gu Shimo watched as Xiaoxingchen sat on the sofa in a daze while holding a tablet computer. He laughed and teased Xiaoxingchen. Xiaoxingchen only glanced at the gloating Gu Shimo without saying a word. In fact, rather than saying that he was jealous, it was better to say that he was not used to it. In the past, his fairy mother only had him as a child. But now, his fairy mother had another child. However, Xiaoxingchen also knew that his fairy mother cared about him the most, so he was not jealous. However, he was still a little helpless. He did not know what life would be like if he and his fairy mother had a younger sister in the future. After a day, Xiaoan made arrangements for the little guys and then returned to her own bedroom in a relaxed manner. When everything was settled, she finally remembered her jade pendant and Little White and Little Black, the two dragons. Little White, Little Black. After Xiaoan entered the space of the twin dragons playing with a pearl once again, she found that the two dragons that loved to stick to her were gone. Xiaoan's heart sank when he saw that everything in the space was normal except for the two dragons, one black and one white. She was not a fool. she understood that the two dragons had really disappeared. It was because, in order to help her get rid of the villain, Fu Yu, that they had disappeared. What two stupid dragons, Xian felt a lump in her throat. She thought of the two dragons accompanying her. She didn't seem to treat them well. She wasn't gentle at all. Sometimes, she was even a little fierce. But they had sacrificed so much for her. Just as Cheyenne was about to burst into tears, she suddenly heard the voices of the two dragonlings. Cheyenne was a rare sight. "Hey! Woman, can't you see that we are so anxious that we are about to cry?" "Haha, I knew you would cry." "Shut up. Time is limited, so don't talk nonsense." "Who's talking nonsense?" "I just thought she would really cry, so I wanted to tease her." "Master, you don't have to be sad. We didn't die, we just ran out of spirit chi. When our spirit chi recovers, we will wake up again. You don't have to be sad." "That's right, Xian, don't worry. You're the woman that both that stupid dragon and I have our eyes on. Even if you want to abandon us, it's impossible without our permission. Don't worry, we will definitely pester you for all eternity. Cough. Master, we've already bound our souls to you. You won't blame us, right? We're just afraid that by the time our spiritual aura recovers, you'll already be gone. Woman, the lifespan of mortals is limited. If we bind you, you'll be taking advantage of us. Don't worry, in your next life, the life after that, and the life after that, we will be by your side." "How is it? Are you surprised? Are you happy?" "Master, we will definitely wake up as soon as possible." After listening to the two dragons' unique conversation, Xian was no longer in the mood to cry. Instead, he smiled through his tears. "All right. I'll wait for you to wake up, whether it's in this life or the next." In the past few years, if you were to ask people who was the most popular celebrity, 11 out of 10 people would say that it was Xian. Moreover, Xian was not only the most popular celebrity in the country, but also the most popular celebrity in the world. She was simply like a legend. Her presence was very strong. In the beginning, she was just a little transparent vase surrounded by scandals. But unknowingly, she relied on variety show after variety show and work after work to successfully wash herself clean and become a female star liked by countless people. Up until now, Xian was ranked number 1 on the list of celebrities with the most fans in the world. The number of fans in the world had already exceeded 1 billion. Not only that, but she was also ranked first in the global rankings of the most profitable celebrities. There was no other reason other than Xian's face was simply too good at making money. As long as Xian endorsed an advertisement, appeared in a TV show, movie, or variety show, it would be extremely popular. The profits that it brought were not something that other celebrities could compare to. Because of this, countless advertisers came one after another to look for Xian to work with. Unfortunately, after her last movie, Return to Earth, Xian announced her retirement from the entertainment industry. She wanted to focus on being a stay-at-home mother, raising her children and enjoying life. When Xian's decision was announced, it really made countless of her fans cry bitterly. No one would have thought that just when Xian was on the cusp of becoming a star, she would announce her retirement from the entertainment industry for good. This news was like a bomb, causing Xian to become famous all over the world once again. However, despite the pleas of her fans and the persuasions of her friends in the industry, Xian did not change her mind. She had never liked the glamorous lifestyle of a celebrity, where there was no privacy at all. Originally, she had chosen to be a celebrity only because she wanted to earn money. Now that she had enough money and had done everything she wanted to do, she naturally chose to retire from the entertainment industry. Moreover, as a person, one must know how to enjoy life while it lasts. Her only goal now was to spend all the money she had earned before she died, so that she could enjoy life for the rest of her life. As the weather gradually turned cold, Xian prepared to go to her private island for a winter vacation. "Mom, I've applied for leave from the teacher. I want to go with you to the island for a vacation." Mom. Dad. I've applied for leave too. This time, I want to go with you guys for a vacation. It's fine that pervert Xiaoxing applied for leave from the teacher, but fairy sister, how did you succeed in applying for leave too? Haha, that's because Xiaoshui is smarter than you. Brother Shimo, it's because brother Xiaoxing and I are twins. Brother is a genius, so as his older sister, I can't embarrass him. Ah. Why are the two of you so smart? My IQ is obviously very high too. Why do I always act like I have low IQ in front of you guys? QAQ. Haha, you might have misunderstood your own IQ. Stupid Xiaoxing, don't think that I won't dare to beat you just because you're fairy sister's brother. Haha, you're talking as if you can beat me. Xiaoan looked at the three children in front of her with a blissful smile on her face. This kind of life was really good, with such a loving family and three children by her side. Her life was really worth it. Xiaoxing, Xiaoshui, let's go on a vacation together. Okay mom, I'll help you carry Xiaohei. Mom, I'll help you carry Xiaobai. Auntie Fairy. Bring me along, bring me along. I'm very obedient. I can help you take care of Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Haha. Xiaohei and Xiaobai are so smart, they don't need you to take care of them. Today's weather was really good. E&D, P.S. There are also a few character extras, please see what the author has to say. The new article, The Delicate Bestie Who Transmigrated as the Female Lead, Transmigration Book, has opened the author's column. QAQ, in fact, there was not much to write in the main text. What should be written had already been written. I'm really sorry for dragging it out for so long. There were a few more extras at the back, which would explain some things and the future plot. And finally, at the end, I'll push 12 Sauce's new article, The Delicate Bestie Who Transmigrated as the Female Lead, Transmigration Book, with the little cuties. It's also a delicate series, similar to this article. They're both cool novels and The Delicate Bestie will feel even better. Looking for support? You can see it by clicking on the author's column. The Delicate Bestie Who Transmigrated as the Female Lead, Transmigration Book, synopsis # On the day I transmigrated, I became a super rich woman with looks and money after getting divorced and having an abortion. # When she opened her eyes, the Xianxia found that she had transmigrated into a melodramatic novel with bad values. She had become the cannon fodder bestie of the reincarnated female lead, the short-lived ex-wife of the overbearing male lead, and the gold-digger mother of the ingrate. She was really unlucky, short-lived, and a real cannon fodder. In the book, the original owner was forced to have a miscarriage after being pregnant for 7 months, which damaged her body. In the end, she was angered to death by the touching love between the male and female lead and the betrayal of her son. Looking down, she looked at her underbelly that was not showing. The Xianxia cried bitterly. The Xianxia, sob sob sob. Finally, I have a healthy body. Super tall. Amazed face, /. Transmigration also came with a golden finger to make the body healthy? Wait. Sigma, this golden finger, seems a little off. Why is her skin so soft that it can be broken by blowing on it? QAQ, a few extra posts, breaking XXX record. Zhu Baixue will be the youngest Chinese tenured professor at MIT. The 27-year-old Zhu Baixue will be the youngest Chinese tenured professor in MIT's history. Her most famous work is the development and application of the genetic modification technology, CRISPR-Cas9. She was the first to obtain a U.S. patent and was regarded as one of the top candidates for the Nobel Prize. Zhu Baixue's resume was as follows. That day, a piece of academic news went viral on the internet. A woman who had always been unknown, Zhu Baixue, appeared in front of everyone. The reason why this piece of academic news was so popular was because this genius student named Zhu Baixue was too beautiful. She looked like a superstar that would be unforgettable for generations. Oh my god. I think I saw my goddess when she was young. She's too beautiful. I'm licking the screen. But I also think that this genius girl looks too much like my goddess Xian. Let me reveal something. Actually, not only does the goddess Xian have a son, but she also has a daughter. F***ck. Xian's son is already so awesome. But Xian's daughter is also so outstanding? Xian is so lucky. She's a winner in life. My goddess hit it too well. She didn't even show off such an outstanding daughter. She even needed us fans to discover it ourselves. The internet was filled with praises for Zhu Baixue. At the same time, they were all envious of Xian's good life. She actually had such an outstanding son and daughter at the same time. Her life was worth it. While people on the internet were praising Zhu Baixue and Xian, Fu Xian's face was filled with pride and loneliness. He was proud that Zhu Baixue was also his daughter. However, he was lonely because his eldest daughter had never acknowledged him as her father. Even though he personally went to look for her and explained to her, he never knew of her existence. But his daughter still refused to acknowledge him. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up. However, in his heart, he still treated Zhu Baixue as his daughter. She was also his most important and guilty daughter. Sigh, over the years, every time Fu Xian saw Xian and Zhu Baixue on the news, he would always feel that he was ridiculously wrong back then. Every day and night, he fantasized in his dreams that if he hadn't been deceived by Xia Jinghao back then, if he hadn't had a change of heart for Xian, if he had shouldered the responsibility for Xian and their child, then, he would have been so happy now. Unfortunately, he was wrong. There was no medicine in this world, and Xiaoxue, Fu Anqi, who came out of her room to drink water, inadvertently heard her father's muttering. The expression on her face was not very good. All these years, she had been living in the shadow of her mother, Xia Jinghao. She was the daughter of the Fu family, but because of her mother, her grandparents no longer doted on her as much as before. Her friends also gradually distanced themselves from her. In the end, she gave up on herself. She moved to an unfamiliar environment and went to an ordinary school where no one knew about her background. She lived an ordinary life. She used to be a little princess who was doted on by everyone, but now, she had become an ordinary person who could not be more ordinary. Even if her mother went crazy and couldn't get out of the cage, the influence that her mother brought to her would never disappear. She turned on her cell phone and looked at the push message from Zhu Baixue. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She knew that this was her half-sister. She also knew how outstanding she was. She envied her. She really envied her. Sometimes, she even thought that if only Xian was her mother and she was Zhu Baixue, then, everything would be fine. The night was getting darker. Fu Anqi fell into a deep sleep. She dreamed of a completely different world. In her dream, she was still the little princess of the Fu family, while Zhu Baixue was a small celebrity who was being kept as a mistress. Looking at this dream, Fu Anqi vaguely felt that this should be her life. She really wanted to sleep in this dream forever. Xiaoxing. You are too much. My mother is my mother too, why can't you take over my mother every day? Zhu Baixue, who was finally back from her vacation, saw that her mother was taken out by Xiaoxing for a trip to eat delicious food. She angrily called Xiaoxing to express her dissatisfaction. You are so busy. You are not home every day, but you can't let me go out with my mother? When Zhu Baixue heard the words from the phone, she felt even more depressed. She muttered in her heart. If she had not been tricked by Xiaoxing when she was choosing her major, she would not have chosen this field. In the end, Xiaoxing was a jerk. He was so smart and talented in biology. He was even better than her. In the end, he chose the extremely vulgar finance major. After he finished university, he did not even study for a master's degree. He directly took over Xiao's company and created a food empire. He set up his own gourmet restaurants all over the world. After he stabilized the company, he directly became a hands-off boss. He accompanied Xian every day and took Xian all over the world to eat delicious food. Zhu Baixue was extremely jealous when she saw this kind of life. She once suspected that Xiaoxing wanted to monopolize their mother. That was why he schemed against her major, Xiaoxing. Hurry up and tell me, where did you take my mother? I want to accompany my mother too. Zhu Baixue muttered angrily. However, the answer she received was, Xiaoxue, it's rare for you to have a break. My mother and I won't be your third wheel and disturb your relationship with Gu Shimo. Bye-bye. Hello? 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 When she saw that Xiaoxing hung up the phone, Zhu Baixue was so angry that she almost lost her ladylike demeanor. However, she was going to go crazy. Gu Shimo appeared in front of her. Xiaoxue, why didn't you tell me that you were coming back? If that bastard Xiaoxing hadn't told me that you were back, I would have missed you. Gu Shimo appeared in front of Zhu Baixue, covered in dust. He looked at his beloved woman, who was looking at him awkwardly, and said helplessly. Xiaoxue, I really didn't say anything about our relationship being exposed. You know how smart that bastard Xiaoxing is. I didn't say anything and he already guessed it. Zhu Baixue, who was originally a little angry because Gu Shimo had announced their relationship to everyone, calmed down a little. Look at you, you're always bullied by Xiaxia. You're so useless. Hee, Xiao Shui. I'm only giving in to him because he's my future brother-in-law. Besides, I was the one who bullied her when she was young. As Gu Shimo spoke, he naturally pulled Zhu Baixue into his arms. Although that bastard Xiaxia is quite a bastard, he's quite sensible. He arranged a cruise for us, I told you. Before we get married, you can only hold my hand and hug me. You can't kiss me. Then let's get married now. Xiaoxing, who are you talking to on the phone? Xian was lying on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze as she drank a cocktail. Time did not leave any traces on Xian's body. She was still the same as 20 years ago. She was still so young and beautiful. It was no wonder that the netizens on the internet jokingly called Xian the goddess of youth. Because of this, the sales of her company's products became even better. I'm on the phone with Xiao Shui. She's going on a vacation with Gu Shimo this time. Xiaxia strode over to Xian with his long legs. His movements were very practiced as he placed a delicious snack in front of Xia and lifted her head and looked at Xiaxia's handsome face. The corners of her mouth curved upward slightly. Who would have thought that Shimo would end up together with our Xiao Shui? Obviously, Gu Shimo was the male lead in the novel. His destined lover should have been Fu Anqi. However, life was unpredictable. Who would have thought that in the end, Gu Shimo would fall in love with Zhu Baixue, who was supposed to be Fu Anqi's substitute? However, Xian did not care about this situation. After all, after her intervention, the plot of this world had already collapsed. The male lead's personality had also changed. No, to be more precise, everyone's personality had changed a long time ago. And the one who had changed the most was the person beside her, the biggest villain in the book. Who would have thought that her villain would create a food empire and become a chef? Although this chef was only her chef, and no one else had the chance to taste the dishes cooked by her obedient son. Xiaoxing, are you happy now? Xian looked at Xiaoxing's young and handsome face and asked with a smile. Yes, Mom, I'm very happy now. How about you? Yes, I'm very happy too. She was really very happy to have such a filial and outstanding son and daughter. END, PS, end of article. Little cuties who are out of books can read the author's finished series, Su Shuang's article, The Delicate Bestie Who Transmigrated to Become the Female Lead, Transmigrated Book. And the author's column for the next book, The Delicate Daughter Who Transmigrated to Become the Richest Man's Daughter. Please collect the author's column QAQ, it's over scattering flowers, thank you. Little cuties for keeping me company for so long. For the little cuties who like this article, if you subscribe to all of them, please give 12 Sauce 5 stars and leave a good review. P.S. The new novel series of The Delicate Bestie Who Transmigrated to Become the Female Lead, Transmigrated Book, is currently being serialized. Little cuties can go and read 12 Sauce's new novel. It's already very rich. And it's updating 10,000 times a day. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Come and read my new novel. Summary, # on the day I transmigrated, I got divorced and had an abortion and became a super rich woman with looks and money. # when she opened her eyes, the sickly Xianxia found that she had transmigrated into a melodramatic novel. She had become the cannon fodder bestie of the reincarnated female lead, the short-lived ex-wife of the overbearing male lead, and the gold-digger mother of the ingrate. She was really unlucky, short-lived, and cannon fodder. In the book, the original owner was forced to have a miscarriage after 7 months of pregnancy and her body was damaged. In the end, she was angered to death by the touching love between the male and female lead and her son's betrayal. Looking down at her underbelly, the sickly Xianxia cried bitterly. The sickly Xianxia, sob sob sob. Finally, I have a healthy body. Super tall. Amazed face, /. Transmigration also comes with a golden finger that can make the body healthy? Wait. Sigma, this golden finger, seems a little off. Why is it that her skin is so soft that it can be broken? QAQ note, the description of Zhu Baixue's news in this chapter is quoted from Breaking Qian record. Some of the content in the post-80s becomes the youngest Chinese tenured professor at MIT. Since I can't post the URL, I won't post it. Mua mua, the story has ended. Thank you for following this series. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.